1. Echoes of Grief. Chapter 1. Ghosts in the Tinsel. Galesburg, Illinois, December 21st, present day. The scent of pine and gingerbread wafting out of an open bakery only made the memories sharper. Each step past the festive decorations in the shop windows lining the street, pulling me deeper into the past I tried so desperately to escape. The twinkling holiday lights flickered ominously, their warmth clashing with the cold dread curling in my stomach. A car honked at a pedestrian, making me flinch, my mind conjuring memories that refused to stay buried, no matter how hard I pounded the shovel against the dirt. Beside me, a small hand grasped my gloved one, the cold seeping into my bones as I drifted through a dream, detached and numb, remembering Christmases past. The ghost left me as I turned the corner to the deli, its familiar awning another painful reminder. These days there was no escape. They were everywhere I turned. A scent, sound, or something as innocuous as a child's pink coat brought them up again and again. The warmth inside the deli welcomed me, the air heavy with the scent of fresh bread and savory soups. Yet beneath it there was something else, something metallic, like the tang of blood. I shook it off, but the unease lingered as I crossed the threshold. The cheery decorations and excited chatter of the other patrons made me clench my teeth, even as I felt the breeze on my neck, and swore I could hear the whisper urging me to go ahead and get the slice of cake. Instead, I ordered a BLT, though I wasn't really hungry. When it arrived, my stomach twisted at the sight. Eating. Impossible. I shoved the plate away, the effort too much to bear. The tiny deli was quickly filling up, and rather than share my small table, I tossed the uneaten meal in the trash, stepping back into the welcoming chill, letting it nip at my nose. My feet moved on autopilot, but each step felt heavier, and when I looked up it was to see clouds the color of dirty snow covering the winter sky. The whispering returned, barely audible, but enough to make me quicken my pace. I wasn't alone. Back at the office, the remaining hours before my vacation blurred together, routine keeping me moving through various tasks on autopilot. Tinsel draped the other cubicles as I brushed my hand along the edge of my bare desk. The sound of a familiar carol floated through the air, but I shook my head, trying to prevent the chorus from catching like a splinter in my heart. I sat at my desk, slowly turning my chair side to side, trying to focus on the task at hand and failing miserably. The sound of jingling bells announced the arrival of one of my coworkers. Linda stood there, sweater decorated with presents that lit up in a garish display of holiday cheer. She beamed at me, ornament earrings swinging to and fro, eyes sparkling with excitement, or perhaps her cheer was due to overindulging on the company-provided eggnog that I was sure Greg in finance had spiked. Ella Marlowe. "Merry Christmas," she exclaimed, voice loud over the music and conversation. Linda's cheerful voice pierced the festive chatter, but I only nodded, gaze skimming past her eager smile to the clock on the wall. I didn't trust myself to respond, not when the effort of conversation felt like lifting a mountain. Linda held out a candy cane, red and white stripes gleaming under the fluorescent lights. I forced a smile, cheeks aching with the effort. "Merry Christmas," I replied, my voice scratchy. Linda's smile faltered for a moment, her eyes searching mine as she took a step back. "Hope you're not coming down with something before the break." When I shook my head, a look of relief filled her face. She'd been away last year around this time and didn't know what had happened. To her, I was just another coworker, someone to chat with before she left for vacation to sunnier climes. "Thank goodness," she said, voice brightening as she placed the candy cane on my desk. I nodded, touching the plastic packaging with trembling fingers as she chatted on, her words a blur as I counted silently in my head, wishing she would leave. 1, 2, 3. My heart pounded with each number, the forced smile plastered across my face. "Are you doing anything special for the holidays?" she asked, eyes wide with curiosity. "Just spending time with family," I replied. The lie slipped easily from my lips. Though it tasted bitter, a shadow of the truth I couldn't bring myself to face. "That sounds nice," she said, smile unwavering. "Well, I won't keep you." Just wanted to spread some holiday cheer. The blinking presents on her sweater flashed one last time before she turned and disappeared down the hallway, calling out to someone, making me wince on their behalf. I rested my face in my hands, the forced cheerfulness slipping away as quickly as it had come. I picked up the candy cane, staring at it for a moment before tossing it in the trash and covering it with a piece of paper so I wouldn't have to look at it for the rest of the afternoon. Excitement rippled across the office as an email popped up in our inboxes, telling everyone they could leave early and to enjoy the holidays. It was 3 o'clock, the official start of my vacation. As I gathered my things and left, a hollow sense of relief washed over me, the prospect of 2 weeks of solitude both a comfort and a burden. As the snowflakes dusted my cheeks on the way to my car, I barely felt the sting of the cold. It was the kind of chill that crept under your skin, lingering in your bones, like the memory of the winter we'd all spent building snowmen and dreaming of a warmth that would never return. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles turning white with the effort. It had snowed last year as well, the day my life irrevocably changed. My hands shook as I drove. It had taken 3 months before I'd sit in the car, another month to turn the engine over, and 2 more months before I forced myself to drive again. I could still see the car skidding in slow motion, hear the screech of the tires, feel the sudden terrible impact as metal screamed, reliving over and over the gut-wrenching sounds. My chest tightened, each breath a struggle as I fought to keep the memories at bay, my eyes darting to the icy waters below as I crossed the bridge, trying to shut out the thought of the silent oblivion it offered. The snow stopped as I pulled into the driveway. The house looming in front of me, silent and dark. For a moment I sat there, engine idling, the warmth of the car a small refuge against what was to come. But even here, the memories found me. With a sigh, I turned off the engine and stepped out onto the driveway, the cold biting through my black wool coat. Boxes filled the garage, leaving no room for my car. Thankfully, Pamela said she'd take care of them. Had she? I didn't know, and refused to step foot in the garage and risk seeing a certain purple bicycle. Each trudging step towards the cheery red door was an effort. I fumbled with the keys, hands still trembling, and finally opened the door, hesitating. Inside, the house was silent and empty. I stood in the doorway for a moment, letting the quiet envelop me, before finally closing the door behind me. I made my way to the living room, collapsing onto the couch, closing my eyes, letting the memories and pain wash over me. Welcoming the pain, I breathed it in. It was enough to keep me going, to face another day, and for now, that was all I could ask. Shortly after I'd closed my eyes, I struggled to keep track of time these days. A knock at the door shattered the silence, snapping me out of my daze. I opened it to see a delivery truck slowly driving away, the poor guy working long hours to deliver last-minute packages before the holiday. When I looked down, I saw the package on the doorstep, the return address from a well-known jeweler in Chicago, addressed to Ella Marlowe at 389 Oak Street. The cottage that had been my home for the past 6 years. With trembling hands, I brought it inside, my heart pounding with a mixture of curiosity and dread. Inside the box, nestled in delicate tissue paper, was a gold bangle bracelet. The intricate etching of flowers caught the light, their delicate beauty stark against the weight of my sorrow. 3 stones adorned the bracelet in the center of the flowers, a diamond, an emerald, and a ruby. They sparkled with a life of their own, each one representing a piece of my shattered heart. Tim's birthstone, Kate's and mine. A note lay beneath the bracelet, the handwriting instantly recognizable. It was Tim's. My vision blurred as I read the words written with love and care a year ago, never meant to be read under such tragic circumstances. My darling Ella. I had this bracelet made for you, a symbol of our love and the life we've built together, the beautiful daughter you've given me. Each of the stones represents us, a reminder that no matter what happens, we will always be connected. Merry Christmas, my love. Forever yours. Tim. The note slipped from my fingers, drifting to the floor as I clutched the bracelet to my chest. The sob erupted from a place deep within, as though my very soul had been ripped open, the pain as raw as the day I lost them. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the weight of my grief. My chest constricted, each breath a struggle as the tears flowed freely, unchecked and uncontrollable. For a long time I stayed there, cradling the bracelet as if it were a lifeline, a fragile thread connecting me to the ones I had lost. My hands trembled, my heart ached, and I let the sorrow wash over me, drowning in the sea of my own tears. Eventually, the storm of emotions subsided, leaving me drained and hollow. I wiped my eyes, taking a deep breath to steady myself. With trembling fingers, I slid the bracelet over my hand. The gold felt warm against my skin, a faint, almost imperceptible comfort. As I gazed at the bracelet, a soft whisper stirred within me. It wasn't much, just a fleeting sense of presence, but it was enough to remind me that Tim and Kate were still a part of me. That feeling anchored me in the present, giving me the strength to face another day, as I clung to the feeling with all my might. The weight of my grief was heavy as I stood up, but now it was tempered by a glimmer of hope as I went upstairs to change. I wasn't alone. Not entirely. The love I shared with Tim and Kate was still with me, embodied in the delicate bracelet that now adorned my wrist. The sound of Christmas carolers floated through the air, seeping into the corners of my darkened house. I pressed my back against the wall, my heart clenching with each joyful note. Their voices, filled with cheer and hope, were a cruel contrast to the emptiness that consumed me. I closed my eyes, the memories of happier times with Tim and Kate flooding my mind. I could almost see Kate's bright smile as she twirled around the living room, her laughter blending with Tim's deep voice as he sang along. The laughter echoed in my mind, a sound I tried to grasp and hold close, but it slipped away like sand through my fingers. I wrapped my arms around myself, as if I could hold the pieces of my shattered heart together. The house was eerily quiet, each room a ghostly shrine to the life we once shared. The kitchen, where Tim surprised me with breakfast in bed. Kate's room filled with toys and books untouched since the accident. Our bedroom, where we whispered our dreams and fears to each other late into the night. As I went back downstairs, I kept to the wall, unable to bear touching the handrail. Every inch of this house held a memory, a piece of my soul, and the thought of leaving it behind felt like losing them all over again. The shrill ring of the phone sliced through the silence like a knife, reverberating against the bare walls. Tim had loved the nostalgia of a real phone, as he called it. The avocado green phone with the long twisted cord rang again, the unwelcome jarring sound making me cringe. It was probably my mother-in-law, Pamela, calling yet again, trying gently to encourage me to rejoin the outside world. How had she moved on so easily from losing her only child and grandchild? I sat motionless on the small love seat in the keeping room attached to the kitchen, ignoring the ringing until it stopped. A moment later, my cell phone buzzed, lighting up the darkness, making me blink against the brightness as Pamela's name flashed on the screen. Ignoring the faint buzzing, I stared straight ahead, my gaze settling on the antique clock on the wall that had long since ceased to tick. Tim had picked it out on our honeymoon in Germany, enchanted by its intricate wood carvings and engraved glass front that revealed the pendulum. Another relic of the past now frozen in time, just like me. The red and green plaid blanket reminded me of Kate, how she'd snuggled under it during so many holiday movie marathons, her wispy hair tickling my nose. The soft throw still held the faint sense of buttered popcorn and hot chocolate, part of our Christmas Eve traditions. Kate loved the blanket, had refused to let me wash it, allowing the smells to layer on top of one another, making me inhale even as my heart hurt. Through blurred vision, I glanced down at my sweatshirt and flannel pajama bottoms covered in candy canes and gingerbread men, another cheery facade hiding the bleakness within. If I closed my eyes and remained still, I swore I could hear the echoes of past Christmases, along with the ghosts of happier times, laughing somewhere in another room as the aroma of freshly cut pine permeated the room. The smell of cookies in the oven filled the air, but before I could hold on to them, the scents and sounds vanished into the walls as I released a breath. The chill from the large window seeped into my bones, the cold curling around the emptiness inside, turning me to an ice sculpture. The mug of tea I'd made was now cold to the touch, the the soft gingham fabric of the loveseat now rough against my skin, a tactile reminder of how everything that once brought comfort now felt foreign. Who knows how long I sat in the dark? By the time I moved, I was stiff, and thankfully it was quiet, the carolers having moved on, their voices fading into the night. Life went on, no matter that I wished it would not. Exhausted and worn out, I stared blankly at the bowl of soup on the small table next to me, wondering when I'd made it. The steam had long since ceased to rise from it, leaving the once comforting meal cold and uninviting, while the pale yellow broth, dotted with floating specks of herbs, shredded chicken and vegetables, had formed a thin skin on the surface. The aroma, which should have been rich and enticing, hung faintly in the air, a mere ghost of what it once was. It failed to evoke any sense of hunger within me, much like everything else in my life that now felt tasteless and colorless. Nothing had the same taste anymore, as if my taste buds had gone numb that horrific day, leaving every flavor lifeless. I felt the dryness in my mouth, not just from the lack of food or drink, but from the unspoken words that had piled up inside me like unsent letters. What could I possibly say to anyone? How could I explain that every word felt like a betrayal to the memory of my lost family? The phone rang again. Pamela was an excellent realtor and relentless. But if I answered the phone, I'd have to confront the reality that I was still here, still expected to function, to continue. How could I move forward when there was nothing left for me? It was easier to sit in the house, surrounded by the ghosts of my family, and let the world move on around me. As the ringing finally ceased, a heavy silence fell over the kitchen, enveloping me in a blanket of solitude. A sharp knock at the front door startled me from my bleak thoughts. I froze, unsure if I had imagined the sound. A few seconds passed before another series of brisk knocks echoed down the hall. Should I answer it or pretend I wasn't home? Perhaps if I remained perfectly still, whoever stood on my front porch would assume no one was home and simply leave. "Ella?" a thin female voice called out as more knocks followed. "It's Jane from next door. I saw your car in the driveway and was hoping we could chat for a minute." I sighed, recognizing the voice of my longtime neighbor. Jane, a widow herself, who had lost her husband to cancer 5 years earlier, had always been kind. She loved to babysit Kate when my daughter was small, allowing Tim and I to enjoy our weekly date nights. Even as Kate grew up, Jane was always around, much more so than Pamela, Tim's mother, who was busy growing her real estate empire. If it had been anyone else at the door, I would have ignored it, but I couldn't ignore Jane. Reluctantly, I rose from the loveseat, stiff from sitting for so long. I slowly shuffled down the hall, ignoring the ceramic platter full of unopened Christmas cards on the table in the foyer, and cringed at the outline of Jane's friendly face, visible through the window in the front door. Taking a deep breath, I reluctantly turned the lock and opened the door a crack. "Hello, dear." "I was starting to worry," Jane said, a sympathetic smile on her face, her kind brown eyes crinkling at the edges. I stepped back to let Jane in. It was too cold for her to be outside tonight. "I know this first Christmas alone is difficult. I remember I marked every first holiday after Harold passed." She patted my arm. "Tim would want you to go on. Staying cooped up all alone in this house isn't good for you. Why don't you come over and join me for some hot apple cider? I just baked your favorite apple pie." I stared down at the worn rug beneath Jane's bright purple hunter boots, unable to meet her gaze. "Thank you for the invitation, but I'm fine here. I just need to be alone right now," I mumbled unconvincingly. Jane nodded, not looking the least bit surprised or deterred by the rejection. "If you change your mind, you're always welcome, dear. Just know you don't have to go through this alone." She gave my arm a gentle, reassuring squeeze. "Pamela said the movers are coming on Wednesday. Is there anything I can do?" The movers. That was why Pamela had been calling. "They are, though Pamela has already taken care of most of the furniture." I gestured to the mostly empty living room. Jane nodded, wiping her eyes. "I'm going to miss you. Please let me know when you're settled, and I'll visit." She patted my arm. The sweatshirt warm against my skin, I curled a fist into the sleeve as Jane spoke. When I opened my mouth to reply, the words stuck in my throat, thick like the fog that always seemed to settle in my chest these days, so instead I simply nodded. Try to take care of yourself. And Merry Christmas, Ella. My throat tight, I nodded before quietly closing the door. I peered through the living room curtains, watching to make sure Jane made it down the snowy walkway and across the street without falling. When she turned to go check on Winston, a young guy who'd moved in 6 months ago, I wanted to smile but my mouth wouldn't move. I saw the door open and Winston grinning. The next moment, he was holding Jane's arm, following her back to her house where he'd eat apple pie, drink cider, and listen to Jane tell stories of when she was a nurse in the war, while Christmas music played softly in the background. With a conflicted sigh, I let the curtain fall, my footsteps echoing through the empty house, Jane's invitation lingering heavily in the air. The hardwood floors, aged to a deep warm chestnut, creaked softly under my feet as I ran a finger along the faded delicate floral wallpaper that we hadn't gotten around to stripping yet. Wallpaper was in again, so maybe the new owners would want to keep it. The light from the streetlights shone through the stained glass windows in the living room, casting kaleidoscopic patterns on the floor, splashes of color that danced with the dust motes floating in the air. I went to the door, hand hovering over the doorknob, intending to join the living, but my knees buckled as I went down, a dull ache spreading from my chest to my fingertips as I pressed my palm flat against the door, as if the solid wood would steady me against the memory of that awful night and keep it from clawing its way up from the depths. I opened my eyes, my gaze drifting to my arms, covered by my worn sweatshirt, the scars beneath constant reminders that I had lived instead of my husband and daughter. Chapter 2. Swept away by time. Pamela's determination to pack up my life was as relentless as the memories that refused to be boxed away. The knock at the door shattered the silence, pulling me back to the present as I hesitated, my heart pounding, hand on my chest before forcing myself to move. My mother-in-law stood on the doorstep, her expression a mix of resolve and sorrow. That woman was a force of nature, always busy, always moving, trying to outrun her grief. Ella dear. She air-kissed me on the cheek, careful not to smudge her makeup, as she pursed her lips upon seeing that I hadn't made any progress packing the rest of our things. The pictures still lay face down on the mantel, each one a memory I couldn't bear to confront. It had been 363 days since my world had come crashing down. Christmas. At one time, I would have said it was my favorite holiday, better than fall or summer. Christmas Eve was my wedding anniversary. This year would have marked 6 wonderful years. Tim and I had been so poor, fresh out of college, working 2 jobs to make ends meet. To save money, we decided to get married outside on Christmas Eve, on the bridge over the river where we'd first met. Ella, it's time, Pamela said, her voice firm and gentle at the same time. We need to finish packing. I nodded, the numbness creeping back in as I stepped aside, unwilling to look at the half-packed boxes in the empty dining room. Pamela's presence brought a sense of urgency and purpose to the house. She moved through the rooms with a practiced efficiency, her hands steady even as her eyes betrayed her own pain. I'm moving to Florida, she announced, breaking the silence as she wrapped up my wedding china. A change of scenery will do me good. Help me move on. Her words hung in the air, a stark reminder that life was moving forward even if I wasn't ready to. I watched her for a moment, unable to do anything but nod, the strength in her movements a stark contrast to my own fragility. She paused, turning to me with a soft smile. The colors from the old stained glass windows had always made Kate chortle as she stepped on each one. Last December had been so different, with me humming along to the Christmas music playing softly in the background while stirring a pot of homemade chili on the stove. The savory scent of baking bread wafted through the warm kitchen, the memory so sharp I swore I could smell it. It had been a cold December afternoon, and I had decided to whip up my family's favorite comfort meal in anticipation of the impending snowstorm. Smells amazing, Tim said as he entered the room and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. It's really coming down out there, so I wanted to get the fireplace going before it gets worse in case we lose power. The weather guy said this storm is supposed to dump over a foot of snow tonight. We'll have to make snow angels in the morning. I looked at our daughter, asleep on the couch, her favorite plaid blanket wrapped around her. He bent down to pick up a candy wrapper from the wide plank floors. It was a great idea to refinish the floors in the keeping room. Tim leaned over to kiss our daughter, brushing her hair back before kneeling by the fireplace. She looks so innocent when she's sleeping. You'd never know she drew all over the laundry room walls with crayons this morning. I looked up from checking on the bread. Sourdough bread was our favorite, and lately I'd been adding everything but the bagel seasoning, along with sunflower and flax seeds to the crust. I still say we should leave it. Think how we can embarrass her as a teenager when she brings a boy over. Tim put a hand to his heart. Don't mention dating. You want to give me a heart attack? Our Kate isn't dating until she's 40. At least. With a smile on my face and a roll of my eyes, I retrieved 3 handmade pottery bowls from the cabinet, an anniversary gift from Tim. We'd gone to North Carolina to the beach for a week, then spent a few days visiting a guy we'd gone to college with. He'd gone into finance, made a boatload of money, retired young, and now made pottery in the tiny town of Seagrove, happy and content with his simpler life. As I scooped the chili into the blue and green bowls, one paused for a moment to appreciate my family and our cozy home. The mouth-watering aroma of the chili mingled with the tangy scent of the freshly cut pine from the tree that we had all driven over an hour to cut down, filling me with contentment and joy. No matter how busy we were, Tim with his job at a software company, and me with my job as an analyst, we always made time to eat together, talking about our days and what funny things Kate had said or done that day at school. While Tim's mom lived nearby, my parents worked on a cruise ship and were never around, not even when Kate was born. Our simple lives might have appeared unremarkable from the outside, but I treasured each day, grateful for the stability I hadn't had growing up. The small moments, even on the most ordinary day, made me fall in love with my little family over and over again. The sound of a car backfiring scattered the memory. I jumped, transported abruptly back to the present as the echoes of my husband and daughter's joyful voices faded. Ella. I'm going to check the closets. Pamela strode out of the room as I blinked several times. My gaze moved slowly across the kitchen, taking in the stacks of unopened mail and expired grocery lists written on the whiteboard, but not a single drawing. Unable to bear seeing them, Pamela had taken them down and told me she'd keep them for me. The rich scents of the chili and bread lingering in my memory were now replaced by the stale, dusty air of solitude and grief, hanging heavily once more within a house that no longer felt like a home. The once bustling heart of the home, the kitchen still held faint traces of baking spices and herbal teas, reminders of meals prepared and shared. The wooden table, scarred with marks of use, stood empty, the chairs around it like silent sentinels waiting for a family that would no longer gather. I'll go upstairs, I called out, getting a muffled "okay" in response from the front entryway. Tired of wallowing in my grief, I dragged myself up the stairs, blinking against the sunlight shining through the windows. Upstairs, a quiet hush enveloped the bedrooms, with the air carrying the heavy scent of lavender and aged wood. The neatly folded linens in the linen closet carried the faint smell of laundry detergent, a bittersweet reminder of days when laughter and light filled the rooms. Not ready to step into my daughter's room, I walked across the worn antique rug I'd found in a thrift shop on a trip to Chicago. There was no way I could deal with this. The door at the end of the hallway with its crystal doorknob led upstairs to the attic, which ran the length of the house. The people who had lived in the old craftsman cottage before me had left things behind, forgotten in corners, offering glimpses into the past. There were old trunks, boxes, and furniture, each holding remnants of lives lived and loved. It was cold up here, the air crisp and filled with the scent of old paper and fabric. The chill nipped at my skin as I moved cautiously among the detritus of others, including Tim's grandparents, who bought the house new back in 1920. His parents hadn't wanted to live in the house, so another family moved in while Tim grew up in a huge house on a tiny lot across town. The home where his mother, now divorced, still lived. Though I guess that was over now that she'd sold it to move to Florida. She would thrive there with the sun, golf, and endless cocktail parties. Not to mention how well she'd do selling real estate. Most of me was grateful she could move on, that she didn't blame me as I blamed myself, but the tiny part of me, buried deep inside, was angry that she was leaving. Her son and granddaughter were buried here, not in Florida. How could she just leave? The sunlight glinted through the large, cobweb-laden stained glass window, casting long, multicolored shadows across the dusty wooden floorboards. Pamela had texted a few weeks ago to let me know the house had sold. The news brought both relief and a fresh wave of grief. The day it was listed, it sold for well above the asking price, which was a testament to its charm and the market's frenzy. However, to me, it felt like another piece of my life slipping away. Most of the furniture was already gone, taken by Pamela or sold, as I couldn't bear to look at it. But the rest? Every single day I'd tried to go into the bedroom I shared with Tim, tried to step into Kate's bedroom, but I couldn't make myself cross the threshold. Jane had gathered my toiletries and clothes, bringing them downstairs to the study with its pull-out sofa that we used for guests. It had been my bedroom ever since the accident. The movers, directed by my efficient mother-in-law, would be arriving on Wednesday to clear out the rest of the house, the remnants of a life that was no longer mine. And while Pamela had told me to pack up my belongings, I couldn't summon the energy, especially since I knew she would swoop in and take charge. Content to let her drag me along in her wake, I wandered the house like a ghost, wearing my misery and grief like an out-of-fashion fur coat. As I idly trailed my hands across the old trunks and furniture, my fingers brushed against the rough, dusty surfaces, telling stories of decades gone by. Each item I touched seemed to resonate with echoes of laughter and tears, of celebrations and farewells. The blue velvet chair let out a puff of dust when I sat, sending the scent of dust, old fabric, and the faint scent of jasmine into the air. I looked around, wondering what she would do with all the stuff, knowing she'd probably get rid of it all, as she loved everything modern and didn't care at all for antiques. The sound of footsteps on the stairs made me jump, as she appeared in the attic, waving a hand in front of her face, not a hair out of place. I quickly brushed the dust off my leggings and sweater. "Let's take a break," she said, her tone brooking no argument. "There's a local antique shop I've been meaning to visit, and a little outing might do you good." "You hate antiques." A sigh escaped. "I have a client in Florida who loves them, so I'll look for a housewarming gift for her." I wanted to protest, to retreat into the quiet, but something in her eyes stopped me. Reluctantly, I agreed, allowing her to lead me out of the house and into the day, as I scraped my hair back into a messy ponytail. The antique shop was a quaint little place, filled with the scent of aged wood and history. Each item seemed to tell a story, a silent witness to times long past. Pamela wandered through the aisles with a practiced eye, fingers brushing over delicate porcelain and weathered books. While she might not like antiques, she used them when staging certain houses or as gifts to clients at closings. I followed her, my mind drifting as I gazed at the myriad of objects surrounding me. In a booth in the back, I sat on a dusty recliner as she went to inquire about a box of old records. A dusty old box that had tumbled out of an overturned steamer trunk caught my eye. The box was unassuming in appearance, yet something about it beckoned me with a silent promise of secrets hidden within. The chill in the room seemed to deepen as I stretched a leg out, towing the box over to the chair. A glimmer of something caught my eye, and I paused, reaching out to brush the layer of dust from the box, sneezing as the cardboard fell apart, revealing a wooden box. Intricate carvings covered the box. Each carving was exquisite, depicting scenes of winter landscapes and woodland animals. I ran my finger over them, feeling the artistry in each detail. As I slid the lid open, the scent of molasses, cinnamon, and pine wafted out, making my eyes well up. Nestled among the old linen, which carried the faint, comforting aroma of lavender, lay an antique Christmas ornament. It was a delicate sphere of blown glass, the craftsmanship speaking of an era long gone. Careful not to pick it up by the worn string, I lifted the ornament out, cradling it in my palms. I held it up to the light, and the ornament came alive. The red within the glass danced, flickering like flames, casting a mesmerizing glow around the tiny booth. I turned the ornament slowly, watching in awe as the red shifted, running down the inside of the glass like rain. The colors played across my face, reflecting in my wide blue eyes. The color seemed to shift, pulsing with an inner light. As I ran my fingers across the surface of the textured glass, the ornament warmed in my hands. It was a comforting warmth, like a crackling fire in a fireplace on a cold winter night. Heart-pounding, a tingling sensation spread from my hands, up my arms and throughout my body. The surrounding air shimmered as if alive. The ornament grew brighter, filling the air around me with sparkling motes of light like 1,000 tiny stars. I felt as if I were floating, weightless, in a cloud of warmth and magic. The lines between past and present blurred, and for a moment, as I closed my eyes, time itself seemed to stand still. When I opened my eyes, my mouth dropped open. The walls of the booth were gone, replaced by a vision of a time long past. I saw a young couple hanging the same ornament on a modest tree, their faces alight with joy and hope. I gasped, the ornament slipping from my fingers, but instead of shattering, it floated gently to the floor, settling on an old quilt. The visions vanished as quickly as they had appeared, leaving me breathless with wonder. I knelt down, hand hesitating over the ornament before picking it up, fingers shaking. I held my breath, feeling the charged air as my body instinctively braced for the unknown. Ouch! The ornament was hot. A gust of wind swept through the air. The red twinkling light within the ornament filled the booth, blinding me as the floor shifted under my feet, the boxes, furniture, and dusty trunk melting away into a whirl of colors and sparkling lights. Fear swept through me as the sensation of being lifted off the ground, my body weightless, filled me. Caught in the grip of an unseen force, I couldn't even struggle. The weightless sensation was disorienting, like being caught up in a powerful current and swept away, or maybe like being carried off to Oz by a tornado. The last thing I heard was Pamela's frantic voice calling my name, but as the antique shop faded away, replaced by visions of a Christmas long past, I knew I was embarking on a journey that would change everything. Chapter 3. Down the Rabbit Hole. Charleston, South Carolina, April 1773. James Hawthorne thought he knew the shape of his future, but fate was soon to forge an entirely new path, one that would challenge everything he believed about his world. Around him, the town hummed with life. Children darted through the streets, their laughter mingling with the shouts coming from the market sheds along King Street as the merchants hawked their goods. From where he stood at the anvil, he could hear the clatter of horse-drawn wagons on the cobblestone streets, while he shaped a glowing piece of iron with his hammer, ringing out a steady rhythm. Sweat trickled down his brow, and his muscles flexed with each powerful strike. He had spent half his life here, apprenticed under the old blacksmith who had likely saved his miserable life. Now, James was the one people turned to when they needed a sturdy horseshoe or a new plowshare. "Good day, Mr. Hawthorne," a cheerful voice called out. He looked up to see Mrs. Whitaker approaching, her plump form swathed in a vibrant green dress. From the look in her eye and the grin on her face, he braced himself for what was to come. "Good day, Mrs. Whitaker," he replied, setting down his hammer and wiping his hands on a cloth. It was going to be even hotter today than it had been yesterday. Much hotter than last year at this time. "What can I do for you?" "Nothing for me today," she said, voice dripping with sweetness. "I am here to change your life." James raised a brow, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "And how might you do that?" She leaned in conspiratorially, lowering her voice as if sharing a great secret. "My niece Abigail has recently arrived from Savannah. She's a lovely girl, quite the catch. I thought perhaps you two might—" "Mrs. Whitaker," he interrupted gently, "I appreciate your concern for my marital state, but I'm quite content as I am." Her face fell, but only for a moment. The busybody was nothing if not persistent. Content, perhaps, but a man like you should have a family. You've done so well for yourself, and Abigail is? I'm sure she's wonderful, he said, his tone firm but kind. But I have my reasons. Mrs. Whittaker pursed her lips, clearly displeased but unwilling to push further. Very well, Mr. Hawthorne. But do think on it. A good woman can bring much joy to a man's life. With a final, meaningful look, she bustled away, skirts swishing around her ankles. James watched her go, a sigh escaping his lips. He knew the townspeople meant well, but they didn't understand. He had his reasons for not seeking a wife, reasons that were his alone to bear. As he turned back to his forge, the clamor of the town faded into the background, replaced by the steady rhythm of his work. The heat of the fire, the weight of the hammer in his hand, the smell of hot metal. These were the constants in his life, the things that grounded him. Mr. James, a young voice called out, breaking his reverie. He looked up to see Elijah, his 10-year-old apprentice, running towards him, dirt covering half of his face. Muck and other substances stained the boy's clothes, and his hair stuck out in wild tufts. Elijah, he said, tone half amused, half exasperated. What trouble have you gotten into now? None, I swear. The boy protested, though the look on his face said otherwise. Mistress Sally at the general store says she has something for you. James nodded, ruffling the boy's hair affectionately. Well then, let's go see what she wants. The world around me was a blur of confusion and disorientation, as Pamela's voice seemed to come from far, far away. One moment I was in the antique booth, the next I was sweating, my heavy sweater and leggings sticking to my skin. Even my feet were sweating in the fuzzy socks and fleece-lined boots I'd pulled on to go shopping. A pounding filled my head as my vision blurred. The air was heavy and moist as it brushed against my skin, then as my vision cleared, my breath hitched at the sight before me. What happened? I stumbled forward, a sickening sensation filling me as my feet sunk into the soft earth, and I found myself on a narrow, well-worn road. How on earth was I outside? And why wasn't it winter? The air was thick with the scent of pine, water, and the distant hum of insects. My heart pounded in my chest, a wild, unsteady rhythm as I dazedly identified the scent of the ocean. Where was I? There wasn't any water near my house. Why wasn't there snow on the ground? Why wasn't it cold? Before I could gather my thoughts, thunder shattered the quiet. But a quick glance told me the skies were clear. The sound came again as a man on horseback barreled down the road. Everything was so wrong that I froze in place, unable to move as the horse and rider bore down on me. The man's eyes widened in shock, and he yanked the reins, causing the horse to rear up on its hind legs. Which? He shouted, his voice a mix of fear and accusation. The word sliced through the air, sharp and damning. You rose up from the earth like a demon. The horse's powerful body loomed above me, its hooves flailing dangerously close to my head. The rider was thrown from his mount in an instant, landing with a heavy thud on the ground. The animal bolted, disappearing into the trees, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Panic surged through me, and I fled blindly into the woods as the man cursed and yelled after me. Branches clawed at my clothes, leaves whispered against my skin, and the underbrush tangled around my legs, but I blindly pushed forward, driven by the need to escape. My breath came in ragged gasps, heart pounding so loudly I could no longer hear the man yelling. Time lost all meaning as I stumbled through the forest, my mind a whirl of fear and confusion. The shop had vanished, and somehow I found myself outdoors, somewhere hot and humid. Maybe I was hallucinating? The only reason I kept going in this delusion was that somehow I knew Pamela would find me and she'd take control, getting me to a hospital where they could help me. Eventually, the adrenaline faded as I plodded along, energy depleted. I crept out of the woods, scanning my surroundings with a mix of hope and trepidation. But nope, I was still hallucinating. Though if I was seeing things, then why did everything feel so real? When I knelt to touch the ground, I could feel the mud, the grass, and the softness of my leggings. If I was dreaming, surely things wouldn't feel so real, would they? And what if you aren't hallucinating? What if this is somehow real? The voice in my head sounded as unhinged as I felt. A well-worn muddy path stretched out before me, winding through the landscape without a single building in sight, so I had to be somewhere in the countryside. But it sure as hell wasn't anywhere in Illinois. With a shrug, I took a step and then another as the sun cast shadows across the ground. The road was more like a path, narrow and muddy. So I had to be way out in the country since it wasn't gravel or paved. The heat of the day eased as the wind blew through me, cooling me down as I trudged onward, hoping to run into a car or some kind of civilization. The path led me by fields and pastures, past clusters of trees, and yet I didn't see another person. Everything felt distant, like a dream I couldn't quite grasp. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. When I saw people ahead, at first I hurried towards them, but something stopped me. They were all dressed like they were from another time. Maybe I was at a historical park. Unsure, I moved back into the trees, slowly making my way as the number of people on the path increased. There were horse-drawn wagons, men in hats and women in long dresses. Definitely some place like Williamsburg. By the time I made it to the edge of town, my breath caught in my throat as I took in the sights before me. Not only were the people dressed in historical costumes, but it also seemed that either the entire town had been built to look old, or someone had painstakingly preserved an old town. There were painted wooden buildings in shades of yellow, pale blue and green clustered around the water's edge, their facades bright and welcoming. Darker hues of blue, gray and green mingled with the lighter colors, creating a patchwork of what I'd call a colonial charm. Brick buildings with colored shutters, actual working shutters, not just for show, added a sense of permanence and history to the scene before me. Everything looked like it was out of a movie set or a historical town, yet it all appeared mostly new, untouched by time. The signs outside the shops advertised goods and services in elegant hand-painted script, their colors vibrant and fresh. If I didn't know any better, I'd bet $1,000 that someone had dropped me into some kind of living history attraction. But how? And more importantly, why? Ouch. Nope, pinching the underside of my arm didn't wake me. There was no way this was a dream. A gasp escaped. The ornament. It had exploded with light and color before my world turned topsy-turvy. Why hadn't I looked all around when I'd come to? Probably because you were busy trying not to let a horse trample you, said the voice in my head as I tried to breathe through my mouth. Should I go back and look for it? The thought of trudging all that way back through the woods made me shake my head. It was likely smashed to bits anyway. Oh no. My bracelet. But my wrist was bare as the anguish at its loss tore from my throat. The gold bangle bracelet from Tim was gone. Had I lost it at the store, or during whatever had happened to me? As I walked, the smell of the sea grew stronger, mingling with the aromas of freshly baked bread and roasting meat wafting from the open doors of taverns and inns. The scent of tobacco and rum drifted from the warehouses and shops that lined the streets, adding a heady mix to the already rich atmosphere. Many men wore their hair long, tied at the nape of their necks, a tricorn hat on their head. They wore breeches. Their shirts looked like linen, and they wore a vest or waistcoats over the top of it. Many of the shirts were white, others wore ochre, cornflower blue or sage green shirts, some with and some without a vest or coat. The jackets had buttons, and with a gulp, I could make out that many were carrying weapons. As I tried to stay in the shadows, I heard a variety of accents, English, Scottish, Irish, German, and others. What the actual hell? There were soldiers, redcoats to be exact, marching down the street. Oh, this must be a movie set. A man dressed as an officer wore a wig as he rode at the front of the procession, the soldiers marching behind him. The women, dressed in long skirts and fitted bodices, bustled about with graceful yet efficient movements. Some dresses had plain designs, while others featured plaids or tiny floral prints. The fabric of their dresses rustled softly as they walked, the sound almost drowned out by the clatter of horse hooves and the creak of wagon wheels. It reminded me of a trip I'd taken to colonial Williamsburg when I was in middle school. Most of the women wore kerchiefs on their heads, while others did not, instead braiding their hair and putting it up. Many wore aprons over their skirts. There wasn't a single cell phone in sight. The more I tried to convince myself this was all a dream, and like Alice, I'd fallen through the looking glass into a strange new world, or that this was nothing more than an elaborate reenactment, the more the fear twisted inside me, making my throat dry. Something was very, very wrong. Chapter 4. We're not in Kansas anymore. My first lawless act in this surreal place was thievery. Little did I know, it was just the beginning. Drawing the attention of others made me uncomfortable on a normal day. But here, wherever this was, somehow I knew the attention of those around me was dangerous. Men and women going about their day stopped and stared, mouths dropping open, eyes lingering on my sweater and leggings. It was like I was walking down the street in my birthday suit. Like Dorothy, this wasn't Kansas. And while a tornado didn't whisk me away to Oz, either Pamela drugged me or that antique glass ornament cursed me. Whispers followed me as I hurried along, the weight of dozens of eyes making my palms sweat and my heart beat faster. 2 children pointed and giggled, tugging at their mother's skirts. Why is that lady showing her legs? I glanced down at the black leggings and back at the women in their dresses. Not a single one of them was wearing pants of any kind. Until I figured out what was going on and where I was, I needed to blend in, and fast. A quiet side street beckoned, and as I turned off Market Square and onto the narrow street, the buildings seemed to lean towards each other, casting the ground into shadow and making my heart race. Halfway down the street, I caught sight of a small unattended stall, its proprietor presumably busy elsewhere. Just inside the makeshift stall on a rough wooden rack were a few garments, including a dress that caught my eye, the ivory fabric printed with pale blue flowers. Guilt filled me as I glanced around, swallowing, remembering a time when I was in 3rd grade and Melinda, my best friend, convinced me to steal makeup from the drugstore. We'd gotten away with it, until her mom found our haul and made us take it back. Luckily, the store didn't call the cops, but we were both grounded for 2 weeks. With no money on me, my purse was presumably still in the antique store, along with my bracelet. At least I hoped they were there, and the desperate need to look like I belonged, I decided in this moment that stealing was necessary. Somehow I'd find a way to pay the merchant back or return the dress later, but for now. I hastily yanked the pieces that made up the dress off the pegs and ran until I came to a shaded alleyway where I leaned against the cool brick wall, heart pounding, sweat dripping down my neck. The humid air clung to my skin as I glanced around, making sure I was alone. "Okay, Ella," I muttered to myself, "time to blend in." I quickly pulled off my sweater, struggling briefly as it caught on my ponytail. Next came my sports bra, which I peeled off with relief. The fabric of the bodice was cool against my skin. The cotton fabric of the bodice and skirt were covered in a delicate print that made me think of ferns. Right. Now how does this work? I wondered aloud, fumbling with the back fastenings. After a few attempts, I managed to secure the bodice, marveling at how it cinched my waist and hoisted my chest up high. Then again, I didn't have an abundance in that area, so the dress didn't have to work too hard. The leggings were trickier, requiring an awkward dance as I balanced on one foot, then the other, cringing as my foot made contact with something squishy on the ground. Great! Now my socks are soaked. The skirt was easier, but not long enough to cover my boots. It was a little large, but it would work. Next, I shook out a cornflower blue small triangular shawl that from the women I'd noticed went around my shoulders and neck. It was softer than I expected as I draped it over my shoulders, crossing the ends over my chest. I tucked them into the bodice, creating a modest V-shape that filled in the square neckline. Lastly, I tied on an ivory linen apron, thinking how practical it was to wear over the dress to keep it clean. Despite the lightweight fabric, I was already hot even here in the shade. "Here goes nothing," I whispered, stepping cautiously toward the alley's entrance. As I turned right out of the alleyway, I spotted them, a pair of slippers sitting on a step outside a home. As I crept closer, I examined them more carefully. They were nothing like the shoes I was used to. These slippers were simple and flat, with no heel to speak of. They looked to be made of soft leather, dyed black with a slightly pointed but not overly exaggerated toe, and they had no buckles or laces, just a low-cut opening to slip your foot into. The leather slippers would peek out from under my skirt, but wouldn't draw attention. The soles looked thin, offering little protection from the ground. There was no arch support or cushioning like I was used to. I imagined they'd wear out quickly, especially in the heel and toe areas. Since I was already a thief, I snatched the shoes, stripped off my wet socks and boots, and leaned against the wall to put them on. They were a bit loose, but they'd have to do. "Sorry," I whispered to the unknown owner, hoping they had another pair inside. With one last glance back at the alley, I stepped out onto the street, trying to walk as naturally as possible in my new, unfamiliar attire, thinking about what to do with my own clothes and boots which I'd rolled up, the leggings on the outside, hoping they'd look like a simple bundle of fabric. Bewildered, I wandered the streets looking for exit signs, like at the zoo, wishing I had my phone. When I found the exit for this living history town, my mother-in-law had better be waiting with an explanation. Because this had to be Pamela's doing. Only she would dare to forcibly remove me from the antique store and dump me somewhere to make a point. Come to think of it, the tea she'd made me had tasted off, almost medicinal. Had that woman drugged me? She knew I hated surprises. Then again, it had sounded like she'd screamed my name, but maybe that was part of the prank? A few months after I'd started dating Tim, he'd disappeared over a weekend without a word. Thinking that I had been ghosted, I was just about to delete and block his number when he unexpectedly showed up at my tiny studio apartment. He looked disheveled and smelled like he hadn't bathed in a week. He told me how his mother had picked him up from work, drove him to an amusement park, and told him since he'd boldly informed her he was now an adult, he could find his own way home. Oh, and she took his phone and wallet. It had taken him ages, but he'd made his way back home to find his mother waiting with a plate of sandwiches. From then on, Tim always let her know when he'd be late. But this? It was cruel. Then again, she probably figured, correctly so, that I couldn't handle the movers, and so she'd taken matters into her own hands. Damn you, Pamela. This is way over the line, even for you. But no matter where I looked, there weren't any signs pointing to an exit, and everything smelled very real, especially the pile of horse poop I almost stepped in, and something that looked like something that belonged in a butcher's shop. At last, the street ended at the harbor. I stopped, mouth open. The harbor was a hive of activity, ships of all sizes and shapes bobbing gently on the water. The sight was unlike anything I had ever seen. The largest of the tall ships, their masts tall and imposing, stretched towards the sky, lined with a complex web of rigging and sails. I could almost imagine the sails billowing in the wind, majestic and powerful. The hulls of the ships were dark, weathered by many voyages, their decks bustling with activity as sailors moved about on deck, securing ropes and unloading cargo. Among the tall ships were smaller sloops and schooners bobbing gently in the water. Their more modest size and single masts made them look almost tiny in comparison. The hulls of those ships were lighter, some painted in hues of blue and green, and I could see the names painted in elegant script along their sides. The diversity of flags fluttering atop the ships struck me as I counted. Some bore the Union Jack, signaling their British origin, while others displayed unfamiliar emblems and colors, suggesting this was an international port. The air carried the scent of salt and fish, and the sounds of seagulls blended with the creaking of wood and the occasional shouts of sailors. The smell of brine and fish was strongest here, mingling with the scent of tar and wood. Sailors shouted to one another, their voices carrying over the water lapping against the docks. The creak of ropes and the clatter of crates being loaded and unloaded created a constant background hum. I watched as a group of dock workers unloaded crates and barrels, revealing glimpses of exotic goods. Spices perfumed the air with rich scents. There were bolts of vibrantly colored cloth, and other mysterious items wrapped carefully in burlap. The dock itself was a scene of organized chaos, with people bustling about, carts being loaded, and the constant back and forth of goods. The realization hit me with the force of a tidal wave. When the dizziness passed, I looked around again, hoping I was wrong. I wasn't. This wasn't Illinois. This wasn't even the same century. The absence of cars, phones, and planes was glaring. Dirt roads and cobblestone streets had replaced paved streets, and the air smelled of salt and earth, not exhaust fumes. Wagons creaked under the weight of their loads, men on horseback trotted past, some armed, and shops with wooden or metal signs swayed gently in the wind. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make sense of it all. How had I ended up here, in a seaside town somewhere in the South, in a different time? The weight of my grief and confusion pressed down on me, making it hard to breathe. I felt like a ghost, out of place and out of time, drifting through a world that shouldn't exist. I took a deep breath, the humid air filling my lungs, and tried to steady myself. I had to find answers, had to understand what had happened. But as I looked around at the bustling harbor, the realization that I was truly alone in this strange place settled over me like a heavy cloak. No matter how much I willed it, I did not wake from the nightmare. I spun around, searching for something, anything familiar to latch on to, but found nothing remotely recognizable. Not a single bus, train, car, or bicycle. When I looked up, I swallowed. There wasn't a single power line that I could see. Gripped by shock, I sank down upon a nearby crate, trying to steady my breath and racing mind. The vibrant scene remained. There were sailors rolling barrels along the swaying docks, merchants bargaining from market stalls, sailors of every complexion drinking and dicing outside an inn with a wooden sign depicting a mermaid, laborers repairing fishing nets, soldiers wearing red coats, feather-donned Native Americans bartering cornmeal and furs, and even a few wigged gentlemen escorting elegantly dressed ladies under twirling parasols. The cacophony of British, French, and African dialects blended with an utterly foreign tongue I realized must be some Native American language. Everyone had stared as I'd wandered around alone. Not having an escort was apparently a big problem here. I sat there awestruck, momentarily forgetting my predicament as I lost myself in the spectacle. But when two men walked by carrying a body wrapped in cloth, a hand peeking out from the fabric, I pressed a fist to my mouth so I wouldn't cry out. Cold pierced my lungs. With me here, who would go to the cemetery to visit Tim and Kate? Not Pamela, she was moving to Florida. I had sworn I'd visit, sit and talk to them just as soon as I could handle seeing the headstones. Every day I'd tried to go, but every single day I couldn't make myself get in the car. It would be too real, too permanent seeing their names carved into the cold granite. Would I ever get back to them? I didn't want Kate to be lonely and scared under the ground. And while rationally I knew they were no longer on this earth, that they'd gone on to a better place, my heart screamed that they needed me there, close to them. It was quickly becoming apparent that a lone woman at the docks was a very bad idea. A couple of dock workers kept glancing my way and then talking to each other before leering at me, so I quietly clambered down from the crates, and as a heavily laden wagon rolled by, I fled. Not wanting anyone else to notice I was alone, I kept close to the buildings, careful not to twist my ankle on the uneven surface of the cobblestone streets. I walked down the street, narrowly avoiding being hit with the contents of a chamber pot, turned the corner and stopped upon seeing a group of children as my throat went tight and dry. The children were chasing each other, their shouts and giggles filling the air. The boys had on miniature versions of adult breeches and waistcoats, while the girls dressed in simple hand-sewn dresses, their hair tied back with ribbons. One little girl in particular caught my eye. With her chestnut hair and bright eyes, she bore a striking resemblance to Kate. A sharp pang of longing pierced my heart, my hand shaking as I saw my daughter's face in the open casket, now forever silent. Lost in thought, a voice startled me from behind. "Lost are ye?" a man asked, eyeing me curiously. He looked to be in his 30s, dressed simply in breeches and a worn linen shirt. His face was friendly, but his eyes were sharp. "I'm on my way to meet friends." I stuttered, sweat breaking out on my forehead. People passing by ignored us as the man took a step closer, and something in his stance made every instinct roar to life, urging me to run. As he lunged for me, I sidestepped swiftly, heart racing, and sprinted through the streets, slippers slapping against the uneven stones, not caring I was making a scene. Shouts rang out, the man's footsteps pounding on the street as he chased me through the unfamiliar streets. When I risked a glance back, I saw him dodge a cart full of goods, face twisted in anger. My heart thudded heavily in my chest, the rising panic threatening to choke me as I stumbled, catching my toe on an uneven cobblestone, and almost fell. "This has to be some sort of prank," I whispered, though the words sounded hollow to my ears. The way people around me moved with purpose, going about their normal day-to-day lives. Their authenticity, the way they interacted with their surroundings, it was all too real, too detailed to be a theme park or movie set. "Come now, give me a taste," the man called out as he rounded the corner. "I'll pay you well for your time." Desperate, I ran for the next street, spotted a half-open door leading into one of the brick buildings, and without thinking darted inside, pushing the door shut, leaning against it, my entire body trembling. The room was dimly lit, the only light coming from a small window. Winded, I slid to the floor, mind racing as a surreal realization hit home, and a word spoken had just now registered in my ears. Charleston. But not a modern-day Charleston. The world I had woken up in, with its modern conveniences and familiar stores, had somehow slipped away like sand through my fingers. A chill crept up my spine as I slowly looked around the interior of the building, absorbing the scene. The absence of any modern technology, the way everyone dressed, even the air smelled cleaner. It all began to coalesce into a terrifying possibility. My breath quickened and my palms turned clammy. "No, this can't be," I murmured, voice trembling. I closed my eyes tightly, hoping to dispel the vision, but when I opened them again, I was still in the warehouse. It wasn't Pamela. It was the ornament. This was all way too surreal, but it was the only explanation. I've traveled through time. The gravity of that thought sent a wave of vertigo crashing over me. I put my head between my knees, breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth, mind reeling. Somehow that damn ornament had pulled me through time. But why had it brought me to colonial America? And to Charleston, South Carolina? Why not Boston or Philadelphia? Or even Williamsburg? The palm trees and humidity confirmed the word I'd heard spoken on the docks. So it wasn't called Charlestown? History class had always been boring, though for spring break one year, I went to the Isle of Palms with friends and remembered one of my friends talking about the history of Charleston, so I was pretty sure Charlestown was no longer used. How had I ended up here? And why? But more importantly, how did I get back to my own time? Outside, the sounds of my pursuer faded away, but I knew I wasn't safe yet. I was guessing maybe the late 17th or 18th century. Not a good time for a woman to be alone. Somehow I had to find a way back home, back to Tim and Kate. I made the decision the moment the doctor at the hospital told me that I had lived and they had died. Then and there, I vowed to stay close to them, even if it was only to spend time at their gravesites. The sound of a man clearing his throat made me jump. "Who's there? Steal from me and I'll see you hanged." His voice was full of menace as he called out. Heart hammering, I shrank back into the shadows behind a few barrels, the scent of alcohol and tea strong in my nose, and when he passed, boots heavy on the wooden boards sounding much too close to my hiding place, I jumped up, leaving behind the last traces of my modern life, my bundle of clothes and boots hidden behind a barrel. No way was I going back for them. As I ran, I realized with heart-pounding clarity that my real challenge wasn't escaping my pursuer. It was finding a way back to a future that might no longer exist. 2. A Stranger in a Strange Land. Chapter 5. Threads of Time Unraveled. Once when I was in college studying and stressed out over exams, my roommate gave me a time travel romance to read to take my mind off things. She was obsessed with the genre, and I must say, that book was absolutely nothing like this. For one thing, The book completely glossed over how hard it was to fit into the time period. It never mentioned how to keep men from chasing the heroine, and this was the biggest thing of all. I tried the whole wishing to go home just like the heroine in the book, all to no avail. And yes, while I knew that it was fiction, I'd been hoping for a tidbit that might help. Note to self: swear off time travel books if you ever get back home. The second mental note I made was to always carry cash, no matter where I was going, and not just in my purse, but on my actual person. Because my purse had been sitting at my feet, along with my phone in the antique store when I'd picked up the ornament. A sigh escaped as I realized even if I'd had cash on me, it would be useless here in the past, as would my phone, though when I did get home, I might start tucking my phone in my bra like my friend's teenage daughter. Couldn't hurt. Maybe I'd buy one of those tiny gold ingots people wore on a chain as a necklace. Money might cause all kinds of problems, but gold sure would have come in handy. For one thing, I wouldn't have had to steal the clothes I was wearing. The thought of gold had me glancing at my wrist, the blank space where the bracelet had been, as my throat closed up once again. It was gold with gemstones. Could the bracelet have had something to do with traveling through time? Or had I dropped it in the store, or worse, simply lost it when the world turned inside out? As I leaned against the wall, hands on my thighs, panting, the surrounding air was heavy with the smell of rain, the kind that promised a relentless downpour. My stomach growled for the first time in weeks. Normally, I forgot to eat. Grief could do that to a person. The gnawing feeling reminded me that not only had I not eaten, but I still had no money, no place to stay, and no idea how to travel back through time. I just wanted to go home. My own time seemed an eternity away, lost in the folds of time that had sent me here for some unknown reason. Perhaps the Greeks had it right, and the gods determined our fates no matter our own will. Able to breathe normally again, I wiped my hands down the dress, jumping at each shadow as I crept through narrow alleyways, keeping away from the welcoming lights spilling out from taverns and other establishments. Moving away from the docks up Broad Street towards the center of town, I hoped it would be safer there, but every sound was amplified, my pulse pounded, and the shadows seemed to follow my every step. I crept through the darkening streets, my stolen slippers barely making a sound on the packed dirt and cobblestones. The unfamiliar weight of the gown swished around my ankles as I moved, a constant reminder of how far from home I truly was. As I passed a row of shuttered market stalls, my stomach let out a loud, embarrassing growl. That's when the scent hit me, sweet, floral, and unmistakable. Peaches. There. 3 perfectly ripe peaches, forgotten on the corner of a closed stall. They glowed a soft orange in the dim light from a home several doors down, their fuzzy skin promising juicy relief. Glancing around to make sure no one was watching, I snatched them up, hand trembling as I cradled them in my apron. The fruit felt heavy and warm in my hands, perfectly ripe. I brought one to my nose, inhaling deeply. The aroma was intoxicating, far more intense than any peach I'd ever smelled in a modern supermarket. Then again, I hadn't had an appetite for months, so maybe it was from traveling through time? Unable to resist any longer, I bit into the peach. Juice immediately ran down my chin, and I hurriedly wiped it away with my tissue. The flavor exploded across my tongue, sweet and tangy, with complex floral notes I'd never tasted before. It was like biting into summer itself. I devoured the first peach in record time, my stomach rumbling in appreciation. As I started on the second, I savored it more slowly, marveling at how something so simple could taste so incredible. Was it the lack of pesticides? The heirloom variety? Or was everything just more vivid here, in this time that wasn't my own? Or perhaps because I was so hungry, everything tasted better. As I finished the third peach, licking the last of the juice from my fingers, I felt a pang of guilt. I'd have to find a way to pay for food. I couldn't keep taking things that didn't belong to me. But for now, with the sweet taste still lingering on my tongue and my hunger momentarily sated, I felt a tiny bit better prepared to face whatever might come next. For a moment, I forgot where I was, lost in the simple pleasure of satisfying my hunger. But reality crashed back in as quickly as it had departed. I scanned my surroundings, the fear of being discovered making me see things in the shadows. The weight of my situation pressed down on me. I had no idea how to survive in this time, no knowledge of the customs or the means to secure shelter. My mind raced, trying to piece together a plan, but the fog of exhaustion and fear clouded my thoughts. As I wandered, the surrounding air suddenly changed. The humid night took on a new quality that was heavy, electric, and almost metallic. I inhaled deeply, recognizing the distinctive scent of an approaching storm. The smell of rain was unmistakable, fresh, earthy, and green. It mingled with the lingering sweetness of peach on my tongue, creating an odd but not unpleasant combination. Petrichor, I remembered the word suddenly. The scent of rain on dry earth. But this was more than that. There was a sharp tang in the air, a hint of ozone that made the hair on my arms stand up. The thunderstorm was close, its energy palpable even before the first rumble reached my ears. The breeze picked up, carrying with it a coolness that was a welcome relief from the heat. I'd heard a couple of men talking earlier in the day and knew it was the beginning of April, but I still didn't know the year. Judging from what I had overheard, it had to be the late 18th century. Revolution. But I'd seen redcoat soldiers mingling with regular people, so it had to be before 1776. I shook my head, unwilling to think about war when I had more pressing concerns. As I tilted my head back, trying to gauge how much time I had before the downpour, another scent caught my attention. It wasn't the clean, salty smell of the open ocean I was expecting. Instead, it was something murkier, more complex. The harbor, I realized. The scent was a mixture of brackish water, tar from the ships, and something vaguely fishy. It wasn't entirely unpleasant, but it told me I'd gotten turned around and was going in the wrong direction. A loud crack of thunder snapped me back to the present. Large, warm drops of rain splattered on the surrounding dirt. I needed to find shelter, and fast. As I hurried down the street, crossing over to the cobblestones, I caught sight of a warehouse on the corner. It looked deserted, at least for the moment. I made my way to it, slipping inside through a broken board. The interior was dim, the air thick with the scent of wood and dust, and the faint smell of green tea. I let out a shaky breath, feeling a small measure of relief. I found a corner and huddled there, knees drawn to my chest. The warehouse was silent, save for the occasional rustle of mice or rats and the sound of the storm. The tears threatened to spill, but I swallowed them down, each one a weight I couldn't afford to carry. I clenched my fists at my sides, the sharp bite of my nails into my palms grounding me. Deep breaths, I whispered. You can get through this. The sound of the rain on the roof lulled me into a stupor as I closed my eyes, letting exhaustion take over. Tomorrow, I would figure out what to do. Tomorrow, I would find a way to fit in and survive until I found a way to go home. Not sure how long I slept, something startled me awake. The storm had passed and I was stiff as I stretched. When I blinked, it was lighter in the warehouse. I could make out barrels and other canvas-wrapped goods. Somehow, I'd slept through the night. The sounds of people filtered through as the town woke and went about the day. Relieved, I stood but went still as voices echoed from outside, growing louder. Panic surged through me. I ducked behind a stack of crates, trying to quiet my breath as the rattling chain signaled someone coming. The door creaked open. "Did you see her?" a gruff voice asked. "The thief? My wife saw her stealing clothes from the new family from Boston." "No," another replied. "But she's got to be around here somewhere." I held my breath, heart racing. They were looking for me. The fear was paralyzing, but I forced myself to think. I needed to move, to find another hiding place before they found me. As quietly as I could, I slipped out of the warehouse through the broken board. I darted through the narrow alleyways, looking for any place I could take cover. There. Hawthorne's smithy. Without thinking, I ran to the blacksmith shop, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. The heavy wooden doors were wide open to let the heat out as I darted inside. The scent of hot metal and burning coal filled the air, a stark contrast to the chill outside. "Can I help you?" a deep voice asked, making me slap a hand over my mouth to muffle my cry as I jumped. I turned to see a man standing by the forge, his strong muscular frame silhouetted by the flickering flames. He wore a leather apron over his shirt, and a vest that laced up the back. Leather guards protected his forearms, and he had tied back his rich brown hair. His deep-set green eyes watched me with a mixture of curiosity and concern. I need help," I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. He stepped closer, his presence strong yet kind, immediately bringing down my heart rate. "What happened?" Before I could answer, there was a commotion as the men from the warehouse stormed in. "Have you seen a woman come through here?" one called out. "She's a thief, stole food and clothes." The blacksmith's eyes flicked to me as I shook my head, frantic, then ducked into the shadows. When I peeked out, I caught the briefest hesitation on his face before he spoke. "No, I haven't seen anyone. But you're welcome to search if you like." The men glanced around, their suspicion palpable. After a tense moment, they grumbled and left. He waited a few minutes before striding over to me, expression firm. "You will tell me what's going on." I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "I'm a widow," I began, the lie forming as I spoke. "My husband and daughter, they died on the journey from England. While I was traveling from Georgia to here, someone took advantage of me and stole everything I had. I blamed picking Georgia on the fact that I was scared and hungry. Such a long distance with no traveling companion or servants." His brows rose, the doubt written across his face like the hero in that damn time travel novel. "No." I shook my head, deciding to keep the lies as simple as possible. "They died as well. A fever ravaged the ship. Somehow I was spared." "I am sorry for your loss." He pressed his lips together, frowning. "You don't sound English." "My parents traveled a great deal while I was growing up. Guess I never acquired the accent." His eyes narrowed slightly, but after a moment he nodded. "I'm James Hawthorne. This is my shop," he said, gesturing around at the smithy. "And you are, mistress?" "Ella." "Mrs. Marlowe," I replied. There was something comforting about his presence that had me relaxing just a tiny bit. "Come along, you are too visible here," he said, leading me further into the smithy. The interior was a maze of tools and equipment, candles casting a warm glow on the brick hearth and the bellows by the forge. "Why are you helping me?" I asked, my voice trembling with a mix of gratitude and apprehension. He shrugged, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "You looked like you required aid." The tears pooled in my eyes, but I forced them down, focusing instead on the flicker of hope his kindness sparked. "Thank you," I whispered. "I don't have any money, and with no family." I let my words trail off. James nodded. "I'll tell everyone that you're a family friend from England, now widowed, and that I'll see you safe. But you'll need to be careful. People around here can be suspicious of strangers." He arched a brow. "No more stealing." I nodded, grateful beyond words, uncaring that my face was on fire with shame that he knew I was indeed the thief the men were looking for. "Could you tell me the date?" I asked, needing to anchor myself in this time. Thanks to eavesdropping, I knew I was in Charleston. James blinked but answered. "April 3rd, 1773. I swallowed hard, trying to mask my shock. It was a turbulent time in American history. Revolution was coming, but I planned to be long gone before mine and the country's birthday. "I must have hit my head when we went overboard in the storm," I said, feeling a surge of relief amidst the uncertainty. "A storm and a fever, a cursed venture." A skeptical smile filled his face. "Do you have any family in England?" "No." I shook my head. My husband was an only child, and his parents passed a year ago. My own parents perished on a trip abroad several years ago. I am alone. We were coming here to make a new start, to see a piece of property outside of Savannah. When he met my eyes, I crossed my fingers, hiding them in the folds of my gown. He spoke firmly, setting me instantly at ease. "Don't worry. You will stay here under my protection until we figure out what to do with you." I followed James through a door into a brick home, and up a narrow staircase as the wood creaked beneath our feet. The heat from the day still lingered, making the confined space almost stifling. At the top, he pushed open a door and gestured for me to enter. "It's not much," he said, his voice gruff but not unkind, "but you'll be comfortable here." I stepped into the small bedroom, immediately struck by how different it was from any room I'd slept in before. The ceiling sloped with the roofline, making one side of the room feel cozy rather than cramped. A single window, its glass panes full of bubbles, let in the light. Wooden shutters stood open on either side, ready to be closed against the night. The bed occupied most of the space, and I noticed it had a simple wooden frame with a lumpy mattress stuffed with straw or perhaps cotton. A patchwork quilt in faded blues and creams covered it. A small stool beside the bed held a candlestick with a partially burned candle. Opposite the bed stood a modest chest of drawers, its wood gleaming with polish. Atop it sat a white ceramic wash basin and pitcher, both adorned with delicate blue flowers. A small mirror hung above, its surface wavy. A servant slept here until she married and left for Virginia. He wiped at the shoulder of his shirt, frowned, then gave up. From how clean it was, I thought he must have a housekeeper, since he hadn't mentioned a wife. In the corner nearest the window, a straight-backed chair held another quilt. The floorboards beneath my feet were wide planks of wood with gaps in between large enough to lose a pen. Years of feet traipsing across them had worn the floorboards smooth. A braided rag rug beside the bed offered the only softness underfoot. The walls were whitewashed, making the room feel brighter despite its size. I could see the rough texture of the plaster beneath, giving the walls a handmade quality that was oddly comforting. A few dried herbs and lavender hung from a beam, filling the air with a subtle sweet fragrance that mingled with the ever-present smell of smoke from the smithy below. Outside, I could hear people going about their day, the wind rustling the leaves in the trees, and the ever-present smell of the water. "I will earn my keep," I said to James, realizing he was waiting for a response. "I won't be a burden." He nodded, seemingly satisfied, and turned to leave. "Rest. You'll feel better after you sleep." As the door closed behind him, I sank onto the bed, feeling the straw mattress shift beneath me. An overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over me. For the first time since my arrival, I felt safe. And for that, I was profoundly grateful. Now I just had to hope he wasn't a serial killer, and that I could figure out how to get back to my own time. Chapter 6. Forging a New Path. The next morning, I ventured from the house into the main area of the smithy, the scent of hot metal and smoke filling the air. James was already at the forge, hammering a piece of iron, his movements precise and powerful. I watched him for a few minutes, mesmerized by the rhythm of his work. "Good morning," I hesitated, not wanting to interrupt him. He looked up, wiping the sweat from his brow with a leather-clad arm. "How did you sleep?" "Better than I have in days," I admitted. "Thank you again for helping me." He nodded, setting the iron aside and taking a step towards me. It was true. I'd fallen asleep and slept a dreamless sleep until morning. When I woke, it was to the rhythmic clanging of metal on metal, a sound that had seeped into my dreams. Sunlight streamed through the wavy glass of the window, casting strange patterns on the whitewashed wall. For a moment, I forgot where I was, the unfamiliar room disorienting. It had been easier to dress in the stolen gown today. With no brush, I left my hair loose and made my way down the narrow staircase. Each step creaking under my weight, the wood scratched by countless booted feet. The air grew warmer as I reached the ground floor, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and hot metal. Worried I might run into the woman whose dress I was wearing as I explored around town, hoping whatever forces brought me here would send me back, I decided I better ask James about borrowing some money to buy a dress and shoes so I could return what I'd stolen. Surely, I wouldn't be stuck here long enough to need more than one gown. I made my way into a small, tidy kitchen. A heavy wooden table dominated the space, its surface scarred and stained. Copper pots hung from hooks on one wall, gleaming in the morning light. A large fireplace stood cold and empty, making me wonder where his servant or housekeeper had gone that they'd let the fire go out. I could see through the open doorway that the family room, or maybe it was called a parlor, had a simple and cozy decor, with a couple of straight-back chairs and a small sofa covered in a faded floral print. A few simple sketches adorned the walls. Landscapes I didn't recognize but assumed were local. Someone had left out a plate of cornbread, covering it with a cloth, so I helped myself along with a cup of water from a ceramic pitcher on the counter. "Ella." His voice brought me back to reality as James dipped a ladle into a bucket of water and drank deeply. "Still waking up?" I yawned. I'd noticed he had a cistern along with a well, so I was guessing he probably made a decent living in this time based on how large and well-appointed his home was, not to mention it had a large back garden and nice furniture throughout. Not wealthy, but better off than a lot of people in this time. "We need to talk about your situation. I can't protect you if I don't know the truth." So he hadn't believed my story, or not all of it. I bit my lip, choosing my words carefully. "I told you the truth about being a widow. My husband and daughter, they were everything to me. Losing them has been unbearable." I paused, the weight of my grief pressing down on me again, making me take several shallow breaths. Without any family or a place to live, I have to find a way to make a life here. My husband kept all of our money on his person, and when he passed, the sailors took everything. I don't have any money, but I can cook and clean, and I'm sure there must be something else I can do in exchange for room and board. He frowned. "A girl comes twice a week to cook and clean. For now, you are my guest." James smiled and waved at someone behind me as I was pondering the "for now" of that statement. I turned to see a boy with a shock of unruly black hair and a mischievous grin running into the shop. "This is my apprentice, Elijah. He sleeps in the room down the hall from you, or sometimes in the stables around the corner so he can brush the horses." "I like the horses," the boy said, laughing as he hopped from foot to foot. James held out his hand as the boy handed him a small package. "This is Mistress Marlowe. She's come all the way from England, and will be staying with us for a while." "Hello, Elijah," I said, offering him a smile even as I felt like my insides were twisting around each other. He grinned, face full of curiosity. "Nice to meet you, mistress." He looked like he was bursting to ask me 1,000 questions, but a look from James had him shutting his mouth with a snap. "Go on now, time to get back to work. We have a busy day today." As if just now remembering me, James pursed his lips. "Be careful if you go walking alone." He scratched the stubble on his neck. "I'd prefer you had an escort, but as long as you are careful, you should be fine. Just stay well clear of the redcoats and sailors." With that, he went back to the forge, clearly dismissing me. I decided to explore the kitchen garden and see what I might make us to eat, since the girl who worked for him wasn't coming today. Before my life ended, I loved to cook and bake. Maybe that was a way I could not only help out around here in exchange for room and board, but maybe I could make a bit of my own money selling what I baked. The idea would keep until later. A sniff told me I needed a bath, sooner rather than later. Talk about hot. While walking outside from the smithy to the street was cooler, it wasn't by much. The heat was relentless, and the humidity was so thick that I was surprised I couldn't actually feel the air when I waved my hand around. When I tried to touch the air again, I saw a woman dressed in a yellow gown frowning at me as she crossed the street, and I quickly dropped my hand to my side. The colonial clothing I wore only made the heat that much worse. The layers of fabric stuck to my skin, trapping the heat and making sweat run down the small of my back. I blew down the front of my dress, but it wasn't like I could go around all day blowing down my gown without attracting more attention. This place was a far cry from the cool, air-conditioned life I was used to. Speaking of delightful cold air, Thank you to Willis Carrier for inventing air conditioning. I'll never take it for granted again. I'd noticed the water barrel in the smithy was getting low, so I grabbed 2 metal buckets and set out for the community well. James had a well, but I figured going to the town well would be like going to the cafeteria at lunch, a good place to find out the gossip. Pamela always gave clients a gift when they closed on their houses. Her last client loved the expression spilling the tea, so she'd had spilling the tea since 1773, with a masted ship and stars embroidered on beautiful linen-fringed fingertip towels. They were so pretty, I'd be afraid to let anyone use them. That was one of the things Tim used to complain about, that I saved pretty things and then never used them. He wasn't wrong. It was something I'd just started working on last summer, when I'd put out a set of fruit-shaped soaps for everyday use instead of some special occasion that never seemed to come around. The sun's rays beat down on my back, and I wiped the sweat from my forehead with my grimy fichu, my dress sticking to my ribs. Even the back of my knees were sweaty. How did people stand the heat and humidity? As I turned the corner and spotted the well, I saw a woman I recognized from the market when I was sneaking around yesterday. She was older, with gray hair tucked under a kerchief and a kind smile that creased the corners of her eyes. "Good day," she greeted me, her voice warm as I relaxed, my nerves settling. "I hear you've come from England." "A relative of James?" she asked. Clearly, the gossip spread quickly around here. "Yes, I'm Ella." "Mrs. Ella Marlowe?" I said, lowering the bucket into the well and beginning to crank it up. The effort made my arms ache. Even my hair itched from the heat. "But I'm not a relative," I corrected her. "I'm a family friend. Recently widowed during the journey." Somehow, I got the words out without choking on them. "You poor dear. So young to lose a husband." She bobbed her head. "James was kind to take you in." "I'm Martha Rivers." Buckets filled, she paused. "I heard a traveling merchant talking about a shipwreck. Terrible business. Many perished from fever before the storm." Shrewd eyes met mine. "But that was in Georgia. Such a long way from here. What I wouldn't give for the anonymity of a big city like Chicago. Maybe from now on, I'd use my own well for water. At least until I thought I wouldn't say the wrong thing and give myself away." I was on that ship. I swallowed and didn't need to fake the grief or tears that gathered in the corners of my eyes. Between the storm and the fever, I lost my husband, daughter, and all of our servants. It was petty, but I was glad that she paled just a bit. "I am very sorry for your loss." I managed a more genuine smile this time. "Thank you, you're very kind." She picked up her buckets and then turned. "I hope to see you soon, Ella. I'm sure we'll run into each other again." As I finished filling my buckets, I overheard the voices of 2 men walking by. They were deep in conversation, expressions serious, voices carrying an edge of frustration. "Damn taxes," one of the men said, tone bitter. "Every time we turn around, the crown is squeezing us until there's nothing left. Those bastards don't care how hard it is to make a living here." "Aye," the other man agreed. "First the Sugar Act, then the Stamp Act. What's next? How are we supposed to feed our families with the crumbs they leave us?" A servant in a simple homespun gown glanced at me, her expression knowing. "My mistress says the taxes have been a heavy burden on all," she spoke quietly as she filled her buckets, red hair braided down her back. "Many are struggling." I nodded, absorbing their words. This was a turbulent time in American history, and the tension was palpable. Sitting in a classroom in school and reading about the hardships people of this era faced was one thing, but being in the midst of it was something altogether different, and it was only going to get worse, though I had no intention of still being here when the revolution started. How do people get by if the crown takes everything? I asked, genuinely curious. The young woman sighed, her gaze distant. "We manage because we have to. My da sold me to my mistress. He and my ma left for Virginia after they sold my sister. My 3 brothers went with my parents to help on the farm they bought. I've been in service for 3 years, with 3 more years to go. Then they will send for me." She shrugged. "We all help where we can." Somehow, sensing she wouldn't want my pity, I kept my face neutral. Sold into service. Abandoned by her parents and separated from her siblings. It made my heart ache for her. All alone here in Charleston. I hoped her employer was kind. The thought of kids being sold into service made my head spin. No, I was definitely no longer in my own comfy, cushy time. When I made it back, I'd never take anything for granted ever again. As I lifted the heavy bucket of water, I decided right then and there that I would make the best of my situation. No more wallowing. I'd adapt and contribute in whatever way I could until I found a way back to my own time. Whenever that might be. As I made my way back to the blacksmith shop, the buckets heavy in my hands and the sun bearing down, making me wish I'd stolen the bonnet along with the dress, the ever-present pain in my chest receded the tiniest bit, as if it too had decided to make the best of this terrible situation. After I refilled the water barrel, I pushed the empty buckets under a bench, but must have stood up too quickly because for a moment I was lightheaded. When it passed, James was looking up from his work, brow furrowed with worry. "You were gone quite a while," he said, voice laced with an emotion I couldn't quite place. It was then I realized that in this unfamiliar time, he might be the closest thing to an ally I had, and I had no idea if I could truly trust him. I wiped my forehead with the back of my hand. I met Martha Rivers at the well, and overheard some men talking about taxes. He nodded. "The Crown keeps raising taxes. It's becoming untenable." Then he tilted his head. "You look better with a bit of color in your cheeks." With a blush, I took the empty buckets and made my way to the breezeway between the shop and the house. It had been a long time since someone had complimented me. Chapter 7. New dresses make everything better. The next day, James offered to accompany me to the general store. "You will need more than one gown." He made a face. "And perhaps a bath." With a discreet sniff at my person, I wrinkled my nose. The rag dipped in water wasn't cutting it. "Might I have a bar of soap?" I'd spotted the wooden tub, tucked away in the room off the kitchen. The thought of heating up the water, filling the tub, which I would have to sit in with knees bent, and then having to empty it, well, it was a bit much. I'd be grateful for a bar of soap. That with a bit of hot water would work. He nodded. "My apologies. I didn't think to tell Mary. Sally usually has soap from France. She will see you fitted for a couple of gowns." I looked down at the stolen dress, wondering if there was a way to return it to its rightful owner. As we walked through town, I was acutely aware of the curious glances and whispers that followed us. Obviously, news of my arrival had spread, and people on our street had turned out to gawk at the newly arrived visitor. Instead of a bonnet, which while it would shield my head, I was afraid it would be stifling in this heat, so instead I'd put my hair up and would continue to do so, making sure to brush my hair back so my part wasn't exposed to the sun. From the women I'd noticed, it seemed to be split 50-50 on those who wore their hair up and those who left it down. There were about 3 styles that I noticed over and over that didn't look too difficult to replicate. The general store was 1 street over from King Street, though closer to the market square. It was a modest building, with a wooden sign above the door that was painted burgundy. It swayed back and forth in the wind coming off of the water. Inside, the air was only slightly cooler than outside, the building providing scant relief from the heat. The store was fascinating, its shelves lined with jars of preserves, bolts of fabric, tools, and other various and sundry household items. There were even a few gowns on a rack that looked like they just needed to be hemmed. This was much better than the town well for news, as it was bustling with activity. Several people were chatting and haggling over prices. The owners, Thomas and Sally Clement, were in their element, talking with everyone, laughing and wrapping up orders. Though the thought of that much scrutiny turned in my direction made me want to turn and run back to the safety of the smithy. Sally was a sturdy woman with a warm smile and sharp eyes that didn't miss a thing. Her husband was the quieter of the two, busy stocking shelves and talking with a stock boy. As she spotted us, her face lit up with delight. "James Hawthorne. What brings you to the shop today? And with such a pretty young thing," she called out, voice carrying across the room. "This must be Mrs. Marlowe, recently arrived from England." Sally was probably the first to have heard the news of my arrival, not to mention the first to spread the tidbit around town. He nodded to her. "Ella lost everything when the ship went down. She'll be needing clothes." As the woman looked me up and down, her eyes narrowed slightly, and I wondered if she recognized the stolen dress I was wearing. "We will fix her right up. It will take a while to measure her and pick out fabrics." With a quick gaze at the fabric, she nodded to herself. 3 gowns should suffice. 1 dress for church and 2 gowns for everyday use." "That will do nicely." "Along with?" His voice trailed off as he looked at the floor. "Stockings and such." I slapped a hand over my mouth so I wouldn't laugh out loud that he couldn't say stockings and a chemise without blushing. It wasn't like I'd be buying bras and undies. He jerked his gaze to me, a spot of color on his right cheek. "I'm going to the tavern. Come find me when you're done and we'll have dinner. Elijah will eat at the stables. He's mucking stalls today in exchange for a riding lesson." No matter how much I wanted to call him back, beg him not to leave me here alone, I straightened my shoulders and nodded. "I will see you soon." Sally's gaze was sharp but not unkind. As he left, she rested her hands on her hips, as if measuring me without needing a measuring tape. "James mentioned you were a widow, a friend of the family from back in England. I'm sorry for your loss." She tutted at me. "To lose a child is a terrible tragedy." I nodded, the well-rehearsed story slipping from my lips. "Yes, my husband and daughter, along with our servants, they died on the journey over. The ship sank, and when I regained consciousness, I discovered that I had been robbed. James has been kind to take me in." Sally made sympathetic noises. "Such a terrible ordeal. But you're safe now, and we'll make sure you have what you need." As she bustled about, pulling fabrics from the shelves, a wave of relief washed over me. The story James had told was simple yet plausible, and it seemed to satisfy her curiosity. I had to be careful, to remember the details and keep my secret well hidden. When she returned with 2 of the ready-made gowns and several bolts of fabric, I decided to come clean as she held up the gowns. "If these fit, they should do nicely. Simple and practical, but you'll look lovely in them." She clucked her tongue. Before I could say a word, she ushered me behind a curtain in the back and was helping me out of my dress. I stood still as Sally helped me into the new gown. The soft rustle of fabric filled the room as she adjusted the fit. "Lift your arms a bit, Ella," she instructed, voice muffled by the pins between her lips. I hesitated for a moment before slowly raising my arms. When my forearms were visible, I heard Sally audibly gasp. "Oh my," she murmured, her eyes fixed on the network of scars that crisscrossed my skin. "Now I see why you were wearing long sleeves. What happened?" I swallowed hard, mind racing to find an explanation that would fit this time period. "It was an accident," I said softly, lowering my arms self-consciously. "A carriage overturned." Her face softened with sympathy. "How terrible. You poor dear, it must have been dreadful." I nodded, unable to speak. "Were you hurt badly?" she asked gently, resuming her work but with a new tenderness in her touch. "Not as bad as others," I said, pretending to be extremely interested in the fabrics and gowns. "What if we designed this gown with longer sleeves? They're quite fashionable now, and they might help you feel more comfortable even though you will be warmer than if we keep the sleeves short." Gratitude washed over me at her sensitivity. "That would be wonderful. Long sleeves will be most appreciated when it turns cold." "Thank you." While she was picking up the skirt, I took a deep breath. Sally. She helped me step into the skirt of the other gown. Yes, dear? Heat bloomed across my chest up my throat and set my face on fire. When I came to, my gown was in quite a state. All of our money was lost, and I am ashamed to say that by the time I made it to town, I was desperate. Smoothing my palms down the dress did little to ease my nerves. I stole the gown I'm wearing today. There, I said it. Without missing a beat, Sally helped me into the bodice and stood back, admiring the dress. It was a pale gray fabric with a floral print. The fichu was ivory, and best of all, it smelled like new fabric. Mrs. Winters and her husband are away visiting her mother. I'll see the gown returned to her, and we'll just say that the wind must have blown it off the line. Then she leaned in close, a grin tugging at the corner of her mouth. She told everyone my applesauce wasn't as good as hers. Your secret is safe with me. She rested her hands on her hips, looking me up and down. You couldn't have gone around with your gown in tatters. I sagged. I've never stolen anything before. Then I toed off the shoes that she had me try on. The shoes I was wearing belonged to someone on the same street. She let out a bawdy laugh. I'll see to it that they find their way back. Then she turned serious. I understand why you did what you did, but don't take anything else that doesn't belong to you. It wouldn't go well. I understand. And I won't, I promise. Good, she said, her tone brisk but kind. We are so busy today. When you go to meet James at the tavern, would you drop off a small package with the owner's wife for me? Distracted, I nodded. Sure, I'd be happy to. I stood in front of the small mirror, turning this way and that, as Sally adjusted the hem of the gown. I couldn't get over how different I looked in the styles of this time. There now, Ella, she said, stepping back to admire her handiwork. You look right proper, if I do say so myself. I smiled at her in the mirror. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without your help. Sally beamed, then bit her lip, seeming to hesitate for a moment, her voice taking on a casual tone that immediately piqued my interest. I was wondering if I might ask another small favor of you. Of course, I replied, turning to face her. What do you need? She looked around, and then took a step closer. Well, it's just that I have a second package that needs delivering, and with Thomas running little Ian ragged, he doesn't have time to take it for me. Nothing big, mind you. Just a little something for my cousin, who works over at Fairfax House. I nodded, recalling the grand home I'd passed on my walks through town. I'd be happy to take it. I thought for a moment. It's that big house with the red door that I passed by on my way here. Sally's face lit up. That would be ever so kind of you. As I said, I'd take it myself, but with all my duties here. She trailed off, gesturing vaguely at the surrounding room. It's no trouble at all, I assured her, happy to be of help. I'd be glad to do it. Relief washed over her features, making a small part of me wonder if she was fooling around on her husband and had a secret lover at the house. But it wasn't any of my business. Thank you kindly. She hurried to a small trunk in the corner of the room and pulled out 2 neatly wrapped packages, each no bigger than a loaf of bread. Just ask for Eloise when you get to Fairfax House. She'll know what to do with it. The small package was heavy for its size, maybe glass? Consider it done, I said with a smile, tucking it into the new basket James had bought me for carrying purchases to and fro. As Sally resumed her work on the hem of the dress, I couldn't help but feel a small thrill to be a small part of this world already. Little did I know that this simple act of kindness would set in motion events that would change everything. Now, let's see about some shoes and other things you'll be needing. As Sally continued to gather my wardrobe, and I wondered how much it was going to cost, I was content to listen to snippets of conversation from other customers in the store. The topics covered a range of subjects, from the latest shipments to town gossip, including complaints about the taxes imposed by the Crown and the public hanging of a traitor to the Crown 2 weeks ago. Sally returned, arms full of additional items. "Here we are. This should set you right. And if you need anything else, you just come see me." One of the gowns fit, so I picked out two of the fabrics, one pale pink with a toile print and another in a pale blue. I skipped the bonnets. "Thank you," I said. "You've been very kind." Instead of taking the dress with me, she said she'd have everything sent to the smithy when they were ready, and I was to wrap up the dress and shoes I was wearing so she could see them returned. She assured me that Mrs. Winters wouldn't be back for a couple of weeks, so I was in the clear. A breeze blew across my neck as I made my way to the tavern. My arm still tingled from Sally accidentally sticking me with a pin, and my mind swirled with thoughts of the new gowns I'd soon have. New fabric and not stolen. It felt odd to be excited about clothing I once would have considered a costume, but I suppose that was just a sign that I was grateful I wouldn't stand out. The Bull's Head Tavern came into view, its weathered wooden sign with a painted picture of a bull's head creaking gently in the breeze. As I pushed open the heavy door, the stifling, smoky atmosphere enveloped me. The scent of roasted meat and ale, along with body odor, filled the air, mingling with the murmur of conversation and occasional bursts of laughter. I spotted James at a corner table, his broad shoulders hunched slightly as he nursed a tankard. His face brightened when he saw me, and he stood as I approached. "Ella," he said, pulling out a chair for me. "I was beginning to think you'd gotten lost in all that fabric." I laughed as I sat down. Sally is nothing if not thorough. As much as I hated to ask. She didn't tell me how much everything costs. "I want to pay you for my clothes." A barmaid appeared, cutting off his reply, setting down another tankard. "And for the lady?" she asked. "I'll have the same as him," I said, "and a small ale, please." As the barmaid walked away, James leaned across the table. "I will keep the bill, and you can bake more of those pies I like in exchange for the cost. Tell me about these new gowns you've bankrupted me to buy." I felt a blush creep up my cheeks at his teasing tone. "Sally said I didn't need to wear black, that it would be too hot," I replied. "So I picked gray for church, and a gown in pale blue and pale pink for everyday use. She said women don't stay unmarried for long around here, even widows." He choked on his ale. When he finished coughing, he arched a brow. "Is there someone who has already caught your eye?" "Nope." James's eyes seemed to soften. "I'm sure the gowns will suit you well," he said, his voice a touch lower than usual. "Blue is a fine color on you." The barmaid returned, setting down our meals. I couldn't help but study the dishes with fascination. The plates were simple pewter, their surfaces scratched and dulled from years of use. As I was accustomed to perfectly round plates, I studied the dishes with fascination due to their lack of that shape and slightly irregular edges, which testified to their handmade nature. James's fish stew steamed in a deep wooden bowl, the rich aroma making my mouth water. My own plate held a generous portion of stewed okra and tomatoes, the vibrant colors a stark contrast to the dull pewter. A wedge of golden cornbread sat on the side, balancing precariously on the plate's uneven rim. The barmaid placed a tankard of ale next to my plate. The vessel was ceramic, not so different from the everyday glassware I was used to. They gave me a simple two-tined fork and a spoon, both made of pewter to match the plate. The knife was my own, as was customary in this time, a small sharp blade I now carried in a sheath at my waist, given to me by James just this morning. It was strange to use my own personal knife for dining, but I would get used to it. He'd said I should carry a small dagger as well, but not knowing how to use it, it wasn't like there was any hurry. James had already begun to eat, as I picked up my own fork and speared a piece of okra. "Careful," James warned with a smile, nodding at my plate. "These dishes can be a bit treacherous if you're not mindful. I've lost many a good meal to the floor thanks to their wobbling." I laughed, appreciating his attempt to make me feel more at ease. "I'll consider myself warned," I replied, carefully balancing a bite of tomato as I brought it to my mouth. As we ate, I found myself marveling not just at the flavors of the food, but at the entire experience. The weight of the pewter in my hand, the smooth ceramic tankard against my lips, the slight unevenness of the plate that required a bit more attention than I was used to giving to the simple act of eating. It was these small details that truly brought home how far I'd traveled from my own time. As we ate, James filled me in on the day's work at the smithy. I found myself watching his hands as he spoke, noting the way the flickering candlelight played across the calluses and scars earned from years of metalwork. "And how goes your baking?" he asked, breaking into my reverie. "That strawberry tart you made yesterday was something special." I smiled, pleased by his compliment. "It's going well. I'm thinking of trying some new recipes. Perhaps some sweet rolls with cinnamon and honey." James nodded, his mouth full. "You'll have half the town at our doorstep if you keep that up." "Our doorstep?" I echoed before I could stop myself. James's cheeks reddened slightly, visible even in the tavern's dim light. "Well, you know what I mean." He cleared his throat and took a long drink from his tankard. When he set it down, his eyes met mine, and for a moment neither of us spoke. "Ella," he began, his voice soft. But a loud crash from the bar, followed by raucous laughter, cut off whatever he was about to say. The moment shattered, James leaned back in his chair, a rueful smile on his face. "Perhaps we should head back," he suggested. "I've a lot to do before I sleep this night." As we stood to leave, I couldn't help but wonder what he'd been about to say. And more importantly, why a tiny part of me I'd thought long dead was disappointed he hadn't finished his thought. Chapter 8. Echoes of the Past. One particularly hot afternoon, as I wiped the sweat from my forehead, the scent of the water mixed with burning wood hit me, tossing me deep into the waves of memory, and the first and only time Tim had convinced me to go camping. We were dating at the time, and he was excited to share his love of the outdoors with me. Talk about a disaster. I hated the bugs, the heat, the lack of a real bathroom, not to mention sleeping in a tent, knowing the walls were way too thin to keep a predator out. Sure, the cots were comfy with thick mattresses and nice sheets, but it was too hot to sleep and I jumped at every little sound. Tim laughed when I thought a stick was a snake and screamed, and while I tried to make the best of it, I was miserable and swore never again. Yet here I was. While the accommodations were nicer, there was no electricity, running water, or proper bathroom. What I wouldn't give for a shower and some apple-scented shampoo. As the wave of memory pulled me along, I swore I could almost hear his voice, teasing and affectionate, as the grief pulled me under. Before I totally fell apart, I swiped at the tears running down my face. No more dwelling on the past, not while I was here. For now, I had to focus on the present, on surviving in this new reality. Once I found my way home, then and only then would I allow myself to give in to the unbearable heartache and spend my days at the cemetery. Bathrooms. Something most people I knew took for granted, unless the power went out or they went camping instead of glamping, or traveling in one of those big RVs that were more like a house on wheels with all the amenities. By far, my most humbling and disgusting experience thus far was using the outhouse and the chamber pot. The outhouse stench was unbearable, especially in the heat, and the flies buzzed incessantly. Each trip was an exercise in endurance, and I found myself holding my breath to avoid the smell. It was a far cry from the clean, modern bathroom I had in my own time. I'd never take that room for granted again. The chamber pot was a simple cream-colored ceramic pot with a handle that sat at the foot of my bed. It matched the ewer and basin on the small table in my room. So far, I'd gone out to the outhouse, as the thought of having Mary empty it was revolting. If by some chance I was still here come winter, I might have to use it, though I was betting it wouldn't get that cold here in Charleston, not anything like it did in Illinois. A few days later, after picking up candles from Sally at the general store and dropping off another package for her, I was walking through town when I turned a corner to see a team of men driving horse-drawn carts through the streets collecting garbage, manure, and other refuse. The heat made everything smell worse, the stench overwhelming as I watched in fascination and horror. At first, I thought the workers were like modern-day trash collectors, but then I realized the brutal reality that these black men were enslaved. They moved with a weary resignation, faces devoid of hope. The carts were filled with all manner of refuse, animal manure, carcasses, sawdust, wood shavings, broken bricks, scrap metal, food waste, and assorted household trash. As I stood in the shade, my school history classes hitting completely differently now that I was in the midst of it, I overheard a conversation between two townspeople standing nearby. "The scavengers are at it again," one man said, shaking his head. "It's a filthy job, but it's not like we're going to be the ones doing it." "Aye," the other man agreed. "They cart all that refuse to the salt marshes. Heard they're filling up the land, making it buildable. We need the room to expand the town." As I walked past, knowing there was nothing I could do, I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease. The conditions these men endured were horrific, and while I had seen one free black man passing through town, I could tell these men were not free. A part of me wished there was a way to let those in charge know of the environmental impact related to the practice of dumping trash on the salt marshes, how it would slowly transform the landscape over the years to come by turning low-lying areas into buildable land. As I hurried back to the smithy, I couldn't get the scene out of my mind. The sight of those men picking up refuse in the streets had shaken me more than I wanted to admit. The resignation in their eyes, the way people walked past them as if they were invisible, it was all so wrong. I found James at his workbench, hammering out what looked like a set of horseshoes. The rhythmic clanging stopped as he noticed my face. No way I'd ever make a living at poker. Everything showed on my face. "Ella, what's troubling you? Was there a problem at Sally's?" he asked, setting down his hammer. "No." I put the candles away. I took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts. I saw slaves cleaning the streets. He tilted his head, a perplexed look on his face. "That's their task. Keeps the streets clean, and the minister says it keeps people from getting sick. I don't know how, but that's what he said." He shrugged. His matter-of-fact tone made my stomach churn. But they're people. How can anyone own another person? They aren't a horse or livestock." James's brow furrowed, and he wiped his hands on his apron. "You had servants in England. Surely you understand this is how things are. It's how they've always been." He paused a moment. "Slaves are owned, just like horses and livestock." "But it's wrong," I insisted, my voice quavering. "Can't you see that?" He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "It's not as simple as right or wrong. The entire town of Charleston and of all the colonies depends on their labor. Without slaves, how would the plantations run? How would we get our tobacco, our rice, our indigo?" I bit my lip, fighting back the urge to shout that there were other ways and that the world I came from had moved past this. But I couldn't say any of that. Something passed across his face so fast I couldn't tell what, as he scrubbed a hand across his chin. "I don't like it any more than you do," James continued, his voice softening. "I don't own slaves and I treat Elijah fairly, though not all are as kind to their servants." "But surely something could be done," I pressed, even as I knew this was an issue I couldn't solve and wouldn't be solved for a long time. Yet I couldn't seem to let it go. Couldn't someone pay them? Provide better conditions, at least? James looked at me with a mixture of fondness and exasperation. "You've a kind heart. But these are dangerous ideas. Many wouldn't take kindly to such talk." I fell silent, pushing my frustration and helplessness down as he stepped closer and touched my shoulder, his hand warm through my dress. "Look," he said softly, "I know it's hard to see. But many masters treat their slaves well. They provide food, shelter, and care when they're ill. Some even allow them to earn their freedom. It's not all cruelty." I wanted to argue, to tell him that benevolent oppression was still oppression. But I bit my tongue, recognizing the stubborn look on his face. He had made up his mind, at least for now. "I understand," I said finally, even though every fiber of my being rebelled against the words. I wish things could be different." James squeezed my shoulder gently. "Perhaps someday they will be. But for now we must live in the world as it is, not as we wish it to be." As he returned to his work, the rhythmic clanging of the hammer filling the air once more, I stood there feeling totally out of place. The weight of history, even my limited knowledge of what was to come, of being unable to change it, it pressed down on me like a physical thing. In order to adapt and fit in, I had to find a way not to condone, but somehow to accept the harsh realities of the time. Slavery, public executions and punishments, the lack of women's rights. It wasn't solely about learning to bake in a brick oven or wear different clothes. It was also about navigating life with the knowledge I possessed about the impending revolution. As I turned to go to the kitchen to ask Mary to show me how to make her delicious seafood stew, I wondered if I would ever truly be able to call this time home. One warm afternoon, after a particularly challenging morning where nothing went right when I was trying to make corn porridge, I decided to take a walk to clear my head. There was a winding path behind the church on the outskirts of town that led to a meadow full of wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. About a third of them were open, the vibrant colors making me smile as I inhaled deeply. The scent of the flowers mingled with the warm earth and a nearby creek, creating a heady aroma that reminded me of a honeysuckle perfume I adored back in college and wore for years until the company discontinued it. I meandered through the field, letting the peacefulness of the space wash over me. Bees buzzed lazily from flower to flower, their hum a soothing backdrop to the rustle of leaves and the chirping of birds in the trees. Something woke me from my nap, as every sense went on high alert. As I held my breath, listening, hoping I wasn't about to come face to face with the Indians who had recently killed a French family outside of town, I listened, straining to hear what had so abruptly awoken me. The low snuffling noise came again. Ever so slowly I sat up, the tall grass and flowers up to my shoulders hiding me. My heart stopped, and I clapped a hand over my mouth so I wouldn't make any noise. A massive black bear was lumbering towards a beehive in a low crook of a tree on the edge of the field. Other than the zoo or in a movie, I'd never seen a bear up close. The animal was beautiful, though I hoped he wasn't hungry. The bear swatted at the hive, the angry buzzing of bees filling the air as honey dripped from the comb, making me instinctively go still as fear sluiced through my veins. I remained motionless, scarcely daring to breathe. The bear was close enough that I could see the beehive in pieces on the ground, and the honey glistening in the sunlight. Sudden movement would draw the bear's attention, and the thought of those massive claws and teeth sent a shiver down my spine. I wasn't sure how long I sat there, watching the bear feast on the honey. It could have been hours, but most likely it was only 20 or 30 minutes. My legs ached from the effort of staying still. My breath came in shallow, quiet gasps. Finally, after what seemed days, the bear finished its treat. It sniffed the air, scanning the meadow. I held my breath, hoping it wouldn't notice me. Slowly, the animal ambled off, disappearing into the trees with a snort. The meadow fell silent once more, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves and the sound of my heartbeat. It took several long moments before I gathered the courage to move. My muscles protested as I stood, every nerve on edge, but the bear was gone and the danger had passed. I took a deep breath as I glanced around, half expecting the bear to reappear, but there was only the soft sway of the flowers and the angry hum of the bees. The walk back felt longer than the walk to the meadow. The encounter with the bear had shaken me deeply, reminding me of the unpredictable dangers of this time. By the time I reached the blacksmith shop, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows over the streets. James was waiting outside, his expression a mix of worry and relief. "Ella, where have you been?" he asked, voice tinged with concern. I tried to smile, but it fell flat. "I went for a walk and I saw a bear." His eyes widened, and he stepped closer, his hand resting gently on my shoulder. "Are you unharmed?" I shook my head, feeling the tension slowly drain away. "I'm fine." It didn't see me. It was as terrifying as it was beautiful. His linen shirt was dirty and plastered to his back from working all day. "You need to take more care. It's one thing for you to go to Sally's alone, but to wander outside of town." He trailed off, and I knew I should have taken Mary with me or waited for James to accompany me, but I'd wanted no craved time by myself. "I'll be more careful," I promised. He nodded, his expression softening. "I'm glad you're safe." As we stepped into the house, relief flooded through me. I wasn't alone. James was here, and he cared about what happened to me. The security of having a place to stay, knowing he would watch out for me, it was a huge relief. Slowly, I was learning to adapt, and with each passing day, soon I wouldn't feel like a stranger anymore. Chapter 9. In the garden. James wiped the sweat from his brow as he climbed the steps of the exchange, a repaired set of scales tucked under his arm. The customs house occupied a significant portion of the building, and he'd been called upon to repair the scales. As he entered, the noise and commotion washed over him. Merchants argued over tariffs, sailors unloaded manifests, and government officials scurried about with important-looking documents. The air was thick with the smell of tobacco, spices, and the water. "James," a voice called out. He turned to see Henry, a clerk he knew from church. "Here with the scales?" He nodded, still thinking about Ella and how fetching she'd looked this morn in her new gown. "Can't have the king's taxes miscounted, can we?" he said with a roll of his eyes. Henry lowered his voice. "Have you heard? There's to be a meeting tonight. Not official business, mind you. Some of the local merchants and planters are gathering to discuss the latest news from up north." He arched a brow. "Oh. And what news would that be?" Before James could respond, a commotion near the entrance caught their attention. A group of well-dressed men entered, led by the unmistakable figure of Christopher Gadsden, who had returned from New York for a brief visit regarding his wharf on the Cooper River. They moved purposefully towards one of the upper rooms. "That'll be them now," Henry murmured. "Best get to those scales, James. And mind you don't hear anything you shouldn't." Days turned into weeks, and without my cell phone I was starting to mark the passage of time by the world around me. It was even hotter than it had been when I arrived. The leaves were bright green, wildflowers blooming everywhere, the garden in full swing, beans and tomatoes taking over the wooden supports. When I asked about the tomatoes, he'd said a sailor on a ship that traveled back and forth from the Caribbean had brought them a few years ago, and now many people enjoyed them. So far, I hadn't introduced anything from my own time, but tonight, I was planning to fail miserably. I wiped the sweat from my brow, leaving a smear of dirt across my forehead. It was the 1st of May, and the sun beat down mercilessly, making the air shimmer above the packed earth of the garden. I'd shed my fichu hours ago, propriety be damned in this heat, and my dress clung uncomfortably to my skin. Kneeling between rows of drooping young tomato plants, we really needed rain in the next day or so. I carefully plucked a few ripe fruits, the tomatoes warm in my hands, the scent reminding me of walking through the community garden in the summer. The distinct scent of tomatoes and the plants had sent me that day to the store to buy Mrs. Meyer's tomato vine hand soap. I loved the scent, always bought extra so I could pull out a bottle in the dead of winter, but Kate and Tim both found the smell disgusting. I tasted the lettuce, happy it wasn't yet bitter, and then moved on to the herb bed, running my fingers through the fragrant leaves of basil and thyme. The scents clung to my skin, mingling with the earthy smell of the garden, and the ever-present smell of the forge and the water in the harbor. I snipped a few sprigs of rosemary, adding them to my basket. As I sat back to braid my hair, I went still, the braid falling over my shoulder. A sharp, quick lance speared through my heart and then faded into a dull ache. Today was the first day I'd thought of them with a smile instead of eyes full of tears. For a moment, I was afraid it meant I was forgetting them, but then I remembered what my grandmother told me when her sister died. She'd said that one day she was able to think of her sister, to remember and enjoy the memories, instead of them causing pain. Today had been the same for me. I wasn't forgetting, I was learning to live within a world that they no longer inhabited. And I had to wonder, had this happened because I'd traveled through time? Did the powers that be take mercy on me, and yank me away from my own time so I could heal? The thoughts had me sitting back on my heels in the garden while Mary cleaned the house. I tilted my head back, letting the sun warm me through as I deliberately brought up a memory of the three of us eating Kate's favorite sandwich of all time, a memory that a week ago had hurt so much I wondered if I was having a heart attack. A bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich on white bread with Miracle Whip, not mayo. So here I was, picking the few ripe tomatoes and planning to make the sandwiches for supper. We ate our biggest meal of the day at dinner, which I still called lunch in my head. While I didn't have Miracle Whip, I could make mayonnaise. After trading 2 pies I'd made last week, I now had a tiny jar of olive oil and another of mustard seeds. Some of the seeds I'd save and grow in the garden next year, while the olive oil, well, I'd told the sailor to make sure to come see me again next time he was in port. The homemade mayonnaise wouldn't last long, but I figured between the 4 of us, we'd use it all up tonight. I planned to make BLTs and potato salad with molasses cookies for dessert. The thought of being able to make potato salad, chicken salad, and egg salad made me happy. I loved the ease of sandwiches in the summer. Now if I could only get my hands on mozzarella and balsamic vinegar, I could make my all-time favorite summer dish, caprese salad. A cool breeze suddenly rustled through the rows, offering brief relief from the heat. I closed my eyes, savoring the moment. When I opened them, I noticed the slant of the afternoon light had changed ever so slightly from the harsh glare to something a bit softer. It would be nice when the days turned cooler and shorter, though the leaves would turn later here than they did in Illinois. A guy I'd worked with was from somewhere in South Carolina and said it was still warm in the South into late October or early November. The warm weather was a big reason Pamela had decided to move to Florida. I wondered what had happened when I'd vanished into thin air in the middle of the antique store. Would the security cameras have caught the whole disappearing thing? I only hoped my mother-in-law would go ahead and move to Florida. As much as it broke my heart to know Tim and Kate were all alone in their final resting places, I wanted Pamela to have the fresh start she needed. I stood stretching my aching back and picked up my basket. The smithy rang out with the sound of James's hammer, a steady rhythm that had become as familiar as my own heartbeat. As I headed back to the kitchen, my mind turned to making the mayonnaise. I'd always been a good cook, and it hadn't taken me long to figure out how to cook over an open fire in the fireplace and to use the brick oven. Just think of it as a campfire, I whispered to myself the first time I tried to cook over the open fire. It was too bad I couldn't make s'mores. It was still strange planning meals without a refrigerator or stove, but I'd adapted faster than I'd expected. Stepping into the dimness of the kitchen, I set my basket on the heavy wooden table and washed my hands. Mary looked up from the table where she'd been folding linens, a smile on her face. "Mistress, what will you be wanting for supper tonight?" I thought we'd have something new, something I heard a traveler talking about when I was at Sally's yesterday. It was a small lie, but it wasn't like I could tell her the truth about sandwiches. "I'll need you to cook the rest of the bacon." She nodded, putting away the linens, then came over to the table. I moved to the wash basin, pouring fresh water from the pitcher. As I scrubbed my hands, I glanced at Mary. "You too. Wash up." "I remember. It is an important ritual." I nodded as I retied my apron. Lately, I found myself looking forward to the quiet satisfaction of preparing a meal from ingredients I'd picked from the garden. Not knowing how to explain germs, I told Mary, James, and Elijah that it was a way of giving thanks to wash one's hands, but more often than not, they still forgot. As she washed, I explained, "We're going to make something called mayonnaise. It's a sauce of sorts and will go with the meal." I thought mayonnaise made it to America in the mid-1800s, but I wasn't positive. "Never heard of such a thing, Miss Ella," Mary said, drying her hands on her apron. I smiled, reaching for the small bottle of olive oil and the jar of mustard seeds I'd traded for. "The traveler said it is quite delicious. He said they put the food between bread and eat it." "I don't know about that." She made a face, but curiosity won out. As I gathered eggs and a crude wooden brush that would serve as a whisk, I went on, "We'll need to separate the yolks from the whites. Can you do that while I grind the mustard seeds?" Mary nodded, already cracking an egg. "What's this mayonnaise for, mistress?" "We're going to have bacon, lettuce, and tomato on bread," I explained as I ground the seeds with a mortar and pestle. "The mayonnaise goes on the bread we made this morning." Mary still looked unconvinced, but I had a feeling once she tasted the sandwiches she'd be all about them. As we worked side by side, we added the eggs, mustard, vinegar, and salt. Then we whisked the egg yolks, slowly adding the oil to create the emulsion as my arms quickly tired. No need to go to the gym in this time. My arms, which had never shown the least bit of muscle, were now, after a month, nicely defined, and for the first time in my life my stomach was flat. It was funny how quickly you could adapt to new surroundings. Making mayonnaise from scratch, planning meals around what was available, working alongside Mary. It had all become part of my daily life. "Miss Ella," Mary's voice broke into my thoughts. "This is thickening up right nice. Is it supposed to look like this?" She'd taken over for me as I sliced the tomatoes. I glanced at the bowl, a smile spreading across my face. "That's perfect. Want to taste it?" She nodded, so I spread a tiny bit onto a bit of bread, and we each tasted the homemade mayonnaise. As I watched, her frown turned into a smile, her eyes lighting up. "This is delicious. Wait until we put everything together." As we finished the mayonnaise, and Mary started cooking the bacon, I couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment, and silently said sorry to the guy who invented sandwiches. While the bacon cooked, I turned my attention to the bread. Some days I made cornbread and other days sourdough, but tonight we'd have sourdough for the sandwiches. Shortly after I first arrived, someone gave me the sourdough starter that sat in its crock on the sideboard. I'd fed it yesterday, enjoying watching it bubble with life as it fermented. The slightly sour smell reminded me of all the artisanal bakeries back home. I'd always loved making sourdough bagels, and wished I had sesame seeds and everything but the bagel seasoning, but then again, bagels hadn't made it to America yet, and wouldn't for a long time. Then again, what could it really hurt to go ahead and make them? Mary loved to hum or sing while she worked, and as I couldn't carry a tune to save my life, I enjoyed listening to her as I took the dough I'd mixed early this morning and turned it out on the flour-dusted table to shape it into loaves. Sourdough was simple. It was the starter mixed with butter, flour, water, honey, and a bit of salt, though people in my own time liked to make it complicated. 3 days a week, Mary cleaned, took care of the laundry, and helped me with the cooking. I was glad James had added an extra day for her to come to the house. She cleaned as I despised dusting. Pamela used to tease me that she could write her name on my furniture. One Christmas she'd given Tim and I the gift of the services of a weekly housekeeper. It had been the best gift ever. Mary's mother had a set of newly arrived twins, so she'd only worked 1 day last week so she could help her mother. The days she did work for us, she went home at night to sleep there. As the scent of bacon filled the kitchen, I prepared the brick oven, raking the coals from the morning's fire into the oven, watching as the bricks began to heat. It was a slow process, but the bread that came out reminded me of the artisan bread I used to drool over on social media. Once the oven was hot enough, I raked out the coals as Mary quickly mopped the oven floor with a damp cloth tied to a long pole. Steam hissed as it hit the hot bricks. The sourdough had risen beautifully, and I carefully transferred the 2 round loaves onto the peel, a flat wooden paddle that still felt awkward in my hands. With a quick, practiced motion, well, mostly practiced, I still fumbled sometimes, I slid the bread into the oven. The heavy iron door clanged shut, sealing in the heat. Now it was a waiting game, relying on experience rather than timers to know when the bread was done. I was just finishing slicing the tomatoes when I heard the heavy tread of boots in the hallway. The rich aroma of smoky bacon filled the kitchen, mingling with the fresh scent of sliced tomatoes and herbs. "Something smells mighty fine in here," James called out as he and Elijah entered the kitchen. Both of them had a fine layer of soot covering them, their faces streaked with sweat. I turned to greet them, a smile playing on my lips. Well, I should hope so. Mary and I have been working on a special supper for you two. Elijah's eyes widened as he spotted the platter of crisp bacon. Is that for us, Miss Ella? It most certainly is, I replied. But first you both need to wash up. No soot at the table, remember? James grinned, moving towards the wash basin. Yes, ma'am. Come on, Elijah. Let's get cleaned up before Ella changes her mind about feeding us. As they washed, I couldn't help but notice the way James's muscles flexed under his linen shirt. I quickly averted my eyes, focusing on making the sandwiches. So, what's this special supper you've prepared? James asked, drying his hands. I grinned, unable to contain my excitement. It's called a BLT, bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. The bread just came out of the oven, and Mary and I prepared a special sauce to go with it. I motioned to the platter. You put the sauce on the bread, then put lettuce, tomatoes, and bacon in between two pieces of bread. It's called a sandwich. James frowned. A sandwich? Then he shrugged. It smells so good. I don't care what you call it, as long as you feed me, woman. He teased. As we moved to the dining room, Mary and Elijah followed, carrying the pitcher of ale, the platter of sandwiches, and the plate of cookies. We settled around the table, and I watched with anticipation as James took his first bite of the sandwich. His eyes widened in surprise. This is delicious, he said, looking at me with newfound admiration. The sauce mayonnaise is most wondrous. I nodded. Warmth spread through me at his praise. I'm glad you like it. A few travelers I met at Sally's told me about it, I fibbed. James held my gaze for a long moment, and I had the unsettling feeling that he knew I wasn't telling him everything. But then he smiled, and took another bite of his sandwich. As we continued our meal, the conversation flowed easily, punctuated by appreciative murmurs over the food. I found myself relaxing, enjoying the simple pleasure of a shared meal with these people who had become so important to me. When we finished the sandwiches, I passed around the plate of molasses cookies. James looked tired today after delivering a good-sized order. While Elijah was learning, he was still just an apprentice, and James did the bulk of the work himself. As we enjoyed dessert, his expression turned serious. There's talk in town, he began, his voice low. Plenty of folks are angry about the taxes on glass, lead, paint, paper, and tea. Elijah nodded vigorously, his mouth full. I tried to recall what I knew about this period from my high school history classes, wishing I'd paid more attention, but drew a blank. What do you think will happen? I asked carefully, not wanting to reveal my ignorance. James shook his head. Hard to say. But tensions are rising. In Savannah last week, someone tarred and feathered a man. After a bit, the conversation turned to lighter topics as Mary cleared the table. As I listened to James' deep voice, I felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the summer heat or the cooking fires. For a moment, the uncertainties of my situation, the tensions in the colony, all faded away. Here in this place with him, I had found a small measure of peace. For no matter how much I pleaded to the powers that be or wished upon the stars at night, I was still stuck here in the past, and was beginning to think I couldn't go back no matter how many times I wished. James fell silent for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought as he finished his ale, then looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Ella, he said, his voice tentative, I've noticed how you watch the women in the market. How good you are with sums. I thought maybe you'd like to earn a bit of your own money? I nodded, surprised by his perceptiveness. Yes, I would. He leaned back in the chair, his blue linen shirt dirty, the 5 o'clock shadow dark on his face. I've been thinking. Your baking, he gestured to the remaining cookies, it's as good as any I've tasted in Charleston. Better than most. What if, he said slowly, as if working out the idea as he spoke, I built a small counter just outside the smithy. It'd be under the eaves, protected from the weather. Folks coming and going could see your goods, smell the bread baking, See the cakes and cookies and those delicious sandwiches we had tonight. You could sell your wares here. The soldiers and sailors alone would buy most of it." I wiped my neck, still hot from cooking. "You really think people would buy from me?" James patted his very flat stomach. "If they've got any sense, they will. And it'd be good for business all around. Might bring more folks by the smithy as well." I looked at the remaining cookies on the table, then back at James's expectant face. My own money. If I was stuck here for the foreseeable future, at least it would ensure I could take care of myself. "I'd like that," I said finally, a smile spreading across my face. "I'd like that very much." James nodded, satisfied. "Good. We'll start on it tomorrow." As Elijah popped back into the room, obviously having been eavesdropping, he chattered excitedly about what kinds of foods I might sell, as I thought about what I might bake and who my competition might be. A small boy arrived with a note after I'd finished washing up. It said that now, with so many mouths to feed, Mary's father and mother were going back to Boston, and asked if we would take her in. She'd work for us full-time, and in exchange, we would provide her with room and board, along with a small amount of money to send to her family who were going to live with her uncle. James shook his head at me, after I'd read the note, indicating we'd talk about it later when nosy Elijah wasn't around. The boy was notorious for listening at doors and sharing gossip, and while that was useful, we had to be careful about what we said. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the buildings, James and I sat on a bench in front of the house, watching the townsfolk go about their evening routines. The scent of the harbor and the distant sounds of the docks filled the air. Once Mary and Elijah were done with their chores, they usually liked to go to the docks and look for anything useful that might have floated in on the tide. "Would you like having Mary here to help out all the time?" He touched my hand, his palm warm against my arm. "I would. She can help me with the baking." I nudged his shoulder with mine. "It will be nice to have another woman around." He smiled at me. "She's a good, hard-working girl. I'll send word back that we will take her," he said, stretching his long legs out in front of him, the warmth of him next to me seeping into me through my dress. "I'll clear out the small storage room next to Elijah's room for her." I was already thinking about a quilt I saw at the market for her bed. "It's beautiful here," I said softly, my gaze sweeping over the picturesque scene. "Aye, most beautiful," James agreed, looking not at the town but at me as my face burned. I smiled back at him, gratitude flooding my body at his kindness. "I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't found you." "You would have found a way," he said, his voice firm and reassuring. "You're stronger than you think." It was strange. I don't think Tim or anyone else had ever told me that I was strong. It felt good. Chapter 10. A Blacksmith's Apprentice. One evening, after the day's chores were done and James had gone to the tavern with several men, Elijah and I sat on the steps outside, looking out over the kitchen gardens, enjoying the cool breeze. The town was quiet for a change, the day's hustle and bustle replaced by the soft murmur of distant conversations and the occasional bark of a dog. Elijah was whittling a small piece of wood, his young face focused and intent. I watched him, admiring his skill and the way his hands moved with practiced ease. At times he seemed so innocent, yet there were other times when the eyes that looked out at me from his face seemed sad and old, as if he had seen too much heartbreak and yet still survived. Sometimes he reminded me so much of Kate, in the way that he found joy in the smallest moments, that a pang of sadness tugged at my heart. "Elijah," I said softly, breaking the comfortable silence. "How did you come to work here with James?" He paused, one lock of black hair falling into his eyes as he looked up at me with those bright, curious eyes. "It's a long story." The voice coming out of that boy sounded like he'd been carrying a heavy weight around for years. "The chores are done for the day, and there's plenty of light," I replied gently, encouraging him to continue. Mary had offered to run over to the general store to deliver packages for Thomas, since he and Sally were feeling a bit under the weather today. He nodded, focusing on the wood as he spoke. "My parents died when I was small. I don't remember much about them, just bits and pieces, like the smell of my mum's hair or the sound of my da's laugh. After they died, a couple who didn't care about me took me in. They sold me to work on a ship, said it was the best way to get rid of me. Horror at the words bubbled up the back of my throat, but I kept my expression neutral, not wanting to upset him. That must have been very hard. At times, he admitted, gaze dropping to his hands. The ship was a hard place. The work was long and hard, and the captain could be cruel. I thought I'd be there until I died. He paused, taking a deep breath. But then Mr. Hawthorne saved me. He was at the docks and saw me getting a whipping. He bought my freedom and brought me here. I've been working for him ever since. James did that? I asked, my admiration for him growing even more than it already had. The boy nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He's a good man. Treats me well, teaches me everything he knows. It's hard work, but it's much better than the ship, and I don't have to worry about rats biting me while I sleep. I reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder as I remembered Kate telling me a story about a classmate who lived in a terrible situation, the living conditions so awful that cockroaches crawled on her while she slept. I'm sorry for what you went through. He shrugged, his youthful resilience shining through. Don't be, mistress. I have food, a place to sleep, and people who care about me. I nodded, swallowing back the lump in my throat. Yes, of course. We sat in silence, watching the sun fall as I thought about his upbringing, the harsh realities of this time, and how I was slowly starting to feel less like an outsider. James kept the boy busy, and whenever Elijah had any free time, he spent it at the stables with the horses he loved so much. I didn't see him as much as I would have liked, but he always made Mary and me laugh at his antics. Children were incredibly resilient. Long after Mary and Elijah had gone to bed, I sat on the steps, looking at the stars, enjoying a bit of wine when James appeared, startling me. Easy. It's just me. He caught the cup before I dropped it, and sat down next to me with a heavy sigh. How he saw me in the dark, I didn't know, but he always knew where I was. Are you all right? His low, gravelly voice settled over me like a comforting blanket. Any more pains in your head? I nodded, not knowing if he could see me in the dark or not, as I wiped the wetness from my cheek. No headaches today. Not wanting to worry him, I refrained from telling him I'd fainted when I stood up too quickly this morning. Elijah told me how you took him in. It made me think about my daughter, how lucky she was to have been born to parents who loved her, instead of unfortunate circumstances. He's a good boy. When I took him in, I asked around to see if he had family, but no one ever came looking for him. He touched my hair, tucking an errant lock behind my ear. Would you tell me about Kate? With a deep breath, I told him how she laughed, the way she liked to dance all the time, and how she smelled like rain and sugar. I know you grieve for her and for your man. I heard him run a hand across his face. That man really needed to shave twice a day. Later, as I made my way to my room, I realized he hadn't asked me about Tim. Elijah, like Mary, had taken to calling me Miss Ella, and his curiosity about my past was both endearing and challenging. I carefully crafted my responses, weaving a story that fit the narrative James had provided, though it was hard not to slip. When we told Mary that her parents wanted her to stay with us, she nodded and said they had the twins, and she was another mouth they couldn't afford to feed. The girl thanked us for taking her in, and it was only later, when I passed by her room, that I heard her quietly sobbing. As much as I wanted to go in and gather her into my arms, I hesitated, but in the end went to my own room, hoping that in time she would be happy with us. One evening, as we all sat by the hearth, the glow of the fire casting flickering shadows on the walls, Elijah turned to me with a serious expression. Miss Ella, how did you learn to read and write and do sums? Most ladies don't know about such things. James leaned forward, a grin on his face as he put his knitting needles down. We all knitted when we had free time, though I was the worst of the bunch, having just learned. Yes, Ella, how did you learn to read? It made me laugh to see James and Elijah knitting. But they, along with Mary, were shocked that I hadn't ever learned to knit, and Mary set about teaching me. We all knitted socks and caps. Mary and I also worked on elbow-length fingerless gloves, along with new shawls for the winter. I hesitated, choosing my words carefully. My father believed in education, I said, drawing on a vague memory of what might have been true for some women in this time. He taught me to read and write, and he taught me my sums so I might help manage a household. I learned more from books we had at home. Elijah's eyes widened. You had more than one book? I smiled, feeling a pang of sadness at the thought of Kate and how she had loved to read, scattering books on every surface in the house, even leaving them under her pillow at night. We did. Reading and learning are very important. Perhaps our Ella might teach the two of you to read and write. He glanced at me with a smile that for some reason made me blush. Please. Please, Miss Ella. Mary and Elijah begged. I would be happy to. After you finish your chores for the day, he interjected. That night, while I was getting ready for bed, I scowled at my dress hanging from a peg on the wall. There were some days that nothing seemed to go right. Getting dressed was an ordeal in itself. I preferred to dress myself, no matter how much Mary protested. The only time I let her help was if I had to wear my church dress as I thought of it, or when we went to dinner at the house of a merchant or other important person. The layers of clothing were stifling, the fabric heavy and hot against my skin as I wished for fall and cooler temperatures. I struggled with the stays, pulling the laces tight and securing them as best I could. The shift and the gown seemed to work together to trap the heat against my body, making me sweat. The heat and humidity of Charleston were relentless. The air was so thick with moisture that it felt like I was constantly wading through a warm, sticky fog. I was never dry, my skin perpetually damp with sweat. The clothes clung to me, and I longed for the cool comfort of modern fabrics and air conditioning. There were many days that the heat sapped my energy, making even the simplest tasks exhausting. When I'd complained, James had merely shaken his head and told me if I thought it was bad now that August would seem like I'd gone to hell itself. Then there were the superstitions of the time among the townspeople, and within my own household. One evening, as we sat by the hearth, James told me about the importance of keeping a horseshoe above the door to ward off evil spirits. It took everything I had not to roll my eyes. Never leave a knife pointing towards you, he said seriously. It's bad luck. I smiled, hiding my amusement. I'll remember that. And always knock on wood when you speak of good fortune, he added, tapping the chair for emphasis. As silly as they were, I knew I had to fit in, as I'd heard that they hanged a woman in Savannah for witchcraft. Apparently, she'd healed a girl after the priest said the child would die, leading to the accusations. Despite the many frustrations, there were many moments of joy. Elijah's laughter as he played pranks on James, the shared meals where we exchanged stories and laughter, and the quiet evenings by the fire. These were the moments that made me feel like I was slowly becoming a part of this world, my own fading around the edges. The general store was busy today. I spied Martha Rivers with two other women, quietly gossiping and exchanging news, and made a note to find out the latest. The store always smelled so good between the spices, herbs, and produce, along with the fabric. Who knew I'd like the smell of new cloth? A shipment must have recently come in, as the wooden counters that lined the space were practically groaning under their contents. There were jars of preserves, bolts of fabric, barrels of flour and sugar, and an array of tools and household necessities. Customers moved about, chatting amiably as they selected their purchases. A woman examined a bolt of cloth, discussing its merits with Sally, while a man perused the selection of nails and hammers. Children darted in and out, their laughter ringing through the store as they played. Sally looked up as I approached the counter, a warm smile spreading across her face. Ella, it's good to see you. Thank you for allowing Mary to help with the deliveries yesterday. What can I do for you today? I need some flour, tea, and sugar. I dug the list out of my pocket and gave it to her. While she gathered up what I needed, I shamelessly eavesdropped on the conversations around me. Two women I didn't recognize stopped near me, looking over a bolt of fabric, their voices low. "Did you hear about the incident out at the Johnson homestead?" one of them asked. "No, what happened?" the other replied, her tone equally hushed as she picked up a bolt of striped fabric. "The Johnsons killed 2 Indians for trespassing," the first woman said, voice tinged with fear. "The Indians retaliated by burning the cabin to the ground with everyone inside." I went still as I listened. The mention of Indians and attacks was new. Another reminder that this time wasn't some safe movie set. I felt a pang of sympathy for the Johnson family, even as I understood the gravity of their actions. The women moved deeper into the store as Sally emerged, brushing flour off her cheek. "Had everything you wanted." She took the money from me as I placed the items in my basket. Then she nodded to her husband as he went in the back of the shop. When she lowered her voice, I instinctively leaned across the counter to hear her over the other conversations in the shop. "I hate to be a bother, but Mary forgot one of the orders. Could you drop it off on your way home?" Of course. It was good the shop was doing so well. When I'd asked Sally about hiring another person to help, she'd changed the subject, so maybe they were just busier in the summer months. She pulled a small package from her apron pocket. It was wrapped in brown paper and tied with a simple string. "It's for Mr. Jones at the print shop. I'd take it myself, but it's so busy today that I can't get away, and it really shouldn't wait for Mary to return." I took the package, surprised by how light it was. "It's no trouble at all. James needed me to pick up some paper, so I have to go anyway." Relief washed over Sally's face. "Oh, thank you. I greatly appreciate it." She squeezed my arm gratefully. "Just make sure to give it directly to Mr. Jones, and tell him it's from me. He'll understand." I nodded, tucking the package into my basket. "Consider it done." Before Sally went in the back, I looked around, then hesitated, embarrassment making me shy around her. "There's something I need to ask you about. It's my monthly time. I'd always been irregular, and I'd guessed that with the whole traveling through time thing, that it had thrown my cycle out of whack even more than normal." She nodded. "Of course, dear. Come with me." I followed her to a quiet corner of the store. "It's nothing to be embarrassed about," she said kindly, though I could sense her puzzlement. Privacy was very different here than in my own time. There wasn't nearly as much, something I missed greatly. I nodded, grateful she wasn't laughing at me. "What do I need?" She showed me the materials she had available, not asking why I didn't know all this. There were soft cloths that could be used and washed, and a small herbal remedy that would help with any discomfort. Her matter-of-fact manner put me at ease. "Thank you," I said sincerely as I paid her. She gave my arm a reassuring squeeze as she added the package to my basket. "We're all here to help each other." As I left the store, I was hopeful that my friendship with Sally, who was full of common sense and so far had been kind to me, would continue to grow. She had invited me for tea last week. When her maid brought out the tea service, we spent several minutes discussing taxes and the East India Company, which was rumored to be looking for some kind of bailout from the British government, much like the banking industry had done in my own time. Happy to stretch my legs before going home and weeding, I set off toward the print shop. Later, as I handed the package to a solemn Mr. Jones and noticed the spark of recognition in his eyes, I started to question whether these favors were more than mere errands. But I pushed the thought aside. After all, what harm could there be in helping a friend deliver a few packages? Turning right out of the printer to walk back to the blacksmith shop, my thoughts turned yet again to the mystery of time travel. I had been thinking a lot about the day it had happened, and 2 details stood out clearly in my mind. The glass ornament, my bracelet, and that it had been 3 days before Christmas. The ornament and my bracelet were nowhere to be found, but maybe the date was significant? I decided then and there that I'd try around Halloween and again on Christmas Eve, to try and return to my own time. In a way, it made sense. If there was any magic or other powers at work, they might be strongest on those nights, at least from what I gathered from local legends and superstitions. Until then, I would continue to make sure I fit in and build a life here. But I would be going back to the crossroads and hoping for a miracle. When I returned to the smithy, I saw James talking with two men. Their conversation seemed serious, so I set my basket down on my shelf and listened. "Several regulators have been meeting more frequently," one of them said, his voice carrying. "Aye," another agreed. "They're taking the law into their own hands, trying to bring order to the backcountry. It's only a matter of time before it reaches us here." James finished the horse's bit he'd been working on for them as they continued to talk. "Those regulators are stirring up trouble," one of the men said, his tone gruff. "They're not much better than the outlaws who cause trouble." James looked up from his work, wiping sweat from his brow. "What's got you so worked up about the regulators?" he asked, his voice calm but curious. "They aren't here in Charleston." The first man, a burly fellow with a thick beard, spat on the ground. "Not yet. But they're taking matters into their own hands. Acting like they're the law. It's only a matter of time before they come through town, deciding who's guilty and who's not without a proper trial." "He's right," another man added. "They've already caused a lot of trouble up north. Folks are scared of what the Crown will do." James nodded thoughtfully, his brow furrowing. "I've heard the stories. It's a complicated situation. The Crown's laws are far away and people feel abandoned." "That's true enough," the first man replied. "But do we want lawmen or vigilantes? What's stopping them from deciding we're not good enough for their justice?" The men grumbled in agreement, their unease evident. James glanced at me, his eyes reflecting his own concerns. "It's a dangerous time," he said quietly. "We need to be careful, to stay informed and prepared." Elijah, who had been listening intently, spoke up. "Mr. James, do you think the regulators will come here?" James paused, considering his response. "It's hard to say. But we should be ready for anything. The best we can do is stay together, look out for one another, and hope for the best." The men nodded, their conversation turning back to the more immediate concerns of their horses and the second bit they needed. As they discussed the specifics, I took my groceries into the house, mind racing with the implications of what I had overheard. War was coming, and I hoped I wouldn't still be here when it happened. As I put everything away, my mind wandered to the history lessons I had learned so long ago. The American Revolution, a turning point in history, was just on the horizon. The Boston Tea Party, the battles of Lexington and Concord, the signing of the Declaration of Independence, all these events would be here before I knew it, and I found myself in the unique position of knowing how it would all unfold. The weight of my knowledge pressed heavily upon me as I struggled to adapt to the realities of 18th century life. The lack of modern conveniences, the strict social norms, and the ever-present threat of disease and violence made each day a challenge. But it was the looming specter of the impending war that truly kept me awake at night. I couldn't help but wonder if my presence here, armed with the knowledge of the future, could somehow alter the course of history. The butterfly effect, as it was called in my time, suggested that even the smallest actions could have far-reaching consequences. Would my choices, my words, or my actions somehow impact the revolution? By my being here, might I keep James alive? Or worse, get him killed because of something I did? The temptation to come clean and tell James everything was strong, but I was afraid he wouldn't believe me, even as I longed to warn him of the hardships to come, to help the town prepare for the long and bloody struggle that would ultimately lead to America's independence. But I knew that my actions could have unforeseen consequences, potentially altering history in ways I couldn't even begin to imagine. Chapter 11. Sweets and Treats. James leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest, watching me as I stood behind the newly built counter, nervously smoothing down my crisp white linen apron. My hair was up in a bun, a few errant curls kept escaping as I set up my workspace. Your eyes are the same color as your dress. They remind me of the deep water out in the harbor at night. The ball of twine went bouncing across my new counter to land on the floor as heat bloomed across my collarbones. Do you think when you finish the order for Mr. Peel, we could take Elijah and Mary and go swimming? It's been so hot. I blew down the front of my dress as he watched me, though if anything I was sweating even more than before. It was only the end of the first week in May, and already I was looking forward to fall. Though according to Sally, we'd go right from hot to a few days of fall, and then right into what they called winter, but what I bet would feel like fall in Illinois. We can, though young Elijah doesn't know how to swim. The muscles in his arms moved as he shifted. The scent of iron and wood that always clung to him reached my nose, sending a warm feeling through me. After a moment, James pursed his lips. I am not sure if Mary knows how to swim or not. If not, she can keep Elijah company. It is hot. A swim would be nice. Soot smudged his cream-colored linen shirt, and his forearms glistened with a sheen of sweat where he'd rolled up his sleeves. The sweet scent of the fresh bread and pastries laid out on the counter mingled with the ever-present scent of the water and some of the more unpleasant smells of the town. As I laid everything out to my satisfaction, I glanced at him out of the corner of my eye. They could stay in the shallows while we go swimming. He cocked his head at me. Where did you learn to swim, Ella? I thought you said you lived in the countryside. I had an aunt who lived by the shore. Hoping to distract him, before he asked me any other questions I couldn't answer, I ran my hand along the counter. It's so smooth and the walnut stain really shows off the tarts. I smiled at him. The counter is beautiful, better than I could have imagined. Thank you. I'm glad you like it, he said, a hint of pride in his voice. I can't believe you built the counter so quickly. I ran my finger under the edge of my fichu, hoping to catch the breeze. In 2 strides he was next to me, so close I could see the stubble covering his chin and cheeks. I added a shelf below the counter on your side so you can store paper to wrap up the purchases and string to tie them up. With a flourish, he held out a small leather bag. To keep in your pocket to make change, though some might want to trade. We could use some honey and tea. If I was still here next summer, a pit formed in my stomach at the thought, and for a moment I wasn't sure if it was dread or hope. But if I was, then maybe I could keep a small hive in the garden behind the house. The leather was so soft as I stroked the material. It's lovely. Then I shook the purse, listening to the sound. There's money in here. With a grin, he said, you can't make change if you don't have any to begin with. I put the purse in my pocket through a slit in my gown. As I finished examining the counter and the shelf, I turned my attention to the stool he'd fashioned for me. It had a metal base with a round wooden seat that was stained the same deep walnut. You should sell these. I ran my hand over the seat and down the metal legs. People would definitely buy them. You think? He shrugged, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. I am pleased you like it. I wanted the stool to be pretty for you. Before I could respond, the clatter of boots on the cobblestone street outside the smithy caught our attention. 2 redcoats approached, their scarlet uniforms a stark contrast to the muted colors of the cloudy gray day. What's this then? The taller of the 2 asked, scanning the array of baked goods. With a nod to me, James took a step back, letting me take the lead but staying close in case I needed him. The knowledge that he wouldn't leave me alone with the soldiers made me feel safe as I straightened up, pushing aside my nerves as I smoothed my hands down my dress. Fresh bread and pastries. Would you care to try a small bite before you buy? Heart beating out of my chest, I held out a small wooden board stained the same color as the counter with a hole on one end, so I could keep a hold on it as I held it out to the soldiers. The soldiers exchanged glances before the shorter one nodded. Why not? I offered them each a sliver of brown bread, spread with a dollop of homemade strawberry jam. There was a large patch in the meadow where I liked to walk, and knowing they'd be eaten by animals or people, I decided to gather a basketful and, with Mary's help, make tarts and jam. As they bit into the bread and jam, their eyes widened. "This is bloody marvelous," the taller one exclaimed. "We'll take a loaf of bread each, some of that jam," and his mouth opened. "What are those?" "Strawberry tarts," I replied, unable to keep the pride from my voice. "Made with berries picked just this morning." "We'll take 2 of those each as well," the shorter soldier said, already reaching for his coin purse. "And what about those?" "Peach pastries," I said, gesturing to the golden-hued treats. "Hopefully later this summer I'd have blackberries, blueberries, pears, and figs as well." "2 of each for me," the taller soldier chimed in. As I wrapped up their purchases, more soldiers appeared, drawn by the enticing aromas and their comrades' voices. "Looks like you're going to sell out," James chuckled, moving back to give the soldiers more room to browse, but also close enough to me just in case. For the next hour I was busy giving out samples, slicing bread which I'd decided to sell by the slice or by the loaf, packaging pastries and jam, and making change. Pretty soon, some of the local townspeople stopped by as well, curious about what had the redcoats so excited. As the last customer walked away, clutching a paper-wrapped bundle of the last of the strawberry pastries, I turned to James in amazement, my cheeks warm. "We sold everything," I said, hardly believing it. He grinned, green eyes twinkling. "I told you they'd love your baking. Looks like you're a success." Then he laughed, running a hand through his hair. "I should have built you a bigger counter." A laugh escaped, even as a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration ran through me. "I couldn't have done it without you. The counter, your encouragement, it means a lot to me." He stepped closer, and for a moment I thought he might hug me. Instead, he reached out and gently tucked a stray lock behind my ear, his finger skimming the side of my face, sending a shiver down my spine. "You did all the hard work," he said softly. "I just provided the simple presentation. The counter is beautiful." He met my eyes, and as the moment stretched out, I found myself noticing the deeper green flecks in his eyes. All too soon, the sound of voices in the streets penetrated the bubble surrounding us, and we took a step back from each other. "I should get back to the forge." I blew the lock out of my face for the 100th time. "And I need to take inventory and plan what to make for tomorrow." Many of the soldiers said they'd be back tomorrow, as did several of the townspeople. Even though I'd repeatedly told everyone I was only going to be open 4 days a week, James thought some of them might show up on the days I was closed. Those days I planned to buy whatever supplies I'd need for the next week, plan out what to make, and see to my normal duties around the house. The comforting weight of the coin purse in my pocket brought a quiet smile to my face as I cleaned the counter, marveling at the craftsmanship. By the time I'd finished, the afternoon had deepened to evening, and Mary had dinner ready. The air was still warm as I took a quick walk through the garden, but a gentle breeze had picked up, bringing with it the salty tang of the nearby harbor. Over dinner, Elijah and Mary regaled us with tales about the townspeople and gossip from the sailors down at the docks. By the time we'd finished eating, James leaned back in his chair, patting his stomach. "So," he said, "what are you going to make for tomorrow? Word will have spread by now, so I would expect you will have a much larger crowd, especially once word reaches the docks." I blinked, wiping my mouth with a cloth napkin embroidered with a tiny flower in the corner. Mary had been teaching me to embroider as well as to knit, and I found it calming to sit by the fire at night, talking with James about our days as I practiced my stitches. They were getting better, enough now that Mary allowed me to embroider something small on our napkins, but not good enough to add embellishment to our clothing. She was very particular about the stitches, to the point that sometimes I had to bite my lip so I wouldn't laugh out loud. I was thinking of making more strawberry tarts to use up the rest of the berries before they go bad. And perhaps some peach cobbler? It looks like we're going to have a good harvest. According to Sally, the peaches usually ended around the end of August, so I'd be making peach pastries, jam, and tarts for a while. At a sound of protest from Elijah and Mary, I grinned at them. "Don't worry, I'll put aside one of each for us to enjoy after dinner tomorrow." Elijah left the table to sweep up in the forge, while Mary cleared the table to do the dishes, as James and I lingered, enjoying a glass of wine for me and ale for him. I almost forgot. I pulled the leather purse, warm from being close to my skin, from my pocket, and slid it across the table. With the arch of a brow, he didn't move to take the purse. Use the funds to buy whatever you need to make more baked goods. When I dumped the purse onto the table, he sat up. You did well today. It's more than enough. I paused, not wanting to imply he wasn't providing for me, but wanting to help. I'd like to contribute to the household. He touched my hand. You do plenty. With a small groan, he got to his feet, rubbing his shoulder. Going to rain. The man was like my own weather forecast. Whenever his shoulder ached, it rained. When he came back to the table, he poured us each a bit of whiskey, something I'd never cared for but was beginning to acquire the taste. After all, it wasn't like I could order a gin and tonic or an amaretto sour. It felt good to have a purpose, to contribute. As if reading my mind, James cleared his throat. Buy yourself another gown. When I met his eyes, I went still for a moment. You and Elijah could use another shirt as well. Come, let's go for a stroll down to the docks to look at the stars. He came around the table to pull out my chair for me. When he offered his arm, I took it and walked out of the dining room and out of the house into the warm night, and this time the ghost of my past stayed behind in the kitchen. A couple of days later, James finished the order for Mr. Peel, so we all took the afternoon to go swimming. As we walked to the east end of Elliott Street, Elijah and Mary ran ahead, laughing and chattering, excited to go swimming. Mary could paddle a bit, but she hadn't learned beyond that, so she and Elijah would stay in the shallows while James and I went for a swim. As we reached the water, the harbor sparkled invitingly, promising relief from the oppressive heat. Stay close to us, I cautioned as they waded into the cool water. The water felt so good. I laid back, floating on my back, sighing in pleasure, until a great splash made me cough. James and Elijah were laughing, until I splashed back at both of them, Mary joining in to help. A few yards away, a lone man swam lazily, enjoying the early afternoon. Suddenly, I swore I saw something in the water as the music from Jaws played in my head. James, did you see? But he didn't hear me over the scream. The man thrashed violently, red blooming in the surrounding water. Shark, someone shouted from the shore. Ella, get the children out now, James commanded, already moving towards the struggling man. James, no. But he was already swimming towards the man. And the shark. I took the children by the hands, practically dragging them out of the water as fast as I could move. Dizziness threatened to send me to my knees, but I forced myself to take a few deep breaths as I shaded my eyes. There he was, almost to the man who was still screaming. 2 sailors from a nearby ship dove in to help. Together with James, they managed to get hold of the injured man and began towing him back to land. A crowd had gathered on the shore, faces pale with shock. As they pulled the man out, I tried to turn the kids away, but it was too late. They'd seen what I had. It was too late. The man's body was limp, his injuries too severe. They laid him gently on the sand, as James shook his head at me. Is he dead? Elijah peered at the man. Look at the bites. Mary started to cry. Stop, you're scaring her, I said as she wrapped her arms around my waist. James stood nearby, water dripping from his breeches, his chest still heaving from the effort of the rescue. I wanted nothing more than to throw my arms around him, to feel his solid presence and reassure myself that he was safe. But there were too many people around, and I knew it wouldn't be proper. One of the sailors who'd helped, a man with skin like tanned leather, shook his head grimly. I warned him, he muttered, his voice carrying to where we stood. Spotted a monster of a shark just last week, not far from here. The sailor nodded to himself, gaze fixed on the now deceptively calm water. Must have been 12 feet long if it was an inch. Biggest one I've seen this close to shore. I swallowed hard, thinking of the poor soul who'd lost his life. It could have been any of us. A gasp rippled through the onlookers. Following their gaze, my breath caught in my throat. There, cutting through the now calm water, was a single ominous dorsal fin. No more swimming. Ever again. I could barely get the words out as James and I looked at each other, realizing how lucky we'd been. Chapter 12. Ghosts of the Future. Sunday arrived, and the town turned quiet as many people attended church. While it was a day of rest and worship for most, for me, it meant a chance to go unnoticed. I didn't know how I had traveled through time, but I was determined to find my way home. The crossroads outside of town seemed like the best place to start, a place where paths converged, where magic might be found, at least according to the old wives' tales I'd heard. And then, if I had enough time, I'd try to find my way back to the path where I first appeared and where a horse almost trampled me. Had it only been 6 weeks? Time was curious the way it sped up and slowed down, and sometimes when I caught James looking at me a certain way, time stood still. Most days I woke with the sun, but others I slept in, completely exhausted from the chores and baking. I sorely missed modern conveniences, especially hot showers, flush toilets, and running water. While I missed having a refrigerator, freezer, and ice for my water, I had been surprised at how quickly I had adapted to not using a dishwasher or modern oven. One of my coworkers used to claim she couldn't live without a microwave, but that was one thing I'd never used very often, preferring to heat things up on the stovetop or in the oven. It was still dark when I rose and dressed. The air was already sticky while the clouds covered the sky, so I was betting it would rain by this afternoon. Hopefully, I wouldn't end up soaked by the time I made it back, otherwise I'd have to come up with a lie as to where I'd been. I avoided James and the kids as I slipped out of the house, heart pounding with a mix of fear and anticipation. If all went well, they'd simply think I had another headache or dizzy spell and had decided to sleep in, and they'd go to church without me. The walk to the crossroads seemed to take forever. It didn't help that I jumped at every noise, sure that someone from town would recognize me and report back that I'd skipped out on church, or worse, that a bandit would come upon me and rob me, though I'd left most of my money hidden in my room. Despite the overcast weather, sweat trickled down my back and my breath came in shallow gasps. While I'd gotten used to the layers of clothing, I still wasn't used to the heat. One good thing about ending up in the past? During my year of grief, as I'd begun thinking of it, I'd lost too much weight, finding it hard to exert myself, but now I ate more. Food actually tasted good again, so I'd put on a few pounds. I was also stronger than I'd been in a long while. Now it was easy for me to lug a full bucket of water from the well. Once I was away from the city, the landscape opened up, and soon enough, the familiar sight of the crossroads came into view. I stood still as I scanned the horizon, hoping for a sign or some indication that I could return to my own time. The graves of Tim and Kate haunted my thoughts, though lately over the past week, the pain wasn't quite as sharp as it had been for the past year. As much as I'd made a life here with James, I still desperately wanted to return to my own time, where I'd be close to my husband and daughter so I could tend to their final resting places. The thought of their graves being forgotten and overgrown shredded my heart. With a deep breath, I closed my eyes, willing myself to feel their presence, to find a connection that would bridge the gap between this time and my own. Anything to send me back. But there was nothing. The silence was deafening. The emptiness overwhelming. Tears spilled down my cheeks and dripped off my chin, the weight of my grief making my knees tremble. Please, I choked out the word, broken and lost. Please send me home. To where I belong. But nothing happened. The crossroads remained silent, unyielding. The sense of hopelessness was crushing, and I sank to my knees, heedless of the dirt, the tears flowing freely as great wrenching sobs pushed their way out of my chest and throat. I missed them so much, the pain of their absence a constant ache. After what felt like an eternity, I forced myself to stand, rubbing the ache out of my lower back and the dirt from my face. My head hurt, my eyes were gritty and swollen. I hadn't cried like that since the funerals. The skies turned darker, signaling the coming storm, and I knew I needed to return. As I made my way back to town, heart heavy with disappointment, I steeled myself for the inevitable questions as to why I'd missed church and where I'd been. When I got home, James was nowhere to be found, but Sally was waiting, her expression a mix of concern and reproach as Mary scurried out of the kitchen. The little tattletale. "Ella, where have you been? You missed church. James has been out looking for you, so has Elijah. Let's go out to the garden. I want to pick the beans before it rains." I swallowed hard, trying to find the words. I needed some time alone. We made our way out to the kitchen garden, and I swore I could hear Sally thinking as she followed me through the paths. It would be nice to lay brick instead of dirt, especially when it rained. At the center of the garden was a bench James had made for me to sit and enjoy the garden. Eyes narrowing, she shook her head. "You must take care. People are talking. Rumors are going around that a curse caused the failure of a farmer's tobacco crop in the next town." She made the sign of the cross, looking around nervously as if whatever spirit was being blamed for the tobacco crop failure might appear out of thin air right in the middle of my green beans. Then again, I'd appeared out of thin air, causing a horse to rear up and throw his rider, so I guess anything was possible. Cursed? How exactly? I knelt to pick the beans, deciding we'd have them for supper tonight, along with some cornbread and the last of the vegetable stew I'd made a couple of days ago. With spells and evil doings. She leaned in, whispering, as if saying it too loudly would bring the evil spirit into our midst. A witch is to blame. The blood drained from my face, and a chill settled over me despite the heat. A witch? But witches aren't real. Except for the ones who opened shops selling crystals, reading tarot cards, and promising love spells, but I remembered the witch hysteria from history classes. It didn't end well for the women. They most certainly are real. You must have seen the vile creatures hanged and burnt in England. Sally regarded me with shrewd eyes as I tried to remember if I'd ever said exactly where I came from, or what James had told them. Yes, I did. Awful doings. I just meant I didn't think there were witches here. In America. She adjusted her bonnet, pale yellow, to match her dress, not a flattering color on her. Not as many as in Scotland and England, but plenty have made their way here to practice their wicked deeds. I heard through Mrs. Whittaker, who heard from her cousin, who heard from her sister that there was a witch practicing in Savannah, giving out love potions and cursing enemies for a price. They will come here, you can be sure of it, for if they are in the next town over, our wonderful Charleston will be next, mark my words. To make things worse, the skies opened up as she made this ominous pronouncement. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, making both of us jump, and Sally cross herself yet again as we ran for the kitchens. Inside, as we dried off, Sally turned to me, expression serious. Her bonnet had slid to the side as we ran, the wind trying to tug it free. She pulled it off, mopping her face as I gave her a cloth to dry off. "You need to be more careful. People do not look kindly upon missing church, especially with these rumors. It's dangerous." Just then James stomped into the kitchen, wiping rain from his face. "Where have you been? Why weren't you at church?" I looked at him, my heart aching with the weight of my secret. "I needed some time alone," I repeated softly, well aware we had an audience. "I didn't sleep well last night." James shook his head, and seeing his scowl, Sally hastily finished wiping her face. "It sounds as if the storm is abating. I should be going." She turned to me. "I'm glad you are unharmed." When she left, he turned to me, anger written across his face. And he said I wore my feelings on my face. "Have you any idea of the trouble you caused? People already think you are odd. Do not give them reason to spread rumors about you." I nodded, knowing I should feel shame and guilt, but there were none of those feelings, only sadness and loss. And maybe, just maybe, a bit of clearing, as if my outburst had cleansed me from the inside, the tears washing away a tiny bit of my sorrow. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble, or to worry you. When I went for a walk, I simply lost track of time. Do not let it happen again, Ella. James turned and stalked out of the kitchen. The second week of my new endeavor had been a whirlwind, each day bringing more customers than the last. I'd settled into a rhythm, baking and selling or bartering my wares 4 days a week and using the other 3 for rest and preparation. Not to mention making sure I went to church with James. And if I spent most of the sermon thinking about cakes and my own time, well, who could blame me? The minister loved the sound of his own voice, and liked to go on and on and on, as if he were paid by the minute, especially about wicked women and the temptations they brought to men. Whatever. I was looking forward to berries, cherries, and pears ripening in the next month, so I could switch up my offerings. "Another busy day, mistress?" Mary asked, bringing out a fresh batch of bread from the kitchen where she sat to carve it into slices for those who liked to buy a slice instead of an entire loaf. I nodded, wiping a bead of sweat from my brow. "Seems so. Though I'm grateful for it after last week's incident. I didn't tell Miss Sally. She figured it out on her own." Mary looked around nervously, as if someone might be hiding in the pantry, before she leaned in close. "People are still talking. About you missing church. Did you hear? Mr. Williams fell off his horse and broke his leg. Said he saw a demon fly right out of the bushes and curse him." The girl looked around fearfully, then made the sign of the cross for good measure before finishing slicing the bread. We wrapped up the day's offerings and took them out to my counter, passing James on the way. "Where's Elijah?" James paused, wiping his brow. "I sent him to the docks to pick up a shipment." I held out 2 molasses cookies. "One for each of you." He took the cookies, his fingers brushing mine. Then he popped one into his mouth. When he finished, he grinned. "These are very good. Too bad Elijah missed them." And with that, he ate the other cookie. Poor Elijah. I playfully swatted his arm. "What did you say the other day?" He wiped his mouth on his sleeve. "You snooze, you lose." I cringed at the modern expression. No matter how careful I was, sometimes things slipped out. "If you need me, I will be close by," he said as he went back to work. I'd noticed that he made sure to keep an eye on me while I worked the counter, selling my wares. Mary had finished setting up the offerings, the bright cloth underneath showing off the cornbread, bread, molasses cake and cookies, along with chicken and vegetable pot pies, and several jars of jam and at least 20 tarts and fruit pies. "Mistress, do you think the demon will haunt Mr. Williams?" Betty said once a demon finds you, it will follow you until you die. I rolled my eyes. Betty was a maid with a very vivid imagination, employed by a merchant 2 streets over with a reputation for being ruthless in business dealings. "I think he spent plenty of time in church praying and will be fine." Comforted by the thought, Mary nodded and ran back to the kitchen for a spool of twine. Mr. Williams, who was 70 if he was a day, was so nearsighted and usually drunk that he probably saw a crow and thought it was a demon. Still, a knot formed in my stomach. My attempt to return to my own time had cost me more than I'd anticipated. Missing church was bad enough, but the whispers that had followed had been disconcerting, as I'd heard a young woman tell her friend that she'd seen me out talking to the moon and crows at night. As if I could see the big black birds when it was dark out. A snort escaped, startling Mary as she came back with the twine to tie up the packages. "Ellen said when you miss church, you have to pray every night for 2 hours. She put a hand to her heart. "I hope Mr. Williams doesn't come here. I'm afraid of him now. Betty said he turns into a crow at night." Honestly, she was getting as fanciful as Betty, who was from Scotland, and had plenty of scary stories and superstitions to share. "Well," I said, forcing a smile, "at least the soldiers don't seem to care about such silly local gossip." As if on cue, a group of redcoats rounded the corner, their faces lighting up at the sight of my counter bursting with food. "Mistress Marlowe," one called out. "Tell me you've made those peach tarts again." I laughed, the tension easing from my shoulders. "Fresh this morning, Lieutenant. How many would you like?" Between the trees in the garden and the wild trees outside town, I'd picked as many as I could. The shanty behind us had collapsed in the storm, and James was going to purchase the land that backed up to the garden. It would be nice to expand the growing space, if I was going to keep selling my goods. As I served the soldiers, I noticed a few townspeople hanging back, eyeing the goods warily. The rumors had hit my business hard for a few days, but the steady stream of soldiers and sailors had kept me afloat. Midway through the morning, Mrs. Wilkinson, the minister's wife, approached the counter. The crowd parted for her, and a hush fell over the gathered customers. "Mrs. Wilkinson," I greeted her, my voice steadier than I felt. "What can I get for you today?" She studied me for a long moment, her eyes sharp. "I hear your strawberry tart is quite bewitching," she said, her tone making the double meaning clear as she let out a tiny laugh that could have been a cough. I swallowed hard, aware of all eyes upon us. "It's a family recipe, nothing more. I only have 5 left." Mrs. Wilkinson's eyes sparkled, and then to my surprise she nodded, making sure her voice carried. "I'll take 2 then." As I wrapped up the tarts, I could feel the tension in the air dissipate. Soon after Mrs. Wilkinson left, clutching her purchases, the townspeople began to approach more freely. By mid-afternoon, my counter was nearly bare. James emerged from the smithy, face streaked with soot but wearing a broad grin. "Looks like you've eased their minds," he said, nodding towards the dwindling stock. Mrs. Wilkinson came and bought 2 strawberry tarts. I owe her. My shoulders sagged. It was touch and go for a while there with the townspeople. I thought the rumors might be the end of this little business venture. James's expression darkened. "Idle gossip, nothing more, but you see how important it is to attend church. We do not want a scandal." I felt a rush of warmth at his words, even as guilt gnawed at me. There was so much about me he didn't know, couldn't know. "Still," I said, changing the subject, "I'm grateful for the soldiers and sailors. They kept coming even when the townspeople stayed away." James chuckled. Well, I doubt even the most superstitious soldier or sailor would pass up your baking over a few rumors. Speaking of which," he added, eyeing the last piece of molasses cake, "any chance you could spare that for a hard-working blacksmith?" "For you. Always." As I handed him the cake, our fingers brushed, and for a moment, the world seemed to narrow to just the 2 of us. Then a customer calling out for James broke the spell, and he stepped back, clearing his throat. "Better get back to it," he said, his voice gruff. "Seems we've both had a busy day." I watched him go, a mix of emotions swirling within me. The witch and demon rumors had passed. My business was thriving, and yet, the longing to return to my own time still tugged at me. But as I looked around at the bustling street, at the forge where James worked, at the counter he'd built for me, I wondered, not for the first time, if I truly wanted to leave all this behind. I stepped out onto the porch that evening, the wooden boards creaking softly beneath my feet. James sat in a rocking chair, a glass of whiskey in his hand, the amber liquid catching the moonlight. He turned at the sound, a smile softening his features. "Couldn't sleep?" he said, his voice low and warm. I shook my head, moving to lean against the porch railing. "Too many thoughts spinning around up here." I tapped my temple, forcing a small laugh. James nodded, taking a sip of his whiskey. The rich, peaty scent wafted towards me on the cool night air, mingling with the lingering smell of wood smoke from the forge and the sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. "Care to share those thoughts?" he asked, his green eyes intent on mine. I hesitated, wrapping my arms around myself. How could I possibly explain the turmoil inside me? The pull between 2 worlds 2 times? I began, then stopped, searching for words. "Sometimes I feel so out of place here. Like I don't quite belong." James set his glass down, the clink of the glass on wood punctuating the night's quiet. He stood, moving closer to me. I could feel the heat radiating from his body, smell the mix of whiskey, sweat, and metal that clung to him. "You fit just fine, Ella," he mumbled. "More than fine." My breath caught in my throat at his proximity. In the distance, a whippoorwill called out, its mournful cry seeming to echo the longing in my heart. James reached out, his calloused fingers gently tucking a stray curl behind my ear. My hair seemed to be growing faster here, or maybe it was just that I was finally eating again and not nibbling on junk. His touch sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the salty night air. "James, I started, but the words died on my lips as he leaned in closer. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to narrow to just the two of us. The moonlight silvered his hair, softened the lines of his face. His eyes, dark in the night, searched mine. I felt myself lean in, drawn by some invisible force. Suddenly, a loud crash from inside the house shattered the moment. We jumped apart, the spell broken. "What was that?" I gasped, my heart pounding from more than just surprise. James was already moving towards the door, his body tense. "Stay here," he said, his voice gruff. As he disappeared into the house, I leaned heavily against the railing, my legs weak. What had almost happened? And more importantly, what had I wanted to happen? The questions swirled in my mind, as turbulent as the emotions in my heart. A few moments later, James reappeared, shoulders relaxing. "A shelf came loose in the kitchen," he explained. "Nothing broken and nothing to worry about. I'll fix it in the morning." I nodded, not trusting my voice. The moment had passed, leaving an almost palpable tension in its wake. Running a hand through his hair until it stood out on the sides, he cleared his throat. I should probably turn in. Early start tomorrow." "Of course," I managed, my voice barely above a whisper. He paused at the door, looking back at me. For a moment, I thought he might say something more, might come back to me. But then he nodded once and went inside, leaving me alone with the night and my tumultuous thoughts. I stayed on the porch for a long while after, listening to the night sounds of Charleston and wondering what might have happened if that shelf hadn't fallen. As I finally turned to go inside, I caught a whiff of his whiskey, still sitting forgotten on the small table. The scent brought a rush of longing so intense it nearly took my breath away. With a sigh, I went back into the house, closing the door softly behind me. Sleep, I knew, would be a long time coming tonight. 3. Echoes of Yesterday. Chapter 13. Shadows of a Broken Childhood. London. 17 years ago. When James was but a boy. The meager warmth of the small room above the shop did little to chase away the chill that crept into his bones, as James watched his mother bustle about, preparing for his 8th birthday celebration. Instead of being happy as usual, for his mother always celebrated his name day, even as others never bothered, he could tell something was wrong. Normally she would sing while she worked, but not today. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, a sense of foreboding that hung heavy in the air. When his mother laid out the humble spread of bread, cheese, and the small cake, her hands trembled slightly. "Mother, did I do something wrong?" The lines of worry on her face, the forced smile, made his stomach hurt. "No, I am weary, that's all." A sudden pounding at the door made them jump. She glanced at him and then to the door, her eyes wide with fear. Before she took a step, the door burst open, hitting the wall with a thud, revealing a tall man that seemed to fill the entire doorway. This was the man who haunted his nightmares. Instinctively he shrank back, pressing himself against the wall. "Father," James whispered, his voice barely audible above the popping of the meager fire in the hearth. The man's eyes, the same as his own, swept the room with a cold, calculating gaze. As he took in the meager surroundings, and James cowering in the corner, his lips curled into a sneer. "I see he survived another winter," the man drawled, voice dripping with disdain. "Though I cannot fathom why you bother keeping him fed, given the shame he brings upon us both." Despite the tremor in her hands, his mother stepped forward, chin lifted in defiance. "He is your son, Horace. Your flesh and blood. How can you speak of him with such cruelty?" Horace Barrington laughed, a harsh, mirthless sound that made James look for a place to hide. "My son? A bastard born of a moment's weakness? He is nothing to me, and the sooner you accept that, the better off you'll both be. Give him your name, Elspeth Hawthorne, for he'll never have mine." The room seemed to shrink around James as he listened to his father's words, each one a crushing weight upon his shoulders. He wanted to disappear, to fade into the shadows and escape the hurt that threatened to consume him. Yet even as tears burned behind his eyes, he found himself unable to look away from the man who had given him life, yet refused to acknowledge him as his own. "Please, Horace. It's his name day. Can you not find it in your heart to show him even a modicum of kindness?" His mother's voice, thick with emotion, broke through the suffocating tension in the room. A flicker of hope ignited in his chest, despite the coldness of his father's gaze. For a fleeting moment, James allowed himself to imagine a different outcome, one where his father accepted him, gave him and his mother the protection of his name. But as his father's lips twisted into a cruel smile, James knew that such dreams were never to be. Dreams were for the rich, not for the likes of him. As the argument between his parents turned heated, he found himself torn between the desire to flee and the need to protect his mother. Rooted to the spot, he watched as his father's face contorted with rage, his words turning more vicious with each passing moment, even as his mother tried to comfort his father. "The boy is nothing more than a burden, a millstone around your neck," Horace snarled. "He looks too much like me, and that alone is reason enough to be rid of him." His heart constricted at his father's words, a searing pain that almost sent him to his knees and left him gasping for breath. James had always known that he was unwanted. He had heard the women talking about his mother, had seen the looks. Nothing more than a shameful secret to be hidden away, but to hear it spoken aloud with such venom was a blow that threatened to shatter his young soul. His mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she placed herself between James and his father, her thin body trembling. "You cannot mean that, Horace. He is an innocent child, and he needs a father." A harsh laugh escaped, the sound grating against his ears like shards of broken glass. "What he needs is to learn his place in the world. And if you cannot teach him that, then perhaps it is time for him to make his own way." With a sudden, swift movement, his father reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a small pouch, tossing it carelessly onto the table. The sound of clinking coins filled the room, a mocking reminder of his father's wealth and power. "There," he said, his voice cold and dismissive. "That should be enough to secure the boy a position on a ship. Let him learn the value of hard work and the consequences of his mother's sins." His mother let out a choked sob, her hand flying to her mouth in horror. "No. Please. You cannot send him away. He is just a child." But his father's eyes were already distant, his mind made up. He turned to leave, boots echoing heavily on the worn wooden floor. As he reached the door he paused, glancing back at James with a look of utter contempt. "You are a mistake, boy," he said, his voice devoid of any warmth. "And it is time for you to pay the price for your mother's weakness." And yet, James had to wonder, wasn't his father also guilty of sin? He had talked with other boys, had seen horses and wild animals, he knew how babies came into the world, so why was his mother the only one at fault? With those final devastating words, Horace Barrington disappeared into the night, leaving James and his mother utterly alone. Why wasn't I more careful?" his mother wailed. When she looked at him, he saw love mixed with sorrow and regret. "I will protect you, mother," he said, voice strong even as his legs trembled. But his mother sighed, touching a hand to her face. "He will return. I know he loves me." She had forgotten all about him once again, as she was wont to do whenever his father visited. "I have made such mistakes. Maybe Horace is right, maybe James needs to apprentice somewhere. Then we can be together again." Her soft, almost mumbled words hurt more than his father disavowing him. The pouch of coins on the table sat there in their small brown leather pouch, and suddenly a glimmer of desperate inspiration filled his thoughts. His mother chose his father over him, and he knew she would send him away soon. The man who was his father by blood cast him aside, as if he were nothing more than a bit of muck stuck to the bottom of his boots, so perhaps it was time to take matters into his own hands. With a trembling hand he snatched the pouch, fingers closing around the leather, the coins gently clinking against each other. He looked to his mother sitting at the table, tears streaming silently down her face. "Mother?" But she only buried her face in her hands, weeping. A surge of bitter resolve washed over him. Nay, he would not let his father's cruelty define him, nor would he allow himself to be sold off like a piece of unwanted property. He would make his own way in this life. In that moment, with the comforting weight of the coins in his palm, James made a decision that would shape the course of his life. The leather pouch went into his pocket as he stopped a pace behind his mother, his hand hovering above her shoulder. Instead of comforting her as he had done so many times before, he dropped his hand, stepped away, and gently closed the door behind him. While he didn't know what he might do, one thing he did know was that this night he would disappear, leaving behind the pain and the shame of his past. From this day forth, he would forge his own path, no matter the cost, and never again would he allow himself to be at the mercy of another's whims. The cold night air blew through him as he stumbled through the darkened streets of London, his father's harsh words playing over and over in his mind. The weight of the coins in his pocket served as a constant reminder of the choice he had made, a choice born of equal parts fear and determination. As he wandered aimlessly, unsure where to go or what to do, the enormity of his situation began to sink in. With only 8 summers, he now found himself alone in a world that had never shown him nor his mother kindness. The coins, along with his pride, would have to keep him warm, for if he tried to secure a room at an inn, those stronger than he would steal from him, and this money must last until he could make his own way. The realization that he was responsible for his well-being was both terrifying and strangely liberating. As the night wore on, exhaustion began to take its toll. His steps faltered, his body weighted down by the burden of his emotions. A quiet, narrow alley beckoned where he tucked himself into a doorway, shivering, the cold of the stone building pressing into his back, the coins tucked away in his pockets and worn boots. When the tears he had held back spilled down his sunken cheeks, he let them flow freely, vowing to never again weep for his mother or the man who had dallied with her. Never again would he allow himself to be vulnerable, never again place his trust in the hands of another. Nay, James would rely on his own wits, and carve out a place for himself in this life, no matter the cost. As the first pale light of dawn began to creep across the sky, he pushed himself to his feet, his body aching from the cold stones, his heart heavy. With one last look down the street towards the hovel they had called home for 8 years, James stepped out of the alley and into the deserted street, eyes fixed on the horizon, mind filled with steely resolve. He would survive, he would endure, and he would never again allow others to define him. Chapter 14. Market Day Revelations. With the makeshift bakery closed today, and James having completed his work for the week, we decided to spend the morning doing a bit of shopping, visiting the exotic merchants and vendors down by the wharf. I love all the commotion. For a change, it was slightly cooler today, with a breeze blowing off the water, carrying away the stench of garbage and sometime chamber pots tossed into the streets. He tucked my hand into the crook of his arm as we walked. "You are no longer bothered by the noise?" He deftly steered me around a pile of refuse as we walked, the cobblestones uneven, making me careful not to twist my ankle. "No. I like hearing all the different accents and languages, the merchants haggling over prices, and the sailors and workers with their exotic wares from distant lands." I smiled up at him. It was such a treat to have the lemons. "I'm going to plant a tree in the new garden from the seeds I saved." At this he chuckled. "Already deciding how to use the plot of land I bought? What if I want to expand the smithy?" The scent of horses, freshly cut wood, refuse, and people all mingled together as we walked. I'd gotten used to the smells, though the unpleasant body odors still made me gag when we were in small spaces. I blinked up at him. "I thought we could split the bit of land, half for the smithy and half for my garden. Just think how much more I could sell if I grow more fruits and vegetables." At that, he looked down his aristocratic nose at me and grinned. "I see you have given this much thought." Then, before I could list more reasons on why I wanted more space, he put me out of my misery. "Elijah has made several metal obelisks for your new garden." He did. I was so excited I almost stepped in a rather large pile of horse droppings, but James lifted me over it before I could ruin my new cornflower blue gown and matching slippers. You must pretend to be surprised. He plans to present them to you tonight. They would be perfect for my vines to grow up, serving as a pretty trellis. As we meandered along the streets, James purposely walked slower so I could keep up. I wasn't short, but the man was tall, over 6 feet, and had long legs. I'll practice my surprised face, I grinned. Thank you for letting him make them for me. He nodded, his hair tied back with a bit of cloth. It is good practice for him, and perhaps when I finish making the garden beds you wanted, you might allow prospective customers to see them. It was my turn to nod enthusiastically. I'm sure he'll get plenty of orders. You know those busybody women can't let me have a better garden than they do. With a laugh, he led us down a side street where we stopped in front of the silversmith's shop. Shall we step into Mr. Brown's shop? James suggested, gesturing toward the window where a beautifully monogrammed silver tea set was displayed, likely sold by someone coming from England or France to start anew and needing the money. I nodded gratefully, eager to look at all the pretty offerings. James could work with silver and did for certain customers, but he preferred iron and metal. A small bell tinkled as we entered, and I breathed in the slightly cooler air. The shop was dim compared to the bright afternoon outside, and it took a moment for my eyes to adjust. Shelves lined the walls, gleaming with all manner of polished silver pieces. Teapots, spoons, and cups. The pungent smell of metal and polish permeated the air. Good day, Mr. Brown, James called out. The silversmith looked up from his workbench, where he had been working on a ring. Mr. Hawthorne. Mrs. Marlowe. A pleasure to see you both. What brings you to my humble establishment on this fine day? I ran my fingers along a spoon as James talked with the owner. My stays felt uncomfortably tight, and I longed to loosen my fichu. A bead of sweat trickled down my neck, disappearing beneath the collar of my dark green gown. Since I'd started tasting food again, I'd put on a few much-needed pounds, though James said I was still too thin. These candlesticks are exquisite, I murmured, admiring a pair that was beautifully made. James appeared at my elbow. Do you like them? You've been saying it would be nice to have a set for the dining room. I turned to him, surprised. They're lovely, but can we afford them? The shopkeeper pretended to work on the ring, but I knew he was eavesdropping. We can. That British general paid well, he said with a smile before turning to Mr. Brown. We'll take the pair, sir. As Mr. Brown wrapped the candlesticks, I smiled to myself. Just yesterday I'd ordered a dozen beeswax candles, a total luxury as he loved the scent. It was my way of saying thank you for building the counter and stool, and being so supportive of my new business endeavors. We normally used plain tallow candles, so these would be a treat. With the expanded garden, perhaps I could make a few of my own candles and gather the honey from the bees. In my life in the future, I'd taken honey and groceries for granted, but here I had found a deep connection with the soil, with the simple act of kneading sourdough bread or collecting produce from my garden. In the early morning, I loved to walk the garden and see what changes had occurred. It was mainly a kitchen garden, but with the help of several of the women I'd met in town, I was planning to add a medicine garden and plenty of flowers, simply because the colors and scents made me happy. As Mr. Brown wrapped the candlesticks, he sighed heavily. It's a shame about the Foster's shop down the street. I heard there was some sort of incident. James arched a brow. What's happened? The old silversmith leaned in, lowering his voice. Word is they were driven out. Too outspoken about the tax situation, if you take my meaning. Packed up in the night and left for Boston, they did. I frowned, thinking of the cheerful Mrs. Foster and her delightful hats. How dreadful. What will become of their shop? The silversmith shrugged. Hard to say. Though I hear the younger Rutledge boy has been sniffing around. Might fancy himself a merchant. As we stepped back onto the street, parcels in hand, I couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Boston wouldn't be any safer for the Foster family, but it wasn't like I could say anything about what was coming, not without questions I couldn't possibly answer. The scent of spices, some familiar, and others tantalizingly foreign, mingled with the pungent aroma of cured meats, and the salty tang of fish, as we turned down another street to visit a stall selling brightly dyed fabrics that fluttered in the breeze, then another selling all kinds of trinkets from distant lands. Before I arrived in this time and place, I had never thought much about where things were made or the journey required to bring them to my doorstep. I simply clicked a button on the screen, and a delivery person delivered a box to my doorstep the next day, or sometimes the same day. Now, though, I found it interesting to talk to the merchants, to listen to them hawk their wares, and tell me tales of the journey or stories about whatever object I was looking at. As I watched in fascination, a sailor, his skin weathered and bronzed like the older men I used to see fishing early in the morning at the beach, held up a shimmering length of silk, proclaiming its origins as coming from the Far East. Another merchant, missing part of one ear, the other displaying a large pearl earring, pointed to an array of intricately carved wooden figurines. "What do you think?" I held up a carved horse. "Elijah loves horses." James took the carved figurine, turning it over in his hand as the merchant extolled the craftsmanship. "It would make a fine gift." He handed the horse back to the merchant, and nodded to me, letting me finish the transaction. "We'll take it." "Very good." The man bobbed his head. "Let me wrap it up for you." After I paid him, I put the wrapped package in the basket I'd slung over one arm. We paused at a stall selling exotic spices, the rich scents of cinnamon, cloves, and cardamom enveloping us. The merchant, a small wiry man with shrewd eyes, held out a tiny pouch of saffron, its delicate threads glowing like strands of golden sunlight. "Finest quality, straight from the spice lands of the East," he proclaimed, his voice thick with the lilt of a foreign tongue. "A pinch of this in your stew will make you feel like royalty." James laughed, shaking his head. "We're simple folk. These spices are too rich for us." As we moved on, I marveled at the sheer variety of goods on display, and was glad I'd landed in a thriving city instead of in the middle of nowhere. As the bustling energy of the market faded behind us, James and I found ourselves down by the harbor. The sun was beginning its slow descent towards the horizon, painting the sky in a palette of soft oranges and pinks. We walked along the weathered planks of the dock, the sound of water lapping against the hulls of the ships a soothing rhythm in the background. The chaos of the day ended as sailors spent their money in taverns, brothels, and other places. James led me to the end of the pier, where we sat, our feet dangling over the edge. The breeze played with the loose tendrils of my hair, and I closed my eyes for a moment, savoring the peaceful respite from the noise and crush of the market. "I like watching the ships coming and going," he said softly, gaze fixed on the distant horizon. I turned to him, studying the strong lines of his profile, the way the fading light cast a golden glow on his skin. "If you could go anywhere, where would you go?" He was quiet for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought. "Perhaps to the Far East." It seemed so very different. When he shifted, his shoulder touched mine. "And you, Ella? Where would you go?" I hesitated, the weight of my secrets pressing heavy on my heart. I couldn't tell him the truth, not yet. But in that moment, with the warmth of his gaze enveloping me, I found myself speaking from a deeper truth. "Home," I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. "I want to put down roots and belong somewhere." My throat tightened as I cleared it. To lighten the mood, I added, "Though I wouldn't mind sailing the seas to the Far East. You could wear an earring and get a parrot to sit on your shoulder." He shuddered. "A customer brought one of those birds into the smithy once. It sang inappropriate tunes the entire time." He shook his head. "I will leave the birds and earrings for you. They probably poop everywhere." With a laugh, James nudged me as we watched the sun fall into the water. The morning sun streamed through the church windows, casting a warm glow on the congregation. I sat beside James, the wood of the pew uncomfortable beneath me as I smoothed the skirt of my light green gown with a toile print. Mary and I had embroidered leaves around the hem and around the edges of my fichu. The rustle of starched dresses and the murmur of hushed conversations filled the air as the townspeople settled in for the long Sunday service. While I had never been much for church, I quickly discovered that it was expected here. When the minister took his place at the pulpit, a hush fell over the room as I discreetly looked to see who was and wasn't in attendance. Around me, the congregation nodded and murmured their assent. Most people were paying attention, while a man in the back looked like he was asleep. Finally, the sermon drew to a close as the congregation began to stir, rising to their feet and filing out of the church. I followed James outside, blinking in the bright sunlight. Around us, the townspeople gathered in small groups, their voices rising and falling as they discussed the sermon. I listened in fascination as they dissected the pastor's words, debating the finer points of his interpretation. "I thought he spoke quite eloquently about the nature of grace," one woman remarked, her starched bonnet bobbing emphatically. "Yes, but I found his example of the prodigal son a bit overwrought," another countered, fanning herself with a lace-edged handkerchief. Once, Pamela had taken me with her to attend her church. It was very sedate and ordered, and after, no one talked about the sermon as they went their separate ways. As James and I made our way back to the blacksmith shop, we were almost to the garden when Elijah came tearing through the gate, his face flushed with laughter, mud staining his pants, a disgruntled rooster in hot pursuit. "Elijah!" James called out, his voice stern but tinged with amusement as he caught the rooster, careful of the spurs, the bird squawking its displeasure. "What have you done now?" The boy skidded to a halt, his grin wide and unrepentant. "I just wanted to see if I could catch the hen that lays those pretty eggs." He glared at the rooster. "That one nearly got me good." I couldn't help but laugh, picturing the sight of the rooster chasing Elijah. James shook his head, fighting back a smile. "Go on now. I'll see this fella back to his hens." As he ran out of the garden, James and I shared a look of amused exasperation. "He's a handful," James remarked, shaking his head. "Those hens probably won't lay tomorrow, so for punishment he'll have to muck out the coop for a week." I didn't care for the chickens. The rooster was aggressive, and I was always worried the hens would peck me, which was why I made Mary fetch the eggs. One perk of being mistress of the house. Chapter 15. The Ties That Bind. It had been raining for days. The streets turned to mud, dogs huddled in doorways, and people hurried to and fro, not stopping to say hello. Even Ella, who was normally pleasant, was in an ill humor. James pulled his hat down and his coat closed as he trudged past her competition. A bakery that was well known for how awful their pastries were, and how much they charged for a loaf of bread. The harbor was quiet, everyone aboard the few ships still docked, the goods unloaded or battened down until the storm ceased. Preoccupied with thoughts of Ella and how she had come into his life, James stepped in a pile of horse apples on his way back to the smithy, making him swear. He purposely stepped into the next puddle to wash the foul stench off his boots. As he approached the smithy, he noticed a well-dressed man waiting outside under the awning, so as not to wind up soaked as he himself was. The man's tailored coat and polished shoes marked him as wealthy, but it was the pale blonde hair that made James frown. What did Mr. Bartholomew, a wealthy merchant known for his influence, want with him? "Mr. Hawthorne," the man greeted him, voice smooth as silk. "I trust you're well on this dreary day?" Rather than replying with a sarcastic retort, he inclined his head, forcing a smile. "Indeed I am. How may I assist you?" The man smiled, and James recognized the calculation in the man's eyes. "It's not a matter of my needs, but rather a proposition I have for you. I couldn't help but notice the lovely widow under your protection. A friend of the family, I believe? Mrs. Marlowe?" Damn the man. Several women in town were dismayed that he had been widowed for over a year, and showed no inclination to marry again, despite having eligible daughters. Over the past 2 months, James had grown increasingly fond of Ella, drawn to her quick wit, compassion, and the way her eyes lit up when he walked into the room. The thought of the merchant's interest in her set his teeth on edge. Mrs. Marlowe is a family friend from England," James replied carefully. "She's staying with me, under my protection, until she can contact her relatives in England." Mr. Bartholomew nodded, a sympathetic expression on his face that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Things are different here than they are in England. A woman may remarry without taking so long to mourn. Others have noted her beauty and grace. Mark my words, she won't remain a widow for long. Have you given any thought to your own future, Mr. Hawthorne? Over his dead body would this man or any other man court Ella?" His jaw clenched as he took a steadying breath, meeting the man's gaze directly. "Ella is still in mourning," James said firmly. "It would be improper to consider such matters at this time. Her well-being is my primary concern." The merchant's smile faltered slightly, but he quickly recovered. Of course. Forgive my presumption. I simply wished to express my admiration for the lady, and to offer my support should the need arise." James nodded stiffly, his tone polite but dismissive. "I appreciate your concern. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to attend to." As the merchant took his leave, James entered the smithy, tying his apron over his clothes. The encounter had forced him to confront the growing depths of his feelings for Ella. But did she feel the same? When he was around her, at times he found it hard to breathe. His heart raced at the sight of her smile, and she brought a sense of warmth and comfort to his life. But the shadows of his own past lingered, whispering doubts in his ear. How could he ever hope to win the heart of a woman like her? While she had been kind, Ella had not said she was ready to move on to seek another husband. And when she did, why would she want a lowly bastard when she could have her pick of several wealthy merchants? He shook his head, pushing the thoughts aside as he stoked the fire in the forge. For now, he would focus on his work. The future, with all its uncertainties and possibilities, would have to wait. "Hello?" The tread of boots on the wooden floors had James turning to greet the newcomer. "Lord Blackwood," James wiped his hands on a rag. "What brings you to my humble shop?" The nobleman, resplendent in a coat of deep burgundy, cast a critical eye over the shop's interior. "I have need of your services. I require a set of rings, each inscribed with symbols of protection." Ella had quietly entered the smithy from the house, a tray of refreshments held in her hands. "May I offer you a bit of ale?" She held out the cup. "Thank you, mistress." Lord Blackwood eyed her, as if she were a prized horse he was considering purchasing as he took the ale from her. So word had spread amongst the men in town that Ella would soon be out of mourning. Had she told Sally? Or said something to one of the other women? Why had she not told him that she was ready to move forward? James nodded, his expression carefully neutral. "I can craft the rings, my lord. But if I may ask, protection from what?" Lord Blackwood's eyes narrowed, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper as Ella crept closer to listen. "From the evil eye, of course. There are those who would seek to harm me through witchcraft and dark magic." With a roll of his eyes, James pretended to consider the request as Ella made no move to go back inside the house. I will craft your rings," he said, tone even. "But I must warn you, the only true protection comes from a clear conscience and a pure heart. You may have a priest bless them." The nobleman scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "Just see that the rings are ready within the fortnight. I will pay handsomely for your discretion." With that, Lord Blackwood turned on his heel and strode from the shop. "Do you believe in such things?" Ella asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Witchcraft and dark magic?" He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I believe that fear can make people see evil where there is none. But I also know that there are forces in this world beyond our understanding." If he hadn't been watching her closely, he would have missed how she startled. Was his Ella involved with witchcraft? Nay, he scoffed. She was simply unused to the customs here. When I woke, it was to wipe the wetness from my cheeks. I'd been dreaming again, this time of a picnic with Tim and Kate. The sun cast a warm glow on the picnic blanket spread out before us. Kate's laughter rang through the air, mixing with the chirping of the birds and the distant hum of traffic. I watched her, my heart full to bursting, as Tim chased our daughter through the grass, his own laughter deep and rich. "Mommy, come play," Kate called, her cheeks flushed with excitement. I smiled, setting down the sandwich I had been preparing. "I'm coming, sweetie." Later, as Kate played with a few kids she'd met, Tim held me close, pressing a gentle kiss to my temple. "I love you," he murmured, breath warm against my skin. "I love you too," I whispered, leaning into his embrace. Later, Kate and I spun in circles, round and round until we fell to the grass, laughing. "I wish this moment could last forever," I sighed. The dream ended, and I woke with a start, the memory of that perfect day fading like mist in the morning sun. For a moment, disorientation overwhelmed me as I struggled to reconcile the warmth of the memory with my current reality. Grief hit me like a physical blow, stealing the breath from my lungs and the strength from my limbs. Just when I thought I was moving forward, a memory or dream would hit me and I'd fall back 3 steps. Slowly I sat up, hands trembling, my head about to explode as I pushed back the covers. The room was hot, though I was chilled from the dreams. I shivered, wrapping my arms around myself in a vain attempt at comfort. While deep in my heart, I knew Tim would want me to move on, to love again. Guilt still held me back. With a shaky breath, I rose from the bed and moved to the window, eyes fixed on the distant horizon, where the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. "I will find a way," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "Somehow I'll find a way to live, to honor your memory, to carry your love with me always." I wiped my face again. "James is a good man," I said softly to the ghost of my husband. As the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the bustling streets of Charleston, I strolled hand in hand with James towards the harbor. The air was thick with the scent of salt and tar, mingling with the lingering aromas of their hearty midday meal. We approached the docks as word had spread of an alligator, but either the shy animal had left or someone had a bit too much to drink, as there was no reptile in sight. There were, however, a group of men gathered, voices raised in heated discussion. "It's an outrage," one man shouted. "First the Sugar Act, then the Stamp Act, followed by the Townsend Act, the bloody massacre in Boston, and now this blasted Tea Act. I, for one, have had enough." "Aye," another agreed. "The Crown's gone too far this time. Giving the East India Company a monopoly on tea sales in the colonies? It's a slap in the face to every honest merchant in America. The Crown wants us to get used to paying taxes so they can raise them. Mark my words, year by year they will increase our taxes until they force us out of our homes and leave us starving." James listened with a furrowed brow, his expression neutral. But I knew what was coming. The big battles, but not these small incidents that would build into a raging fire that set off revolution in a few years. "What do you think about all this?" I asked softly, trying to gauge if he fell on one side or the other. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "It's a difficult situation for everyone. The Crown has its reasons, I'm sure, but I can understand the colonists' frustration too." The words had to be chosen carefully, as I thought before I spoke. "But surely you must see that the colonists have a point. These taxes, these acts, they're unjust." James shook his head. "It's not our place to judge. We're just simple folk trying to make a living. Best to stay out of politics and focus on our own affairs." Frustration bubbled up inside me. But sometimes neutrality isn't an option. Sometimes we have to choose a side. The look of surprise in his eyes made me wonder how much he'd paid attention to what was going on. The man could be rather single-minded. Choose a side? Between the Crown and what? Rebellion. That's treasonous talk. The ice I was standing on was thin, but I took another step, hoping it would hold. "I'm not talking about rebellion. Not yet. But think about it. If things continue this way, if the Crown keeps pushing, what then? We might have to decide where we stand. With the Loyalists or the Patriots?" James's expression darkened. "Patriots?" I prefer to think of us all as British subjects, with a duty to the Crown. But what if the Crown no longer has our best interests at heart? I couldn't seem to keep my mouth shut. Me, who hadn't even voted in the last election. When I made it home, I was voting in every single election, even if both candidates were awful. For a long moment he was silent, gaze fixed on the horizon. Finally he turned to me, his eyes searching mine. You speak as if you know what will happen, but no one knows. Not like I could say anything to that. I just have a feeling. That's all. I think we need to be prepared for whatever may come. As we continued on our walk, I couldn't help but worry. There was a storm coming, choices that would have to be made. The Boston Tea Party would happen in mid-December this year, and then 2 years later, war would be here. When the time came, I had to believe that James would choose the right side of history. Chapter 16. The Last Christmas. Illinois. Last year. Christmas Eve. I sat on the couch, my arm wrapped around Kate, who was like a small furnace as she nestled herself between Tim and I. The Christmas tree lights cast a warm glow throughout the living room, and the scent of cinnamon and pine filled the air courtesy of 2 large candles on the mantel. When Kate turned 5, she wanted us to read her a holiday story every night, starting December 1st all the way to Christmas Eve. It had been so much fun finding old books from when Tim and I were children, and new favorites we discovered over the years. My husband had such a soothing voice, the kind that instantly put you at ease, or calmed a situation that was about to get out of hand. Which one, lovebug? He kissed our daughter on the head. The night before Christmas. She had picked a pair of white pajamas with reindeer all over them to wear tonight. Excellent choice. A classic, I said as I smoothed her hair back. She held the right side of the book, and Tim the left as he read her current favorite story. Her eyes sparkled as he read, her little hand clutching the book as she listened intently to every word. Could my life be any more perfect? These simple joys, the unbreakable bonds of family, were what mattered most. I wanted to freeze time, to stay in this moment forever. Sure, Tim and I had our arguments, but with similar values and ideals, we tended to bicker over the little things like whose turn it was to take out the trash, rather than the big stuff like religion, politics, and money. And if sometimes I felt a bit smug when my friends complained about their spouses, well, I'd hit the husband jackpot and loved every moment of our lives. As Tim read the final lines of the story, Kate yawned, her eyelids drooping. I smiled and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, whispering, "I think it's time for bed, sweetheart." Kate murmured a sleepy protest, but allowed Tim to scoop her up into his arms. I followed them up the stairs, the warmth of the holiday enveloping me like a cozy blanket. After tucking Kate into bed, Tim and I returned to the living room. He pulled me close as I rested my head against his chest, sighing happily. "I wish we could freeze this moment," I murmured, my eyes fixed on the twinkling Christmas tree lights. "Just stay here like this forever." Tim chuckled softly, his fingers playing with my hair. "I know what you mean. But I think the beauty of the holidays, and small moments like these, is that they're fleeting. It makes us appreciate them all the more." I nodded, overwhelmed by a sudden sense of gratitude. "I don't tell you enough how much I love you. How much you and Kate mean to me." Tim cupped my cheek, his thumb brushing away a stray tear. "You don't have to tell me. I feel it, every moment of every day. You and Kate are my world." We sat in silence, basking in the warmth of our love and the magic of the holiday season. Suddenly, Kate came bounding down the stairs, a blanket in one hand and her favorite stuffed bear in the other. "Why did you let me fall asleep? You promised we could drive around and see the lights." Our daughter blinked and yawned. "I can't believe you put me to bed." "Please," she wheedled. With a laugh, Tim looked at me and we both laughed. "You're right. A promise is a promise," I said, going to the coat closet to grab our coats. Tim swung Kate up in his arms, making her laugh. "How about after we see the lights, we stop and get hot chocolate?" "Even better." Kate exclaimed, now wide awake. Minutes later, we bundled ourselves up and climbed into the car, the heater chasing away the winter chill. As we drove through the quiet streets, we sang carols, sometimes changing the lyrics and making each other laugh. There were lots of people out with the same idea, as we waited to drive through the park, known for putting on the best lights in town. The Christmas light display was breathtaking as we each pointed out our favorites. After we ate our weight in sugar cookies and had 2 cups of hot cocoa with marshmallows each, Tim asked me to drive. With a grin, I nodded. I saw you adding that holiday cheer to your cocoa. He laughed, holding up the half-empty bottle. Caught me. I took the keys, hitting the button to reset the seat to how I liked it. Look, it's snowing. Our daughter jumped up and down in the seat. This is the best Christmas Eve ever. Kate pressed her nose to the window, watching the flurries come down. Why had I been so damn smug? Tempted fate with my happiness? Later, I'd ask myself those questions over and over, never coming up with an answer. On the way home, full of sugar cookies, hot chocolate, and laughter, my world shattered. A car came out of nowhere right into my lane. I desperately tried to avoid the collision, but it was too late. The impact was deafening. The sound of metal crumpling and glass shattering filled the air. I felt a searing pain rip through my body as the world around me spun and tilted, and instinctively I threw my arms up in front of my face. I heard Kate's screams, Tim's frantic shouts. And then silence. When I came to, I was lying on the cold, hard pavement, the flashing lights of emergency vehicles illuminating the scene of the crash. I tried to move, to call out for my family, but my body refused to cooperate. It was only later, in the sterile confines of the hospital room, that I learned the devastating truth. Tim and Kate died in the crash. They were gone, ripped away from me in a cruel twist of fate. The other driver was drunk and had been speeding, going 40 miles over the limit. He died at the scene, as he wasn't wearing a seatbelt and was thrown from the vehicle. If I hadn't put my arms up to shield my face, I would have been horribly scarred. The thick bandages on my arms made me wonder just how bad they would look when they healed. My world had shattered, the pieces of my once perfect life scattered like broken glass on the highway. In the days and weeks that followed, I grappled with overwhelming grief and emptiness, trying to find meaning in a world without Tim and Kate, to make sense of the senseless tragedy that had torn my family apart. Pamela tried to help, but I wanted to be left alone. It was my fault. If only I'd been more alert. Instead of laughing and singing, I could have avoided the accident. Time passed, and I went back to work, suspended in a holding pattern, unable to move forward, holding tight to my grief. If I held on tight enough, maybe I wouldn't be all alone. As the first Christmas without my husband and daughter approached, I made a silent vow. I would keep their memory alive, hold tight to the love that had once filled my heart to bursting by visiting their gravesites every day, talking to them, and telling them about my day. There was no use moving forward when they were in the cold, hard ground, and I was still here. I'd give anything to change places with them. To disappear to another time and place. Chapter 17. Dangerous Waters. Dressed in Elijah's clothes, a strange mix of freedom and trepidation coursed through my veins. The boy's breeches and shirt were a little loose on me, but the leather vest helped hold everything in place. I had tied my hair back under a cap, hoping to blend in more easily. As I slipped out of the blacksmith shop, the weight of the past few weeks lifted slightly. James thought I was with Sally or some of the other women working on a quilt, but I had other plans. The town was just waking up as I walked with purpose, mimicking the confident strides of the men around me. My heart pounded with each step, but I reveled in the anonymity the disguise provided. I made my way to the harbor, a place that had become a sanctuary of sorts. There I could lose myself in the rhythmic lapping of the water against the docks, and the lively bustle of the ships and sailors. I watched as men hauled crates and barrels, their movements precise and practiced. The ships with their tall masts and billowing sails fascinated me. Each one seemed to hold a promise of adventure and escape. Standing at the edge of the pier, I let the sights and sounds wash over me. The creak of the ropes, the calls of the seagulls, and the chatter of the sailors blended into a soothing symphony. I could almost forget the strange circumstances that had brought me here, almost believe I was just another face in the crowd. A ship was unloading its cargo, and I watched as the sailors deftly passed heavy sacks down the line. One of the men noticed my interest and nodded a greeting. "Morning, lad," he said, his voice rough but friendly. "First time seeing a ship like this?" I nodded, keeping my voice low to disguise the feminine pitch. "Aye, it's quite a sight." He grinned, showing a missing tooth. "Aye, that it is. This one's just back from the Indies. Full of spices and such." The thought of spices made my stomach growl. I realized I'd skipped breakfast in my haste to leave the shop. The sailor chuckled at the sound. "Hungry, are ya?" "Here," he said, tossing me an orange from a nearby crate. I caught it, surprised by his generosity. "Thank you." With a shrug, he turned back to his labors. I wandered further down the docks, peeling the orange, the citrus exploding in my mouth. It was tart and sweet, making me think of lazy weekend mornings and freshly squeezed juice. As I walked, I noticed a group of children playing by the water's edge, their laughter a bright contrast to the harsh realities around them. For a moment I closed my eyes and imagined Kate playing with them, her bright smile and infectious giggle filling the air. And today, the memory of her brought comfort instead of pain. I spent the rest of the morning exploring the harbor, watching the comings and goings of ships and people. It was a welcome distraction from the uncertainty that plagued my thoughts. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I knew I needed to head back before James wondered why I wasn't back yet. Reluctantly, I turned away from the water and made my way back through the winding streets. Dressed in Elijah's clothes, I would sneak out of the house early in the morning to slip in and out of places unnoticed. The disguise afforded me a certain freedom, a chance to blend in and observe the world around me without drawing too much attention. One afternoon, as I walked through the marketplace, I overheard a group of men talking in hushed tones. Their words caught my attention, and I lingered near a stall, pretending to examine a display of knives. "The situation is getting worse," one man said, his voice low but urgent. "The taxes are unbearable. The merchants are furious." "Aye," another agreed. "Rumors are spreading that the Crown is planning even more restrictions. Something should be done." My heart skipped a beat. The tension between the colonies and Britain was something I had learned about in history class, but hearing it discussed in real time with such immediacy was unnerving and was becoming more frequent. I moved closer, keeping my head down and my ears open. "Do you think it'll come to war?" a younger man asked, his voice tinged with fear. The older man sighed heavily. "It's hard to say, but people are angry. If the Crown doesn't relent, there may be no other choice." The words hung heavy in the air as I slipped away from the stall, my mind racing. The thought of war, of bloodshed and suffering, wasn't something I wanted to live through. Could I stand by and watch history unfold, knowing what was to come? Or was there something I might do to keep those I'd come to care for safe, knowing what was coming? Back at home, I quickly changed before entering the smithy, where I found James hammering away at a piece of iron. The rhythmic clang of his hammer was a familiar, comforting sound. I stood in the doorway, watching him for a moment before stepping inside. "James," I said, my voice tentative, "can we talk?" While I knew he wanted to remain neutral, I kept thinking he'd come to his senses and see it was impossible. He looked up, brow furrowed with concern. "Of course. What's on your mind?" I hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. On my way home, I overheard some men talking in the marketplace. They're worried about the growing tension with Britain, about the possibility of war. James wiped his hands on a cloth, setting his hammer aside. "Aye, it's a concern for many. The Crown's policies are harsh, and people are growing restless, but surely it won't come to that." I took a deep breath. "Do you think there might be a way to prevent bloodshed? To find a solution before things escalate to war?" He studied me, his emerald green eyes thoughtful. If cooler heads prevail, but who knows? I bit my lip, choosing my words carefully. What if we could influence people, steer them towards peace? Find a way around the taxes? His expression softened, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. You want to become a smuggler? Of course not. I tapped my lip. But it's not a bad idea. He laughed, then turned serious. Many are growing angry with the way England taxes us. I know it's complicated, but I can't help thinking that there has to be a solution to ease tensions with England. James reached out, taking my hand in his. His touch was warm, grounding me in the present moment. You have a good heart. But be careful. These are dangerous times, and not everyone will welcome your ideas. I squeezed his hand, drawing strength from his steady presence. I just want to do something meaningful. The next week, when James had to travel to meet a customer, I decided to dress as a boy once more since my makeshift bakery was closed today. The air was heavy with the promise of rain, the sky a sullen gray, the humidity making me feel like I was walking through a fine mist. I wandered down to the docks, the smell of men, cargo, and horses mixing with the less pleasant smells of fish and tar. The creak of ships rocking against their moorings, the shouts of sailors unloading cargo, the cries of seagulls wheeling overhead drew me closer, as I caught sight of a large ship anchored a short distance from the shore. Something about the ship sent a chill down my spine. I found a spot near a stack of crates and settled in to watch, the rough wood pressing into my back as I leaned against it. My curiosity turned to horror as I realized what was happening on the deck of the ship. The sailors were tossing fabric-covered bundles overboard. Bodies. The bundles hit the water with a sickening splash as they sunk below the surface. The smell hit me then, a rancid mix of decay and brackish water that turned my stomach. I clapped a hand over my mouth, fighting the urge to retch. The sailors worked with grim efficiency, their faces set in hard, unfeeling lines. I could hear their muttered curses carried on the wind, the sharp crack of orders, the rhythmic thud of boots on the wooden deck. Closing my eyes to block out the sight didn't matter, as the images were already seared into my mind. Like the public hanging I'd witnessed and seeing people put in the stocks in the town square for whatever infraction they'd committed, this was another stark reminder that these times were very different. A sudden rumble of thunder echoed across the harbor, and the first fat drops of rain began to fall, as I sat there staring at the water. I knew I should leave, return to the blacksmith shop and the relative safety it provided, but my feet refused to move. Did they have funerals for those men? Slaves? Did they have families back in their own countries who wouldn't ever know what happened to them? The horror kept playing over and over in my mind. Eventually, the rain began to fall in earnest, a torrential downpour that soaked me to the skin in minutes. I forced myself to move, my clothes clinging to me as I ran back through the muddy streets. Each step felt heavier than the last, my heart aching with the weight of what I had witnessed. When I finally reached the smithy, I paused under my awning, leaning on my counter to wipe my face with a rag I found. James melted out of the shadows, arms crossed, his expression a mix of relief and anger. "Where have you been?" he demanded, voice sharp enough to cut through the storm. "I thought you were with Sally and the other women?" "You're back early." I opened my mouth to explain, but the words caught in my throat. How could I describe the horror I had just witnessed? The look in my eyes must have conveyed some of it because his expression softened, the anger fading into concern. "Tell me," he said more gently, reaching out to touch my arm. "What happened? Are you harmed?" I took a shuddering breath, the rainwater dripping from my hair and clothes. "I went to the docks," I began, my voice barely above a whisper. "I saw a ship, they were throwing bodies overboard. Dead slaves. And dressed as a lad." James's face darkened, his grip on my arm tightening. "Ella, you shouldn't have gone there alone. It's dangerous if you had been discovered dressing as a boy." He trailed off, shaking his head. "It's not safe. The water, the men loading and unloading ships, it calms me." The lines around his mouth were tight as he scolded me. Never again. By God, I should take a strap to you. You wouldn't dare. The outrage in my voice had him narrowing his eyes. I do not know what kind of man you were married to, but he obviously never reprimanded or punished you. You put all of us at risk with your behavior. What kind of man? I screeched. Tim would never raise a hand to me. Ever. A snort escaped. Perhaps he should have. He let go of my arm, a look of disgust on his face. If you ever go out dressed as a lad again, I will turn you over my knee and take a belt to you. The hell you will. I retorted. If you do, you better sleep with one eye open, James Hawthorne, because I will slit your damn throat if you raise a hand to me. We stood there panting, both angry, until finally he turned and stomped away, calling out over his shoulder. Clean up that mess. It was immature, I admit, but I gave the finger to his departing back. In the past or not, I'd be damned before a man would ever raise a hand to me. It had happened once. Back in high school. The golden boy of the school, a senior who played football and baseball, turned his attention to me, a gawky sophomore who hadn't yet developed. I'd been so flattered by his attention that I'd ignored the red flags, made excuses for his behavior. Had even thought it romantic that he'd been so jealous and possessive. Until that night. I'd been out with friends at the local hangout spot, a cafe with lots of outdoor seating. A boy from a school across town who played soccer had been flirting with me when Chase had shown up. Let's just say they apparently had history. Chase had stolen the boy's girlfriend the year prior, and now the boy was thinking he'd get back at him. Why I got in his truck, I don't know. But halfway home, he'd pulled over on a dirt road and lost it, screaming and yelling, calling me names, accusing me of all sorts of things. When I protested, he'd punched me in the stomach and slapped me so hard across the face that he split my lip. I got out of the car and walked the 8 miles home in the dark. Snuck in my room and pretended to be sick the next day. So ashamed that I'd done something wrong. It wasn't until my best friend came over that I realized it wasn't my fault. It was Chase. And then I found out he'd been abusive with other girls, and because he was the local legend, nothing had ever come of it. He broke up with me via text, told everyone I smelled. And me. I waited. 3 whole months, the week after graduation. I knew he and his family were away on vacation for 2 weeks. So that night, I snuck over to his house, got the hidden key he left outside to his precious truck and dumped shrimp shells under the floor mats. It was hot while they were gone. If only I could have seen his expression when he opened the door. So if James ever raised a hand to me, not only would I leave and find somewhere else to stay, I'd find a way to pay him back. It didn't matter that it was acceptable for men to hit women in this time. No one was going to lay a finger on me. The next day, the rain had finally ceased, leaving the air fresh and the ground slick with mud. I took a deep breath, savoring the clean scent. As I made my way to Sally's general store, I knew James and I would need to talk. We'd both avoided each other this morning, neither one of us ready to apologize. Sally greeted me with a warm smile as I entered the bustling shop and made my way to the end of the counter where she was arranging a new shipment of goods. "Ella, good to see you," she said, her eyes twinkling. "How have you been?" "I'm well," I replied, offering a small tentative smile. She patted my hand. "I know it's been hard for you, losing your husband and daughter, being here in what must seem a strange place after England." I nodded, the familiar ache in my chest tightening. "Yes, it's been difficult." When she leaned over the counter, I leaned in as well. "Things are different here in Charleston than they were in England, you know. We don't always follow the same rules and customs." I frowned slightly, unsure of where she was going with this. "What do you mean?" Her gray dress made her normally hazel eyes look almost silver today. "James is a good man. He cares for you, treats you well. He's been through his own share of hardships, but he's kind and is well off. You could do much worse." My heart skipped a beat at the mention of James. His presence in my life had become a source of comfort and strength, but I hadn't allowed myself to consider the possibility of something more. Not yet. Especially after our argument. Even though after I'd had time to think about it, I knew I was breaking the rules to go out dressed as a boy. But I just wanted to be left alone to sit on the docks without being harassed. And it didn't give him the right to threaten to beat me. Unaware of my inner thoughts and turmoil, Sally continued, her eyes sharp and knowing. Others have their eye on him, you know. He's quite the catch. But it's clear to anyone with eyes that he's taken a special interest in you. Then she grinned. I hear he's warned 2 men away from courting you. Well, that was news. Heat crept up my neck and across my face. I don't know what to say. James has been very kind to me, but... She squeezed my hand, her expression softening. Just think about it. Sometimes, life gives us a second chance at happiness, even when we least expect it. Her words lingered as I left the shop, my purchases in my basket, my thoughts a whirlwind of emotions. Could I really open my heart again, after everything I had lost? And if I did James really feel the same? Would he agree to never raise his hand to me? That was a deal-breaker, as far as I was concerned. When I arrived back home, he was outside sitting in the garden, a tired look on his face. He looked up as I approached, his eyes softening with a warmth that made my heart flutter. For a moment, we simply stared at each other. Ella, he said, his voice a gentle rumble. I would apologize to you. I took a deep breath, my mind made up. All right. He moved over on the bench to make room for me. As I sat, he took my hands in his. I should not have spoken so about your husband. This is not England, and things are different here. A half-frown, half-smile crossed his face. Though not so different that women may go about dressed as men. No. I shouldn't have done it. He nodded once. I will take you to the docks whenever you need to go. Then he let out a breath. I give you my vow, here and now. I will never raise a hand to you as long as I live. The slight tremble in his hands told me this was deadly serious. Here, a man's word meant something. I accept your vow, I said formally, and then added my own. I promise not to dress up in Elijah's clothes again. Before he relaxed, I gripped his hands as hard as I could. If you ever break your vow to me, James Hawthorne, I swear you will live to regret it. He nodded. As you say. As the rain began to fall again, gently this time, a sense of renewal washed over me. Life in Charleston was different, and perhaps that was exactly what I needed. Turning the page on my old life, I embraced the new, ready to face whatever came next. 4. Tides of Destiny. Chapter 18. Between Two Worlds. The middle of June. How was it possible that 2.5 months had already passed since I'd fallen through time? With no idea how to get back to my own time, other than waiting until December 22nd on the day I came through from the future, I'd made a sort of tentative peace with my new reality. The rain from the past few days left the air thick and damp, the faint scent of freshly turned earth filling our lungs. James and I had been tentative around each other after he'd threatened to whip me, and I'd told him if he did, I'd slit his throat. The offer to go for a walk, just the two of us, was his way of trying to ease tensions. Me. I would have given him the silent treatment for days, something I'd excelled at during high school, immature as it was. A wide-brimmed straw hat shielded my face from the sun, and as much as I wanted to wear short sleeves, the scars on my arms from the accident made me self-conscious, even though they had faded to pale white lines over the past 1.5 years. The simple gray gown I'd dressed in was cotton, so at least the breeze moved through it. James wore what I thought of as his usual uniform, a linen shirt rolled up at the sleeves, and a pair of dark breeches. He carried a small satchel over one shoulder, its contents clinking softly with each step, but refused to tell me what was inside, simply smiling and saying it was a surprise. We walked side by side, shoulders touching, along a narrow path that wound through fields, tall grasses and wildflowers that brushed against the hem of my dress. The sky was a brilliant cerulean, dotted with fluffy white clouds that drifted lazily in the gentle breeze. Birds sang from the trees, adding to the perfect day. As we walked, he pointed to the right where the path turned, leading us to a small brook. The water gurgled softly as it flowed over smooth stones, the sound soothing, almost like music. We paused for a moment, watching as a family of ducks paddled by, their feathers glistening in the sunlight. As we wandered further, something caught his eye as he stopped and knelt down, brushing away the dirt on the ground to reveal a small rock, a fossil with a perfect fern imprinted on its surface. He picked it up and turned to me, eyes sparkling with excitement. I swear the man had the eyes of a hawk. "Look at this," he said, holding out the rock. "For you, Ella." I took the fossil from him, marveling at the delicate pattern etched into the stone, wondering how old it was. "It's lovely, thank you." He nodded, pleased with my reaction. Slowly, we once again found a comfortable rhythm with each other, telling each other of customers and our days. Even though my bakery counter was at the entrance to the smithy, sometimes James was so busy that he didn't see everyone who stopped by to purchase bread and pastries. We found a shady spot under a large tree as he set down the wicker basket he'd been carrying to spread out a simple blanket on the ground. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. I settled onto the blanket, smoothing my skirts as James unpacked our modest feast. "How did you pack a picnic lunch without me knowing a thing about it?" Pleased by my answer, he shyly smiled at me, his face bronzed by the sun. "Mary helped." The basket contained many of my favorites. There was a crusty loaf of bread still warm from the oven, wrapped in a cloth, a wedge of sharp cheddar cheese, slices of cured ham, butter, and to my delight, a small pot of my fresh strawberry preserves. As James sliced the bread, the aroma of yeast and wheat filled the air, mingling with the earthy scent of grass and leaves. In the distance, birds sang to each other, making me feel like I was in the middle of a Hallmark movie. "Here you go," James said, handing me a piece of buttered bread topped with the jam. He'd also given me a slice of ham and cheese on a worn pewter plate with a faded linen napkin. I took a bite, savoring the flavors of the salty ham, the tangy cheese, and the sweetness of the butter and jam on the bread. "It's delicious," I said after swallowing. "Thank you for spending time with me today." "It is my pleasure." We ate in companionable silence for a few moments, the quiet broken only by the rustle of leaves and the occasional buzz of a passing bee. I took the fossil he'd given me from my pocket, tracing the delicate lines with my fingertips. "What's your favorite time of day?" He turned those striking green eyes toward me, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as he noted I held the fossil he'd given me. I took a deep breath, the sweet taste of strawberries still on my tongue. "And why, if you don't mind my asking?" His eyes softened as he considered my question. He leaned back on his elbows, legs stretched out in front of him, gaze drifting to the sky. I found myself holding my breath, awaiting his response. "My favorite time of day," he began, voice low and thoughtful, "is just before dawn when the sky begins to lighten." I nodded, encouraging him to continue. As he spoke, I noticed how his strong, scarred hands, usually so sure in their movements at the forge, now fidgeted slightly with a blade of grass. "There's a moment," he continued, "just as the first rays of sun peek over the horizon, when the whole world seems to hold its breath. The birds haven't yet begun their morning songs, and the air is cool and still." Who knew my taciturn blacksmith was a poet? As he described the scene, I could almost feel the pre-dawn stillness settling around us. His eyes met mine briefly before darting away, a bit of color on his cheeks. "It's a time of new beginnings," he said softly. "As if anything could happen once the sun rises." I felt a flutter in my chest at his words, recognizing the hope in them. Unconsciously, I touched the bare spot at my wrist where I'd lost my bracelet, a gesture that didn't escape James's notice. When he'd asked me about the habit a week after I'd arrived, I'd told him about the bracelet that came after Tim had died. His expression flickered with understanding and something that might have been regret. "Of course," he added hastily, straightening his posture, "it's also when the forge fire burns the cleanest. Makes for the best steel." I smiled gently, appreciating his attempt to steer the conversation back to safer ground. "That sounds lovely. I confess I'm rarely awake at such an hour." "You do enjoy sleeping late?" He nodded, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Perhaps one day you might wake early, come out to the garden and sit with me," he suggested, tone careful and neutral despite the invitation in his words. A warm breeze rustled the leaves above us, filling the silence that fell between us. I found myself studying the strong line of his jaw, the muscles in his forearms, and the way the dappled sunlight played across his features. For a moment, I allowed myself to imagine standing beside him in that pre-dawn quiet, watching the sun rise over the garden. The thought brought both a pang of guilt and a flicker of hope. I pushed both aside, reminding myself that some wounds take time to heal. "I'd like that," I replied softly, surprising myself with my honesty. When his eyes met mine, I saw a mix of emotion there, from care to respect and patience. He smiled, a kind expression that reached his eyes before turning his attention back to our picnic. "More preserves?" he offered, holding out the small ceramic pot. I accepted with a nod, our fingers brushing briefly as I took it from him. The touch, fleeting as it was, sent a small shiver through me that had nothing to do with the gentle breeze. As we continued our meal, the conversation drifted to lighter topics, but I found my thoughts returning to his description of the dawn. Perhaps, I mused, it wasn't just the day that held new possibilities. While he pointed out various shapes in the clouds, I finally accepted the growing sense of connection I felt to him. His kindness, his strength, and his unwavering support had become a source of comfort and hope for me. I looked at him, the sun casting a warm glow on his face, and felt a flicker of something more than friendship. Normally dinner would have been the biggest meal of the day, but today neither of us was that hungry, so the light lunch he'd packed, or dinner as it was called, had been perfect. James turned to me with a grin, startling me out of my thoughts. "I cannot believe you do not know how to ride." Before I could respond, he grinned. "Would you like to learn?" I nodded. "Very much." We made our way back, but instead of going into town, he led me to a small farm where I spied several horses. I was both excited and nervous as we approached the paddock where a gentle-looking bay mare awaited us. A man who'd come out to talk to James nodded to me, then went into the barn. His confident demeanor put me somewhat at ease, as I knew he was an accomplished rider. The breeze cooled me off as I approached the horse, speaking softly. "Be nice to me, and I'll give you a carrot." Now I knew why he'd packed a few carrots. "Are you ready?" he asked, a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. I nodded, though my stomach fluttered with a mix of anticipation and nerves. "I think so. She looks gentle enough." The horse nudged him as James chuckled, patting the mare's neck. "This is Acorn. She's as sweet as they come. Just follow my lead and you'll define." Acorn. What a silly name for a horse. He laughed, helping me mount, his hand steadying me as I awkwardly swung my leg over the horse's back. The leather saddle was warm from the sun, and I gripped the reins tightly, my knuckles white. "Relax," James said, his voice soothing. "You're too tense. Sit up straight but keep your body loose." I tried to follow his instructions, taking deep breaths to calm my racing heart as he adjusted the stirrups, and then stepped back, giving the horse a gentle pat. "Now hold the reins like this," he demonstrated, his hands guiding mine into the correct position. The closeness made my heart flutter even more. "And use your legs to give her a little nudge to get her moving." I did as he said, and Acorn the horse began to walk forward at a slow, steady pace. I wobbled slightly, gripping the reins tighter. James walked alongside us, his eyes on me. "You're doing well. Keep your eyes ahead where you want to go and trust the horse." The rhythmic motion of the horse soothed my nerves, and I relaxed. We made a few laps around the paddock, James offering gentle encouragement and corrections. I felt more confident, enjoying the sensation of riding. "Ready to go a little faster?" he asked. I hesitated, but then nodded. "I think so." "All right. Give her a gentle squeeze with your legs, and she'll pick up the pace." I followed his instructions, and Acorn started to trot. The change in speed threw me off balance, and I let out a surprised yelp, clutching the saddle for dear life. He burst into laughter, warming me from the inside out. I couldn't help but laugh too, despite my initial panic. The trotting motion was more jarring, but I gradually found a rhythm, my body adjusting to the new pace. Just as I was feeling more comfortable, the horse decided to test me with a sudden stop. I lurched forward, nearly slipping out of the saddle. But he was there in an instant, his strong hands steadying me and keeping me from falling. "Whoa there," James said, his voice close to my ear. "Easy, girl. Are you all right, Ella?" I nodded, my cheeks flushed from the near fall and his proximity. "Yes, thanks to you." James kept his hands on my waist for a moment longer than necessary, until the horse stamped her foot. "You're doing very well," he said softly, his breath warm against my skin. "Let's try it again, but this time don't lean forward so much. Trust yourself and the horse." This time I managed to stay balanced, my initial fear giving way to exhilaration, and I found myself enjoying the ride. James's steady presence and the way he effortlessly handled Acorn gave me confidence. By the end of our lesson, I was trotting around the paddock with a big smile on my face, a sense of accomplishment and joy running through me. When we stopped, he reached up and effortlessly lifted me from the horse, his hands firm and warm through my gown. "You're a natural." "I couldn't have done it without you," I said, as a warmth spread through me that had nothing to do with the sun. He smiled, green eyes twinkling. "We'll ride together next time." We stood close together, the connection between us palpable. As we walked back to the house side by side, I couldn't help but wonder what there might be between us. That evening, I found myself alone in the room James had given me in the house. The day's events played over in my mind, yet alongside the joy of learning to ride and the warmth of his presence, there was an undercurrent of guilt that gnawed at my heart. I sat on the edge of the bed, the room dimly lit by a single candle. The flickering flame cast dancing shadows on the walls, its light reflecting off the small fossil he had given me. I held the rock in my hands, its rough texture grounding me in the present even as my mind drifted to another time and place. A memory surfaced, unbidden and vivid, a flashback to my wedding day with Tim. The day had been perfect, full of love and promise. I could almost feel the delicate lace of my dress against my skin, the weight of the veil trailing behind me as I walked down the aisle. The scent of roses and lilies filled the air, mingling with the soft murmur of our guests. Tim stood at the altar, eyes shining with love and devotion. His smile was radiant, filling me with an overwhelming sense of joy. As we exchanged vows, our hands clasped tightly together, I felt like the luckiest woman in the world. The future stretched out before us, a path lined with dreams and possibilities. The memory was so real, so tangible, that I could almost hear the strains of the wedding march and the cheers of our friends and family as we shared our first kiss as husband and wife. I remembered the warmth of Tim's embrace, the feel of his lips against mine, and the way he whispered promises of forever that night. Tears welled up in my eyes, spilling over and tracing warm paths down my cheeks. The grief was still all too real, and today I wondered if it would ever heal, if I could ever forgive myself. Tim and Kate were gone, their lives cut short in a senseless accident, leaving me adrift in a world that felt empty without them. Yet here I was, in a different time, with growing feelings for another man. James was kind and strong, his presence grounded me, made me feel safe and cherished. But with each moment of happiness, each flicker of attraction, the guilt remained. I hugged the fossil to my chest, the rough edges pressing into my skin. "Tim," I whispered into the stillness of the room, "I miss you so much." The candle flickered, casting shadows on the wall that seemed to mirror my turmoil. I knew that life had to go on, that Tim wouldn't want me to be trapped in my grief forever. But the idea of opening my heart again felt like a betrayal, a dishonor to the love we had shared. "I don't know what to do," I whispered to the moon outside my window. "If you really want me to move on, find a way to give me a sign." Because now that I knew time travel was real, I had to believe that he could send me some kind of sign. As the night wore on, unable to sleep, I grappled with my emotions, the war between my past and my present raging within me. I thought of James's gentle smile, the way he had patiently taught me to ride, his steady hand guiding me. The warmth in his eyes when he looked at me, the way he had shared his own pain and vulnerability. Finally, as exhaustion began to pull me under, I made a silent promise. I would take things one day at a time, allowing myself to feel whatever came without judgment. It was the only way I could navigate this new, confusing path. As I blew out the candle and settled into bed, the room plunged into darkness. I felt a glimmer of hope amid the guilt and sorrow. Perhaps, in time, I could find a way to honor my love for Tim, while also opening my heart to the possibilities the future held with James. While James worked on an order for a demanding customer, I arranged freshly baked blackberry and blueberry pies and tarts on the counter he'd built for me. As I worked, I hummed softly, making sure no one could hear me, as it was one of my favorite ABBA songs. The scent of cinnamon and hot metal mingled in the air, a scent I'd come to enjoy. The creak of the door announced a visitor, and before I could say anything, James was there, wiping his hands off on a rag. A young man stood there, his fine linen shirt already wilting in the unseasonable heat. "Good day to you both," he said, dabbing at his forehead with a handkerchief. "My, it's dreadfully warm today." James set down his hammer and approached, wiping his calloused hands on his leather apron. "Welcome, sir. What might I do for you this day?" He waited patiently, telling me this customer was important. "Charles Pinckney, at your service," he replied with a slight bow, his manners impeccable despite his young age. "My father said you might be of service." Then he turned to me. "I have heard much about your delicious goods." "You are too kind." I smiled at the young man. "Might I offer you a cup of ale and a slice of blackberry tart?" "Perhaps later," Charles replied, his eyes darting to James. "I'm here on an errand for my father." Something about the name was vaguely familiar to me, but I wasn't sure if it was because I'd heard it around town or if he was someone from high school history class. Charles's voice took on a note of importance, clearly relishing his role. "My father requires several small, strong boxes made. Ones that can be easily hidden and transported." He lowered his voice. "It's for the committee, you understand." Why hadn't I paid more attention in class? Oh, right, because I was too busy daydreaming about spending my summer at the pool. Who cared about dusty old history? A snort escaped, making James give me a look before I covered it with a cough. "I see. For documents, I presume?" James didn't tell me to leave, so I made myself as unobtrusive as possible and listened intently to what they were saying. A ghost of a smile touched Charles's lips. "Let's just say for items of great importance. Can you manage it?" "Certainly," James replied, his voice steady, but I heard the interest in his tone. "I'll get started right away. When does your father need them?" "As soon as possible. There's a meeting in a fortnight, and it would be ideal to have them by then." Charles paused, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. I had hoped to be on my way to law school in England by now, but given the current events, my parents thought it best I remain here and study in my father's office instead. I had wrapped up the small package and handed it to the man, still not knowing his fate in history, but by the deferential way James treated him, I had a feeling he would be a somebody here in Charleston. "That must be disappointing, Mr. Pinckney. But I'm sure you'll learn a great deal from your father. I've packed up a slice of my blackberry tart for you." Charles accepted the package with a nod, his face brightening. "You're too kind, madam." He turned back to James, attempting to mimic his father's grave expression. "I'll return in 2 weeks. Remember, discretion is key." "You can count on me," James assured him. "Give my regards to your father." As Charles's footsteps faded, James turned to meet my gaze. "Best not to speak of this to anyone." "Of course not. I can keep a secret." If that wasn't an understatement, I don't know what was. James nodded, coming over to touch my shoulder before returning to his work. "But me. I opened for business and sold my pies and tarts on autopilot, trying to think about what was to come and when. Chapter 19. The Legend of the Phantom Ship. James and I decided to visit the local tavern for a bit of respite from our daily routines, as we'd heard there would be a traveling minstrel. We'd brought Elijah and Mary along as well. As we approached the building, I heard the lively hum of conversation and laughter spilling out into the cool evening air. The Bull's Head Tavern was only a few years old, as the one before it had caught fire after a brawl. The outside was painted a rich, dark green that beautifully contrasted with the golden light spilling from the windows. The door creaked as we pushed it open, and the stifling atmosphere enveloped us, along with the smell of too many unwashed bodies in the small space, making me breathe through my nose. Inside, the tavern was full of activity. Wooden tables and chairs filled the room, with long benches providing seating for larger groups. Pewter tankards and ceramic dishes clinked and clattered as patrons toasted and shared meals. The unpleasant smells mingled with the enticing scents of roasted meat and freshly baked bread, along with the tang of ale and the faint, sweet aroma of pipe smoke. We found a table along one side of the wall. James and Elijah settled onto the bench while Mary and I took a seat across from them, the wooden chair creaking slightly under my weight. A cheerful barmaid approached, apron stained from a busy night. "What can I get for you folks?" she asked, her eyes bright with curiosity. Neither of us recognized her, so she must be the cousin of the owner that we'd heard about. James ordered a pitcher of ale and food. As she bustled away, I took a moment to take in the surrounding scene. The tavern was filled with townspeople, along with a few sailors, travelers, and 2 British officers, their faces animated as they talked and laughed. The wooden floorboards creaked underfoot, and the walls seemed to hum with the collective energy of the room. The barmaid returned with our order, setting down a pitcher of ale and 4 tankards, along with plates of steaming stew and dark bread. The rich, savory aroma made my mouth water, making me realize how hungry I was. As we dug into the hearty fare, Elijah regaled us with tales of his day, his youthful enthusiasm infectious, as Mary jumped in, adding her own stories. James listened with a fond smile, his eyes twinkling in the firelight. The ale, smooth and slightly bitter, warmed me from the inside out. The door of the tavern opened, and then closed, as I saw James wave over a man I recognized as one of his regular customers. The man waved, making his way over to our table. "Mind if I join you?" he asked, his face sunburnt. "Please?" James gestured to the empty chair next to him. The man sat down, ordering a small ale from the passing barmaid. As we sipped our drinks and enjoyed a stew of okra and tomatoes, along with cornbread and butter, he leaned in, voice low. "Have you heard the latest news?" he asked, glancing around before continuing. "There's talk of more trouble brewing up north. It's all these new taxes." James nodded solemnly. "Aye, it's a tense time. The Crown's demands are putting a strain on everyone." I listened intently, trying to recall my history lessons about this period. The man seemed unusually interested in the topic, eyes bright as he spoke. "It's not just the taxes," he continued. "Some say there's talk of, well, more drastic measures." He lowered his voice even further, making it hard to hear him over the din. "But we must be careful what we say. You never know who might be listening and reporting back to the Crown." The conversation drifted to lighter topics as the evening wore on, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he had been trying to gauge James's reaction to the political discussion. While normally I had the bladder of a camel, I'd had too much ale and needed to relieve myself. As I excused myself, I ran into Sally outside. What a surprise. I smiled at my friend, noting she looked a bit tired tonight. "Thomas isn't feeling well and I'm picking up soup." She glanced around. "I hate to leave him any longer. Could you deliver this to Mr. Hawkins at the docks tomorrow? Would you mind terribly? I'd do it myself, but with Thomas ill, I'm needed at the store." She pulled an envelope out of her pocket. It looked worn and creased. There was red sealing wax with the imprint of what looked like laurel leaves imprinted in the wax. "Of course," I replied, touched by her trust in me. "It's no trouble at all." Sally beamed, squeezing my hand gratefully. "You're a dear friend. Just ask for Mr. Hawkins, and tell him the letter is from me. He'll know what to do." As I agreed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. Sally was becoming a good friend, and by helping her make deliveries around town, I was getting to know the locals a bit better, connecting me to the community in a way I hadn't expected. Little did I know the true nature of what I was becoming involved in. When I went back inside the stifling heat of the tavern and made my way to the table, I noticed a group of sailors had gathered around a nearby table, their voices rising and falling with the ebb and flow of their conversation. One of them, a grizzled man with a bushy beard, cleared his throat as people stopped talking, curious as to what story he might share. "Ever hear tell the story of the phantom ship of the Lady Anne?" he asked, his voice carrying over the din of the tavern. The other sailors and patrons leaned in, their expressions a mix of skepticism and curiosity, several moving their chairs and benches closer as to hear better. "Go on, old man," one of them urged. "Spin your yarn." The bearded sailor took a swig from his tankard, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Over 200 years ago, there lived a beautiful young noblewoman named Lady Anne Blackwell. She was known throughout the land for her grace, intelligence, and kind heart. However, her father, the Earl of Blackwell, had arranged for her to marry a cruel and wealthy duke, a man she did not love. As the wedding day approached, Lady Anne grew more desperate. She knew she could not spend her life with a man who cared only for power and fortune, for she had heard him plotting with his mistress to murder her after the wedding and steal her fortune. There were murmurs around the room, and curses thrown about. The old sailor went on. On the eve of her wedding, she sought passage on a ship, the Celestial Dawn, bound for the New World. The captain, paid in gold, took pity on the young woman and decided to aid her in escaping her fate. But fate had other plans. As the Celestial Dawn sailed across the Atlantic, a mysterious storm engulfed the ship. The winds howled, and the waves crashed against the deck, tossing the vessel like a child's toy. The crew fought bravely, but the storm was unlike anything they had ever seen. He paused, making sure he had everyone's attention. Amidst the chaos, Lady Anne stood on the deck, her eyes fixed on the churning sea. She prayed for deliverance, for a chance to live the life she had always dreamed of. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the storm dissipated, leaving the ship in an eerie calm. The crew, shaken but relieved, checked the ship for damage. To their astonishment, they found that not a single plank was out of place, and the sails were intact. However, they soon realized that something was amiss. The stars above were unfamiliar, and there wasn't a single landmark they recognized. The old sailor took a deep drink of his ale, then continued, clearly relishing the attention. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, months into years, as the Celestial Dawn sailed on, never reaching its intended destination. The crew, unable to explain their predicament, began to whisper of a curse. As the years passed, the ship became a legend, a ghost vessel that vanished and reappeared, doomed to sail the seas for eternity. Sailors spoke of glimpsing the Celestial Dawn on the horizon, its sails gleaming in the moonlight, and of the beautiful young woman who stood at the helm, her face unchanged by the passage of time. The sailors murmured amongst themselves, the flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows on their faces. The storyteller's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "They say she roams the seas forever, searching for true love to break her timeless curse and let her finally rest." A middle-aged sailor piped up, "Aye, we saw such a ship not a fortnight ago." There was much discussion about whether the sailor had truly seen the Celestial Dawn, or had possibly been drunk. A shiver ran down my spine at the eerie tale, the atmosphere of the tavern making it all the more compelling. The flickering firelight, the low murmur of voices, and the haunting melody from a nearby fiddler combined to create an air of mystery. I glanced at James, who had also been listening. He caught my eye and raised an eyebrow. "Do you believe in such things?" he asked, his voice low. I shrugged, careful of what I said and who might be eavesdropping. "I don't know. But sailors always seem to be full of stories and legends." He looked thoughtful. Perhaps 'tis true, perhaps not. Elijah, who had been quietly listening, piped up. I would like to sail the seas and find a mermaid or sea monster. You can't even swim, Mary scoffed. I looked at him, the excitement in his eyes reminding me of how captivating tales of adventure and mystery could be for a young boy. You would have to be careful that the mermaid didn't want to make you her husband, or that the giant squid didn't eat you, I teased, even as my mind drifted to my own strange journey through time. I don't want to be eaten, he said, making the sign to ward off evil spirits. As the evening wore on, I found myself relaxing more and more. The lively chatter, the clink of tankards, the warmth in the room, and the camaraderie all soothed my troubled heart. For a few precious hours, I allowed myself to forget my worries and simply enjoyed spending time with James. The musicians switched to a slower, more haunting melody, and the mood in the tavern shifted to one of quiet reflection. The barmaid poured us another round of ale. Elijah and Mary left to go home, tired after a long day of chores. Do you ever wonder if there are grains of truth in those legends? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. James leaned in closer, his breath warm against my cheek, as he'd moved to sit next to me when the sailor recounted his tale of the phantom ship. Perhaps, he said softly. Or maybe they're just stories to keep our minds occupied on long nights. I nodded, lost in thought. The idea of a woman trapped in time, searching for a way to break free, resonated with me, making me wonder if she'd fallen through time as I had. As we made our way back home, the warm air made me sleepy. I couldn't help but wonder about the legend of Lady Anne, and the parallels it held to my own life. What if I too was searching for something or someone to break the curse of my grief, and help me find a new beginning? The skies were robin's egg blue as I met Sally outside her home. She'd invited me to a quilting bee, and I eagerly accepted, hoping to make more friends. We walked through town together, careful where we stepped. Sally was in high spirits, her laughter infectious. She wore a bright red shawl over her simple gray-colored dress, while I had dressed in a navy gown and put my hair up in a bun. The quilting bee was being held at Mrs. Whittaker's, and from what I understood they were quite wealthy. Not to mention she'd tried to match her niece Abigail with James. As we entered, the rich aroma of cider filled the air, mingling with the scent of beeswax candles. There were already 6 women there, chattering away as we entered the room. Colorful fabrics draped over chairs and tables adorned the large sumptuous parlor, waiting to be pieced together into beautiful quilts. The women sat in a circle, their hands deftly stitching and sewing as they gossiped and shared the latest news. "Welcome, Ella," Mrs. Whittaker called out, her round face beaming with warmth. "Come join us. We were just getting started." Sally and I found seats, and the other women quickly introduced me. As I settled in, I felt a sense of belonging, the cozy atmosphere wrapping around me like a warm blanket. "How are you finding Charleston, Ella?" asked Josephine, a young woman with a gentle smile and a baby on her lap. "It's been an adjustment," I admitted, threading my needle and starting to sew, taking my time as I hadn't hand-stitched before. "But the people here have been very kind. Not to mention James." One woman tittered. "Adjusting to a new place can be hard," Sarah, an older woman with silver-streaked hair, chimed in. "But it helps to have good friends." The women nodded in agreement, their needles flashing in the firelight as they worked on their quilts. The fabrics were a riot of colors with everything from deep blues to vibrant reds, soft yellows and rich greens. "What about the men?" asked Jane, a mischievous glint in her eye. "How are you finding them?" "I heard James turned away Mr. Bartholomew." Laughter rippled through the room, and I couldn't help but smile. "I'm not interested in him." Then I grinned. "I heard he's considered a good catch, so hop to it, ladies," I said, making them laugh and talk about the rich merchant. "Well, we all know you've got the attentions of one of the most eligible men in town," Sally teased, nudging me with her elbow. "Come now, spill the details." I felt my cheeks warm as I considered how much to share. "James has been very kind to me." "James is a good man," Josephine said, her eyes twinkling. Strong, reliable, and not bad to look at either. She fanned herself. The women giggled, and I felt a lightness in my heart that I hadn't experienced in a long time. "What about you, Sarah?" I asked, turning the conversation. "Tell us about your husband." Sarah smiled, her eyes softening. "My Ian is a gentle soul. He works hard, but he always has time for our little ones. He's a good provider." The conversation flowed easily from one topic to another, each woman sharing her life, joys, and challenges. I learned about Jane's recent engagement, Josephine's struggles with her baby, and Mrs. Whitaker's fond memories of her second husband. "Thank you for inviting me, Sally," I said quietly as we took a break to enjoy the spiced cider along with cheese and bread. "This has been wonderful." Sally smiled, her eyes warm. "I'm glad you came, Ella. You're part of our community now, and we take care of our own." I felt a swell of gratitude, the sense of isolation that had plagued me since Tim and Kate's death beginning to fade. These women, with their strength, kindness, and humor, were helping me heal in ways I hadn't expected. As the afternoon wore on, we continued to sew, talk, and laugh, the quilts taking shape under our hands, and if some of my stitches were a bit crooked, no one said anything other than Josephine, who said only God was perfect, so it was fine to have a few crooked stitches. As I looked around the room at the faces of these women, I felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps in this new life, I could find a way to honor my past while building a future filled with friendship, love, and joy. The question of how remained, but for now I was content to take things one stitch at a time. Chapter 20. Tempests and Tides. James held the reins tightly, gritting his teeth as the horse-drawn cart creaked and bumped along the rutted road following the Ashley River to Peyton Plantation. Beside him, Ella sat quietly, taking in the landscape as they passed a small plantation, the fields quiet when they should be busy. "You should have stayed in Charleston," he said, breaking the silence. "Many have died from yellow fever. The blacksmith and both his apprentices, God rest their souls, perished from the fever. We will be at grave risk by going there." He ran a hand over his chin, wishing he'd shaved this morn, but he had been too worried about recent events. Between the taxes and several families being burned out of their homes in the Low Country, James knew he needed this work. He would bet the silver tea service in the parlor that hard times were ahead, and he wanted to put away gold and silver so he and those under his protection would not starve. Ella turned to him, a look of resolve on her face, and he wasn't sure but would wager it was guilt. "You will be in more danger than me. I told you, wait outside the gates, let me make the delivery for you." She swallowed, looked away, and then squared her shoulders. Would she finally tell him whatever womanly secrets she kept? I cannot catch the yellow fever or smallpox. I am protected." He frowned. "That is not possible. How can you say such things?" He looked around, even though he knew there were no other travelers on the road. A message had arrived telling him of the outbreak and that the slave ships had brought the fever. "When I was traveling from England to here, Tim and I met a physician who came from a faraway land. The man said I reminded him of his daughter, who had drowned at sea a year ago. The physician said he had a potion that would prevent the person who drank it from catching yellow fever or smallpox, but he only had enough for one person." She swallowed, and he knew she was thinking of her husband and child. Jealous of a dead man. James wanted to swear, but instead he motioned for her to continue. "I wanted Kate to take the potion, but the physician would only give it to me." She shrugged. "So I accepted it." Ella looked away, and then back at him. "It tasted vile, the worst thing I've ever tasted. You should not put stock in such things. What have I told you about witchcraft and spells? You must take care." The woman rolled her eyes, making him frown. "What aren't you telling me?" By the way she startled, James knew there was more to the tale. James could almost see the words forming on her lips. Some truth she seemed desperate to share. But then the moment passed, and she sighed. "Nothing. I swear, I cannot catch either sickness. Please trust me." The cart hit a rock, but thankfully they did not lose the wheel. When he studied her face, he sensed she had told him a half-truth, but he wanted to believe her, and so for now he let the matter drop. Fine. He shifted on the bench. I do trust you, but a potion, it sounds like witchcraft. She took his hand in hers, her skin so soft as she took a breath. It isn't witchcraft. I am protected. As well as that might be, James had no intention of letting her out of his sight. As they rounded a bend, the plantation came into view. Grand oak trees lined the long drive, their branches heavy with Spanish moss that swayed in the warm breeze. The main house stood proudly atop a small rise, its white columns gleaming in the afternoon sun. The Georgian Palladian style was unmistakable, with its symmetrical design and classical details. It's magnificent, Ella breathed, eyes wide as she took in the sight. James nodded, impressed despite his worry. Aye, that it is. Built in the 40s, if I remember correctly. The Peyton spared no expense. However, the plantation lacked its usual hive of activity. Few field hands were visible, and the usually immaculate gardens displayed signs of neglect. As they approached the house, a tall man emerged onto the porch. His clothes were fine but rumpled, his face haggard with fatigue and worry. You must be the blacksmith from Charleston, he called out as they drew near. I am William Peyton. Welcome to Peyton House. I apologize for the state of things. We've suffered dearly. My wife and daughters passed 2 nights ago. A small sound came from Ella, and without thinking he took her small hand in his to reassure her. When he started to climb down, she held tight to his arm. Please. Let me. The need to protect her was overwhelming as he stilled. In the end, the pleading in her eyes and worry on her face made the choice for him. Mistress Marlowe will come the rest of the way. She was exposed and survived the fever, so she will not take ill again. I will wait here, but if any harm should come to her. He trailed off, scowling at the wealthy plantation owner. William nodded. As you say. The man let his gaze linger on Ella for a moment, surprise evident in his expression. Mistress Marlowe, I must admit I'm surprised, but given the circumstances I am grateful for any assistance. She waited until he'd climbed down, then took the reins as James had shown her and made her way around the grand house, Mr. Peyton leading the way as James leaned against the stone pillar, arms crossed, watching. By the time Ella returned, the horses ready to go home, he'd been pacing back and forth, certain some ill had befallen her. James, cover your face, she called out. Dutifully he tied the cloth around his face, though he did not believe her that it would help. If the fates wanted to take him, then it was his time to die and nothing would stand in their way. Before she came to a stop, he jumped up on the cart, taken the reins, and sent the horses trotting away from this cursed place. Are you unharmed? His words sounded muffled through the cloth. Sweat beaded his brow, the feeling of suffocating was so strong for a moment that he couldn't breathe. Then she brushed his hair from his face. I washed my hands, don't worry. Unaware of his inner turmoil, she told him of the grand house. You should have seen it. Mr. Peyton had me come inside so no one would see him give me the gold. She patted her dress. It's safely tucked away. Do you want it now? Nay. Keep it until we are home. He shook his head, tiny black spots dancing in front of his face for a moment until he blinked them away. It was no use. James ripped the cloth from his face and flung the rag to the ground. What are you doing? She gasped. I washed my hands and face, but I can't totally remember how the disease is transmitted. I think it's from mosquito bites, or is that smallpox? Ella shook her head. No, smallpox spreads from person-to-person contact, infected clothes and objects and bodily fluids. Still, we should be careful. Disease? Infection? What was she talking about? Were you bitten by any mosquitoes while you waited for me? Nay. He sniffed. I stink of your herbs. At his grumbling, she smiled. Basil, rosemary, thyme, lavender, and garlic. It might stink, but it should keep the mosquitoes away. It better, it was bloody expensive, he grumbled. Ella rolled her eyes. No, it wasn't. We had everything but the garlic in the garden. I traded raspberry tarts for the garlic. She touched his knee, sending a shiver down his back. Were you bitten? Nay. Thank goodness. She mopped her face. Me either. A breeze sent the smell of the damn herbs to his nose, making James sneeze as Ella resumed telling him about the grand home. The double staircase, the moldings and high ceilings. I don't even care about such enormous homes, but it was magnificent. She had left her hair loose, saying it would protect her neck from mosquitoes. Now she deftly braided it down her back. But it was so quiet. Mr. Peyton told me about all those who died. It was awful. She shuddered. When we went outside, I saw a small overgrown plot. It was a slave cemetery. He watched her swallow, and wondered again at her story, for she was greatly affected by seeing slaves, almost as if she had never seen them before. When we passed the fields, I thought I might pass out. Rows upon rows of slaves toiled in the fields, bent over the crops. Even from where we stood, I could see how tired they were and how many were ill. Her hand went to her mouth, her eyes wide. The foreman kept making them work, even when a woman fell. He hit her. Ella turned to him, her eyes full of unshed tears. I couldn't help them. Couldn't interfere. I've never felt so helpless and ashamed of my fellow human beings. For a moment, he almost didn't tell her, but she would find out soon enough. We have to stop in a nearby town, one final delivery before we go home. He hesitated, then let the words go. There will probably be a slave auction. What? The horror on her face made him pause. You surely have seen slaves in England, and yet you act as if you have never seen a slave before. Ella brushed dust off her russet-colored gown. I was sheltered. As you say. He would have her whole story soon, for he had been patient long enough. Shoulders tight, James glanced around as they entered town. The streets were unusually quiet, lacking the normal bustle of market day. He had expected to see the usual slave auction, a sight that always turned his stomach, but today something felt different. As they rounded the corner into the main square, James's breath caught in his throat. A wooden gallows loomed before them, its presence casting a pall over the gathered crowd. Two men, their faces ashen and hands bound, were being led up the steps. Smugglers, someone in the crowd muttered. James clenched his jaw, understanding dawning. The outbreak must have closed the auction, but justice, it seemed, waited for no man. He glanced at Ella, seeing the shock and distress plain on her face. James wanted to shield her from this brutal reality, but he knew he couldn't. This was the world they lived in, and she must learn to accept it for what it was. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, feeling her tremble slightly under his touch. It is justice. She shook her head, pulling away as she fisted the fabric of her dress in her hands, but she surprised him when she did not turn away, and instead nodded to each man, holding their gaze as if she could ease their way to the afterlife. James witnessed the condemned men delivering their final statements, their voices barely audible amidst the jeering crowd. Pity and resignation filled him. These men had known the risks of their trade. Justice came for all of them. As the executioner stepped forward, James instinctively pulled Ella closer, offering what little comfort he could. He kept his eyes open, feeling it was his duty to witness this grim spectacle, even as she gave in and closed hers. The sound of the trapdoors releasing sent a chill down his spine. The collective gasp of the crowd seemed to echo his own internal turmoil. He'd seen death before, but it never got easier. Gently he steered them away from the scene. Let's go. There's nothing more we can do here. We will deliver the horseshoes and be on our way home. She met his gaze. Home. I really want to go home. The way she said the words, it was almost as if she meant another home. Would she ever let go of the husband who had perished? Before they left town, they stopped in the general store for a few items and then made their way back to the wagon. The humid air had grown heavy and still, the scent of rain growing stronger with each passing moment. He glanced up at the gathering clouds, his expression turning serious. "We'd better hurry," he said, urging the horses to a quicker pace. "Looks like a storm's coming." The first distant rumble of thunder rolled across the landscape, and the wind picked up, rustling the leaves and sending a chill through the air. They were halfway out of town when the storm hit with a sudden, ferocious intensity. "At least it will get rid of any mosquitoes still hanging around," she laughed, throwing her head back. And for a moment, he almost believed she was a witch, or a fairy come to live amongst the humans. Rain poured down in sheets, pounding against the cart and the ground with relentless force. The road quickly turned to mud, making their progress slow and treacherous. Lightning crackled across the sky, illuminating the dark clouds with jagged flashes of light. "We need to find shelter," he shouted over the roar of the storm, voice barely audible above the din. She pointed. "Look." He saw the barn in the distance. "We will wait out the storm there." The horses struggled through the muddy path, pace slowing as the rain intensified. The barn loomed ahead, a dark silhouette against the stormy sky. It was weathered and abandoned, but at least the roof was intact. He guided the cart off the road and into the shelter of the barn, the wooden doors creaking as he pushed them open, his clothes plastered to his body. They hurried inside, the sound of the rain pounding on the roof almost deafening. The air was thick with the smell of damp wood and old hay. James unhitched the horses and led them to a corner, where he found some decent hay and a bucket he filled with rainwater for them while Ella looked around. "Over here," James called, gesturing to a small pile of hay in the back of the barn. "It's not much, but it'll do." They settled onto the hay, their clothes soaked. The barn was small, its walls creaking under the force of the wind. The rain continued to pound against the roof, as he sent up a prayer it would hold. "You're shivering so much it's making my bones rattle," he said as he pulled her close, giving her the warmth of his body. "Thank you," she held on to him, shaking as she wrung the wet from her gown. "James," Ella said quietly, turning to face him. "Thank you for everything. For bringing me on this trip, for your kindness." He rubbed his hands up and down her thin arms. She'd gained a bit of weight since she'd stumbled into his smithy, but she was still too thin. "I'm glad you're here. These past few months, they've been better because of you." They sat in silence for a moment as the storm raged outside, while a different kind of storm brewed within him. The doubts and worries he had been carrying were still there, but there was also something new, a spark of desire, a flicker of possibility. After a while, the sound of the rain began to soften, the storm slowly losing its ferocity. The air inside the barn went still, the tension easing as the worst of the weather passed. "We should probably get going," he said, his voice soft but steady. "The storm's letting up." Though in truth he wanted nothing more than to stay here, close to her for all time. She meant everything to him. Chapter 21. Tricks Not Treats. The humid days of summer slipped away like sand through an hourglass, giving way to the crisp embrace of autumn. Yet, even as October deepened, Charleston clung stubbornly to the last vestiges of summer's heat. The transformation was subtle at first. A whisper of coolness in the early morning air, a gradual shift in the quality of light that painted the sky in softer hues. Soon the trees began their annual display, their leaves blushing gold and crimson before surrendering to the increasingly insistent breeze. The fallen leaves skittered along the cobblestone streets, dancing in the wind that now carried the sharp tang of salt and the promise of colder days to come. The harbor, once a refuge from the sweltering heat, now exhaled brisk gusts that sent shivers down the spines of those who ventured too close to its waters and sent them scurrying about their business. Ella was in his thoughts daily. 7 months ago she'd come into his life, turning it upside down. A commotion outside had him looking up from his work. One of the town's fishmongers rushed toward him, face flushed and eyes wide. "James," the man shouted. "It's Elijah. He's caused a right mess down at the harbor." James felt a knot form in his stomach. "What's he done now?" The fishmonger took a deep breath, clearly trying to calm himself. "He was playing near the crates of goods we just unloaded. He started shouting about taxes, and threw a crate of tea into the harbor. The British soldiers took him. Panic ran down his back. Where did they take him? To the square, the fishmonger said, pointing in the general direction. They're going to whip him. Heart racing, James sprinted towards the square, shoving his way through the gathering crowd. Elijah was just a boy who loved to cause mischief. This punishment was far too harsh, but James feared the soldiers were going to make an example of him. He reached the square in time to see a redcoat tie Elijah to a post. Then the soldier ripped the back of the boy's shirt, laying the skin bare as a British officer read out the sentence. Face streaked with tears, Elijah's eyes were wild with fear and pain. For the crime of destroying goods and inciting rebellion against the crown, this boy is to receive 10 lashes, the officer declared, his voice cold and detached. James pushed forward even as several sets of strong hands held him back. You can't interfere, a low voice warned. It'll only make it worse for the boy. Wait, James shouted, frantic. He's just a child. Don't do this. I will take his place. The officer turned a stern gaze on James. This boy needs to learn a lesson, as do the rest of you. Perhaps you should have taught him to obey. The crown's laws are not to be trifled with. The linen shirt stuck to his back even as the cool air chilled him. Please, there must be another way. He didn't understand the seriousness of what he was doing. The officer shook his head, expression unyielding. The sentence stands. Step back or you'll be next. Helpless, James watched as the whip came down. Elijah's scream tore through him like a physical blow. Hold strong, Elijah, James whispered, his voice choked with emotion. The crack of the whip echoed through the square, making him flinch. Elijah's cry of pain tore at his heart as he counted each lash, each one a blow to his own soul. By the time it was over, Elijah hung limp against the post, blood streaming down his back. The soldiers untied him and dropped him at James's feet. Take him home. Let this be a lesson for all of you. I'm here, lad, he murmured. I'm here now. We'll take you home. Everything will be well. Elijah's eyes fluttered open, glazed with pain. Did I do good? He whispered. Did I fight the taxes like the men in the tavern? Shish, you must keep quiet, he said, looking around to make sure the British officers and soldiers hadn't overheard, but they were busy talking amongst themselves. You were very brave, James spoke close to his ear as he gathered the boy in his arms. But next time, let's talk before you decide to fight anything, all right? Jaw clenched with anger and sorrow, he gently lifted Elijah into his arms. As he carried the boy through town, the crowd parted to let them pass, several townspeople grumbling under their breath about the British and their damn taxes. How unfair it was to everyone here in Charleston. The short walk to his shop felt as if James had walked to Savannah. By the time he turned the corner, the doors were wide open as Ella rushed towards them, hair down around her shoulders, her face pale with worry. What happened? She asked, her voice trembling. They said Elijah. He threw a crate of tea in the harbor, spoke out about the taxes, and they whipped him, James said, voice breaking. Bring him inside, Ella said quickly, scowling in the direction of the square. We need to get him cleaned up so his back doesn't get infected, putrid. I'll fetch the healer. He carried Elijah into the kitchen, where Mary had already cleared the table and laid out a stack of rags. I've put the water on to boil, the girl said, her eyes huge, as she trembled as a rabbit does when a wolf was near. Ever so gently he laid Elijah on his stomach on the table, the boy's face contorted with pain as he cried out, tears running down his face. I'll be back, Ella called out as she ran for the healer. While he waited, James spoke soothing words of nonsense as he would to a spooked horse, trying to keep the boy calm. The healer, an elderly woman with a calm demeanor, arrived quickly. She assessed Elijah's injuries with a practiced eye, then set to work cleaning his back before applying salves and bandages. His Ella assisted her, hands steady despite the paleness of her face. These wounds will heal, the healer said, her voice reassuring. But he'll need rest and care. You did well to fetch me quickly. James nodded, his eyes never leaving Elijah's face. Thank you, he said quietly. After he paid the woman, the healer left, promising to return the next day to check on Elijah. He and Ella sat by Elijah until the child drifted into a fitful sleep. The scent of herbs, the coppery smell of blood, the sounds of the fire, and the lavender salve that Ella used on her skin filled the kitchen. Ella met his eye, and as he looked into her face, he saw the mix of sadness and determination. "We have to protect him. He's just a boy. This can't happen again. I'll do everything I can to keep him safe. I swear it." Her hands were cold as he took them in his and rubbed her skin until they were warm again. As much as he wished he could keep Elijah safe, the boy seemed to always find a bit of mischief, and with a heavy heart, James decided perhaps he might have to send the boy to continue his apprenticeship with another blacksmith. The cool, crisp air of late October settled over Charleston. Though I was disappointed that there wouldn't be any kind of Halloween celebrations, at least there were plenty of pumpkins. So far I had made a stew with roasted pumpkin soup, simply roasted the pumpkins in the fire, served them with our main meal and my favorite, a type of tart both with and without a crust. "Mistress, where do you want these?" Mary held up 3 more pumpkins. While these were orange, pumpkins also came in a variety of colors. Everything from green to blue, yellow, red, white, and tan. Some were smooth, others bumpy and misshapen. Who knew there were so many ways to cook pumpkin? While the British soldiers and officers continued to patronize my makeshift bakery, it took a great deal of effort for me to mind my tongue after what had happened to Elijah, but for James's sake I kept quiet. The pumpkin pudding, as it was called, was a big seller. Mary and I cooked the pumpkin with eggs, sugar, cream, mace, ginger, nutmeg, for about 45 minutes to an hour, both with and without a crust. The funny thing was, I swore it was remarkably like the recipe I remembered from the Libby can of pumpkin. The local tavern also served pumpkin ale for the season. It was like pumpkin spice season, which made me laugh every time I thought of it. Once I finished cooking the puddings and set them out to cool, I went into the smithy to fuss over Elijah. His back was healing nicely, but it made my heart hurt to see the angry red lines and know he would bear the scars for the rest of his life. Despite my protest, James had insisted he return to work, albeit with lighter duties. Children were so resilient, but even so I worried about him constantly. "Elijah, let me see your back," I said, reaching for his arm as he tried to wriggle away. "I want to make sure you didn't break open the last few that were almost healed after playing with the boys down by the docks." "I'm fine, Miss Ella," he grumbled, but I could see the strain on his face when he lifted his arm. "I wasn't playing. I'm too old to play." Instead of grinning, I bit my cheek, trying to look appropriately chastised, and failing miserably, much to James's amusement. "Just let me check," I insisted, my voice gentle but firm. "I want to make sure everything's healing as it should." He sighed but relented, turning and lifting his shirt as I inspected the couple of places where the skin hadn't fully healed with a critical eye. In time, if he didn't play too rough, they would heal thanks to the healer's salves and his own resilience, but the sight of the scars still made my heart ache. "Much better," I said, stepping away as his shirt fell down, and I made a note that he needed new shirts and breeches. He was growing so quickly. But no more roughhousing with the cabin boys on the docks. He nodded, though I could tell he would probably ignore me as soon as the opportunity to roughhouse presented itself. James watched us from across the shop, his eyes warm with a mixture of amusement and concern. "Enough coddling. Back to work." "Yes, sir." With a grin, Elijah went back to his chores. As the day wore on, and the sun dipped below the horizon, we finished up our chores so we could join everyone in the center of town for a large bonfire. After we'd cleaned up, James, Elijah, Mary, and I made our way to the square. There were people everywhere, neighbors chatting with each other, and vendors selling food and drink. How I missed trick-or-treating and dressing up, but Halloween wouldn't be celebrated as I knew it for a long time. Instead, people called it All Hallows' Eve and observed it as a much different occasion. As we wandered through the square, the smell of pumpkin dishes wafted through the air. There were pumpkin puddings, roasted pumpkin seeds, and a rich pumpkin stew that reminded me of autumn back home. "Would you like some pumpkin pie?" James asked, holding out a slice wrapped in cloth. "Try the competition?" I accepted it eagerly, savoring the warm, spiced flavor. "This is delicious," I said, smiling up at him. "What do you think?" He took a bite, chewing, face intent. "It is very good, but yours is better. A bit more spice in yours, I think." As we ate, I noticed a group of children playing a game, tossing stones and reciting rhymes. I watched them with a nostalgic smile, remembering similar games from my own childhood. An idea struck me, and I turned to them with a mischievous grin. "I'll be back," I said, slipping away back to the house. I found an old, tattered sheet and quickly fashioned it into a makeshift ghost costume. I draped it over myself and returned to the square, letting out a soft, eerie wail to scare the children. As I moved through the crowd, letting out ghostly moans and startling a few unsuspecting townspeople, people were not amused. An older man, a wealthy plantation owner who I'd seen at the smithy before, scowled at me. "What is this witchcraft?" he demanded, voice trembling. "It's just a bit of fun for the children," I said, lifting the sheet to reveal my face. Instead of relaxing, the man's face darkened with anger. "This is no time for such foolishness. Spirits are not to be trifled with." The surrounding crowd began to murmur, and anxiety flooded through me. I hadn't meant to offend anyone, just to have a bit of fun. James, who had stepped into the printer's shop, saw me and frowned as his eyes went wide. He quickly stepped in. "Apologies," he said, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Ella didn't mean any disrespect." The man shook a finger at me. "I'll be telling the priest about this. You were calling spirits." "I heard you." "No." My mouth went dry. "I'm sorry. I seem to have made a mistake. Please." The snooty plantation owner sniffed and strode away as I turned to James. "I didn't mean any harm." The incident left me feeling a bit shaken, but his steady presence helped to soothe my nerves. "I didn't mean to cause an uproar," I said quietly as we moved away from the crowd, people still murmuring and shooting glances at me. James let out a sigh. "People take the presence of spirits seriously. You should not have done it, Ella." We watched the bonfire in silence, listening to the traveling minstrels, until James decided we needed to go home. Despite my earlier mishap, a sense of belonging filled my heart, something I hadn't felt in a long time. As we made our way home under the light of a full moon, I didn't go into the garden to beg the powers that be to send me back to my own time. Instead, I couldn't help but feel that despite my blunders, I was exactly where I was meant to be. Chapter 22. All Hallows Eve. James noticed the change in the mood of the neighbors almost immediately after the All Hallows Eve celebration. The usually bustling square was subdued, conversations hushed and guarded. As he walked through the market, James noticed that the usual friendly nods and greetings had been replaced with wary glances and whispered exchanges. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As James approached the general store, needing to gather some supplies, he decided to find out what Sally knew. For if anyone knew what was going on, it would be her. As he entered, the bell above the door chimed, and Sally looked up from behind the counter, her expression unusually serious. "Morning, James," she said, her voice lacking its usual cheer. "What brings you in today?" "Ella's busy making candles, so I'm fetching flour and spices for her," he replied, keeping his tone casual. "What's got everyone so on edge?" Sally sighed, glancing around to make sure no one else was within earshot. "It's Ella. Some folks are saying she was calling for the spirits of the dead at the All Hallows Eve celebration. Dressing up as a ghost, scaring people. It didn't sit well with everyone. Especially Mr. Hawkins, who made quite a stir with the priest." Sally pursed her lips. "You know Father Timmons doesn't care for Ella. He thinks you allow her too many freedoms." A knot formed in his stomach as James nodded. Father Timmons had come to James several times about Ella's behavior and outspoken opinions. "People are superstitious," she said quietly. "And in times like these they're quick to jump to conclusions. Some are saying she's a witch, while others think she might be a spy or a traitor to the crown here to cause unrest." The words hit him like a blow. "That's absurd," he said, his voice a low growl. "Ella isn't any of those things." He paused, but what did he really know about her? "She had a rather unconventional upbringing, that's all. She means well." Sally nodded sympathetically. "Be that as it may, you need to be careful." "She needs to be careful." Worry gnawed at him as James left the store. Back at the shop, he found Ella scooping out pumpkin seeds to roast. She looked up as he approached, but her smile faded as she noticed the concern in his eyes. "What's wrong?" she asked, voice filled with worry. "Is it bad?" He took a deep breath, trying to find the right words. "We need to talk. There are rumors going around about you." Her eyes widened with a mix of surprise and fear. "Rumors? About what?" "About what happened at the All Hallows' Eve celebration," he said, his voice gentle but serious. "People are saying you might be a witch, or a spy, or a traitor. They're suspicious of you. Think I let you run about as you wish." At first she scowled, then her face turned the color of the moon. "What do we do?" "I'm not a witch." It was his turn to scowl. "But you do not deny being a spy or a traitor to the crown?" "What? Are you out of your mind?" She reached for his hand, but he stepped away. She snorted. "That is ridiculous. I never meant to cause any trouble. I know I have strong opinions on what's happening politically, but I am not a spy. Nor am I a traitor to the crown. People are scared. The German family on the outskirts of town was burned out of their home. People are looking for someone to blame for the troubles, and you're an easy target because you're new here." She finished with the pumpkin, wiping her hands on a rag. As she stood, she took a deep breath to steady herself. "What should I do?" "Don't cause any more uproars. Be kind, and don't tell so many people what you think about the current political situation." He started to take a step towards her to comfort her, but something held him back. "Is there anything you want to tell me? Whatever it is, we'll get through it together." He saw the hesitation on her face and clenched his jaw. "What?" "No, nothing." She grasped her gown in her fists, not meeting his eyes. "On the way back from the apothecary, I spotted 2 slave women with their mistress, a stern-looking woman I'd seen in Sally's. The woman always looked down her nose at me. I don't know why, but I decided to follow them, needing a bit of air. Things had been tense between James and I since I'd made a serious faux pas. Last night, I found him in his study, fully prepared to tell him the truth, that I was from the future. But something held me back. While he seemed more enlightened than many men in this time, he was still a product of the times, and after the way he'd acted about my ghost costume stunt, I was almost certain not only wouldn't he believe me, but that he'd really start to believe that I was a witch. Maybe it would be better to claim to be a spy for the Americans." The women were carrying baskets, their faces solemn as they followed their mistress. I pretended to be going about my business, watching as they made their way to a small shop. When their mistress went inside, leaving the women to wait outside, I saw my chance. Rubbing my head, the headaches were getting more frequent lately. I approached them cautiously. The women were speaking softly to each other, practicing their English. Careful not to draw too much attention, I caught snippets of their conversation, and what I heard made me gasp out loud. "The veil will still be thin tonight," one of the women said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Spirits can come through. You can speak to your man." My curiosity got the better of me as I spoke up. "What do you mean by the veil being thin?" The women jumped, their eyes wide with fear. "Great. A white woman nosing into their business." I held my hands up. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. I just heard you talking and was curious. Please, I don't mean you any harm." The women exchanged glances, fear giving way to confusion as they studied me. "You are a nosy white woman," one of them said, a hint of a smile on her lips. The other one cackled, then quickly looked around to make sure they weren't drawing unwanted attention. Feeling more at ease even though my head was killing me, I lowered my voice. "Can you tell me more about the veil? What happens when it's thin?" The first woman glanced around before speaking. "Around this time of year, the days before and after All Hallows' Eve, the veil between our world and the spirit world is thin. Spirits can pass through, visit the living." The other woman nodded. "It is a time to honor the dead, to remember those who've passed on. But it's also a time to be careful, to respect the spirits, and to talk with those we have lost." Just then their mistress returned. The women straightened, their conversation ending abruptly as they turned their back to me, and I stepped back into a doorway and into shadow, clutching my basket with the headache remedy inside. As I made my way back home, their words played over and over in my head. The idea of the veil being thin, of spirits passing through, was a reminder of the line I'd walked between past and present, between the world I had known and the one I now inhabited. Maybe I could go home after all? The rest of the afternoon and evening dragged as my headache turned into a migraine, and I left Mary to fix the meal. "Ella." The knock on my door was soft as I groaned. "Yes?" James stepped into the room, taking up all the air. He set a cup on the stool next to my bed. "I brought you tea with honey and whiskey in it, along with the herbs you purchased from the apothecary. Does your head still pain you? Help me up." James helped me to sit up in bed as I sipped the tea, tasting the yarrow and thyme under the honey and whiskey. "The tea is helping," I gritted out. Over the past week, I'd started having more frequent headaches and dizzy spells. The dizziness hit out of the blue. All of a sudden I'd be walking or cooking, and though I was standing still, I'd feel dizzy from inside my body. It was so disconcerting, especially because I didn't know why it was happening. I'd never been one to get sick. He stayed with me while I sipped the tea, moonlight streaming in through the open window. "Are you chilled?" He moved to close the window, but I stopped him with a hand on his arm. "Leave it. The cold air feels good." After I finished the tea, I felt a bit better, but there was a restlessness in my joints, especially in my ankles. "I need to walk for a bit." He frowned but made no move to stop me as I dragged myself out of bed groaning. When he put his arm around me, I stiffened, the tension between us still there, but knowing I needed his help to go down the stairs, let him help me until we got as far as the kitchens. "You don't have to come with me. I just want to take a turn around the garden, and then I'm going back to bed." I wrapped the gray knit shawl around my shoulders, relishing the chilly air. For a moment, I thought he was going to walk with me, but then he nodded to himself. "If you need me, call out." Though he waited until I was past the bench without falling over, before he went inside. It was almost midnight. There was a feeling in the air, like when the hair on your arms or the back of your neck stands on end. The only sounds were the soft whispers of the wind through the trees and the distant sounds of the harbor. My guess was that James would fall asleep in his study over his ledger, giving me the time I needed. The crossroads where I had first appeared was my destination, a place that had become a symbol of my lost life. Tonight, the moon hung high in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape, making everything appear ghostly and surreal. The path was familiar yet strange in the moonlight, each shadow and flicker of light playing tricks on my mind. As I approached the crossroads, the smell of damp earth and fallen leaves filled my senses, mingling with the faint salty scent of the water. I stood at the center, the intersection of paths that seemed to lead both nowhere and everywhere. The air was thick with expectation, making my skin tingle. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, the cool night air filling my lungs. I thought of Tim and Kate, their faces vivid in my mind, their laughter and love echoing in my heart. I thought of James and the life I had built here, the connections that had formed, and the growing sense of belonging that had taken root. With nothing but my memories, and the hope that somehow I could return to my time, I whispered a silent prayer, a plea to whatever force had brought me here to send me back. "Please," I murmured, my voice barely more than a breath. "Take me home." I closed my eyes and focused on the memories of my past life, the joy and love that had once filled my days. The sound of Kate's laughter, the warmth of Tim's embrace, the bright colors of our favorite park, it all came rushing back, vivid and intense. I held on to those memories with all my might, willing myself to be taken back to them. The wind picked up, swirling around me in a chaotic dance. Leaves rustled, and the branches swayed, creating a symphony of whispers that filled the air. The ground beneath me vibrated, a low hum that resonated through my bones. Energy surged all around me, and for a brief moment, hope filled me that this might actually work. But as the minutes ticked by, the energy dissipated. The wind died down, the whispers faded, and the ground stilled. The air grew heavy with disappointment, the weight of my failure pressing down on me. I opened my eyes, tears streaming down my face, my hands empty and my heart shattered. "No," I whispered, my voice breaking. "Please no." The realization that I was still here, still trapped in this time, hit me like a physical blow. I fell to my knees, the cold, damp earth seeping through my clothes. Sobs racked my body as I clutched at the ground, grief and despair overwhelming me. I stayed there for what felt like hours, the night pressing in around me. But knowing I needed to return before James discovered I was missing made me sit up. Exhausted and defeated, I finally rose to my feet, legs trembling with the effort. As I made my way back to the shop, the first rays of sunlight cast a pale glow over the town. The world was waking up, the sounds of morning birds and the rustling of leaves filling the air. But to me, everything felt muted and distant, as if I were walking through a dream. Entering the house, I was careful to be quiet, not wanting to disturb anyone. The light still burned in the study. Surprisingly, James was asleep, arms crossed, head down, and hair falling over his face onto the desk as I slipped back into my room, the familiar surroundings offering little comfort. I lay down on the bed, the events of the night playing over and over in my mind. The failure, the loss, the crushing weight of reality all settled heavily on my heart. As I closed my eyes, exhaustion finally pulling me into a restless sleep, I whispered one last plea to the universe. Help me find a way. Help me make peace with this and accept that I cannot return. Let me be content here. With James. And let us fix things between us. Chapter 23. Journey to the Unknown. A few days later, after my misstep with All Hallows' Eve, I sat by the fire, the warmth of the flames bringing a comforting glow to the room as my thoughts drifted to a memory that felt both distant and achingly close. It was a crisp autumn evening much like this one, but it a world away in both time and place. Tim, Kate, and I were celebrating a special milestone. It was for Tim's promotion at work, which had been the culmination of several years of hard work and dedication. To mark the occasion, we dined at our favorite restaurant, a cozy family-run place that held many fond memories for us. Bright murals depicting scenes of nature and community adorned the walls of the restaurant, nestled in the heart of a park. As we entered, the familiar scent of rich, savory dishes greeted us, mingling with the sweet aroma of freshly baked bread. The sound of gentle jazz music played softly in the background, creating a soothing ambiance that immediately put us at ease. We were seated at a corner table by the window, where we could see the park's colorful gardens illuminated by fairy lights. Kate, with her boundless energy and infectious laughter, was entranced by the twinkling lights, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's like magic," she exclaimed, pointing at the lights, voice filled with delight. I smiled as I watched her. "Look closely, and maybe you'll see the fairies that tend the fairy lights." Tim reached across the table and took my hand, his touch gentle and reassuring. "Thank you for making tonight so special." We ordered our usual, which was always the same. Tim would order steak with mashed potatoes, gravy, and sautéed mushrooms. I usually rotated between three favorites: pasta primavera, shrimp scampi, and shrimp and grits. Kate always picked chicken nuggets or mini sliders. The food was delicious as ever, and my heart swelled watching my family spend time together. It really was the simple pleasures that made life so beautiful. After dinner, we took a walk through the park. The air was cool and crisp, and the leaves crunched under our feet as we strolled along the winding paths. The park was a riot of colors, with vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows creating the perfect palette for autumn. Kate ran ahead, her laughter echoing through the trees as she chased after the fallen leaves. Tim wrapped his arm around me, pulling me close. "I love you," he whispered, his voice filled with emotion. "Thank you for always being my rock." I leaned into his embrace, feeling the warmth and security of his presence. "I love you too. Always." We stopped by a small pond, its surface reflecting the twinkling lights from the surrounding trees. Kate skipped stones across the water, her giggles filling the air as we stood there enjoying a bit of time with no cell phones or other interruptions. The sound of Mary scooting the wooden table across the tiled floors of the kitchen made me jump, pulling me from the memory and back to my present circumstances. For the first time, the memory of that night brought more joy than sorrow. The guilt slowly fading as I consciously tried to accept in my heart what my head knew, that I wasn't responsible for the drunk driver that hit us, that there wasn't anything I could have done to avoid the crash. About 5 months after it happened, Pamela showed up one Saturday and dragged me to a special course where the instructor put me through various scenarios, all to show me that I couldn't have avoided the wreck. It was all simulated until the last one, which was in an actual car along with padded suits. The instructor was a former stunt guy, and took the utmost care that I was safe as he took me through the exercise. While it proved to me that I couldn't have avoided the wreck, I shook for days afterward whenever I tried to get into the car. Now here I was, finding moments of joy and connection in this new life, feeling a spark of maybe not love. I wasn't ready to call my feelings love, but my feelings were growing stronger, and I thought maybe James felt the same. What if he didn't, and I couldn't go back? It wasn't like I could stay here in his house forever. Sally was already badgering me to remarry, and she'd confided that 3 men had come to James to ask if I was ready to leave my mourning behind and marry again. Thankfully, he told them I wasn't ready, so surely that meant he had feelings for me too. If I was stuck here in the past, then somehow I had to find a way to honor the memory of Tim and Kate, all while embracing this new reality. As the fire crackled softly, I whispered a silent promise to Tim and Kate. "I'll never forget you. Your love will always be a part of me. But I need to find a way to live again, to find happiness here." I'd gotten up to go to bed when a piercing cry shattered the silence. My heart lurched as I recognized Elijah's voice, heard the fear and anguish as he cried out. I rushed to his small room to find James already there. "Elijah, wake up, you are dreaming," James said softly as I entered, my eyes adjusting to the dim light of the single candle. He was thrashing in his bed, caught in the throes of a nightmare. Sweat glistened on his forehead, his face contorted with fear as James sat next to him, the concern pressing creases into his face. We'd been through this many times, so I'd brought a pitcher of water and a cloth, which I took over to the bed and sat across from James. "Did he wake you?" he asked as I shook my head. The water was cold as I wet the rag and wiped Elijah's forehead, face and neck. "No, I was finishing a shawl for Mary." I gently shook his shoulder. "Elijah, you must wake. It's just a bad dream." His eyes flew open, wide and terrified as he gasped for breath. For a moment, he seemed disoriented, unable to distinguish between the nightmare and reality. I stroked his hair, murmuring soothing words until he began to calm down, James beside him, his presence filling the room. "All will be well," he whispered. "You're safe. Nothing will harm you." Elijah wrapped his arms around my waist, his small body still trembling. It was so real, Miss Ella. They were coming for me again, only this time they said 100 lashes. My heart ached for him, knowing how deeply the trauma of his recent ordeal had affected him. James placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "No one's going to hurt you. You're safe here with us." He buried his face in my shoulder, making me ache that he had lost his own mother at such a young age. As I held him, my mind drifted to memories of comforting Kate after her own nightmares. Her small, warm body curled against mine, her innocent questions about the world, and the way she trusted me to make everything better. In the months that I'd been here, he had wriggled his way into my heart, this brave boy who had endured so much, and yet still had a ready smile for everyone. I gently rocked him, humming a lullaby I used to sing to Kate. The familiar tune brought a bittersweet ache to my heart, but it also seemed to soothe Elijah. His breathing began to steady, and his grip around my waist loosened. James reached across the narrow bed, taking my hand in his as we comforted his young apprentice. "Thank you, Miss Ella," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "I'm sorry for waking you." "There's nothing to be sorry for," I said softly. James smoothed back Elijah's hair. "We all have bad dreams sometimes. You're not alone." When we were sure he was asleep, I carefully stood up, my movements slow and deliberate to avoid waking him. Then James stood, taking the pitcher and rag from me. "I'll take these to the kitchen. Thank you for sitting with him. He's a good kid. Sometimes I think I met you both so that I could be there for him. That maybe Kate knew he needed me as much as he needs you." His eyes warm, James pressed a hand to my cheek, his skin warm against mine as we stood there looking into each other's eyes as the candle burned down. On Friday night, James and I made our way through the narrow streets, the crisp air making me shiver as I pulled my knitted shawl tighter around my shoulders, grateful for its warmth against the salt-scented wind. "Take my coat." He stopped on the side of the cobblestone streets, where we were out of the way of any carriages going by. "Winter's coming early this year. It's going to be colder than last year." I nodded, thinking of how different the seasons felt here compared to my own time. "It isn't far." "I'll be fine," I replied. After a long look at me, he shrugged and offered his arm. It was one of the many things I liked about him. He didn't push me to do something, but rather let me make my own choices, not all the time, but more than any other men in this era. As we approached the indigo merchant's grand home, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Dinner parties were still a challenge for me, making sure I watched what I said and how I behaved. The merchant and his wife owned a large plantation outside of town, but she'd wanted a home in town as well to entertain some of the wealthy merchants who traveled from Boston and did not support slavery. Frances Brighton had once said to me as she purchased several apple pies that if they didn't see the slaves working the plantation, then the topic usually didn't come up in conversations. A servant greeted us at the door. "Please come in. Everyone is in the dining room." The man ushered us into a huge dining room, where a fire crackled merrily in the hearth. "Mr. Hawthorne." "Mistress Marlowe, welcome," boomed Mr. Brighton. As we settled in, I noticed James eyeing the elaborate furnishings. He might be a blacksmith, but he could have been a carpenter as well. The man made beautiful furniture. A week ago, when we'd been invited back to Peyton Plantation, after everyone had recovered from yellow fever, Mr. Peyton wanted to show off the house, and while walking through the rooms, I fell in love with a stunning linen press. I couldn't stop thinking about that magnificent linen press. One afternoon when Mary and I were folding linens, placing them in the small chest we currently used, I found myself longing for the beautiful piece of furniture that had caught my eye. James came in for a cup of ale, and I told him about it. "Remember that linen press I showed you at Peyton Place?" He stopped drinking, wiping his sleeve across his face as I grimaced. No matter how many times I told him, he still used his sleeve after drinking. Vaguely. He looked at the linens, then at me, a smile spreading across his face. "Tell me about it again." I sat at the table with him, pouring myself a cup of wine, while Mary ran to the general store to pick up the spices I needed. As it was turning to winter, I planned to close my makeshift bakery and reopen in the spring, much to the dismay of my single male patrons, who were begging me to move the operation into the kitchens for them. I described the linen press to him, wishing I had a cell phone to take a picture of it. Guess I shouldn't have been surprised that he didn't remember. He had been too busy looking at all the books Mr. Peyton owned. So I told him how it was tall and stately, crafted from light-colored wood that seemed to glow with warmth. It had multiple shelves that were neatly stacked with linens, everything in perfect order, and when you opened the large wooden doors on each side, you could see at a glance what you had. Do you think you could make something like that for me? A thoughtful expression on his face, he nodded his head. Perhaps. It would be a good project for the winter. It could be my Christmas present. I beamed at him, hoping he'd make the piece of furniture, already envisioning it here in the house. In my mind, I could see the sturdy shelves filled with neatly folded linens, the drawers below holding smaller items. The sound of silverware clinking brought me back to the present. Dinner was a lively affair, the conversation flowing as freely as the wine. I found myself relaxing slightly, almost enjoying myself. That is, until Mr. Brighton suddenly stood up mid-meal. "Pardon me," he announced, then casually walked over to an ornate sideboard. To my utter astonishment, he pulled out a drawer, revealing a wooden cover with a hole in the center. Without a hint of embarrassment, he proceeded to sit down and do his business, and not the liquid business, right there in the dining room. No one remarked on what he was doing. Shock filled my face as I snuck a look at James, who had noticed my mortification and was trying not to laugh. The lady on my right, noticing my discomfort, leaned in and whispered, "First time seeing a commode, dear? It's quite a lovely piece, isn't it?" I nodded weakly, not trusting myself to speak. The realization that people considered this perfectly normal behavior was shocking. As Mr. Brighton returned to the table, looking completely unruffled, I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing out loud. That piece of furniture was something I would never ask James to make for me. 5. Echoes of Longing. Chapter 24. Veiled Confessions. With my bakery business closed for the winter, I found myself with more time on my hands. Mary and I had been busy knitting socks, scarves, hand warmers, and other items to get us through the winter, while Elijah knitted whenever he'd finished his chores and wasn't hanging around the stables. While the cold here in Charleston was nothing like back home in Illinois, it was funny how quickly I'd acclimated to the weather. At least it wasn't humid anymore. The sea air took on the added sense of tar as sailors worked on ships docked for repairs, along with smoke from all the fires in hearths across the city. I'd caught up on chores, and as James wasn't as busy today, we let the children go. Mary went to see the candle maker's daughter, while Elijah was roaming around town with a few of the local boys. The flickering light of the candles scented the air with beeswax, casting a warm glow over James's face, as we sat in front of the fire enjoying the rare quiet. Something had been bothering him all day, but whenever I asked, he'd shake his head and go back to his labors. I watched as he stared into the flames, his eyes distant and haunted. Finally, he cleared his throat after taking a hearty sip of whiskey. In the past, I would have shuddered at the thought of drinking the stuff, but I found it kept me warm, so I enjoyed a small amount in the evenings, now that the leaves were gone and it was cold and dreary outside. "I've never told anyone before," he said softly, voice rough with emotion. "I do not want secrets between us." I reached out, placing my hand gently on his arm as the muscles beneath his shirt flexed at my touch. "Whatever it is, you can tell me." He let loose a breath that seemed to come from deep inside, where it had been locked away for a long time, and his shoulders slumped as if a heavy weight had pressed down upon him. "When I was a child, my father came to visit me and my mother. You see, he didn't live with us. He had his own family. A family he loved. It was my 8th birthday, and she had scraped together what little she could to make it special." I nodded, my heart aching at the thought of a young James so eager for an absent father's love. "But he didn't come to celebrate," James continued, his voice tight. "He came to tell my mother it was time to send me away. You see, I looked a great deal like him, and people were beginning to gossip. He said it was a stain on his family name." Anger surged through me. It took 2 to make a baby. How could that man be so callous as to discard his own son like an unwanted stray dog? But I pushed the feelings down, focusing instead on the man beside me. The man I cared for a great deal. He wanted to send me away, to sell me off to work on a ship. As he told me the story, my heart broke at the unfairness of life. You did what you had to do, James. You survived. He shook his head, his eyes bright. At what cost? I stole from him that night, took what money I could and ran. I've been running ever since, never letting myself get too close to anyone, never believing anyone would love a bastard with no name. A lump formed in my throat as I coughed. I understand. More than you know. I lost my family, my whole world. And for a long time, I didn't think I could ever care for anyone or anything again. He looked at me then, his eyes searching mine. How did you do it, Ella? How did you find the courage to open your heart again? I smiled softly, thinking of the journey that had brought me here, to this moment. It hasn't been easy. There were times when I thought the pain would swallow me whole. But I realized that closing myself off, building walls around my heart, was no way to live. It took me being here to move forward. James was quiet for a long moment, brow furrowed in thought. I've been afraid of being hurt, of being rejected. I pushed people away, not wanting them to see me as less, as the bastard that I am. When I took his face in my hands, he felt chilled even sitting by the fire. I waited until he raised his gaze to mine. You are so much more than your past. You are honorable, kind and brave and good. You deserve love and family and acceptance. He leaned into my touch, his eyes fluttering closed. You make me want to try. You make me believe that maybe, just maybe, I could have the life I've always dreamed of. Warmth bloomed in my chest, like flowers opening to the sun in spring. Hope and possibility flooded through me. It was time to trust, to make a life here. With him. And with Elijah and Mary. You can. We can. Together. He opened his eyes, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Together. I like the sound of that. As we sat there in the flickering light, I knew that we had crossed a threshold. That the walls James had built around his heart were beginning to crumble, brick by brick, just like mine had. And that together, we could build something new, something beautiful and lasting. And so, as the candle burned low and the night wrapped its gentle arms around us, we sat together, holding hands, a tension in the air. He still hadn't really kissed me, and for the first time since I'd arrived, I wanted him to. Damn him for being so respectable. The next day, we decided to go to the tavern for dinner. As we enjoyed a meal of hearty stew, bread with butter and ale, the door suddenly burst open, and a man carrying a large sack strode inside. He had the look of a naturalist, with his wide-brimmed hat, sturdy boots, and a collection of various tools and pouches hanging from his belt. The tavern grew quiet, everyone curious, as he made his way to the center of the room, a mischievous glint in his eye. Gather round, folks, he called out, voice booming over the murmur of conversation. Have I got a tale for you? Curious, we all crowded around him, meals forgotten as everyone jostled for a better view. James, Elijah, Mary and I exchanged glances, our own curiosity piqued as we had a front row seat. The naturalist reached into his sack and with a dramatic flourish, pulled out a small alligator, holding it aloft for all to see. It was dead but still. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd, and I found myself leaning forward, curious as to what he would say. We found it by the riverbank, the naturalist explained, his voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. But that's not the real story, oh no. Just a few days ago we saw a true monster, an alligator so huge, so fearsome it could have swallowed a man whole. The crowd pressed closer, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. The man went on to describe the beast, its scales gleaming in the sun, its teeth as long as hunting knives. It must have been 13 feet long at least, he exclaimed, his arms spread wide. And quick as lightning, too. We watched it snatch a deer right out of the water as the poor animal drank, dragging it down into the watery depths before you could blink an eye. Around us, people chattered excitedly, some reaching out to touch the dead alligator's leathery skin, others shaking their heads in disbelief, while a few told their own tales of encounters with the reptiles. I turned to James, a bit woozy, a smile tugging at my lips. "I thought it would be something more exciting," I said, voice low. "In my time, alligators are well known, though not in Illinois. They're not usually quite that big, and if they are, they're relocated to a sanctuary in Florida or the Everglades, but they're still fascinating the way they can jump straight up as high as their entire length. Did you know that they..." "Illinois. Everglades?" His brow arched, a look of confusion crossing his face. "In your time?" he asked, confusion coloring his voice. Damn it to hell. Heart-pounding, heat traveling up my chest, I gripped the ceramic cup. How much had I had to drink? I had gotten so caught up in the excitement of the moment, so comfortable in his presence, that I let my guard down. And I think I was a bit tipsy. "I just meant there was a place in England," I stumbled, trying to cover my tracks. "Alligators are more common there, so I've seen them." "Where in England?" "This Illinois. Or a town called Everglades. I have never heard of such places or creatures." "Damn. My parents took me when I was young to the Isles of Scilly. It's an archipelago off the coast of Cornwall. Some rich lord kept them on his estate. I hoped that this was a place that people visited in this time. All I remembered was that it was warm, so theoretically a rich aristocrat could have kept alligators. Last night, after he'd confessed that he was a bastard and how difficult his childhood had been, I'd tried to tell James about time travel, but I couldn't get the words out no matter how much I tried. Something was still holding me back. James studied me for a moment, his eyes searching mine, a slight frown on his face. I held my breath, hoping he would accept my explanation. Finally he nodded. "I don't think you ever said where you were from." "I am unfamiliar with this place." "You're full of surprises, aren't you, Ella?" Relief washed over me. "You have no idea," I said. As the crowd began to disperse, the naturalist packed up his alligator and moved on to the next table. I leaned in close to him, my hand finding his beneath the table. "Thank you," I murmured, my eyes locked on his. "For not pressing me. I'll tell you all about my life. Soon." He squeezed my hand, his thumb tracing small circles on my wrist. "I have been more than patient." I nodded. "I know. Give me a little more time." As we finished our meal, the tavern buzzing with talk of the alligator, I knew that soon I had put on my big girl panties and take a chance and tell him the truth. Chapter 25. Lucky Encounters. As James stood at the well in the courtyard, throwing cold water over his head, bumps rising on his arms and bare chest as the icy wind blew through the garden, his mind drifted to the moments he had shared with Ella. Long walks through the countryside, the quiet evenings spent by the fire talking and laughing, and the moment just a few days ago when they had almost kissed. They had been sitting by the riverbank, watching the sunset over the water. She had been telling him a story about her childhood, her eyes bright with laughter and her hair gleaming in the fading light. He'd found himself leaning closer, drawn in by the warmth of her smile and the sound of her voice. For a moment time had seemed to stand still. Their faces were just inches apart, their breath mingling in the cool evening air. His heart pounded so loud he thought surely she must have heard it, and a sudden fierce longing rose up within him. There was nothing he'd wanted more than to close the distance between them, to feel the softness of her lips against his. But something held him back. A flicker of doubt, a whisper of fear. He knew she was keeping secrets, that there were parts of her past that she couldn't or wouldn't share, especially after she had known about the alligators and mentioned places he had never heard of, odd places called Illinois and Everglades. As much as he longed to trust her completely, to give himself over to the love that was blossoming between them, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was still so much he didn't know about Ella, the woman who, like a thief in the night, had stolen a piece of his heart. And so he had pulled back, the moment passing as quickly as it had come. Ella had looked at him, confusion on her face, and he had known that she felt it too, the fear, the uncertainty, the longing for something more. Now, as he stood wet and cold in the courtyard, James made a decision. He would trust Ella, even if he didn't have all the answers. It was time to take a leap of faith, and let go of his unsavory past and his inability to trust. As I wandered through the bustling streets of Charleston, my thoughts kept drifting back to the moments I had shared with James before he left with Elijah to deliver goods to the British. The sun had climbed higher in the sky, and the town was alive with activity, merchants hawking their wares and townspeople going about their daily business on the warm November day. As I turned a corner, I found myself caught up in a sudden commotion. A crowd had gathered in the town square, their voices raised in a clamor of anger and excitement. Curiosity getting the better of me, I squeezed between people until I was at the front, and then wished I hadn't. In the center of the square stood a wooden platform, not the stocks where they put people for various offenses, but the hanging post with a noose at the ready, hanging ominously from a sturdy beam. A man, face weathered by the sun and sea, dressed in tan breeches and a cream-colored linen shirt, stood there shackled, eyes blazing with defiance, beads and bits of gold braided into his hair. The assortment of rings on his fingers glinted in the sun as he scowled at the crowd. He was a pirate. While I'd come across several here in town, this man looked like Brad Pitt in Troy but as a pirate. Then my heart clenched as I realized that I was about to witness his execution. "This man stands accused of piracy," a voice rang out, and I turned to see a British officer, his red coat gleaming in the sun. "He has raided our ships, stolen our goods, and threatened the very fabric of our empire. For these crimes he shall hang by the neck until dead." The crowd roared its approval as sweat broke out on my forehead. My skin was clammy and I swayed on my feet. There was a commotion at the edge of the crowd, and not ready to witness a man dying in front of my face, I admit it, I shoved the ample woman next to me. She went down hard, and I have no idea what made me, a perfect law-abiding citizen, do it, but I grabbed a knife off the man who bent to help her, motioned the pirate over to the edge of the platform closest to me, trying not to draw attention as the crowd was watching the brawl that had broken out. Once he was close enough, I started sawing at the rope, breathing through my mouth, trying not to look over my shoulder to see if anyone was watching what I was doing. "Hurry, lass. They willna be distracted for long." Good gravy. Not only was he a pirate straight off the cover of a 1980s romance novel, but he was Scottish with that delicious to-die-for accent. "I'm trying." I blew my hair out of my face, sweat running down my back despite the cold as I worked. He must have been strong, or the rope was weak, because I was only halfway through sawing the rope when he snapped it. "Go," I hissed, my voice urgent. "Run and don't look back." With a grin, he reached up under his ponytail and handed me a grubby bit of cloth tied with a string. "For your aid, madam." Then with a wink he jumped off the platform, disappearing into the crowd, leaving me dazed as I wondered what I'd just done. Please tell me I hadn't just altered history in some way that would come back to bite me. As the chaos died down and the crowd began to disperse, I quickly made my way out of the crowd, ducking around the corner. When I untied the bit of cloth, I slapped a hand over my mouth. In my palm were 3 gemstones. An emerald, a ruby, and a sapphire, glinting like they'd captured the sun. Instead of going home, I decided to take a walk outside town in the woods. There was something I found soothing about the woods and meadow outside of town. One of the Native American women I ran into near the creek in those woods told me a benevolent spirit watched over the trees. Heart light, I knew that there was a possibility someone would tell the British officer that it was me that freed the pirate, but I also knew witnessing a man dying today wasn't something I was prepared to see, consequences be damned. So lost in my thoughts, absorbed in the peace and tranquility of the bare trees around me, I didn't hear the footsteps until it was too late. A twig snapped behind me as I whirled around, heart leaping into my throat as I found myself face to face with a man that I instinctively knew meant me harm. There was nowhere to run. He was tall and wiry, with eyes that glittered with a cold, predatory light. I took a step back as a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the weather. Well, what have we here?" the man drawled, his voice dripping with menace. "A pretty little thing, all alone in the woods. Didn't anyone ever tell you it's not safe for a woman to wander off by herself? I swallowed hard, mind racing as I tried to think of a way out of this situation. I was going to the creek for watercress, I said, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to keep it steady. My husband will be along shortly. The man took a step closer, lips curling into a cruel smile. There is no man with you. Not a lover, nor husband. I watched you walk into these woods alone. He reached out, his fingers brushing against my chin as I flinched, skin crawling at his touch, desperately trying to decide which way to run. Please, I whispered, hating the way my voice shook. Let me go. I won't tell anyone about this, I swear. The man chuckled, a low, ugly sound that made my blood run cold. Oh, I'm afraid it's too late for that. You see, I have a reputation to uphold. Can't have people thinking I've gone soft, now can we? My left knee gave way, and with a cry I caught myself before I fell. Was this the man I'd heard James and the printer talking about? The one responsible for murdering 3 prostitutes? He lunged forward, hands grasping for me as I threw myself backwards, a scream tearing from my throat as I went down, landing in a pile of leaves. Before he could lay a finger on me, a blur of tawny fur burst from the underbrush, snarling and snapping with a fury that made my attacker recoil. It was a dog, at least I think it was a dog and not a wolf. A scruffy, half-starved creature with matted muddy fur, and a scar that looked like it almost took one of the animal's eyes. The animal placed itself between me and the man, hackles raised, growling, its teeth bared in a clear warning. The man hesitated, eyes darting between the dog and me. For a moment, I thought he might kill the animal and finish what he had started. But something in the dog's stance and demeanor must have given him pause. With a muttered curse, the man turned and fled, footsteps fading into the distance as he disappeared into the trees. I sat up, legs crossed, elbows on my knees, dress dirty and stained as the adrenaline drained from my body, leaving me shaking uncontrollably. The dog turned to me, tail wagging tentatively as it approached. I held out a shaking hand, and it sniffed my palm, its rough tongue licking my hand and arm in what I hoped was dog for hello, and not him tasting me in anticipation of a meal. Good dog, I whispered, tears of relief stinging my eyes. You saved my life. The dog whined softly, pressing itself closer to me as if it understood my gratitude. I ran my hands over its scruffy coat. Goodness, you're a mess. And you stink. Then I ruffled the animal's ears, one missing a chunk out of the side. Lucky, I murmured, the name coming to me in a flash of inspiration. That's what I'll call you. Because I was lucky you were here today. The dog, now bestowed with the name Lucky, wagged its tail harder and gave a happy bark. At that moment, I decided he was coming back with me, and if James said no, then Lucky and I would find a new place to stay. I wasn't turning away the dog who'd saved my life. Brushing off my gown and shaking out my shawl, I took a moment to pull my hair back up in a bun, then bent over and patted Lucky on the head. Come on, let's go home. But before you sleep in the house, you need a bath. We made our way back to town, my step lighter, Lucky trotting by my side, tongue lolling. The beast was huge, coming up almost to my hip, making me wonder if he'd been someone's pet. How had he ended up in the woods? By the time we'd made it to town, I couldn't stand the stench. We went through the gate, into the courtyard where the garden was located. Stay. I grabbed 2 buckets from a stack beside the back door. You found a dog, an excited voice called out, and I turned to see Elijah bounding towards me, his face split in a wide grin. He skidded to a stop, holding his nose. He really stinks. He does, I agreed. Want to help me give him a bath? Won't he be cold? It's awfully cold. My brow went up. It's a bath, or he sleeps in the smithy and then it will stink in there as well. I'll fill the buckets. Elijah ran to the well to draw the water. I looked at Lucky, who was sitting down watching us, his head cocked to one side. Elijah. Take the water inside to heat it. Tell Mary to bring the rest of my rose soap. No way could I stand the stench a minute longer. You're getting expensive French soap. I eyed the huge beast, wondering what kind of dog he was. But since you saved me, I guess it's worth it. While Elijah did as I said, I sat on a bench, back against the wall, closing my eyes until the headache passed. Lucky moved next to me, his weight comforting against my legs, even as I knew this gown would need to be laundered before I wore it again. When Elijah and Mary came out carrying the steaming buckets of water, I had them dump one in a tub for scrubbing, and one for rinsing. "Come on, boy," I coaxed, patting the edge of the first tub. "It's time to get you cleaned up." Lucky stood by my side, tail wagging tentatively, as he eyed the bath with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The dog sniffed the water, but with a gentle nudge he jumped into the water, sending droplets flying in every direction. I laughed, shielding my face with my hands as I reached for the soap. Elijah picked up a rag. "I'll wash his back, you wash his head. He looks very ferocious." "Will he bite us?" Mary hadn't come any closer. "He does look ferocious, but he won't hurt either of you. We're part of his pack now." Together, Elijah and I set to work while Mary went back in the house, mumbling about how I was wasting expensive soap on a dog. We scrubbed away the dirt and grime, and who knew what else that had accumulated on the dog. Lucky sat patiently in the water, his eyes closed in contentment as we cleaned his fur, the water turning gray as Elijah chattered on and on about his day. "You went for a walk in the woods and came back with a dog." James's voice rang out, and I looked up to see him leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, a bemused smile on his face. He sniffed, grimaced, then handed me another bit of soap. "I think you're going to need this. He smells like he's been rolling in something dead." His eyes traveled over my wet gown and disheveled appearance. "What happened? Did you roll in the mud as well?" Not wanting to worry him, I turned back to scrubbing the dog's legs and stomach. "I tripped and fell, landing in a pile of wet leaves, but I'm fine." Instead of telling him about the man, because I knew he'd want me to quit going to the forest alone, I said, "Lucky saved me from getting bitten by a snake. He killed it, and I think it was poisonous." I wiped a bit of soap off the end of my nose. "That dog saved my life. I'm terrified of snakes. I don't much care for them myself." "I'm glad you're all right." James nodded, his eyes flickering to the dog. "I suppose he's earned a place here. As long as he promises not to track mud all over the shop." Lucky barked as if in agreement, and we all laughed, the sound ringing out through the courtyard. I only hoped the man in the woods had left the area. Chapter 26. Through the Looking Glass. The empty shop that had sold imported English china was no longer empty. The new sign, made of wood, was painted navy blue with gold lettering. "Glass blower." My heart skipped a beat as I inhaled through my nose, held it for a count of 4, and exhaled through my mouth. It didn't look like the shop had been open long. There were rumors of someone new moving in after the previous shipowner faced such intense harassment that he decided to pack up his family and leave for Boston. Could it be? Was this glassblower the one who made the ornament that brought me here? I hesitated for a moment, my hand resting on the painted wooden door. I was wearing a simple moss-colored gown with my hair up. The skirt swished around my ankles as I shifted from foot to foot, suddenly feeling a bit self-conscious. With a deep breath, I pushed open the door and stepped inside. The shop was dim and chilly, the air heavy with the scent of crates, packing materials, and something I later learned was freshly made glass, made from melted sand. The walls were lined with shelves, with a few bottles displayed, waiting for customers. There were open crates on the floor as if they'd just started unpacking, and a small window pane leaned against the wall. A young man emerged from the back of the shop. He was tall and lanky, with a shock of unruly brown hair and a face smudged with soot. "Welcome, madam," he said, voice soft and hesitant. "I'm afraid Herr Wagner is away, delivering a special commission to a customer. But I would be pleased to show you around the shop if you like. We sell finished pieces here. The glass works is located outside of town on the Cooper River." Warmth bloomed in my chest. That would be lovely. The apprentice smiled, dark circles under his eyes as he straightened. Is there anything in particular you're looking for? Perhaps some tableware? My lip trembled, and for a moment spots danced in front of my eyes, but after a few deep breaths I thought I was okay. The dizzy spells and headaches had become more and more frequent of late. Madam, are you unwell? I shook my head. I am well, thank you. Then I turned in a circle, searching the shelves, but didn't see what I was looking for. I was hoping to find an ornament for Christmas. The apprentice shook his head. I do not think we have any. Herr Wagner has recently come from Germany, and I am newly apprenticed, so we have not yet unpacked everything. My heart sank. This wasn't where my ornament had come from, after all. Do you know when Herr Wagner will return? Perhaps I would come back and ask him to be certain, but the young apprentice should know what his master made, even if he was new. I am sorry, I do not. Perhaps in a few weeks. The scent of ink and paper filled my nose as I stood in the print shop, waiting to pick up the paper James wanted. Mr. Jones, the shop owner, was in the back, muttering about the latest orders. It was a quiet evening, and the hum of the printing press was a comforting background noise as I looked around. Suddenly the door burst open, and a group of men stormed in, their faces hidden by scarves and tricorn hats pulled low. Get out now. One of the men barked, voice rough. I froze, my mind racing. Mr. Jones stepped forward trying to reason with them, but they shoved him aside. The leader struck a flint, and in a heartbeat the shop was ablaze. The fire spread quickly, licking up the wooden walls and devouring the stacks of paper. Run, the printer shouted, pushing me towards the door. The heat was unbearable, the smoke already thickening the air. I stumbled towards the exit, coughing and choking, but a beam fell in front of me, blocking the way. Panic surged through me as I realized I was trapped. Help! I screamed, but the roar of the flames drowned out my voice. Desperation drove me to the back of the shop, where the air was marginally clearer. I could hear shouts and screams outside. Ella! Where are you? James? Relief flooded through me. Back here. Help me! The next thing I knew, he was there, a cloth around his nose and mouth as he pulled his jacket over his hands and shoved a beam out of the way to get to me. Hurry! There's a window upstairs. He led me up the stairs, the wood creaking ominously, but it held. Then he grabbed a heavy chair, lifted it up as if it weighed nothing, and smashed the window, covering the bits of glass still in the frame with his jacket. Now, Ella. He lifted me up as I grasped the windowsill. Thankfully, I fit as I squeezed through the narrow opening. But James did not. As the cool night air hit my face, the wall groaned and gave way. I tumbled to the ground outside, landing hard on the cobblestone street. Pain shot through my ankle, but I was alive. I rolled over, gasping for breath, as the townspeople rushed to contain the blaze. James? I screamed until I was hoarse. People were passing buckets of water to put out the flames, to no avail. As the tears fell, I heard a voice cut through the chaos. Ella! Ella, where are you? Thank goodness he was alive. I'm here. I called weakly, struggling to sit up. He was at my side in an instant, pulling me to my feet and into his arms. His eyes were wild with fear and relief. Thank God you're safe, he held me tightly. We need to get you away from here. I thought you couldn't get out. I leaned on him, limping as we moved away from the inferno. I ran for the other window and jumped. The flames were out of control, consuming the shop and threatening the neighboring buildings. Even as people formed another line, passing buckets of water, it was clear the fire was winning. Can you walk? I nodded. Twisted my ankle, but it's not sprained. A loud crack signaled the collapse of part of the roof, sending a shower of sparks into the night sky. I flinched, burying my face in James's shoulder. The noise was deafening and the heat searing. It felt like the world was ending. Come on, James urged, guiding me to a safer distance. We need to help. Despite the pain in my ankle and my side where I'd fallen, I joined the bucket line, the weight of the water heavy in my trembling hands. We worked frantically, but it was futile. The flames were relentless, driven by the dry paper and wood. The shop was a lost cause. Tears streamed down my soot-streaked face as I watched the print shop collapse in on itself. We could have died in there tonight. When the last of the building fell, silence descended, broken only by the crackle of dying flames and the sobs of the grieving. Several townspeople pulled the unrecognizable and charred body of the printer from the wreckage. The crisp air nipped at my cheeks as James and I strolled past the customs house. Its imposing brick facade loomed over us, a stark reminder of the Crown's presence in Charleston. I pulled my shawl tighter around my shoulders, trying to ward off a chill that seemed to come from within rather than from the wind. We'd left Lucky at home today after he'd chased a man down the street, snapping and growling. Personally, I thought the man must have done something wrong, because the dog was accepting of most people. "Are you feeling well, Ella?" James asked, his brow furrowed with concern. "You look a bit pale." I forced a smile, not wanting to worry him. "I'm fine, just a little tired." But the truth was, I felt far from fine. I'd been battling waves of nausea, headaches and dizziness that would hit me at random times with no warning. Was it some delayed effect of my journey through time? Or maybe my system wasn't yet accustomed to the different types of bacteria and illnesses here. As we passed a group of men engaged in hushed conversation, I caught snippets of their words. "A loyalist spy. Here in Charleston. Can't trust anyone these days." Suddenly, the world tilted. The customs house seemed to loom larger, its shadows stretching towards me. I stumbled, my vision blurring. "Ella." James's voice sounded distant, muffled. I tried to respond, but my tongue felt thick and useless in my mouth. The last thing I saw was his face, etched with worry as the world faded to black. When I came to, I was lying on the ground, James kneeling beside me. A small crowd had gathered, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. "Thank God," he breathed as my eyes fluttered open. "You gave me quite a fright. Did you eat anything today? I know how you forget to eat when you're busy." "Maybe a bit of bread and cheese this morning?" I struggled to sit up, embarrassment flooding through me. "Sorry. I don't know what came over me." The stress of keeping my secret, the fear of discovery, and this mysterious illness, it all had to be connected. I'd heard secrets could make a person sick, but I'd never experienced it until now. Maybe it was a sign to tell him the truth. As James helped me to my feet, I caught sight of Sally watching from across the street, her face unreadable. "Perhaps we should see the doctor," James suggested, his arm steady around my waist. I shook my head, perhaps a bit too quickly. "No, I'll be fine. I just need to rest." The next morning, I woke early, my head still pounding. As I made my way to the kitchen, I heard hushed voices outside. Curiosity got the better of me, and I crept closer to the window, straining to hear. "Intercepted another package yesterday," a man's voice said, tension evident in his tone. "Aye, we took the pamphlets from the printer." "They're well hidden," another replied. "If you ask me, it's clear as day. We've got a loyalist spy in our midst." I'd seen James with the printer, and with pamphlets in the shop. Surely he wasn't a spy. Or a patriot. When we talked about the rising tensions, I got the impression he planned to stay neutral. When James found Mary and I in the kitchens doing the dishes, he eyed me with concern. "You're looking a bit better today," he said cautiously. I forced a smile. "Yes, I'm feeling much improved." Later that afternoon, the streets were abuzz with whispers and worried glances. The atmosphere was thick with tension, after the governor had asked that anyone with a knowledge of traitors to the crown should come forward. There was a large reward as well, large enough that neighbors would be spying on each other. We were enjoying the midday meal in the tavern when I noticed Sally across the room. She caught my eye and gave a small wave, but something in her expression made me uneasy. Chapter 27. A proposal takes place. Back from spending the morning making a quilt for a recently wed couple, I'd spent the afternoon in the parlor, as it was one of the warmer rooms in the house. I sat in the chair closest to the crackling fire, my toes deliciously warm as I sipped spiced wine, the rich aroma of cinnamon and spices filling my nose. I worked on fingerless gloves, the soft yarn sliding between my fingers as I knitted. What I liked about them was that even though my fingers would be cold, it was so much easier than mittens or gloves. The pattern Mary showed me was pretty, with decorative trim around the ends. The gloves started at my knuckles and went up my forearms to my elbows, hiding my scars. This pair would be heather gray to match the new gown I'd purchased with my bakery earnings. The printer hadn't been the only one to suffer for his loyalist leanings. People in town were claiming that Indians, not patriots, burned out a family's home on the Cooper River as well. The weight of knowledge pressed down upon me, as I wondered if there was anything I could do. Not to change the outcome. Even I knew that wasn't possible, but to keep the people I'd come to call friends safe. Especially James, Mary, and Elijah. I barely registered his presence until he spoke. "Ella, might I have a word with you?" His voice was gentle, tinged with concern. I looked up, meeting his gaze. The man would have made an excellent poker player. Of course. I put the gloves aside and took a sip of wine, grateful for its warmth. It was funny how quickly I'd adjusted to the temperature differences between Charleston and Illinois. Back home, I would have gone around in a t-shirt and leggings, but here, I wore multiple layers to combat the chill. He pulled the other chair beside me, filling the room with his presence, as the scent of hot iron, wool, and a hint of bay filled my nose. "It has been almost 8 months since you arrived," he began, choosing his words with care. "Things are different here in the colonies, and people have begun to talk. They say it is well past time for you to come out of mourning and to remarry." Spots danced in front of me as the room spun. My heart raced as a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Once it subsided, I stood, legs trembling slightly. "I'm going to get a bit more wine. Would you like some whiskey?" With a sigh, he nodded. "I'll be right back." With that, I turned and strode out of the parlor to the kitchen to fetch us both a drink. By the time I returned, he had stretched his legs out in front of him, eyes closed. There was a hint of purple under his eyes. He'd been working a lot, and had helped clean up what remained of the printer's shop after the fire. Thank goodness we got out in time. He accepted the whiskey with a tired smile, taking a drink before setting it on a small table between us. I noticed his hand shaking slightly as he put the glass down. The amber liquid caught the firelight, glowing like a jar of honey. "Who cares if I remarry or not?" I took a fortifying sip of wine, the spices warming my throat, and sat, ankles crossed, as I watched him. My stomach churned with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The scent of smoke and leather from his clothes mingled with the aroma of the drinks, creating a pleasant scent in the room. "We are living under the same roof. And while it was fine to have you under my protection for a time, that time has passed." He reached out, tentatively taking my hand in his. The contact sent a jolt through me, a confusing rush of longing and guilt. "Marry me, Ella. I vow I will give my last breath to protect you from harm." I stared at him, certain I had misheard. "Pardon?" "Marry me," he repeated, his gaze unwavering. "As my wife, you would have the protection of my name and my standing in the community." My breath caught in my throat as heat crept up my neck and into my cheeks. My hands, clasped tightly in my lap, began to tremble. He didn't say he loved me, only that he wanted to protect my stupid reputation. He scrubbed a hand over the 5 o'clock shadow on his cheeks, then sighed again as if he'd been thinking about this for a while. "People are turning on each other. Neighbor accusing neighbor of treason and worse." He took another slug of whiskey. "I fear that we are heading towards war. And if I go off to fight, you cannot stay here alone, unless you are my wife." Tears stung my eyes as a storm of emotions swirled within me. My chest tightened, making it hard to breathe. Gratitude for his kindness, affection for the man he was, and a deep aching sorrow for the love I had lost, even as I knew deep down I cared a great deal for James. But to marry another felt like a betrayal of Tim's memory. James, My voice caught on a sob. I swallowed hard, trying to force down the lump in my throat. I'm touched by your offer, truly. But I cannot help but feel that I would be betraying my husband's memory by marrying again. And anyway, isn't there someone else you might want to marry? No, there is no one else. You know of my upbringing. That I am a bastard. His expression softened with understanding. I know I can never replace the love you lost. And I would never seek to. But I care for you deeply. Let me keep you safe. Several prominent merchants have made inquiries to me asking for your hand. It is time. I closed my eyes, torn between the past and the present. The love I had shared with my husband had been a rare and precious thing. But he was gone. And James was here, offering me a future. A good and decent man, who I knew cared for me. I would be safe here with him. And while I'd pretty much given up the idea of getting back to my own time, a tiny kernel of hope lingered that on Christmas Eve, I might be able to go back. Until then, I didn't feel like I could put down roots here. Slowly, I opened my eyes and met his gaze once more. In their depths, I saw tenderness, compassion, and the stirrings of a love that could grow if given the chance. A love that I knew I could return, if I was willing to let go of my grief. I'd been fortunate thus far, for I'd heard of several women who had lost husbands and remarried in a matter of weeks. It seemed I was out of time. Yes, I whispered, my heart pounding so hard I was sure James could hear it. My hands shook as I reached for him. Yes, James. I will marry you. As he drew me into his arms, a shiver ran through me. I sent up a silent prayer to my late husband, somehow holding back the tears. The rough wool of James's navy jacket scratched against my cheek, so different from the soft cotton t-shirts my husband used to favor. James's embrace was strong and warm, his heartbeat steady against my ear. Forgive me, my love, I thought desperately. Forgive me for choosing life, for choosing a future in a world without you. I will carry you in my heart, always. You have made me very happy, he said, stroking my hair. I'd left it down today as it kept my neck warm. The touch of his hand on my neck? I hadn't been touched by a man in so long that I almost cried at the sensation of his fingers in my hair as they trailed down the side of my neck. When he ran a finger down my cheek, I had to catch my breath. Goosebumps broke out across my chest and arms, and a warmth spread through me that had nothing to do with the fire burning in the hearth. But even as grief and guilt threaded through me, I clung to him, to the promise of safety and perhaps in time, a new love to heal my fractured soul. Everything moved quickly after that, as he procured the wedding license, then informed me that after we married, we'd have a feast at the tavern to celebrate. Now I just had to tell James that I was a time traveler. Perhaps I should wait until after the wedding, so he wouldn't be as likely to throw me out in the street or call me a witch. 6. Winds of Truth. Chapter 28. O Wedding. The sounds of voices raised in laughter, the clinking of dishes, and the occasional bark from Lucky drifted down the hallway as I made my way into the kitchen, where Mary and a girl Sally had sent over to help prepare for the day, moved about making preparations, the mood one of excitement and joy. But me? I wasn't so sure. Miss Ella, we're almost done preparing your bath. It was a special occasion indeed to bring out the bathing tub. The girls placed the heavy wooden tub in front of the fire, and poured buckets of hot water in to fill it up, making the water steam. Even though I couldn't stretch out, just to sit with my knees up in blissfully hot water was enough to make me almost groan out loud in anticipation. The steam rose in soft tendrils, beckoning me toward the luxury of a hot bath. The scent of lavender and rose filled the air, the soap a gift from a British officer to thank me for making him soup and stew when he'd fallen ill a few weeks ago. While my baking enterprise was closed for the winter, I occasionally took on what I'd call a catering job here and there, especially for some of the single men who were tired of eating at the tavern all the time. Several marriage-minded mamas had been known to turn up when they knew I was preparing food for the men. There had been 2 marriages already, and I suspected, not counting my own, there would be a couple more before the year was over. 1774. Closer and closer to the upcoming conflict. No, I wouldn't think about all that today, not on the day I was getting married. "All ready, mistress." A young girl with straw-colored hair and big brown eyes smiled a shy smile at me. Mary dusted her hands on her apron. I couldn't believe how much she'd grown since April. While exchanging gifts wasn't really a thing at Christmas, I thought I'd get her a new gown or 2. "Would you like us to bathe you, mistress?" "No, I can do that myself. Thank you for getting the bath ready." A wave of gratitude flowed through me when they finally stepped away, leaving me alone with a cup of wine and my thoughts. I climbed into the tub, the hot water turning my skin red as I eased into the water, knees up, the tension already easing from my muscles. The wine warmed me from the inside out as I closed my eyes, resting my head on the padded edge. If anyone had asked me a few years ago, I'd have said I was marrying once, and that was that. But life isn't predictable, and now here I was, a widow, marrying for the 2nd time in my life. With that thought, I drained the wine and refilled the cup from the pitcher Mary had left on a stool by the tub. I needed all the courage I could gather for what lay ahead. As I soaked, my thoughts drifted to James, his rough, strong hands that somehow always held a gentleness when they touched me, and those eyes of his, full of kindness that had always made me feel safe. Today I would become his wife. The thought filled me with a mix of sorrow, joy, and nervousness. I wondered what our life would be like, especially with war around the corner. It felt good to scrunch down and put my head under the water, to wash my hair and to feel clean. When the girl Sally sent over laid what looked like sharpened bone next to the soap and rag, I cocked a brow. The girl had giggled and said it was for removing hair, that her mistress did not like any hair anywhere on her body, which made me laugh. She said I was to keep the stone, a gift. So with a shrug, I shaved. It was nice to feel smooth skin when I ran my hand down my calf. The water cooled too quickly, and soon enough Mary returned, arms full of linen. Evie followed close behind, carefully carrying the rest of my wedding clothes. They helped me out of the tub, the cool air kissing my damp skin as they wrapped me in a soft linen cloth. I sat on the stool letting the fire dry me, watching as Mary laid out my wedding gown. It was simple, nothing like the finery I had seen on several women in town, or my first wedding dress, which had been a confection of white, and made me look like a cake topper, but it was mine, and the women I now called friends had made the gown with love. The fabric was a natural, undyed linen that reminded me of sheets hung out on a line in the summer. The bodice had been embroidered with flowers, fitted to my figure, lacing up the back with a narrow ribbon of deep blue. I smiled at the color, blue for fidelity, for the promises James and I were about to make. As they dressed me, I focused on the small details, even as I felt a bit fuzzy around the edges, and another headache hit me, making me wince. The slight rustle of the skirt as it fell around my ankles, the feel of the laces tightening against my back, the gentle brush of Mary's fingers as she adjusted the neckline. Even though the dress was beautiful, it was also practical and modest, just like the life I would lead as a blacksmith's wife, and something I could wear to church or other more formal events. My hair was still damp, and Mary brushed it until it crackled, warm from the fire. She twisted it into an elaborate updo and slid a small silver comb into place, a gift from James, polished smooth by his own hands. With a smile, Evie tucked a sprig of rosemary into my hair, while she and Mary chattered away about the wedding and the feast that would be served afterwards. The scent from the rosemary was sharp and clean, a symbol of remembrance, of fidelity, and mingled with the lavender and rose soap I'd used. I stood, moving around this way and that to see my reflection in the small mirror they had propped up for me. The woman looking back was familiar yet different, a version of myself I was still getting to know. I wasn't dressed in finery, but I felt ready. ready to take his hand in mine and to step into our new life together. While I would always love Tim, mourn him and my daughter Kate, it was time to tuck them away in my heart and give James and me a real chance to be happy together. The girls left me in the kitchen to finish my wine, as I thought about how much my life had changed since I fell through time in April. I startled awake, my head snapping up at the sound of Mary's sweet voice. "Miss Ella?" "It's time," she called out. She'd been so excited when we told her and Elijah. I took a deep breath, willing my racing heart to slow its frantic rhythm. "I'm ready," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt inside. The mid-November air held a hint of frost, as Mary and Evie preceded me out of the house, the icy wind nipping at my cheeks as we emerged onto the narrow street. I felt the weight of the moment, the gravity of what I was about to do, settle over me like the wind that rustled the leaves along the cobblestones. It was around 10 in the morning, the winter sun casting a soft, silver light over the street and buildings that made everything look ethereal. Careful not to let my hem drag, I followed them on the short walk to St. Michael's Church. People were busy, going about their lives as we walked. The scent of wood smoke hung in the air, mingling with the distant aroma of baking bread and the tang of salt from the nearby harbor that I'd grown to love. People I recognized nodded and smiled as we passed, offering quiet congratulations as word had spread quickly of our impending nuptials. As we approached the church, my heart raced upon seeing the impressive building, with its classical portico and high steeple that always seemed to be reaching up as if trying to touch the heavens. The door was open, and from where I stood I could see the warm glow of candlelight flickering within. As we stepped inside, my mouth dropped open. James stood there, feet shoulder-width apart, a smile on his face as he caught sight of me. At the sight of him, my breath caught. The man was incredibly good-looking on a normal day, but dressed for our wedding? He was positively smoking hot. He'd brushed his wavy, thick chestnut hair until it gleamed in the candlelight, the ends touching the shoulders of his white linen shirt. James wore a fine navy wool jacket with silver buttons and a bit of embroidery around the lapels and cuffs, navy breeches and boots. He looked strong and steady. A dark blue waistcoat, the same shade as the ribbon on my dress, peeked out from under his coat, and I noticed with a smile that he'd taken extra care to polish his boots. Our eyes met, and for a moment everything else faded away. The noise of the town, the chill in the air, even the nervous fluttering in my stomach, all of it disappeared, leaving only the warmth of his gaze and the promise of our future. Deep within my heart, for less than a second, I swore I felt Tim's love and blessing to move on. The church was aglow with flickering candlelight, the wooden pews polished to a warm shine as I made my way down the aisle on unsteady legs, my eyes locked on my soon-to-be husband. There was a bit of greenery to decorate the church, and combined with the candlelight, it was magical. I spotted Sally and her husband Thomas seated near the front. Sally caught my eye and gave me a bright smile. Thomas nodded at me, a rare smile softening his usual stern expression. Other familiar faces filled the pews, but my attention was on James. As I reached his side and placed my hand in his outstretched palm, a shiver ran through me. A potent mixture of gratitude, affection, and reckless hope swelled in my chest. Perhaps in time, this marriage of convenience could grow into something more. Something real and enduring. His touch was warm, steady, and I felt a rush of calm wash over me. He leaned in, his voice low and rough as he whispered, "You are beautiful." The words were simple, but they held a depth of feeling that made my heart skip. The minister, who belonged to the Church of England to ensure the recognition of our wedding, began to speak, his voice rising above the hushed congregation. To all present, I'm sure I looked like any other blissfully happy bride, but inside my stomach churned, knowing I still hadn't told him my biggest secret. Well, too late now. James looked at me, his eyes deep and sincere, filled with the quiet strength I had always admired in him. He began to speak, his voice low and rough but full of feeling. "I take thee, Ella, to be my wife," he said, each word carrying the weight of the promise we were making to each other as another ceremony from 7 years ago played in my head. "With this ring I thee wed, with my body I thee worship, and with all my worldly goods I thee endow. He slipped the simple gold band onto my finger. His words were simple, but they held a depth of emotion that made my heart ache. At first I thought it was me trembling, but realized his hand was shaking as he said the words, so I held on tighter to reassure him and made a vow that I would give this marriage a fair shot. I wanted to focus on this moment, to be fully present with him, but the secret I carried was like a weight pressing on my chest, a truth that had become impossible to ignore. As I began to repeat the vows, my voice trembled slightly and I had to clear my throat. "I, Ella, take thee, James, to be my wedded husband," I said, trying to keep my voice steady as I ended with, "until death do us part." I looked into his eyes as I spoke, seeing only trust and love reflected back at me. I lost myself in the familiar rituals, the vows spoken with conviction. By the time James pulled me close to claim the ceremonial kiss, tears glistened in my eyes. Before I knew it, he was leading me down the aisle, even as the secret I held pressed down on my shoulders. The tavern buzzed with merriment, as the wedding celebration started a bit before noon, and would carry on long into the night. Laughter, music, and the clink of tankards filled the air, the joy of the occasion making everyone forget their troubles for one night. I sipped at my wine, the warmth of the alcohol and the revelry bringing a flush to my cheeks and making my head buzz. There was venison, stewed oysters, potatoes, cornbread, and pumpkin casserole. Not to mention all the alcohol. They made the wedding cake with dried fruit, nuts, alcohol, and a thick, rich spiced cake, probably similar to fruitcake, though in my own time I never touched the stuff. I'd been told by several unmarried girls that they hoped to get the slice with the nutmeg inside, as whoever received it was supposed to be the next one to marry. Everything felt surreal as the hours passed in a blur. Sometime later James took my hand, his touch sending a thrill through me despite the turmoil in my heart. He leaned close, smelling of ale and spices, his breath tickling my ear. "Shall we retire for the evening, Mrs. Hawthorne?" A shiver ran down my spine at the sound of my new name. Mrs. Hawthorne. The weight of it settled upon me. I nodded, suddenly desperate for a moment of quiet, away from the prying eyes and well-meaning congratulations. We slipped away from the celebration, the cool night air a balm against my heated skin as we made our way back to the house. To my surprise, they had transformed the house in our absence. Candles flickered on every surface, casting a warm glow over the freshly swept bedchamber, and there was a new quilt on what would now be our bed. My things had already been moved into his room. Mary was keeping Lucky with her tonight. The tawny-colored huge animal adored her, especially because she gave him scraps from the kitchen when she thought I wasn't looking. "Sally, Mary, and the others wanted to make everything special for you," James murmured, his gaze soft as he took in my reaction. Tears stung my eyes at the thoughtfulness of the gesture, even as my heart clenched with guilt. The truth of my origins burned within me, a secret too heavy to bear alone any longer. It was time. Chapter 29. The Wedding Night. As I sat on the bed, the intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down my spine, desire and love mingling in a heady rush. He sat next to me, handing me yet another glass of wine, and I took a sip to gather my courage, knowing I had crossed the line of tipsy a while ago. "I want you to know." He trailed off for a moment, then met my eyes. "You can always talk to me of your husband and your daughter, for I know they must be in your thoughts tonight." My breath caught at the thoughtful words. "You wouldn't mind?" "You were his long before you were mine, and I will do my best to take care of the wife he cherished." Tears gathered in my eyes, turning the room into an impressionist painting. "You are kinder than I deserve." I looked up at him through my lashes, still shocked that I was married to him. When the quilting women, who had become my friends, invited me for wine the day before the wedding, the married women talked about all of James's fine attributes, making me blush as they cackled with delight, telling me of their own wedding nights. For a moment James hesitated, then took a breath. "You have asked me to be patient." "I will tell you," I said, glad to have the opening so I didn't have to figure out how to bring it up. He visibly relaxed, leaning back on his elbows as he waited for me to tell him my story. I drew in a shuddering breath, steeling myself for the words that would either end up with this marriage annulled and me with nowhere to live, or maybe, just maybe, he would believe me and set me free from the burden I carried, but I'd held on to the secret for so long that it was hard to start. When he stood pacing the room, still I waited. Finally he returned, pulled a chair over, and sat in front of me. "Tell me the truth, Ella. Are you a witch?" The word witch broke everything free. "You may wish I was once you hear my story," I said, trembling so hard from head to toe. James lifted me up, snatched the quilt off the bed and wrapped it around me. "I will not ask for your womanly secrets, but I will ask for the truth of how you came to be here and where you are from. We are married, and should have honesty between us." I nodded and let the words fly. "I'm not from here. Not South Carolina or England, but from a state here in America called Illinois." With a deep breath, I gave him my secret. "I haven't been born yet. Remember, I told you I couldn't get smallpox or yellow fever, because where I come from there is what you would call magic that prevents the illnesses." Hands shaking, I slugged back the rest of the wine and waited while he refilled my cup. The dizziness had returned, and it took a few minutes to pass, giving me time to gather my scattered thoughts. I met his steady gaze. "I was born over 200 years from now, in a world you can scarcely imagine." James stared at me, incomprehension and disbelief warring in his eyes. "What are you saying, Ella? That you're from the future? That's impossible." A laugh escaped, a rather unhinged laugh that made me cringe. "It's like the story the sailors told about Lady Anne, and how she sailed to another land and never aged." I sagged, depleted. "I know it sounds mad," I pleaded, desperation clawing at my throat. "But it's the truth. It was a couple of days before Christmas, in the year 2024. My eyes met his as I took his hands in mine. They were as cold as ice. "Did you hear what I said? 2024, over 250 years from now. Some strange magic or twist of fate sent me through time to now. The crossroads where I went that day I skipped church. That's where I appeared. I don't know how or why, but I swear to you on my soul, on the graves of my dead husband and daughter, that it is the truth." He shook his head, pulling away from me as if burned. "How can this be?" I reached for him once more, my fingers clutching at his sleeve, and saw the flash of fear in his eyes. "Please. You must believe me. I have hidden this for so long, terrified of what would happen if anyone knew. But I can't keep lying to you, not now that we are wed. Not when my heart is yours." James looked at me, his gaze searching, trying to reconcile the woman he knew with the fantastical tale that I spun. I saw the struggle within him, the desperate desire to believe, warring with the impossibility of my claim. In that moment, as I stood bearing my soul, my greatest secret laid at his feet, I felt a profound sense of isolation wash over me. The differences between my world and his had never felt so vast, so unbridgeable. I held my breath, waiting for his judgment, his acceptance or rejection of the truth that defined my very existence. The silence stretched between us, heavy with the weight of all that hung in the balance. And I prayed, with every fiber of my being, that love and trust would be enough to span the centuries that separated us. He ran his hands through his hair. "How old are you?" "What? That's what you want to know." I leaned back, some of the tension leaving me now that he hadn't tossed me out in my wedding dress. He nodded, waiting. "I'm 28. How old are you?" When he blinked at me, for a moment he looked like an owl and I almost laughed out loud. "You are older than me," he said. Then, as if waking after a long deep sleep, he spoke. "I'm 25. We sat in silence for how long I don't know, and then he took my hands in his. "Perhaps things would be easier if you were a witch." He blew out a long breath. "Will you tell me the rest?" And so I did. Talking until I felt as if I'd run a marathon, wrung out and exhausted. At some point he'd gathered me close, holding me as I told him everything. About my own time, Kate, and the life I had before ending up here. No longer cold, his hands were hot as he tilted my chin up. I believe you, Ella. Those simple words, the weight and truth of them, lifted the weight I'd been carrying all these months. You really believe me? He nodded. Though others will not. You must keep this between us. No one can know. Not even Mary or Elijah. There was a charge of electricity in the air as we looked into each other's eyes. Do you, that is, would you wish to go? But I didn't let him finish, even though I knew what he was going to say. Instead, I took his face between my hands. I am yours, James. Now and always. Your wife until death do us part. And then his lips were on mine, urgent and demanding. I melted into the kiss, my hands fisting in his hair, pulling him closer. The world fell away as we lost ourselves in each other, the passion between us igniting like a spark to kindling. James's hands roamed my body, skimming over the curves of my waist, my hips, leaving trails of fire in their wake. When he slipped my sleeves off, my breath caught. No. Do not be ashamed. Your scars are a part of you. He lifted my left arm, kissing each scar, tracing the fading white lines with a finger, sending shivers down my spine. Then he did the same with my right arm, light kisses up and down my arm, covering every inch of scarred skin, and in that moment I'd never loved him more. I arched into his touch, craving more, needing to be as close to him as two souls could be. He broke away, his breathing ragged, his eyes dark with want. You've captured my heart in a way I never thought possible. He claimed my lips once more, the kiss deepening, growing more urgent with each passing moment as I lost myself in the sensation of his touch, his kiss, the weight of him pressing me into the sheets. We moved together, our bodies joining, our hearts entwining as we surrendered to what had blossomed between us. Later, as we lay together, he pressed a tender kiss to my forehead. I will always protect you. No matter what comes, I will be by your side. As I drifted off to sleep, safe in the circle of my husband's arms, I allowed myself to hope that our feelings for each other would be enough for what was coming. Revolution and war. Chapter 30. Spill the tea. James wiped the sweat from his brow, the heat from the forge still clinging to his skin as he made his way through the streets. The past couple of weeks had passed quickly as he and Ella spent every moment together, learning each other, talking, and the things she told him of the future, of what was to come. He still could not believe how much the world would change. The December air was crisp, but did little to cool his flushed face. As a simple blacksmith, he wasn't privy to the wealthy merchants' meetings, but word spread quickly in a town like Charleston. The air was thick with tension and the pungent aroma of tea. James wrinkled his nose as he passed the exchange building. The scent of rotting tea leaves seeped through the walls, a constant reminder of the unclaimed cargo that had sat in the harbor for 20 days. It was an odd mix of sweet and sour, cloying and nauseating all at once. As he walked, snippets of conversation drifted his way. Did you hear? They refused to pay the duty on the tea. It's treason, I tell you. The Crown won't stand for this. Another man spoke up. Good for them, I say. It's time we stood up to these taxes. A twinge of unease rippled down his back. As a craftsman, James relied on the stability that British rule provided. The taxes were burdensome, true, but wasn't that the price of civilization? Of protection? He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. Near the harbor he paused, watching as gulls wheeled overhead, their cries mingling with the creaking of ship masts and the shouts of dock workers loading and unloading goods. The London, a merchant ship from the East India Company that had docked in the harbor, had carried almost 70,000 pounds of bohea tea on board, ready to be unloaded and sold. But it was not to be. The ship was long gone, but its impact lingered like a storm cloud over the city. A group of men exited Mrs. Swallow's tavern, their voices low but excited. James recognized several prominent figures in trade. Rumors had been circulating about a meeting of merchants, something about forming a united front. Curiosity got the better of him, and James approached a fellow craftsman who was lingering near the tavern's entrance. "What's all this about, then?" he asked, nodding towards the dispersing group. The man, a cooper James knew in passing, leaned in conspiratorially. "They formed some sort of merchants' group, calling it the Chamber of Commerce, if you can believe it." He raised a brow. "And what do they aim to do with this chamber?" The cooper shrugged. "Advocate for the business community, they say. Stand up to the crown's taxes. Load of trouble, if you ask me." James nodded noncommittally, his mind whirling. He couldn't help but think of the security the British government provided, the structure it gave to their lives and businesses. Yes, the taxes were high, but wasn't that preferable to chaos? As he turned to leave, the cooper caught his arm. "Watch yourself. Times are changing. Best to pick a side before one's picked for you." The word sent a chill across his shoulders. As he made his way home, the city seemed different somehow. The familiar streets charged with an energy he couldn't quite name. The sweet and sour stench of tea followed him, a reminder of the rebellion brewing in their city. James found himself longing for simpler times, for the certainty of his forge and the straightforward transaction of goods for coin. But as he walked, doubt crept in. The signs were there, in the angry mutters of his neighbors, in the bold actions of the merchants, in the very air they breathed. Change was coming, whether he liked it or not. Eager to return to the familiar comfort of home, James quickened his pace. He had a feeling that soon, very soon, as Ella had been saying, neutrality would no longer be an option. And when that day came, he wasn't sure which side he would choose. James leaned over the table, his calloused fingers tracing the coastline on the worn map he'd purchased from a man who worked for the governor. The candle's flame flickered, casting shadows across the parchment. "What about New York?" he suggested, tapping the map. "Perhaps it's more stable there." Ella shook her head, the look he thought of as her thinking look on her face. "New York will be in this fight as well. Nowhere on the coast will be truly safe." He sighed, running a hand through his hair, noticing how long it had grown. Tomorrow, he'd ask her to cut it for him. Then perhaps, he hesitated, the word strange on his tongue, perhaps we should set sail for England. She blinked at him, and there was something he couldn't read on her face. "England? You'd be willing to go back?" James nodded slowly. "It would mean starting over, but at least we'd be away from this brewing conflict." He paused. "Do you still think you can return? It's been almost 9 months since you arrived." "No." She shook her head. "I think if I was meant to go back, I would have." Her hand found his, her touch warm and reassuring. "My place is here. With you. You know, I hadn't considered England. It would be so much safer." "Tell me," James said, his voice low and urgent. "What happens here? In your history books, what becomes of the colonies?" "France will join America in the war." Ella took a deep breath, her grip on his hand tightening. "The colonies win their independence. But the cost? It's high. So much bloodshed, so much loss." And after, she trailed off, her eyes clouding with sorrow. "After?" James prompted gently. "The new nation expands westward. They push the Native Americans off their lands. Thousands die. Entire cultures destroyed or displaced. It's a dark chapter in American history." To hear what was coming left him resolved. "And in England? What becomes of the empire?" Ella managed a small smile. "It changes, evolves. There are difficult times ahead, certainly, but England remains a great nation. Different but still strong." She nodded to herself. "England and America will become great allies." James nodded, his mind racing. The idea of leaving everything behind, of starting anew in a land he had left years ago, was daunting. But the alternative? "If we stay," he said slowly, "we'll find ourselves trapped in the middle of a war. One that, if I understand correctly, will pit neighbor against neighbor, brother against brother." "Yes," Ella whispered. "The American Revolution tears families apart, divides communities. And even after, the young nation struggles to find its footing." James turned back to the map, his eyes tracing the familiar shape of the British Isles. And if we go to England? What then? Ella stepped closer, slipping her arm around his waist. We'd be safer, at least from the war. But James, your work, your life here. I know how much it means to you. He turned to face her. My life is with you now. Whether here in the colonies in England or, he smiled, tapping her nose gently, in your far-flung future. Though I suppose that last one isn't an option. Ella laughed. She so rarely did that the sound brightened the room, warming him from the inside out. No, I'm afraid not. My time has its challenges as well. There is still war, strife, and hunger. He wiped a hand down his black breeches. Your knowledge. It's a heavy burden, knowing what's coming. She nodded, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Sometimes I wonder if I've said too much, if I'm changing things I shouldn't. You're changing me, James said softly. And I'd like to think it's for the better. Now he turned back to the map, kissing her cheek, his arm around her waist. Let's consider our options. England is a possibility, but perhaps there are other places we could go. Somewhere we could make a difference, armed with your knowledge of what's coming. As they bent over the map once more, discussing possible destinations and futures, James knew their time in Charleston was over. He would not risk her, not after falling in love with her. They hadn't said the words to each other yet. He respected that part of her still mourned her husband and daughter, even as he yearned for her to say the words to him. Was it wrong to be jealous of a dead man? Chapter 31. Shattered Trust. As I walked down Broad Street, the wooden box in the fabric satchel banged against my hip, feeling heavier with each step. Overhead, lead-in clouds threatened rain, their gloomy presence matching my unease. I shivered, pulling the shawl tighter with one hand while readjusting the box against my hip. The cobblestones, slick from an earlier drizzle, forced me to tread carefully. Sally's requests for help with the deliveries had come more frequently since Thomas fell ill, and she'd taken on running the general store alone. The young boy that usually helped with deliveries left with his family, who had moved to the backcountry, but something about the increasing urgency of her demands left me unsettled. The knot in my stomach tightened, and I wasn't sure if it was from my growing doubts or another symptom, like the headaches and dizziness. As I passed our favorite tavern, the aroma of freshly baked bread wafted out, reminding me of the soup I'd brought to Sally and Thomas last week. The memory of that day made goosebumps ripple across my arms. I'd arrived at their house to find a strange man in the parlor, the hushed conversation ceasing abruptly at my entrance. Their forced smiles and vague explanations had left a bitter taste in my mouth that still lingered. Come on, Lucky, let's get going. The dog barked, tail wagging, as he trotted alongside me. A gust of wind whipped down the street, carrying with it the hollow sound of bells from the harbor. I stumbled slightly, the box's contents shifting ominously. What was I really carrying for Sally? The weight felt wrong for the size of the box. Thomas's illness weighed heavily on my mind. The doctor's repeated visits had yielded no improvement, and I couldn't shake the memory of Tim's cousin, wasted away by liver and pancreatic cancer. The similarities were too similar to ignore, though I dared not voice my fears to Sally, since I had no way of explaining cancer to her. Lucky's excited bark snapped me out of my reverie just as my foot caught on a loose cobblestone. I stumbled, the knot of the fabric giving way, the box slipping with it before I could catch the ends of the fabric. I'd been so proud of my makeshift tote bag. Time seemed to slow as I watched it fall, helpless to stop it. The sound of splintering wood echoed in my ears as the box hit the ground, breaking into too many pieces to put back together again. Papers scattered across the street, carried by the bitter winter wind. The scent of pine mingled with the less pleasant odors wafting from the nearby butcher shop. So that's why the box felt so heavy. There was a false bottom concealing papers. My heart beat double time as I scrambled to gather them before the wind blew them away, Lucky circling me and snapping at the papers whirling in the breeze. Hush, boy, I murmured, my voice trembling. As I reached for a sheet that landed near the gutter, something caught my eye. Amidst the ordinary correspondence was a page covered in what looked like some kind of coded message or key. My breath caught in my throat. Had I simply read too many thrillers, or was this something more sinister? "Are you unwell, Mistress Hawthorne?" A deep voice startled me from my shock. I looked up to see Nathaniel Brewster, a prominent merchant, kneeling beside me. His kind eyes crinkled with concern as he helped gather the scattered papers. "I'm well, thank you for your concern," I stammered, reaching for the coded message. But Mr. Brewster's hand got there first. His expression changed as he glanced at the paper, brow furrowing in suspicion. "What's this?" he asked, voice low and tense. Panic seized me. Mr. Brewster was known for his patriot leanings, and I suddenly realized how this must appear. The spy everyone had been whispering about. Now he would think it was me. But it wasn't. It was Sally and Thomas. The realization and betrayal hit me like a physical blow. How could they have put not only me, but James, Elijah, and Mary in such grave danger? "It's nothing," I said quickly, snatching the paper from his hand. "Personal correspondence." The lie tasted bitter on my tongue. Lucky growled softly, picking up on the tension. I placed a hand on his head, as much to calm myself as him. Mr. Brewster's eyes narrowed. "Personal correspondence rarely requires such elaborate penmanship, madam." I swallowed hard, mind racing. It's a game. Between friends. Harmless, really." The words sounded hollow even to my own ears. "A game," he repeated, his tone making it clear he didn't believe me. "In these times, Mistress Hawthorne, games can be dangerous things." The friendly merchant was gone, replaced by a man on guard, assessing a potential threat. I gathered the remaining papers with trembling hands, acutely aware of his scrutiny. "Mr. Brewster," I began, desperate to salvage the situation, "I assure you." He held up a hand, cutting me off. "Be careful, Mistress Hawthorne," he said, voice low. "The winds are changing. Make sure you're not caught in the storm." With that, he stood and walked away, leaving me kneeling on the cold cobblestones, Lucky pressed against my side. As I watched Mr. Brewster's retreating form, the full weight of my unwitting actions crashed down upon me. How many messages had I delivered? How much damage had I done to those working to build a country based on freedom from tyranny? I'd been unknowingly working for the Loyalists ever since I'd first arrived. Damn you, Sally. I'd thought she was my friend, but she'd simply been using me. "Oh, Lucky," I whispered, burying my face in his tawny fur. "What have I done?" The dog whined softly, licking my cheek. I took a shuddering breath, forcing myself to stand. Was one of the messages I carried responsible for the death of the printer and the burning of his shop? I had to get home, had to think. As I walked, clutching the broken box and its damning contents to my chest, my mind raced. What would James think? He claimed neutrality, but I knew he leaned towards England. Then again, was I any better than Sally? It had been my suggestion to leave America and the coming war for England. It wasn't that I didn't believe in my country, I did, but the need to protect those I loved was stronger, and if that meant leaving until the war was over, then that's what we would do. The headache was blinding by the time I made it home, fumbling with the latch as Lucky paced anxiously beside me. Once inside, I slid to the floor, my back against the door. Unshed tears pooled in my eyes, blurring the rug into a muddy mess as I stared at the damning evidence in my hands. Sally Clement stood at the window of the second-floor parlor, scanning the street below. A fine mist shrouded everything in a veil of secrecy that matched her own clandestine activities. Her fingers absently traced the rough wood of the window frame, mind racing with the implications of what had transpired earlier that day. "Damn it all," she muttered, turning away from the window. The general store below, once a simple family business, had become the perfect front for her true calling. Every whispered conversation, every suspicious transaction, every hint of patriot sympathy were all carefully noted and passed along to those who could make use of such information. Her gaze fell on Thomas, her husband, who lay sleeping fitfully on the settee. His illness had forced her to rely more heavily on others, on Ella. Sweet, naive Ella, who had no idea of the role she'd been playing in this dangerous game of loyalty and betrayal. A knock at the door startled Sally from her reverie. "Come in," she called, smoothing her skirts and schooling her features into a mask of calm. Lieutenant Farrow entered, his red coat a stark contrast to the muted tones of the parlor. "Mrs. Clement," he nodded curtly. "I came as soon as I received your message. What's happened?" Sally took a deep breath. "There's been a complication. The package Ella was carrying, it fell. The contents were exposed when the box broke." Farrow's eyes narrowed. "Exposed? To whom?" "Nathaniel Brewster," Sally said, the name leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. "He was there, helped gather the scattered papers. I fear he may have seen too much." The lieutenant cursed under his breath. "This is a disaster. If Brewster suspects—" "I know," Sally cut him off, her voice sharp. "But we can't lose sight of what's important. The colony needs us, Lieutenant. England needs us." Farrow nodded, his expression grim. "What do you suggest?" Sally moved to her writing desk, pulling out a fresh sheet of paper. "We redirect suspicion. Plant false evidence. Do whatever is necessary to continue to root out these evil patriots." As she spoke, her quill scratched across the paper, outlining a new strategy. Sally felt a familiar fire ignite within, the fervor of her commitment to the crown, the certainty that she was on the right side. "And what of your friend?" Farrow asked, his tone careful. "Mistress Harlowe. She's a liability now." Her hand stilled, a drop of ink blotting the paper. She thought of Ella's kind eyes, her unwavering friendship. For a moment doubt crept in. But then she remembered the stakes. The future of this fledgling country, the preservation of order and stability under British rule. "Ella is collateral damage," Sally said, her voice barely above a whisper. She squared her shoulders, meeting Farrow's gaze. "We'll do what we have to in order to protect the cause." Farrow nodded approvingly. "For king and country, Mrs. Clement." "For king and country," she echoed. As Farrow left with their new plans, Sally returned to the window. The rain had intensified, drumming against the glass like accusatory fingers. Somewhere out there, Ella was going about her day, blissfully unaware of the storm about to break over her head. "I am sorry," Sally murmured to the empty room. "But sacrifices must be made for the greater good." She pressed her forehead to the icy glass, watching as a group of men huddled together in a doorway, their furtive glances and hushed tones screaming of sedition. Sally's jaw tightened. Let them plot and scheme. She would root out every last patriot, do what must be done to protect the colonies from their misguided notions of independence. Even if it meant sacrificing the one person who had shown her true friendship in this town. As night fell over Charleston, she steeled herself for what was to come. The board was set, the pieces in motion. And she would see this game through to its bitter end, no matter the cost. Chapter 32. A Shifting Tide. "Ella. Is that you?" James called from his study, rolling his sleeves down. He'd been looking at figures, thinking of who might want to buy the smithy if they did indeed leave England when he'd heard the door slam. "I thought I heard." He stepped into the entryway, smile fading as he took her disheveled appearance and the look upon her face. "Did all women keep secrets? What's happened?" He raked a hand through his hair. James knew something had been bothering her, but when he'd found her sitting on the floor in the entryway, her face as gray as her gown, at first he'd thought she'd had another swooning episode. If only it had been. "Have you eaten today?" She scowled at him. "I've been hungry as a hippo since I woke up this morning." The blasted woman wouldn't let him call a doctor, saying she was fine, but the headaches and swooning spells had been more frequent of late, making him worry over her. "A hippo." His wife waved a hand in the air. "Hippopotamus. Hippo. Ancient Egyptians used to eat them." A huge animal that eats plants, short legs, enormous mouth. Lives in rivers and lakes in Africa. Can stay underwater a long time even though they can't swim, and they are dangerous. Even crocodiles are afraid of hippos. She shook her head, which made her groan. Kate went through a hippo phase, so I know a lot of random facts about them. Never mind. I'm rambling. Now he knew something was wrong, because Ella only slipped into her future speech, as he called it, when she was overly exhausted, or something was amiss, and by looking at her he knew something was definitely wrong. He lifted her up in his arms, ignoring her protests, scattering the papers across the entryway as he carried her to his study, settling her in the chair in front of the fire. Stay there. The woman didn't even argue with him, which made his heart pound so loudly he thought she must be able to hear it. He patted Lucky on the head, noticing the dog hair on his black breeches. Keep watch over her. The enormous dog thumped his tail, turned around 3 times and settled on Ella's feet. Not for the first time, James wondered if Lucky was some kind of mix between one of the huge wolfhounds from Ireland and a bloody wolf. He poured her a generous slug of whiskey, gave it to her, then went to the entry to gather up a broken wooden box and a stack of papers. When he returned to his study, she was gazing into the fire, absently petting the dog. Another delivery for Sally? He dumped the mess on his desk, then went back to her, pulling a chair in front of her, taking her chilled hands in his. When she looked up at him, there was a moment that James wanted to clap a hand over her mouth to keep her from speaking. The look on her face told him everything would change with whatever she said next. James. There were purple circles under her eyes, her voice raspy. We need to talk. Because of me, our side in the coming conflict has already been chosen for us. His brow furrowed in confusion, but as he looked at the papers on his desk, a terrible suspicion filled him. Lucky gave a startled yip as James sprang from the chair to go to the desk. James gathered up the papers and brought them back to the chair in front of the fire, flipping through them. They were letters, bills, advertisements, but then a sheet with words and meanings next to them caught his eye, making him hold his breath. Coded messages? He looked up to see her watching him, dismay on her face. You have been carrying messages without telling me? He sat back, taking a long drink of whiskey. How long? Before she could answer, he looked at the papers again, more carefully. It was all there. You are a loyalist? Shocked, he held the coded page up. You? Who keeps saying we must support the Patriots? I didn't know. She slumped in the chair, the dismay on her face so clear he knew she was telling the truth. I'm the spy everyone's talking about. Nonsense. James snorted. Ella's face revealed everything she was thinking. Intrigue and plots weren't something she would be involved in, would they? Clarity came to him as fast as a summer storm. Sally. Did she know what she was asking you to do? Did you know? He ran a hand over his jaw, rubbing his shoulder. It was going to rain again, and soon. With a deep breath, Ella clasped her hands in front of her. A lock of hair had come undone, and she shoved it behind her ear with a huff before she went back to wringing her hands. I've been such a fool. Sally. She's been using me. Using us. He frowned. Using us? How? Those deliveries I've been making for her, she explained, voice trembling. You saw. She gestured to the papers on the desk, papers that could cause trouble. They were messages. Coded messages for the Loyalists. Mary and Elijah would be back soon. The girl's brother and his wife were passing through Charleston on their way to Boston to join the rest of the family and wanted to see Mary. When the man asked James how she was doing, he told them, then asked if they planned to take her with them. Her brother shook his head, saying he was but a lowly clerk and couldn't afford to feed another mouth as his wife was pregnant. James assured him Mary would always have a place with them. As to Elijah, he was at his favorite place, the stable. The boy loved horses so much that James was considering asking the stablemaster to take Elijah on as an apprentice. If he did so and they left Charleston, Elijah would be at risk, and he cared for the boy, so he selfishly kept him with them. He saw the damning messages and the code to break them. A chill ran down his spine, but he forced himself to remain calm. Perhaps Sally did not know the box had a false bottom. Ella shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. She knew. I'm certain of it now. When I fell and the box broke, Mr. Brewster saw the papers. You know he's a staunch patriot. I've been unknowingly working for the Loyalists, passing information about suspected patriots all the way back to April. He let out a sigh, thinking about the implications and the danger. By now, the man has told everyone you have been spying for the Loyalists. She nodded. Spying on our friends and neighbors. What are we going to do? Perhaps they could fix this mess. Sally and Thomas are good people. England is strong and will put down this rabble. Perhaps you are right. It is time to choose. Instead of going to England, we will stay here. You know what will happen. We can use that knowledge to help England win. You have been loyal to the crown by carrying these messages, so we will continue to do so. You don't understand, she interrupted, voice urgent. War is coming. A war for independence. And England. I told you. This time England will lose. We can't change it, the history is already written. We're only two people. James felt as if the ground had shifted beneath his feet. He stared at Ella, searching her face, wanting to believe the things she had told him. But England was the greatest power in the world. How could they lose the country to a small rebellion? You truly believe we can't change the outcome? That England will lose? He asked, his voice low and rough with emotion. This woman he had come to love nodded, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. We cannot. It is history in my time. 1776. The Declaration of Independence. But it starts before then. I think it's already starting. We don't have much time. A familiar wave of skepticism washed over him. He was a practical man, a blacksmith who dealt in the tangible world of iron and fire. The idea of Ella being from the future, of knowing events yet to unfold, it defied everything he understood about the world. And yet, there was a certainty in her eyes, a depth of knowledge that he couldn't explain away. She spoke of things, of inventions and events that seemed impossible and yet rang with a truth he couldn't deny. There were so many oddities about her that only made sense because she was from another time. If what you say is true, he began, choosing his words carefully, then we must decide our path. Now. Stay and fight for this independence? Or seek safety elsewhere? For we are no longer safe here in Charleston. Ella's grip on his hand tightened. The future of this nation. Nation. James interrupted, the word foreign on his tongue. Even as they had talked of war, of where to go, it was hard to fathom. We're colonies, Ella. Part of the British Empire. For now, she said softly, her eyes pleading with him to understand. America will rise to power. And in time, the two great nations will become allies. There will be more wars. They will fight together. He opened his mouth to respond, but a commotion outside caught his attention. Through the window, he watched as a well-appointed carriage rolled down the street, its arrival causing a stir. The couple that emerged from the carriage were clearly of means, their clothing and bearing speaking to a life of privilege and refinement. Their voices were clear, the words crisp. As the newcomers made their way to the house, a sense of unease settled in his gut. He gathered up the papers, the remains of the box, and threw everything into the fire. Before the couple could knock, James strode out to the entryway, throwing the door open as a cold wind blew through the house. He stood tall, his work-worn hands steady at his sides, taking in the sight before him. They stood on the threshold. The man wore a finely tailored coat of deep green wool, a silk cravat at his throat. His wife was resplendent in a gown of rich burgundy silk, her pale neck adorned with a string of pearls that caught the weak winter sunlight. Good day, the man said, his cultured English accent telling James the man came from wealth. "I presume we are addressing Mr. James Hawthorne?" James nodded, acutely aware of the ink stains on his sleeve. "How may I be of service?" "I am Mr. Frank Ashford, and this is my wife, Mrs. Caroline Ashford." Mrs. Ashford stepped forward. The scent of lavender water wafted from her, a delicate counterpoint to the unpleasant smells coming from the street. "We're searching for our nephew Elijah," she said, voice trembling slightly. "We've only recently learned of my dear sister's passing, and we've come all the way from England to find him." He didn't know Ella had joined him until she took his hand in hers. "May I introduce my wife, Ella Hawthorne?" Introductions were made as a mixture of surprise and unease settled in his stomach. James pointed towards the stables. "This way. Elijah is my apprentice. He's usually laboring in the smithy with me, but this afternoon he is at the stables. The boy loves horses." With a nod toward the street, James led the way as they walked in silence to the stables. Once there, he greeted the stablemaster and called out, "Elijah, come here a moment." The comforting feel of Ella's hand in his made James relax, as the sound of hurried footsteps preceded Elijah's appearance. The boy's eyes widened as he took in the elegant couple. "Elijah?" Mrs. Ashford breathed, her eyes filling with tears. "Oh, you look so much like your mother. I would recognize you anywhere." Over the next few days, James watched as the boy's aunt and uncle spent time with Elijah. The boy's excitement grew with each passing hour, his eyes shining as he absorbed stories of his mother's childhood and the life she had left behind in England. He told Ella that he couldn't remember his parents. They died when he was small, so his young apprentice soaked up every word his aunt and uncle uttered. One evening, as James worked late, Elijah burst into the smithy, his face alight with joy. "Mr. James," he exclaimed, barely able to contain himself, "did you know my mother used to ride horses? And that she once met the king? Aunt Caroline says I have her eyes." He set down a blade he'd been sharpening, wiping his brow with a grimy cloth. The heat of the forge made the winter chill outside seem like a distant memory. "Is that so, lad?" he said with a smile, grateful the boy had found family after all this time, even as his own heart ached. Elijah nodded enthusiastically, the smell of cinnamon and sugar clinging to him, no doubt from some treat the Ashfords had given him. "They want me to go back to England with them," he said, his voice a mix of excitement and uncertainty. "To live in a big house where I'll have my very own horses." While he'd known it was coming, the thought of the boy leaving for good knocked the wind out of him. He gripped the edge of the workbench, the rough wood grounding him as he struggled to find words. "That's wonderful news," he managed at last. "You'll be very happy with your family." As he looked at the boy, an ache spread through his chest. It was the right thing to do, and yet he would miss Elijah deeply. Though with what Ella had told him, it was for the best. He would be safe in England. "What do you think I should do, Mr. James?" Elijah asked, his young face suddenly serious. "Uncle Frank said the choice is mine." James took a deep breath, the familiar smells of the smithy, iron and coal and sweat filling his lungs. He placed a hand on Elijah's shoulder, noting how the boy had grown in the years since he'd come to live with him. "I think," he said slowly, each word feeling like it was being torn from his heart, "that you have a chance at a life I could never give you. A chance to know your family, opportunities I can only dream of for you." He smiled. "And horses. Let's not forget the horses." Elijah's eyes widened, a mix of emotions playing across his face. But what about you and Miss Ella and Mary? You're my family too." Not caring that his sooty clothes would leave marks on the boy's clean shirt, James pulled him into a tight embrace. "And we always will be, lad. No matter where you go or what you do. We'll always be family." As he held Elijah, he looked over the boy's head to see Ella standing in the doorway, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In that moment, as the scent of the forge mingled with the lingering lavender of Mrs. Ashford's perfume on Elijah's clothes, James knew it was the right decision for the boy to go. 2 days later, as Ella helped Elijah pack his few belongings, James struggled to keep his emotions contained. He knew this was the right choice. The Ashfords could give the boy a life of privilege and security that he could never provide. Ella was a pillar of strength throughout, her gentle encouragement and understanding a balm to his spirits. She had grown to love the boy, and James knew the impending separation weighed heavily on her heart. On the morning of Elijah's departure, James pulled the boy into a tight embrace, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill down his cheeks. "You be good now, you hear?" he managed, his voice gruff with emotion. "And write to us. Let us know how you're getting along," Ella said, wiping her cheeks. Elijah clung to him, his small frame shaking with the force of his own tears. "I will never forget you and Miss Ella and Mary." As the boy pulled away, he turned to Ella, his eyes full of tears. "I wish you could have been my mother. You would have been the best mother a boy could ask for." Ella gathered Elijah into her arms, pressing a kiss to the top of his head. "Oh, sweet boy. In my heart you will always be my son. Never forget that." They watched as Elijah climbed into the carriage, his small face pressed against the window as he waved goodbye. The Ashfords nodded their thanks, their expressions a mix of sympathy and understanding. As the carriage rolled away, carrying Elijah off to a new life, Ella slipped her hand in his. He squeezed her fingers, drawing strength from her presence. "He'll be happy," she murmured, voice thick with tears. "He'll have a good life." She turned to him, tilting her face up to him. "It's for the best. He will be safe in England." James nodded, swallowing past the lump in his throat. "I know. But it doesn't make it any easier to let him go." They stood together, watching until the carriage disappeared from view, hearts heavy with the bittersweet knowledge that they would likely never see Elijah again. Young Mary would be devastated. She saw Elijah as a brother, and was currently away spending the day with Betty. That evening they were sitting by the fire when James opened his mouth to ask Ella where in England they should go, but before he could, a commotion outside caught their attention. When he went to the window, he saw a group of men approaching the house, their expressions grim and determined. "James," Ella breathed, her face paling. "It's Mr. Brewster. And he's not alone." As the men drew closer, he looked to the corner where he kept the musket, and knew one thing with absolute certainty. He would do whatever it took to keep his wife safe. "Stay behind me," he said, moving towards the door. But as he reached for the latch, he hesitated, turning back to her. "When this is over, you and I need to have a long talk about this future of yours." Ella nodded, her eyes wide with fear. As the pounding on the door began, James steeled himself for whatever was to come. Chapter 33. Treason and Traitors. Even though I knew what was coming, I wasn't prepared for the clamminess of my palms, the pulsing of blood in my veins, and the fluttering of my heart when James stepped in front of me to protect me. Lucky padded over next to me, hackles raised, as he growled. Normally he was a sweet, easygoing dog, except when he sensed a threat to his family. "James, wait," I started, but it was too late. The door burst open, and a group of men surged into our home. The scent of rain, sweat, and violence was in the air as they crowded into the house. Mr. Brewster stood at the forefront, his usually kind eyes now hard with suspicion. "Ella Hawthorne," he said, his voice carrying an authority I'd never heard before. "You are to come with us for questioning, regarding the betrayal of your fellow colonists." "Now see here, Brewster. There's been a misunderstanding," but before James finished speaking, one of the men shoved forward, fists raised. Everything happened so fast. There was a blur of motion, shouts, then the sickening sound of fists connecting with flesh. I screamed as James crumpled to the floor, a trickle of blood running from his temple as two of the men kicked him repeatedly. "James?" I cried, trying to reach him, but strong hands held me back. There was a yelp as Lucky bit one of the men. "Get that mud out of here," someone shouted. I watched helplessly as they dragged Lucky, still snarling and snapping, towards the kitchen. The sound of a door being shut and bolted echoed in the night air. "Mrs. Hawthorne," Mr. Brewster's voice cut through my panic. "You will come with us now. Any resistance will only make things worse for you and your husband." I looked down at my husband, still unconscious on the floor. "I can't leave him like this," I pleaded. "He'll be fine," Brewster said, though his tone held little comfort. "We have questions that need answering, and you're going to provide those answers." It was raining as they led me outside into the chilly afternoon. How much did they know about my unwitting involvement with Sally's loyalist activities? How much damage had I unknowingly done to the patriot cause? A cause I knew would ultimately prevail. We walked through the streets of Charleston, the cobblestones slick with the rain coming down harder now. The few people still out and about quickly ducked into doorways or alleyways as we passed, averting their eyes. My heart sank with the knowledge that no one would come to my aid, and we would be the topic of gossip on the morrow. We arrived at one of the large warehouses at the wharves. As we entered, the dim light and sparse furnishings made me wonder if this was a temporary meeting place or their headquarters. The smell of the harbor was strong here, intermingled with the smell of dead fish, spilt rum, and tobacco. "Sit," Brewster commanded, pointing to a straight-backed chair in his study. I sank into the chair, my legs trembling. The other men positioned themselves around the room, their presence suffocating. Brewster leaned against his desk, his eyes boring into mine. "Now, Mrs. Hawthorne, you're going to tell us everything. Every message you carried for the Loyalists, every name you heard, every whisper of sedition against the colonies that passed through your hands." I don't know what you're talking about," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. "I was just doing favors for a friend." "A friend?" Brewster's voice cracked like a whip. "A friend who used you to betray your neighbors, your community? To undermine the very future of these colonies?" I flinched at his words, the irony of them not lost on me. If only they knew the future I had seen, the nation that would rise from this conflict. "Mr. Brewster, please," I said, fighting to keep my voice from breaking. "I swear to you, I had no idea what was in those messages. I would never knowingly betray the colonies." "Enough," he roared, slamming his hand on the desk. The sudden noise made me jump. "We know you've been working with the Loyalists. The only question now is how deep this treachery goes." As Brewster continued his interrogation, my mind raced. It wasn't like I could reveal the truth about the future. They'd never believe me, and it would only make things worse. But how could I convince them of my innocence without exposing Sally's betrayal? Because as much as I wanted to throw that bitch under the bus, I knew what both sides did to each other, and there was no way I wanted that on my conscience. Karma would take care of my so-called friend and her husband, if not soon, then later in this life. It was enough, even though I still planned to give her a piece of my mind whenever these men let me go. They had to let me go when they realized I'd been duped. Didn't they? The night stretched on, a relentless barrage of questions and accusations thrown at me. With each passing hour, I felt the noose tightening around me. And all the while, one thought echoed in my mind. How badly had they hurt James? Because if he had breath in his body, nothing would keep him from coming for me. As the first light of dawn began to seep through the windows, Brewster leaned in close, his voice low and dangerous. "Mrs. Hawthorne, I'm going to give you one last chance. Tell us what you know about the Loyalist plots, or I promise you the consequences will be severe for you and your husband." The man who had thrown the first sucker punch as James sneered at me. "She isn't going to talk. Just string 'em both up and be done with it." One of the others agreed, while a fourth man leaned against the wall, watching the door as if he too knew that James would come for me. I looked into Brewster's eyes, seeing the determination there, the unwavering belief in his cause. In that moment, I realized that the future I knew, the one where this fledgling nation would rise to greatness, possibly hung in the balance. And somehow, impossibly, it all depended on what I said next. As the questioning intensified, a figure stepped out of the shadows in the corner of the room. The fifth and last man of this group. My breath caught in my throat as I recognized him. The man on horseback who had nearly trampled me when I'd fallen through time. "She's no spy," the man declared, voice rough with certainty as he pointed at me. "She's a witch. I saw her appear out of the mist, like an evil spirit." Terror gripped my heart. Witch? The accusation hung in the air, heavy and dangerous. Images of witch trials and hangings flashed through my mind. "No," I cried out, panic overwhelming me. "I'm no witch. You just didn't see me. I'd fallen and was simply standing up when you almost trampled me on your horse." They had to believe me. Please. I was just delivering packages to help out at the general store. Nothing more. The room fell silent. Mr. Brewster's eyes narrowed, his mind visibly working through this new information. "The box full of messages," he murmured almost to himself. "I saw the key for the code. It was Sally and her husband, Thomas." My resolve crumbled under the weight of his gaze. "Yes," I whispered, tears streaming down my face. "When I first arrived from Savannah, newly widowed and on my way to seek shelter with James, a family friend from England, Sally asked me to help with deliveries when I met her at the store. I never looked at the contents of the packages. I thought I was helping a friend." Mr. Brewster's expression softened slightly, but the man who had called me a witch stepped forward, his face twisted with suspicion. "You can't possibly believe her," he spat. "Appearing out of nowhere, carrying secret messages. She's bewitched you all. She's in league with the devil himself." As the men in the room began to argue, their voices rising in heated debate, my mind wandered. Where was James? Why hadn't he come for me? Surely he would have regained consciousness by now. The thought of him lying hurt on our floor or worse made my stomach churn. And what had they done to Lucky? He was loyal, and wouldn't have let the men take me without a fight. "Gentlemen," Mr. Brewster's voice cut through the clamor, "we must consider all possibilities. Mrs. Hawthorne's story is plausible, but so too are the concerns about her unusual arrival." James groaned as consciousness slowly returned, his head throbbing with each heartbeat as something dug at his side. As his vision cleared, he saw it was Lucky pawing at him, whining insistently. Blood matted the dog's coat as he barked at James. "Lucky! What happened, boy?" His eyes fell on the pantry door, splintered and hanging off its hinges. Good boy indeed. Lucky had broken free to help them. The dog whined, trotted to the front door and looked back at James expectantly. The message was clear. "Come on, we need to go." He struggled to his feet, body protesting with every movement as he grabbed the musket. The icy early morning air hit him as he stepped outside, clearing the fog from his mind. Ella. They had taken his wife. As he hurried down the street, Lucky leading the way, James spotted two redcoats at the wharfs. Still unsure which side he was going to support, right now it didn't matter. All that mattered was Ella's safety. He'd burn the entire town to the ground before he let harm come to her. "Officers," he called out, voice hoarse. "I need your assistance." The redcoats turned, eyeing him suspiciously. "What seems to be the trouble, sir?" James took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he was about to do. "There's a secret Patriot meeting taking place right now. My wife," she overheard the men talking. "They caught her listening, and have taken her." The soldiers exchanged glances, their postures stiffening. "Where?" one of the men demanded. "This way," James said, gesturing down the street. "Hurry." As they rushed through the deserted streets, the distant sound of water lapped against the ships in the harbor, and the cry of a lone gull punctuated the tense silence. His heart pounded in his chest, guilt and fear warring within. The dog kept sniffing the ground, leading them deeper into the warehouses at the wharves. They reached a nondescript building, its windows dark. Lucky growled low in his throat. "This is it," James pointed. With a nod, the redcoats drew their weapons. "For king and country," one muttered, before they burst through the door and into the cavernous space. But the room beyond was empty, save for a crumpled figure on the floor. "Ella!" He rushed to her side, along with the dog who was whining and licking her hand. "Search the premises," one of the soldiers barked. He gathered her in his arms, coughing, relief washing over him as he felt her steady breathing. The faint scent of honey from her hair mingled with a metallic tang that made his stomach turn. As the soldiers ransacked the room, overturning the meager furniture and rifling through papers, one called out triumphantly, a scrap of paper in his hand, half burnt. With a scowl, he peered into the barrel at the smoldering remains of whatever incriminating evidence the Patriot supporters had tried to get rid of. A coded message. The other soldier turned to James, his expression grateful, and said, "Sir, you have done a great service to the Crown tonight. We will not forget your loyalty." The first soldier had found a bucket he'd filled with water and doused the smoldering remains. He kicked it over and was digging through the barrel, mumbling under his breath as he saved a few more scraps of evidence. James nodded numbly, cradling Ella close. "Thank you," he managed. "May I take my wife home now?" "We'll need to speak with both of you tomorrow," the soldier replied. "But for now, see to her care." As James carried Ella out into the morning light, Lucky trotted faithfully by his side. The wind carried the scent of salt and seaweed from the harbor, a reminder of the vast ocean that separated them from England and from the future, whatever it held. With each step towards home he worried. What had truly happened last night, and what consequences would the day bring? Chapter 34. A Heavy Reckoning. Once when I was up for a promotion at work, against a total jerk who was the nephew of some big shot at the company, I put on what a friend had called armor. For me, that armor had consisted of a pair of skyscraper heels that showed off my tan legs, a black designer suit, and tasteful jewelry. The interview went well, my outward armor giving me the inner confidence I needed. In the end, I got the job, and a few months later, I'd heard that the jerk was fired, along with the big shot for misuse of company resources. Today was the same. I sat at the vanity, my fingers tracing the intricate patterns carved the wood. The mirror reflected a face I was only now beginning to recognize again. My own. Mary stood behind me, her practiced hands weaving my hair into an elegant updo. "Hold still, mistress," Mary chided me gently, securing another pin. Exhausted from the ordeal yesterday, I'd slept 16 hours and woke feeling marginally better this morning. I smiled, meeting her eyes in the wavy mirror. "I don't know what I'd do without you," I said, blinking a few times to clear the spots from my vision. The icy blue gown complemented my eyes, and for the first time in a long time I looked happier, the circles under my eyes not as bad as before. As Mary worked, I found myself taking deep, steady breaths. The weight that had pressed on my chest for so long hadn't bothered me in weeks. "There," she said, placing the final pin. "You look lovely." But I could see the sadness on her face. "Do you think Elijah is happy on his way to England?" "I really miss him, mistress." I reached up and squeezed her hand. "I think he's very happy. He's with his family. I miss him too. Every day." A soft yip drew our attention to Lucky, sprawled in front of the crackling hearth. He thumped his tail once, paws moving as he dreamed, then settled back into his nap. "Lazy dog," I laughed, the sound surprising me. When was the last time I'd laughed so freely? As I stood smoothing out my skirts, the door opened. James stepped into our bedroom, then froze, his eyes widening as he took me in. "What?" I asked, suddenly self-conscious. He shook his head slowly, a smile spreading across his face. "You are the most beautiful woman in all of Charleston. I can't believe you agreed to marry me." His words sent a flutter through my chest, a long-forgotten feeling rising up within. I crossed the room and went up on my tiptoes to kiss him loudly on the mouth, tasting a hint of ale and mint from the leaves he chewed. "We should go," I said, my voice steady and determined. As we left the room, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror once more. The woman looking back at me stood tall, her eyes clear and focused. For the first time in over a year, my throat didn't close up when I thought of the coming holiday. This Christmas would be different. As we turned down the street leading to Sally's store, the rain stopped, washing away the scent of garbage and offal from the streets, leaving the air clean and crisp. A man hurried past, the soles of his boots slapping against the cobblestones. "If you're looking for the store owners," he said, glancing over his shoulder, "they tried to leave late last night, but there was some trouble down at the docks. Heard it was quite the commotion." I exchanged a worried look with James, our pace quickening. The store came into view, its windows dark and uninviting. A jagged hole gaped in one pane, glittering shards scattered on the ground. The sweet scent of spilled molasses mingled with the musty odor of damp wood and the garbage in front of the store, along with other unpleasant things I didn't want to try and identify. "Do you think there?" Before I could finish my sentence, the door creaked open. Thomas peered out, his face drawn and tired, stubble darkening his usually clean-shaven chin. After a moment's hesitation and a look at James, he stepped back, silently inviting us in. As we entered, the floorboards creaked under our feet. The familiar scents of tea and spices that usually permeated the air were overshadowed by something acrid. Fear, perhaps, or desperation. "Where is she?" I strode forward, anger and betrayal burning in my chest. James stood by my side, and I heard the soft rustle of fabric as his hand came to rest on the musket slung over his shoulder. Thomas stepped forward, and I sensed rather than saw James tighten his grip on the weapon. Sally emerged from the back room, and for a moment, I was taken aback by her appearance. "I thought we were friends," I spat, my voice cracking on the word friends. "We might have been friends, if you had been a true and loyal subject to the crown, instead of spouting treasonous words of equality and independence." Her usually immaculate hair was disheveled, wisps escaping from her cap, and the once pretty mustard-colored dress was rumpled and stained, a tear visible at the hem. But her chin lifted defiantly as she spoke, sneering. "Unlike you. I am a true loyalist, and proud of it." Thomas made a noise, a hand to his stomach. He waved off his wife as he gingerly sat on a stool behind the counter, content to let his wife handle this, making me wonder how involved he'd been in her schemes. "You can't remain neutral any longer," Sally continued, her gaze on James as she dismissed me. James spoke up, voice firm. "How can you agree with the crown taxing and taxing us until there's nothing left? The Tea Act is just the beginning." It was the first time I'd heard him speak forcefully against the crown, even as we were contemplating taking a ship across the ocean to start over in England. But desperate times and all that. My face contorted with pain, the betrayal a physical ache in my side. "How could you betray me? And not only me, but Mary? She's just a child. Do you have any idea of the danger you have placed her in?" My voice rose as I addressed Sally directly. "Do you even have a cousin named Eloise who works at Fairfax House?" Sally had the grace to look abashed as she shook her head slowly. The lie laid bare between us. "It isn't too late," Sally pleaded, her tone at odds with the steely look in her eyes. "You can join our side, remain loyal subjects to the crown. I have not yet reported your names." As the tension mounted, I noticed Thomas must be feeling better as he was quietly eating a meat pie, the rich scent of gravy and pastry incongruous with the fraught atmosphere. It was obvious who was in charge in that relationship. All at once he made a strangled sound, his face turning red as he clawed at his throat. James rushed to his aid, pounding him on the back, but to no avail. When Sally unhelpfully tried to make him drink water, I rolled my eyes. "Damn it. If you want him to live, move," I snapped, shoving her out of the way, harder than was necessary if I was being honest. For a millisecond, I contemplated letting him choke to death, but I couldn't. While he was a loyalist, it was Sally who'd had me delivering messages that sent people to their deaths, or ended with them driven out of town, losing everything as they fled. I positioned myself behind Thomas, wrapping my arms around his waist and thrusting upward just below his ribcage. Once, twice, 3 times I performed the Heimlich maneuver, a technique I had learned in my own time during a mandatory work safety class, but never had cause to use. Until now. The strain in my arms was immediate, but I pushed through it, desperation and anger lending me strength, even as sweat dripped down my ribcage. With a shuddering gasp, Thomas expelled the chunk of meat pie, body going limp with relief. The acrid smell of fear dissipated, replaced by the sour odor of sweat, adrenaline, and vomit. As the color returned to his face, Sally stammered out a thank you. But my response was ice cold, the words bitter on my tongue. "I'll never forgive you for what you've done, or for the grave danger you've brought to my family's door." 2 days had passed since our confrontation at the general store, but the knot in my stomach hadn't loosened. I stood before the vanity, mechanically scraping my hair into a bun, barely noticing my reflection in the clouded glass. The news had spread through town like wildfire, each retelling more gruesome than the last. A wave of dizziness hit me, and the next thing I knew, I was looking at the floor. The fainting spells and headaches were getting worse. All I could come up with was that I'd picked up some kind of illness during my time here. Or perhaps it was somehow related to traveling through time, being present in a time I wasn't meant to exist. If that was what was happening, then did it mean I'd soon be sent back to my own time? Then again, maybe it meant I was acclimating to this time. Frustration burned through me as I adjusted my fichu, the pretty embroidery showing around the edges, coordinating nicely with my favorite navy gown. Before heading downstairs, and once I was sure I wasn't going to faint again, I peeked into Mary's room. The girl was curled up on the bed, Lucky sprawled protectively at her feet. "Mary." When I took a step into the room, I heard her soft breaths, occasionally hitching as she slept. The words bitter on my tongue, I'd told her not to leave the house or gardens, that it wasn't safe right now. I'd hoped to protect her from this kind of fear. "Lucky," I whispered, and the dog's ears perked up, his tail thumping on the rug next to the bed. "Stay with her. Protect our Mary." Lucky's tail thumped once in acknowledgement. I made my way downstairs to the kitchen, intending to fix something for dinner, as the midday meal was always the biggest meal of the day. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I crossed the threshold. James was already there, face grim, as he looked up from the broadsheet spread across the table. "They're saying a doctor's been treating Sally and Thomas," he said, voice low. "But it doesn't look good." The words hit me like a physical blow. I sank into a chair, legs suddenly weak. "What exactly happened?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. James hesitated, then spoke. "Whoever vandalized the store must have decided to come back. I don't know why they didn't leave for New York like they planned." He took a sip from the half-empty glass of whiskey in front of him. "Sally and Thomas." He trailed off, swallowing hard. "They were tarred and feathered that night." The blood drained from my face, spots dancing in front of my eyes. Tar and feathers. The words echoed in my mind, conjuring images from high school history. The searing heat of the tar causing terrible burns. The humiliation. The pain. Sometimes victims didn't survive the ordeal. I shuddered, trying to push the gruesome details away. "That's horrible," I whispered, my voice barely audible. He reached across the table, his hand warm on mine. "It wasn't anything to do with us. Word's gotten out that Sally and Thomas were spying on neighbors and customers for the Crown. Turning in patriots. A mob likely did this." I absorbed the information, a mix of relief and horror washing over me. "How did they find out?" James shook his head. "Word spread fast between the patriots and the soldiers. You know how soldiers gossip when they're at the taverns." I stood, then abruptly sat back down, sweat breaking out across my brow. "Are you unwell again?" James frowned, even as he got up and wet a cloth before handing it to me. "Will you see the doctor?" "No." I pressed the cold cloth to my forehead, cheeks and neck. After a few moments, I felt better. "I'll be fine. It must be related to..." I lowered my voice in case Mary was stirring. "Traveling through time." After a sip of his whiskey, I needed to get up and do something. "We should go see them," I said, already reaching for my shawl that I'd left on the back of the chair last night. He caught my arm. "Are you sure that's wise? The town is on edge. And after everything..." I paused, conflict warring within me. The anger I'd felt toward Sally and Thomas still simmered beneath the surface. The betrayal, their lies, how much they'd put all of us at risk. For the first time, I was glad Elijah was gone, safely on the way to England. Part of me wanted to hold on to my anger, to let it shield me from the complicated emotions coursing through me. But the other part, was I really any better than Sally, since I was considering going to England so we could all avoid the conflict and stay safe? Did I have a duty to stay and fight for this country and what it would become? The thought of them suffering, perhaps dying because of their political allegiances. It was unacceptable. Religious, political, and personal beliefs should be respected, whether or not I agreed with them. Whatever they'd done, this brutality was beyond the pale. Even though she used me, put us all in danger, checking in on them is the right thing to do, I said finally. Whatever they've done, they don't deserve this. No one does. James nodded slowly, standing to join me. As we stepped out into the clear day, I tried to steel myself for what we might find. The town felt different now, watchful eyes peering from windows, hushed conversations dying as we passed. My stomach rumbled, reminding me I hadn't eaten. Upon hearing it, James steered me to the Bull's Head Tavern, and before I could protest said, "You need to eat. Can't have you fainting and falling down the stairs." With a grudging nod, I followed him inside as we quietly made our way to a table in the corner, away from prying eyes. Later, after a hearty meal of roast chicken, mashed potatoes, and beans, along with spiced wine and water, we made our way to the store. With each step, my emotions churned. Anger and pity, fear and resolve all battled for dominance. I didn't know what I would say when I saw Sally and Thomas, or if they'd even want to see me, but in going, I thought maybe I could leave Charleston with a clear conscience. Only a day after we'd visited them, the news made its way to us. Sally and Thomas were dead. The words echoed in my mind, refusing to settle into reality. The doctor said they had been recovering. There had been hope. I stood before the empty storefront, looking at the boarded-up windows. James leaned in close, face grim, speaking softly so no one would overhear. It wasn't just the injuries. People are saying several men loyal to the Patriot cause, they finished what others started. I closed my eyes, willing away the images that flooded my mind. Sally's kind smile when she'd first welcomed me to town. Thomas's quiet strength as he'd helped us unload our wagon. Those good memories warred with the memories of betrayal. "There's more," he continued, voice tight. "The governor ordered retaliation. 2 patriots, the ones they think were responsible for Sally and Thomas. They're dead too. Hanged by the necks in the square. We'd taken back streets, winding around so as not to be seen, and had bypassed the square. I don't know why we didn't hear the commotion, but we'd closed the smithy and had been staying inside, making plans." My knees buckled as he caught me, his strength the only thing keeping me upright. The world was spinning out of control, violence and more violence that continued on, still happening in my own time. Would there ever be peace? When he spoke, his words were careful, measured. "Ella, I've been thinking. I know we've talked about it. But maybe you're right. It's time we leave Charleston." I turned to face him, surprised. We'd been considering various countries and places. It had come down to England or perhaps trying to go out west, but it usually took him time to mull over serious choices before making a decision. "Where?" "England. Where Mary can grow up without fear." He paused, his eyes searching mine. "From what you have told me, out west would be too dangerous for her and for you." He took a deep breath. "I believe you, Ella." "About where?" "When you're from." "I don't understand it, but I believe you. From what you said, there's going to be years of conflict. We can return when it's over. Either back to Charleston or to another place, perhaps out west or New York." We stood in silence for a while, the empty store a testament to all that had been lost. Sally and Thomas, their lives cut short by the very cause they'd championed. The Patriots, their righteous anger, turned to violence. And us, caught in the middle, trying to navigate a world that seemed to be falling apart at the seams. As we turned to leave, I cast one last glance at the store. In my mind's eye, I saw Sally arranging jars on the shelves, Thomas sweeping the floor, both of them alive and well and unaware of the storm that was coming. The image blurred as tears filled my eyes. "I'm sorry," I whispered to the ghosts whose presence seemed to linger in the space. "I wish we could all have what we most desire." And somewhere in the back of my mind, a quiet voice whispered, "Be careful what you wish for." 7. The Crossroads. Chapter 35. A Curse Unveiled. "Morning, Mrs. Marlowe." The man riding past me tipped his hat. By his friendly greeting, I was guessing he must be a patriot, and thought we were as well. I'd had a similar encounter with a known loyalist, who assumed we were loyalists. Not wanting any more trouble, I didn't bother to correct anyone. "Morning." I returned the greeting, and found myself for the first time looking forward to making new memories of the holiday, celebrating with James, and putting down roots, whether here in Charleston or in England. As long as we were together, the where of it didn't matter. The icy wind blew through my hair, making me glad I'd left it down today, my hand-knitted navy shawl wrapped tightly around my shoulders as I walked down the muddy road. One good thing about the fashions of the time? They were warm. From my stockings and boots to my gray wool gown and linen chemise, the layers kept the heat close to my skin. Several merchants had stepped in to fill the void left by the general store. There was already talk of someone new taking it over in the next month or so. I'd also heard in passing that Mrs. Winchester had purchased a beautiful set of hand-blown glass cups from the glassblower who had finally returned. No one knew much about him, other than he was widowed, so speculation ran rampant. The glassblower's shop stood before me, a modest wooden structure wedged between a milliner's and a bookbinder's, and upon seeing it, my pulse hammered in my wrists and neck. Might he be the one who had created the ornament? And if so, I needed to know how it worked. A small brass bell tinkled as I pushed open the door, and I was immediately enveloped in warmth and the comforting scent of beeswax candles. Last night, I'd had a vivid, unsettling dream about the ornament. When I'd gone to put it on the tree, blood dripped out of it, pooling on the floor and running through the house. When I woke, sweating and breathing heavily, I didn't know if the house in my dream had been my house in the future, or my home here with James. But it wasn't the first time I'd dreamed about the ornament, and I worried that it meant something was going to happen. The shop was just as I remembered it, though with more sparkling offerings on shelves than the first time I'd visited. Small and cozy, barely large enough for the gleaming wood display cases that lined the walls. Shelves behind the counter held an array of delicate glassware. Everything from general-purpose cups, goblets with twisted stems, dainty perfume bottles, and paperweights that seemed to capture entire worlds within their smooth surfaces. 3 glass ornaments hanging in a case caught my eye, capturing the weak winter sunlight and casting rainbows across the worn wooden floor. I approached the counter, fighting off another wave of dizziness. These spells had been coming more frequently lately, and I wasn't sure if it was due to some colonial illness or a side effect of my impossible journey through time. I steadied myself against the polished wood, my fingers tracing the grain as I waited for the room to stop spinning. Drawn to a single ornament on a stand to the right of the counter, I moved to stand in front of it, reaching out, when someone cleared their voice. "May I help you?" An older man with beautiful silver hair and a ruddy complexion stepped out from behind a counter. "I am Bernard Wagner. This is my shop." When he met my gaze, something sent a shiver down my spine. I sniffed the air. "You don't make the glass here?" He gestured for me to sit, his movements slow as if he were suffering from arthritis. And then, with a sigh that seemed to come from the very depths of his soul, he answered me. "No. The glass works is on the river. This is merely the shop." Sad brown eyes met mine. "You're here about the ornament." A gasp escaped. "How did you know?" "The governor's wife bought one last week. Now everyone wants their own." "Oh. Yes, they're very pretty." A sliver of disappointment stabbed through me. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. This was the moment I'd been waiting for, the reason I'd sought out this shop. I'm looking for information about a particular ornament, I began, my voice barely above a whisper. I was told you might have made it. A spark of interest lit his eyes as I noticed flecks of gold in the brown. The ornaments are new, something I created back in Germany. I haven't made many. Can you describe it? As I fumbled for words to describe the object that had inexplicably brought me here to this time that wasn't my own, another headache pulsed behind my eyes. I blinked rapidly, trying to focus on the task at hand. Everything depended on this conversation, on finding out if this man held the key to understanding my journey and perhaps to finding my way home. It was round, the glass textured almost like tears. He braced his hands on his knees, blinking rapidly as I continued. There was a bit of red within the glass, and it flickered like fire itself captured and contained in the glass. My voice caught. But something happened as I was holding it. The fire turned to liquid in the glass, running down the inside like rain, and then something inexplicable happened. He turned the color of chalk, his hands shaking. And before I could tell him how it had sent me hurtling through time, he spoke. Forgive me, madam. I am not well. You must leave. The apprentice appeared from the back and escorted me from the shop. By the time I'd turned around, the curtains had been pulled and the door locked. He did know something about the ornament. But why wouldn't he talk about it? Shall I bring you a glass of wine? The apprentice stood before Bernard, a look of concern on his face. Yes. Then you may go for the day. The young man looked as if he wanted to say more, but instead fetched a glass of wine, then left through the back door. Bernard sat behind the counter, the wine untouched, as he wished he had never made the ornament. The woman who visited his shop had somehow come into possession of the ornament he'd thrown into the sea on the voyage from Germany to this new land. How had she come to have it? And much worse, what had it done to her? Bah! He was an old man. It was ridiculous to believe in a curse he'd made in a moment of madness. But still. The flashback took hold of him as he remembered. The midwife's scream pierced the night, shattering his world. Bernard burst into the bedchamber, heart pounding to find a scene of horror. Blood soaked the sheets. His beloved wife Maria lay motionless, and there was no cry from the child they had waited for so long. The boy he had longed for with all his heart and soul. I'm sorry, Herr Wagner, the midwife whispered, her voice choked with tears. They are in heaven now. Bernard's legs gave way as he collapsed to his knees beside the bed. He clutched Maria's still warm hand, pressing it to his lips as sobs racked his body. Their dreams, their future, all gone in an instant. Hours passed, or perhaps days. Bernard found himself in his workshop, staring blankly at the sketch of something new, a round sphere that would become an ornament. It was to have been a gift for Maria, a celebration of their new family. Now it mocked him with its emptiness. In a daze, Bernard stoked the furnace until it roared with heat. He gathered his tools, moving with precision. The molten glass glowed an angry red as he shaped it, pouring his grief and rage into every twist and turn. With trembling hands, Bernard retrieved the ceramic jar the midwife had pressed into his hands, all that remained of his wife and child. He uncorked it, the metallic scent of blood filling his nostrils. Let this be my legacy, he raged, voice raw with emotion. Let all who possess this ornament know the pain of loss, the ache of shattered dreams. May it bring them to times and places they don't belong, cursed to wander as I am cursed to remain. As the last drop of blood fell into the glass, wind blew through the workshop, scattering papers and chilling him to his soul. Death was here along with fate, watching him as the words spilled from his lips unbidden and charged with power. But heed this warning, for magic demands balance. A sacrifice of equal heartbreak to maintain the scales of time. For every soul that travels, another must bear the weight of sorrow. Those who cross the boundaries of years must decide if they are willing to trade their own happiness for another's anguish. Let the ornament be both gift and burden, a beacon of hope and a harbinger of despair. Only when a heart breaks can another find its place in time. The ornament pulsed with an eerie light, sealing the curse within its delicate swirls of glass. Bernard stared at his creation, both awed and terrified by the forces he had unleashed. He knew then that he had forged more than just a beautiful bauble. He had created a vessel of fate, a crucible of choice that would echo through the ages. He fell to the floor. When he woke, dawn was breaking across the sky. There on the workbench was the ornament. The most beautiful thing he had ever created. A delicate sphere textured to look like raindrops, with Maria's blood suspended within the glass like rain. But it wasn't enough. It would never be enough. A caress touched his cheek, her voice whispering in his ear. "Why, my love? You could have come to me, dead this day of heartbreak, but now the fates have decided you will live an unnaturally long life until the curse is broken." "Maria! Don't go!" he cried out, even as the caress faded, the scent of her perfume lingering in the air. Bernard stared at the creation, both horrified and mesmerized. What had he done? What forces had he set in motion? But it was too late. The deed was done, and the cursed ornament gleamed innocently in the early morning light, waiting to begin its journey through time. The gentle click of knitting needles filled the quiet parlor as I worked on a scarf. The familiar motions soothed me, helping to quiet the nagging headache that had gotten worse over the past few days. James had left for the day to help the new blacksmith at a nearby plantation, and I found myself missing his steady presence more than I cared to admit. Mary had left earlier to run errands, taking Lucky with her, muttering something about sugar prices and the audacity of some merchants. I had noticed that when I went out with the big ferocious-looking dog, people tended to leave me alone. The house felt unusually still without her bustling energy. A sharp knock at the door startled me from my reverie. I set aside my knitting and smoothed my skirts as I rose to answer it. "It's you," I said, cracking open the heavy wooden door. The glassblower's apprentice stood on the threshold, his clothes marked with the telltale signs of the trade. There were small burns on his arms and soot smudges on his face. He couldn't have been more than 16, with a mop of unruly brown hair and eager eyes. "Begging your pardon, madam," he said, doffing his cap. "I've a message from Master Wagner. He requests your presence at the shop at your earliest convenience." My heart skipped a beat. Had he changed his mind since this morning when I'd inquired about the ornament, and he'd sent me away? Did he say why? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The apprentice shook his head. "No, madam. Just that it was important, and he needed to speak with you most urgently." I bit my lip, considering. Mary would be back soon, and I knew I should wait for her. But curiosity gnawed at me, mingling with a sense of urgency I couldn't quite explain. "Very well," I said, reaching for my shawl. "Please tell Master Wagner I'll be there shortly." As the apprentice scurried off, I fortified myself with the rest of the spiced wine before stepping out into the crisp day, my mind racing. Did Bernard know about the power of the ornament? And more importantly, could he help me understand what was wrong with me? The curtains were drawn, but when I tried the door it swung open, the bell tinkling as I stepped inside. "Madam," Bernard greeted me as he emerged from the back room, his weathered face etched with concern. Quickly he locked the door so we would remain undisturbed. "It's Ella. Ella Hawthorne. You asked to see me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He nodded, his eyes searching my face. "It's about the ornament you mentioned this morn." I do know of it." My heart raced. "You do? How?" He sighed heavily. "Because I made it, many years ago in Germany. But I threw it into the sea during my voyage here. How did you come to possess it?" I swallowed hard, unsure how much to reveal. But if I wanted answers, this was the place, so I took a deep breath and let the words out. "I found it in an antique shop back in my time. I'm not from here. Not from this time, I mean." With a half laugh, half shriek, I went on. "When I found the ornament, It was December in the year 2024, 2 days before Christmas. His eyebrows shot up, but he didn't seem entirely surprised. It wasn't a dream. The man's face drained of color. The curse. My gray wool gown seemed to glow silver as we spoke, the hair on the back of my neck standing up, as if whatever forces that had a hand in creating the ornament were here in the shop with us. What curse? Ever since I arrived here, I've been experiencing dizzy spells and headaches. They're getting worse. At first I thought I had some rare illness, but then I thought it had something to do with the ornament and my travel through time, and now you're telling me I'm cursed? Bernard's face turned a sickly shade of puce. He reached beneath the counter and produced a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses. I think we both need a drink, he said, pouring generous measures. As he handed me a glass, I blurted out, "How can I be cursed? All I did was pick up the damn ornament." But in the stories, there was always a way to break a curse, to undo what had been done. I felt a flicker of hope, of longing, ignite in my chest. Then you can send me back to my own time? I asked, my voice trembling with barely contained emotion. To the life I left behind? Even though the ornament vanished when I fell through time. But even as the words left my lips, I felt a sense of unease, of foreboding, settle over me. The glassblower's expression had grown somber, his eyes shadowed with knowledge that sent a shiver of fear down my spine. A pang of uncertainty flooded through me. I loved James. Did I even want to go back any longer? Bernard took a long sip of whiskey before meeting my eyes. You may return to your own time. However, this is not a simple thing. In my grief and my rage at losing Maria and our child, I called down a terrible curse. I felt a chill run down my spine. What kind of curse? If anyone had asked me a year ago if I believed in curses, I would have laughed in their face, but now? Now I needed to know everything. He took a deep breath. It was born of grief and blood magic. The ornament, whether here or not, has the power to transport you back through time, yes, but at a terrible cost. The magic demands balance, a sacrifice of equal heartbreak to maintain the scales of time. Blood magic. That couldn't be good. I sank onto the other stool by the counter, my entire body trembling. What does that mean? It means, he said softly, that for you to stay here or to return to your time is your choice. However, someone else must suffer a heartbreak as profound as the one that created the ornament. You must decide if you're willing to trade your happiness for someone else's sorrow. The weight of his words settled over me like a heavy blanket. I thought of James, of Mary, of the life I built here. Then I thought of the graves of Tim and Kate, overgrown and forgotten. How long do I have to decide? I whispered. The glassblower couldn't have known what he'd done, not by his reaction. A sympathetic look filled his eyes. Not long, I'm afraid. The headaches, the dizziness. I believe they're signs that time is trying to correct itself to find balance. If you don't make a choice soon, the decision may be made for you. What does that mean? I stared into my whiskey, watching the amber liquid swirl in the glass. The curse of the ornament now lay bare before me, presenting an impossible choice. Stay in a time where I had finally found a way through my grief, a second chance at love, and a place where I could put down roots, or go back to my own time, to the emptiness and sorrow I'd left behind, where I knew my grief would come back and consume me. Either way, the cost was someone else's happiness. How could I do that to another person? If you do nothing, if you don't make a choice, then death will come and break the curse. Well, that wasn't what I was expecting. I wish I'd never found the ornament. But did I really mean it? Chapter 36. A Waltz Through Time. Turning this way and that to see more of my gown, I stood before the mirror in our bedchamber, fingers nervously smoothing down the fabric of my new dress. James insisted I should have a fancy gown for the holidays and other formal events, and the gown made me feel like a fairy tale princess. He'd purchased it from a lawyer whose intended had run off with a soldier, leaving most of her clothing behind. Along with this gown, James purchased a linen gown that almost looked silver, a deep moss-green gown of wool, and 2 everyday gowns, one indigo, the other with a pretty sepia toile print. The gown was stunning in midnight blue silk, its bodice adorned with delicate silver embroidery that shimmered in the candlelight. The full skirt rustled softly as I moved to admire it, the material reminding me of the deepest blue of the ocean at night. In my own time, on vacations to the beach in summer, I'd loved going out on a boat, sunning myself while Tim fished. Deep-sea fishing wasn't really my thing, but being out on the open ocean had been delightful. Maybe James and I could take a short trip up or down the coast. Then again, whenever we decided to leave for England, I'd have plenty of time to enjoy the open water. Lucky slumbered peacefully in front of the fire, oblivious to the chattering and excitement of Mary, who was helping me dress for tonight's festivities. I sat down at the vanity, peering down at my pretty midnight blue slippers also embroidered with silver thread. As Mary gently removed the last of the rag rollers, soft waves cascaded down, framing my face and falling past my shoulders midway down my back. Goodness, my hair had grown since April. Then again, I don't think I'd had a haircut since before the accident, so no wonder it was so long. The candlelight caught the caramel and gold highlights the sun had kissed into my hair this summer while I'd worked in the garden. While she breathlessly told me a story about Betty and some outlandish new tale her friend had come up with, I traced the outline of the fern on the fossil James had found and presented to me. The stone was tan, the edges worn smooth, a most treasured possession. Much more so than the 3 gemstones on the vanity, glittering in the low light. The rakish pirate had given me a sapphire, a ruby, and an emerald as thanks for saving him from the hangman's noose, and I enjoyed watching the light catch them. I hadn't yet told James what Bernard told me about the curse this afternoon. He'd just returned from the plantation, and we'd both been busy getting ready. Needing time to process everything the glassblower told me, I decided to tell him tomorrow. James paused outside the door to their bedchamber, listening to young Mary telling a story she swore was true about a mermaid in the harbor that the fanciful Betty had sworn was true. The door creaked as he pushed it open, stepping over the threshold, then stopping, his mouth dropping open. Ella was seated in front of the vanity as Mary arranged her hair, letting it fall in curls around her face and down her back. He loved when she left her hair down, even as he enjoyed tugging the ribbons she used to put it up, and watching that glorious hair fall all around her shoulders. Neither one had noticed him yet, so absorbed in their conversation, so he leaned against the wall, arms crossed, content to watch his wife as she touched the fossil he'd given her, pleased that she treasured his gift. A sparkle caught his gaze, and there on the vanity were 3 gemstones, winking in the candlelight. "Ella," he said, startling her, the sound of his voice making Mary jump, "where did those stones come from? Did you bring them with you, from when you traveled here?" Her cheeks flushed slightly as she turned sideways to face him. "Oh," she said, voice tinged with embarrassment, "I completely forgot to tell you about them. Do you remember the day when that big brawl broke out between the sailors from the 2 ships?" He nodded, glad he'd worn the white linen shirt along with his navy breeches and jacket to go with her dress. She shrugged. It was the same day. There was a public hanging in the square. For a moment, he wondered if they were a gift from her husband that she had kept hidden away all this time. Anyway, there was a fight at the edge of the platform. In all the chaos, I let a pirate go. He was so young and full of life that I couldn't bear to see him hanged. As thanks, he gave me this little cloth bundle. It was only later when I opened it that I saw the gemstones. The woman had no idea of the risks she took. His expression darkened slightly. "That was dangerous, Ella. You could have been in serious trouble if anyone found out, and we have had enough trouble for a lifetime already." "I know," she said softly, "but I couldn't stand by and do nothing. And with everything else that happened that day, it slipped my mind to tell you." Knowing how stubborn she could be, he let the matter drop, moving closer to examine the gemstones. "These are exceptional," he admitted, impressed despite his concern. "They're worth a small fortune. Most likely stolen." He picked up the sapphire, holding it to the light. "Perhaps, would you like me to set one of these in a ring or a pendant for you? The blue would complement your eyes. That way if we need them, for later, we'll have them," he said with a glance at Mary, who didn't mean to, but the girl tended to tell Betty whatever she heard, and Betty was the biggest gossip in town. A faint pink spread across her cheeks. "A pendant would be nice, maybe with the emerald and the ruby? For the sapphire, it would look beautiful with what you are wearing. Perhaps some type of pin?" Pleased by her thoughtfulness, he set the gemstone back on the vanity. "Keep them hidden until I ask for them. We don't want anyone to know about them." He figured Mary had already seen the gemstones, and if nothing had come of it yet, she probably didn't deem them worthy gossip, especially as Mrs. Green, the woman Betty served, was quite wealthy, much more so than he and Ella. As young Mary finished with Ella's hair, James offered his arm to his wife. "Shall we? Lord Blackwood's celebration awaits, and I dare say you'll be the belle of the ball." As they left their room, Lucky stirred, stretched, and trotted after them, ready for whatever excitement the evening might bring. "Stay, boy," James told the dog. "Keep watch over our Mary." The dog wagged his tail and obediently stayed by the girl. The carriage rattled beneath us as we approached Lord Blackwood's grand plantation. I peered out the window, my breath fogging the glass as I took in the sight of the magnificent estate as it came into view. Twinkling lanterns adorned the bare branches of towering oak trees that lined the drive, casting a warm and inviting glow across the land. Through the window I saw a line of carriages ahead of us, their polished surfaces gleaming in the soft evening light. I smoothed my hands over the silk of my gown, my fingers tracing the delicate silver embroidery at the waist. Beside me, James shifted in his seat, his knee brushing against mine. I glanced at him, admiring how handsome he looked in his formal attire, his dark hair neatly combed back and tied with a blue satin ribbon. As our carriage came to a stop in the line, James cleared his throat. I turned to him, noticing a slight nervousness in his usually confident demeanor. His fingers twitched slightly as he reached into his pocket. "I have something for you," his voice was low and warm, making me shiver. Curious, I leaned forward as he withdrew a small object from his pocket. In the dim light of the carriage, I caught a flash of silver. He held out his hand, revealing a beautiful bangle bracelet nestled in his palm. "Oh, James," I breathed, my eyes widening. "It's beautiful." He smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling. "Look closer," he urged gently. I leaned in, my shoulder pressing against his. As I examined the bracelet, I noticed intricate vine etchings on the outside, their delicate tendrils winding around the silver surface. But it was the inside that made my breath catch. There, engraved in neat script, were the words, "In remembrance of Tim, Kate, and Elijah." My throat tightened as I ran my finger over the names. I looked up at him, my vision blurring with unshed tears. He waited, brows drawn together slightly as he watched for my reaction. "James," I managed to say, my voice thick with emotion. This is..." He took my hand in his thumb rubbing soothing circles on my skin. "I know how much you miss them, and while I know Elijah isn't dead, he is lost to us," he said softly. "I thought this way you could always keep them close." A tear escaped, trailing down my cheek. James reached up, gently brushing it away with his knuckle. The tender gesture only made more tears well up. "You're going to make me cry," I said with a watery laugh. "My face will be all red and puffy when we go inside." James chuckled, the sound rich and warm in the confines of the carriage. "You'll be beautiful no matter what," he assured me, eyes twinkling. He held out the bracelet, and with gentle care slipped it over my hand. The cool silver settled against my skin, its weight a comforting presence. I looked down at the bracelet, then back up at James. His hand came up to cup my cheek, his thumb brushing away another stray tear. "Thank you," I whispered. "For understanding. For everything." James smiled, pressing a soft kiss to my temple. "Always." The carriage lurched forward then, reminding us of where we were. I sat back, my fingers instinctively going to the bracelet, tracing the names hidden on the inside. When our carriage halted at the foot of the grand staircase, James stepped out first, then offered me his hand. As I emerged, the cold night air kissed my cheeks and noticed heads turning in our direction. The midnight blue of my gown shimmered in the lantern light, and I couldn't help but feel a small thrill at the admiring glances. The facade of the plantation house was breathtaking. Garlands of greenery adorned its white exterior, while candlelight flickered in every window, promising warmth and merriment within. As we ascended the stairs, the massive oak doors swung open, revealing a foyer that made me gasp in wonder. An enormous fir tree dominated the center of the foyer, reaching nearly to the ceiling. Countless candles and delicate glass ornaments bedecked the enormous fir tree, sparkling like stars. "Look at all the ornaments. Mr. Wagner made those. They are really expensive. Lord and Lady Blackford must be rich." He chuckled. "Very." I breathed in deeply, savoring the mingled scents of pine, cinnamon, and meat, roasting on an open spit in the enormous marble fireplace. More greenery wound up the grand staircase and along the balustrades. Servants glided effortlessly through the crowd, bearing trays of mulled wine and seasonal delicacies. I watched the guests, a mix of colonial elite and wealthy merchants, filling the space with a buzz of conversation and laughter. Ladies' gowns in rich jewel tones swirled as they moved, while gentlemen in their finest coats and breeches engaged in animated discussion. From an adjacent room came the soft strains of a string quartet, the music calling to my feet, making me eager to dance. As James and I handed our cloaks to a waiting servant, I caught sight of our host. Lord Blackwood, resplendent in a deep burgundy coat with gold embroidery, was greeting guests near the base of the tree. His face lit up as he spotted us, and he began to make his way through the crowd in our direction. I squeezed James's arm, feeling a mixture of excitement and nervousness course through me. As we prepared to greet our host, I was acutely aware of the various factions present, a mix of patriots and loyalists, and hoped there wouldn't be any trouble. Lord Blackwood greeted us warmly, his face glowing with pride. "Mr. and Mrs. Hawthorne, I'm so pleased you could join us in celebrating the birth of my son," he beamed, clasping James's hand firmly. "We wouldn't have missed it," James replied, a genuine smile on his face. "And how is the little one?" "Thriving thanks to your handiwork," Lord Blackwood said, his voice lowered conspiratorially. He glanced at the ornate ring on his finger, the one James had crafted with symbols of protection. "I swear these rings saved both my wife and child during the birth. A difficult labor, but they pulled through." My husband hadn't believed in symbols of protection, but Lord Blackwood paid well, so he'd made them for the family. The one for the baby was much too large, so it had been pinned to the child's clothing, as Lord Blackwood wanted the boy to be able to wear it as a ring when he was grown. Someone pulled our host away, and as the music turned lively, James turned to me with a twinkle in his eye. "Shall we dance?" I nodded eagerly as he led me to the dance floor. The world seemed to fade away as we moved together, our steps in perfect harmony. His hand was warm on my waist, and I couldn't help but laugh as he twirled me, the skirt of my midnight blue gown swirling around my legs. "You're radiant tonight," James murmured, his eyes never leaving mine. Before I could respond, a familiar voice cut through our private moment. "Might I cut in?" I turned to see Mr. Bartholomew standing there, a polite smile on his face. James's hand tightened almost imperceptibly on my waist before he stepped back, a tight smile forming on his lips. "Mr. Bartholomew," James said, his voice carefully controlled. "How good to see you. And congratulations on your marriage to Miss Abigail. Or should I say, Mrs. Bartholomew now?" Mr. Bartholomew's smile widened. "Thank you, James. Yes, Abigail is just over there speaking with her aunt." He gestured vaguely towards the edge of the room, before turning his attention fully to me. "Madam, might I have this dance?" I glanced at James, noting the slight tension in his jaw and the way his fingers flexed at his sides. "Of course," I said, trying to keep my tone light. "If my husband doesn't mind?" "Not at all," James replied, his voice a touch too hearty. He took a step back, his posture stiff. "I'll just fetch us some refreshments." As Mr. Bartholomew led me back onto the dance floor, I caught sight of James over his shoulder. My husband stood at the edge of the room, his eyes never leaving us, his hands clenched around 2 glasses of wine. The muscles in his neck were taut, and though he nodded and smiled at passing acquaintances, his attention remained fixed on our dance. "So, Mrs. Hawthorne," Mr. Bartholomew said, drawing my attention back to him, "how have you been finding married life? As delightful as you hoped." I smiled, but kept a polite distance between us as we danced. "It is. Thank you for asking. James is everything I could have wished for in a husband." His eyebrow quirked slightly. "Indeed. How fortunate for you both." As we continued to dance, I couldn't help but be acutely aware of James's gaze following our every move. The celebration continued in full swing, but for me the room seemed to have shrunk to just 3 people, myself, Mr. Bartholomew and James, watching from the sidelines with poorly concealed discomfort. As the dance with him neared its end, a sudden searing pain lanced through my skull. The room spun, faces around me blurring into a dizzying whirl of colors. I stumbled, everything tilting precariously. "Ella." His voice sounded distant, concerned. I tried to respond, but the words wouldn't come. Dark spots danced at the edges of my vision, and I felt myself falling. Just as I thought I would hit the parquet floor, strong arms caught me. Even in my befuddled state, I knew it was James. "Ella." His voice was tight with worry. "Ella, can you hear me?" I wanted to reassure him, but consciousness was slipping away from me. The last thing I heard before everything went dark was the collective gasp from the surrounding guests. When I regained consciousness, my husband was cradling me in his arms, with my head resting against his chest. The room had gone quiet, all eyes on us. I blinked, trying to orient myself. "She will be well," James was saying, his voice a soothing rumble against my ear. "Sometimes she gets so busy she forgets to eat. It's nothing to worry about." From somewhere in the crowd I heard Abigail's voice, high and clear. "I wouldn't eat either, if it meant I'd fit in that stunning gown." A ripple of laughter spread through the room, easing the tension. I tried to stand, mortified by the attention. "James, I can walk," I protested weakly. But he held me firmly, already moving towards the exit. "Not a chance," he murmured. As we made our way through the crowd, I caught snatches of conversations. "What a commotion. How romantic. This night is even more exciting than the governor's ball. I'd swoon too if he'd catch me." James paused briefly before Lord and Lady Blackwood. "My sincerest apologies," he said, his voice filled with genuine regret. "I'm afraid I must take Ella home." Lady Blackwood patted my hand gently. "Of course, dear. Do take care of yourself." Outside, the cold night air hit me like a splash of water, clearing some of the fog from my mind. A servant hurried off to fetch our hired carriage while James held me close, his warmth shielding me against the chill. "James, really, I can stand," I insisted, though I made no real effort to leave his arms. He looked down at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of concern and something else, fear. "Humor me," he said softly. "You gave me quite a fright." The carriage jostled as we made our way home, the sounds of the party fading into the quiet of the night. James sat beside me, his arm protectively around my shoulders, his free hand clasping mine. "How are you feeling?" he asked, his voice low and filled with concern. His eyes, usually so sure and steady, held a vulnerability I'd rarely seen. I managed a small smile. "Better now," I said, surprised to find it was true. The cool night air and the gentle motion of the carriage had cleared my head. "I'm sorry for causing such a scene." He shook his head, a lock of hair falling across his forehead. I resisted the urge to brush it back. "Don't apologize," he said firmly. "I'm just relieved you're feeling better." His thumb traced circles on the back of my hand, sending shivers up my arm. We fell into silence for a moment, the only sound the clip-clop of horses' hooves and the creak of the carriage wheels. In the dim light, I studied his profile, admiring the strong line of his jaw and noting the furrow of concern still etched between his brows. "I was scared," he admitted suddenly, his voice barely above a whisper. When you fell, for a moment, I thought. He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. I turned to face him fully, cupping his cheek with my free hand. James, look at me, I said softly. His eyes met mine, filled with an intensity that took my breath away. I'm here. I'm safe. You caught me. I'll always catch you, he vowed, his voice husky with emotion. In that moment, something shifted between us. All the unspoken feelings, the tender glances, the gentle touches, the ghosts of my old life, they all culminated in this single perfect moment. It was time to start anew. I love you. So much it frightens me sometimes. His eyes widened, a look of wonder crossing his face. Then slowly, a smile spread across his lips. It wasn't his usual confident grin, but something softer, more vulnerable. Ella, he said, his voice filled with emotion, my Ella. I love you so much that at times I can't breathe. More than I ever thought possible. He leaned in, one hand cradling the back of my head, and kissed me, his lips soft and warm against mine, warming me from the inside out. Soft at first, then deeper, filled with all the love and fear and relief of the evening, of all the previous months since I'd arrived. I melted into him, my hands fisting in the lapels of his coat, pulling him closer. When we finally parted, both breathless, he rested his forehead against mine. I don't know what I'd do if I lost you, he murmured. His words triggered what I'd been waiting to tell him. I pulled back slightly, a sudden urgency filling me. James, I said, my voice shaking slightly, there's something I need to tell you. About the ornament that brought me here. It's cursed. I'm cursed. But before I could explain further, a searing pain exploded behind my eyes. The world tilted violently as I heard James yelling my name. Then everything went black. James's heart pounded in his chest as the carriage finally pulled up to their home. Ella lay limp in his arms, her skin burning with fever. He kicked the door open, not bothering to wait for the driver's assistance. Mary, he bellowed as he burst into the house, Ella cradled against his chest. Mary, come quickly. The dog met them at the door, barking, his distress over his mistress mirroring James's own panic. He took the stairs 2 at a time, his precious burden held close as Lucky ran ahead. Mr. James. Mary cried out. What's happened to Miss Ella? Fetch cool water and cloths, James ordered, his voice tight with worry. Hurry. He gently laid her on their bed, hands shaking as he brushed damp strands of hair from her forehead. Her skin was flushed, her breathing shallow. Mary returned moments later, arms full of supplies. Shall I fetch the doctor? James nodded, not taking his eyes off his wife. Go. Run as fast as you can. As Mary's footsteps faded, James sank into the chair beside the bed. He took Ella's hand in his, alarmed at the heat radiating from her skin. Ella, my love, he whispered, his voice cracking. Please come back to me. His mind raced, replaying her last words in the carriage. A curse. The ornament that brought her here. Was this mysterious illness trying to take her back to her own time? The thought sent a chill through him, colder than any winter wind. No, he said firmly, as if his words alone could keep her with him. I won't lose you. Not now, not ever. He pressed a cool cloth to her forehead, his other hand still clasping hers tightly. I swear, Ella, I will love you for all eternity. Just please stay with me. Lucky whined softly, resting his head on her feet. Stay close to her, boy, he said. The room fell silent save for her labored breathing, and his occasional murmured pleas. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until finally, hurried footsteps on the stairs announced the doctor's arrival. Dr. Thompson bustled in, bag in hand. What happened? He asked briskly, moving to Ella's side. James reluctantly moved back, allowing the doctor room to work. She fainted at the Blackwoods party, he explained, voice hoarse. With the passing of the Clements, you know what happened. It hit her hard, and she hasn't been eating. In the carriage I thought she was better, but then she lost consciousness again. And now this fever. The man nodded. Terrible business. What happened to them? He examined Ella thoroughly, brow furrowed in concentration. James watched every movement, every expression, searching for any clue to her condition. Finally, Dr. Thompson straightened, turning to James with a puzzled expression. "She has a high fever, that's certain," he said slowly. "But I'm afraid I can't determine the cause. It's not like any illness I've encountered before. Could it truly be a curse? What can we do?" James asked, desperation creeping into his voice. The doctor placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Keep her cool. Make sure she drinks water if she wakes. I'll leave some febrifuge to help with the fever." Beyond that, he trailed off, shaking his head. "We'll have to wait and see." As the doctor packed up his bag and left, James resumed his vigil by Ella's side. He took her hand once more, bringing it to his lips. "Fight, my love," he whispered fiercely. "Whatever this curse is, whatever is trying to take you from me, fight it. I will not let death or the fates have you. You are mine." Outside, the wind howled, branches scratching against the window like skeletal fingers. But James paid it no mind. His world had narrowed to this room, this bed, and the woman he loved, battling an enemy he couldn't see or understand. I drifted in and out of consciousness, my mind lost in a haze of fever and delirium. I saw flashes of the future, vignettes of what might be. Me tending the graves of Tim and Kate, alone and empty for the rest of my life. Pamela was happy in Florida with a new husband. The world moving forward while I stayed in limbo. Then the visions changed. There was James and I on a ship, Lucky and Mary with us. All of us were somewhere in the countryside. Revolution and death here in Charleston. For hours and hours, I lay in a fevered stupor, my body racked with chills, and my mind lost in a labyrinth of swirling visions and memories. I heard his voice, low and urgent, as James tended to me with gentle hands and whispered words of love. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, the fever broke, and I woke to find myself lying in our bed, my body drenched in sweat, and my mind clear for the first time in what felt like an eternity. It was silly, but I was glad someone had undressed me, so I wouldn't ruin the beautiful gown I'd been wearing. As I came to, the world slowly sharpening into focus, my chemise was soaked with sweat. My strong, unwavering husband's worried face hovered over me. His hand was warm in mine, his thumb tracing my cheek. "Ella, my love," he breathed, relief evident in his voice. "You're back. How do you feel?" I blinked, trying to orient myself. I'm not sure. What happened?" James helped me sit up, adjusting the pillows behind me. "You've been unconscious for 2 days, battling a fever the doctor couldn't explain." As my mind cleared, memories came flooding back as I remembered the party, the carriage ride, and the urgent need to tell James about what I'd learned. "James," I said, my voice stronger now, "I remember. There's something I need to tell you. About the ornament." His brow furrowed with concern. "The glass bauble that you said brought you here? You mentioned it was cursed, right before you lost consciousness." I nodded, taking a deep breath. "Yes. I visited the glassblower. It's him. He's the one who created the ornament." James's eyes widened. "What? How is that possible?" "He told me everything," I continued, my voice shaking slightly. "How he made it, and how the curse came to be. When he realized what he'd done, how he threw it into the sea, but somehow it found its way to me." James squeezed my hand. "What exactly did he say about the curse?" I told him the story of the glassblower losing his wife and child. Then I closed my eyes, remembering Bernard's words. "The ornament has the power to transport me through time, but at a terrible cost. The magic demands balance, a sacrifice of equal heartbreak to maintain the scales of time." I opened my eyes in time to watch the color drain from his face, like water swirling down the drain in my modern-day stainless steel sink. "What does that mean?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "It means," I said softly, echoing Bernard's words, "that for me to stay here or to return to my time, someone else must suffer a heartbreak as profound as the one that created the ornament." I have to decide if I'm willing to trade my happiness for someone else's sorrow." James was silent for a long moment, his hand still gripping mine tightly. When he finally spoke, his voice was strained. "Blood magic," James breathed, pulling me into his arms. "I remember a woman my mother knew, who created a potion to bring my father to my mother, but I'd never believed it." I felt tremors run through him as he held me. I buried my face in his chest, tears welling up in my eyes. "I don't know if I can bear the thought of causing someone else such pain. But the thought of leaving you, of losing this life we've built together." James pulled back slightly, cupping my face in his hands. His eyes were fierce with determination and love. "We'll figure this out together. Whatever happens, whatever you decide, I'm here with you. No damned curse is taking you from me." As I melted into his embrace, fear and despair coursed through me. It wasn't like either of us had a choice. The only choice was for me to curse another person or to die. For I had realized the glassblower was right. This mystery illness was the curse, slowly killing me. And I was almost out of time. Chapter 37. Fires of Fate. That night, as I lay beside James in our bed, lucky asleep in front of the fire, I drifted into a fitful sleep, my mind filled with strange and unsettling dreams. I saw the ornament, the red drops turning to blood, filling the sphere until it shattered. There were whispers all around me. One was a woman's voice, making me wonder if she might be the glassblower's wife, Maria, warning me about the ornament's power and the price required for its use. No matter that I didn't make the choice to use the ornament, all I'd done was to pick it up. But then again, life was unfair. The scene shifted, and I saw myself standing at a crossroads faced with an unbearable choice. My death to break the curse, or pass the curse to someone else and doom them to a lifetime of heartbreak and sadness. The glassblower said the person had only to accept the curse, simple and yet with profound consequences. And if the person didn't pass the curse on and died, it would be broken forever. I woke with a gasp, feeling like hummingbirds were trapped in my chest. My heart was fluttering so fast, my skin clammy and slick with sweat. James stirred beside me, coming immediately awake. "What's wrong?" I shook my head, trying to clear the cobwebs from my mind. "A dream, that's all." But even as I spoke the words, I knew that they were a lie. The dream had felt real, more real than anything I had ever experienced before. Somehow, I knew with a certainty I couldn't explain that it was a message, a warning of what was to come. That my time here on earth was nearing its end. Ever attuned to my moods, he reached out and took my hand in his. "Ella, go talk with the glassblower. Ask him if there's any way to break the curse. You didn't know when you touched the ornament, so there must be a way out." But I knew there wasn't, even as I smiled at my hopeful husband, leaning over to kiss him soundly. "Yes, I'll go speak with him this morn." I didn't have the heart to tell him I'd already made my decision. Why had I traveled over 200 years to the past to find love again, only to have it ripped away all over again? James stood by the window, tucking the linen shirt into his black breeches. 3 days until Christmas. The linen press she'd wanted was finished and waiting underneath a cloth in his shop, where she wouldn't see it. Ella had been quiet since she'd gone to visit the glassblower, only telling him that she needed time to think about her choice. Why would the fates have sent her to him, only to take her away? As he looked out at the wet streets, the muted winter light and gray clouds turning everything pewter, he finished dressing, inhaling deeply, savoring the lingering aroma of the rose soap she'd used to wash. He turned as Ella emerged from behind the dressing screen, resplendent as always in a simple wool gown of deep forest green. His breath caught at the sight of her. Even after all this time, her beauty still had the power to leave him speechless. "You are so lovely," he said, voice husky with emotion. When she smiled, there was a sadness in her eyes that made his heart clench. She crossed the room to him, skirts rustling softly against the wooden floorboards. As she reached him, she took his hands in hers, her touch warm and comforting. "Sit with me in front of the fire," she said, voice barely above a whisper. "I've made a decision." Icy wind blew across his heart at her tone. Whatever it is, we will face it together. He noted the intricate embroidery around the bodice of her gown, her chest rising and falling as she met his gaze, her hands cold in his, sending a bolt of fear into his heart. I can't do it. I can't curse another person to heartbreak, she said, her eyes never leaving his. His brow furrowed in confusion, his stomach knotting with dread. Does that mean, are you going back to your own time? The words were ashes in his mouth, his heart shattering at the thought of losing her. That she would go back to a dead man. To his surprise, Ella shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. No, James. That's not an option either. There's only one way to break the curse. Hope flared in his chest for a brief moment. The glassblower told you how? He asked, voice full of hope. A lone tear escaped, rolling down her cheek as he went still. Since I won't pass the curse on to another, there's only one way to break the curse, she said, voice breaking as her hands trembled. I must willingly give my life. James felt as if the floor had dropped out from beneath him. He dropped her hands as he stood, staggering back until his back hit the wall. No, he ground out, shaking his head in denial. There must be another way. But his beautiful, kind wife stepped over to him, placing a hand on his chest, over his pounding heart, love filling her eyes. It's why I've been having so many headaches and fainting spells, she explained softly. The illness after the dance, the ornament is slowly draining the life from me. James pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly, as if he could keep her with him through sheer force of will. He buried his face in her hair. She'd left it down, knowing how much he liked it, inhaling the sweet scent of rose on her skin. When she clung to him, her nails bit into him, and welcoming the pain, he held her tighter. Voice breaking, she said softly, I will love you with every breath I have left. Until the very end, she leaned back to meet his gaze, went up on her toes to kiss him, her lips like ice. You showed me a way through my grief, how to let go of the guilt, and cherish the memories I will always have of Tim and Kate. With kisses to his eyelids, cheeks and lips, she then pulled back slightly, looking up at him with eyes shining with tears and love. But now it's time. You have to let me go. James shook his head, his own tears falling freely. I can't, he choked out. I won't lose you. Touch achingly gentle, Ella cupped his face in her hands. Promise me, she whispered, voice breaking. When I'm gone, you will take Mary and go to England. Stay there until the war is over, and it's safe to return. She swallowed hard, her next words barely audible. And find love again. Marry a good woman and find happiness. Grow old together. He wanted to protest, to rage against the unfairness of it all. But the love and determination in Ella's eyes stopped him. Unable to speak past the lump in his throat, he simply stared at her, memorizing every line of her face. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Ella stood on her tiptoes, pressing a soft, tender kiss to his lips. James returned it desperately, trying to hold on to every moment, to imprint it into his memory for all time. His Ella could ask, but he would never marry again. She was the only woman for him. No other would do. When they parted, her eyes filled with sorrow and acceptance. Light a candle on my birthday to remember me, she said, a small smile playing on her lips despite her tears. You won't forget. My birthday is the same as what will be America's birthday, July 4th. I could never forget. He pulled back slightly, cupping her face in his hands, his thumbs gently wiping away her tears, as the weight of her words hung heavy in the air, each breath a reminder of their precious time slipping away. I need you. To memorize every part of you, to carry with me always, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion even as he prayed to God to spare her, to find another way to break the curse. Eyes shining with understanding and love, she smiled. Yes, she breathed, her hands coming to rest on his chest, feeling the rapid beating of his heart beneath her palms. Slowly, reverently, James leaned down, pressing his forehead against hers. Their breaths mingled, warm and intimate, in the quiet room. He traced the curve of her cheek, the line of her jaw, committing every detail to memory. Ella's fingers tangled in his hair, drawing him closer. Their lips met in a kiss that was both achingly tender and desperately passionate. James poured all his love, fears, and heartbreak into that kiss, willing time to stop, to give them this one perfect moment. He swung her up in his arms, taking the few steps towards the bed. They sank down onto the soft quilt, still wrapped in each other's arms. The mattress dipped beneath their weight, enveloping them in a cocoon of warmth and comfort. Voice breaking, he declared, "I love you. I will love you until the last breath leaves my body, and I am but dust in the wind." Ella smiled up at him, her hand coming to rest on his cheek. "I love you, James Hawthorne. In this time and all others." They lay there, limbs entwined, holding each other close as if to merge their very souls. James listened to the steady rhythm of Ella's heartbeat, each pulse a precious gift. Breathing in her scent, he memorized the feel of her in his arms, knowing that these moments would have to sustain him for a lifetime, for he could see the resolve in her eyes, knew she was growing weaker, and his dear Ella was too kind to curse another. As the weak winter sunlight streamed through the window, casting a silver glow over them, James and Ella lost themselves in each other. In their love, their shared grief, and in the bittersweet joy of these last perfect moments together. The bitter wind cut through my cloak, as James and I made our way back from the forest. My legs trembled with exhaustion, and I leaned heavily on his arm even as I refused to let him carry me. We had spent the afternoon in the meadow where I had so many happy memories, but now, in the afternoon, I felt the chill deep in my bones. "You're shivering," he said, his brow furrowed with concern. Before I could protest, he was unfastening his own cloak. "James, no," I argued weakly. "You'll freeze." He ignored me, draping the heavy wool around my shoulders. The warmth of his body lingered in the fabric, and I couldn't help but pull it tighter around me as I inhaled the scent of him. "I'm fine," he insisted, breath visible in the frigid air. "I will not let you freeze." As we meandered through the town gate, the scent of the salt air on the wind blew away the less pleasant odors of the city. Gulls cried overhead, their raucous voices competing with the distant sounds of hammering coming from the shipyards. People hurried past, bundled in heavy woolen cloaks and scarves, their faces grim with the cold. Hearing a commotion, we turned down a side street as shouts came from the alley on our left. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed off the buildings. James and I exchanged a quick glance before he pulled me behind him as he strode towards the disturbance. In the narrow alleyway, a mob of men surrounded a British captain, his red coat a vivid splash of color against the stone and wood. The officer was on his knees, hat trampled, fawn breeches stained, coat torn, and arms raised to protect his head as blows rained down upon him from several men, all shouting and spitting at him. It was 9-1. Without hesitation, James dove into the fray. "Stop this madness," he roared, shoving men aside to reach the fallen captain. "Loyalist scum," someone in the crowd shouted. "You're no better than these redcoat dogs." His face darkened with anger as James helped the captain to his feet, standing shoulder to shoulder with the man whose nose and face were bleeding, one eye already blackening, shoulder hanging at an awkward angle. "This isn't about loyalty," he spat. "One-on-one, I'd have let you fight. But this is nothing more than cowardice." James sneered at the men. The mob shifted uneasily, some looking ashamed, others still seething with barely contained rage. I stepped forward, recognizing the captain's shoulder injury, the man's face contorted with pain as he looked like he only remained standing from sheer will. "His shoulders dislocated," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I can fix it." The captain eyed me warily but nodded his assent as he winced, shrugging off the remnants of his tattered linen shirt. With practiced movements, I manipulated his arm, ignoring the gasps and mutterings from the crowd. There was a sickening pop as the joint slid back into place. "How did you learn to do that?" the captain asked, flexing his arm gingerly as I helped him with his shirt. He'd need a new one, but it was much too cold today to go without. I hesitated, glancing at James before answering. My late husband had a recurring issue with his shoulder. I became quite adept at treating it. As the adrenaline of the moment faded, the mob slowly dispersed, leaving only James, the captain, and me alone in the smelly alley. "Captain Murray, at your service." "It seems I am in your debt," the officer said, straightening his disheveled uniform as he winced from the pain in his shoulder. "Is there anything I might do to repay your kindness before I set sail?" "James Hawthorne, and this is my wife Ella." James shook his head. "There is no need for repayment. We wish you a safe journey." I, however, saw an opportunity and seized it. "Actually," I said, my voice quiet but firm, "we wish to return to England. Might you know of a ship?" The captain nodded thoughtfully. "As it happens, I know of a ship owned by the East India Company that's set to depart soon. I could arrange passage, secure you berths," but he hesitated, glancing between us. "The ship sails on the tide on Christmas Day." "That's in 3 days, Ella." James and I exchanged a look, volumes passing between us in that single glance. The tension in the city, the growing unrest, the looming specter of war, all hung in the air around us, as palpable as the cold. "We'll manage," James said finally, his voice gruff with emotion. "Thank you, Captain." As we bid farewell to the officer and continued our walk home, the reality of our impending departure settled over me. The familiar sights of Charleston that I had come to call home, the colorful Georgian houses, the bustling market square, all took on a bittersweet quality, as I knew I would never be here again. James stared into the crackling fire, its warmth doing little to thaw the icy dread that had settled in his chest. The flames cast dancing shadows across the parlor, their light reflecting in Ella's eyes as she sat beside him on the settee. Lucky's nails clicked against the tile floor as he padded in from the kitchen, coming to rest his head on her lap. "You cannot make the journey in your condition," James said, voice rough with emotion. He turned to face her, taking her hands in his. "We can stay here. I'll protect you no matter what comes." His stubborn wife shook her head, a sad smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "You saw what happened to Captain Murray," she said softly. "Things are escalating. We must go." She squeezed his hands, her touch both comforting and heartbreaking. "I will go with you," and she swallowed hard, the words seeming to stick in her throat. James clenched his fists, feeling utterly powerless. He knew what she was going to say, but hearing it would make it real, unavoidable. "When my time comes," Ella continued, her voice barely above a whisper, "you will send me into the sea to rest, and continue on to England where you will keep Mary safe." James stood abruptly, pacing in front of the fire. The floorboards creaked beneath his feet, each step an echo of his racing heart. "How can you be so calm?" he demanded, his voice cracking. "How can you accept this fate? Damn Bernard Wagner and his blasted ornament." Ella watched him, a look of love and sorrow on her delicate, beautiful face. "Because," she said, voice steady despite the tears that threatened to fall, "I never thought I'd love again. I've been so grateful for every moment here with you, for your love." James stopped, turning to face her. The firelight caught the tears on her cheeks, making them glitter like diamonds. He knelt before her, taking her face in his hands. "It's not enough," he whispered, thumbs gently wiping away her tears. "A lifetime with you wouldn't be enough." Ella leaned into his touch, her eyes closing briefly. "It has to be," she murmured. "We don't have a choice." Resolve crumbling, James pulled her into his arms, burying his face in her hair. She smelled of lavender and home, of everything he was about to lose. Lucky whined softly, sensing the sadness in the room. "I can't lose you," James said, his voice muffled against her shoulder. "I won't." The strength in her made him proud, even as his heart broke. She pulled back slightly, meeting his gaze. "You won't lose me," she said firmly. "I'll always be with you. Here." She placed her hand over his heart. James covered her hand with his own, feeling the steady beat beneath their joined fingers. He wanted to argue, to rage against the unfairness of it all. But the love and acceptance in Ella's eyes stopped him. "Promise me," she whispered, her face inches from his, "that you'll live. That you'll find joy again, even when I'm gone." James felt his heart breaking even as he nodded. "I promise," he said, the words tasting like ashes in his mouth. "But know this, Ella Hawthorne. You are the love of my life, in this time and all others." The next morning, a loud banging on the door awakened me. James stirred beside me, instantly alert. I struggled to sit up, my body protesting the sudden movement. "I'll go," James said, his voice still rough with sleep. He pulled on his breeches and shirt, bare feet hitting the stairs as he hurried to answer the door. I heard the door open, and a familiar voice filled the house. "Mr. Hawthorne. My apologies for the early hour, but I've news I wanted to deliver in person before I set sail." Wrapping myself in a warm shawl, I made my way down the stairs to find Captain Murray standing in our entryway. His red coat was impeccable, the black eye looked even worse this morning, but there was an air of excitement about him that had me leaning forward. "Captain," I greeted him, smiling despite my weariness and aching head. "What brings you here so early?" The captain's face lit up when he saw me. "Mrs. Hawthorne, I do apologize for disturbing your rest. I've just received a letter that I thought might interest you both." James led the way into the parlor, where the embers of last night's fire still glowed. A yawning Mary appeared to stoke the fire, too tired to even be curious about our early guest. As we settled into our seats, the captain continued. "My ship is leaving in a few hours, but I couldn't depart without sharing the news. I've had word from my uncle's cousin's sister. It seems the old blacksmith in their town passed away." I felt James stiffen beside me, his hand finding mine and squeezing gently. "I would be pleased to write to my uncle and tell him about you, Mr. Hawthorne, if you're interested in taking the blacksmith position," the captain finished, looking expectantly between us. "Where is the town?" James asked, his voice carefully neutral. "Bourton-on-the-Water, Gloucestershire," Captain Murray replied. My heart leapt at the name. "That's in the Cotswolds," I said, unable to keep the excitement from my voice. "It's beautiful there." James turned to me, his eyes searching my face. I nodded slightly, knowing we were thinking the same thing. While I might not be with him, it would be a good place for them to go, to be safe. "Yes," James said, turning back to the captain. "Please write to your uncle. We would be most grateful." Captain Murray beamed, clearly pleased to have been of help. As he stood to leave, he rubbed his shoulder, wincing slightly. "Before I go," he said, looking at me hopefully, "might you show the ship's surgeon how you did that trick with my shoulder? It's been feeling much better since you fixed it, but I have seen men with similar injuries, and the surgeon broke a man's arm trying to fix it. Bloody doctors." I couldn't help but laugh. "Of course, Captain. I'd be happy to." We bid the captain goodbye, and after a quick meal of bread, cheese, and ale, James escorted me to the docks. The HMS Deptford loomed before us, her masts reaching towards the grey sky. Captain Murray greeted us warmly at the gangplank. "Welcome aboard, Mr. and Mrs. Hawthorne," he said, gesturing for us to follow him. As we stepped onto the deck, I couldn't help but look around in wonder. The ship was a hive of activity, sailors scurrying about their duties with practiced efficiency. I knew our journey would be on a merchant vessel, not a warship like this, but the sight still filled me with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Captain Murray introduced us to the ship's surgeon, a skeptical-looking man named Dr. Addison. As I began to explain the technique for relocating a dislocated shoulder, one of the sailors approached, holding his arm at an awkward angle. "Perfect timing," Dr. Addison said. One of the men fell from the rigging. "You may demonstrate." Pretentious jerk. We followed the doctor through narrow passageways, the wooden walls seeming to close in around us. I could feel the eyes of the sailors on me, their surprise at seeing a woman aboard evident in their faces, though they remained polite. In the cramped surgery, I positioned myself next to the injured sailor as another sailor helped the man remove his shirt. A crowd of curious onlookers gathered in the doorway as I began to manipulate the man's arm. Sweat beaded on my forehead from the effort and the close quarters. "You see," I explained, my voice strained, "you need to rotate the arm slowly like this." With a sudden pop, the joint slid back into place. The sailor let out a sigh of relief as the gathered crowd erupted in applause. "Thank you, ma'am," the soldier nodded to me, his face sweaty. Dr. Addison looked at me with newfound respect. "Impressive," he said. "What other medical knowledge do you possess?" I shook my head, feeling suddenly exhausted, my arms shaking. Oh no, that's the extent of my skills, I'm afraid. As we prepared to leave, Captain Murray pulled us aside. I've sent the letter as promised, he said. By the time you arrive in London, there should be a response waiting for you at the offices of the East India Company. James nodded gratefully. Thank you, Captain. We're in your debt. When you arrive in Bourton-on-the-Water, the captain continued, ask for Richard Sharp. He's my uncle and will see you settled. As we descended the gangplank, I turned for one last look at the HMS Deptford. In just a few days we'd be aboard a ship much like her, sailing towards an uncertain future, or at least I would for part of the way. James squeezed my hand, and I looked up to see him watching me, his eyes full of love and concern. Are you ready for this? He asked softly. I took a deep breath, the salty air filling my lungs. As ready as I'll ever be, I replied, mustering a smile. As we walked back through the bustling streets of Charleston, I tried to memorize every sight and sound. This chapter of our lives was ending, but another was just beginning. Chapter 38. A Pirate Returns. Christmas Eve. I woke before dawn on Christmas Eve, my head spinning with the now familiar dizziness that never went away. As I sat up slowly trying to steady myself, I noticed James was already awake, watching me with concern. You're awake early, he said softly. Is the dizziness getting worse? I shook my head, though the motion made the room tilt alarmingly. Will you take me to the cove by the old pier? He nodded without hesitation, rising to help me dress. We bundled up warmly against the pre-dawn chill, as I thought of all the hurried preparations we'd made over the past few days. Every movement, every decision, tinged with the knowledge that our time was running out. As we made our way downstairs, we found Mary already up, packing our belongings. Lucky wagged his tail hopefully, but I shook my head. Stay with Mary, boy, I said, scratching behind his ears. She'll need your help with the men coming to take our things to the ship. Mary nodded, her young face solemn. I'll see to everything, Miss Ella. Don't worry. I smiled at her, touched by her dedication. Remember, tonight we'll sleep at the Swallows Inn by the docks. Don't forget, pack only what you need for the journey. The rest of our belongings are to be stowed in the hold of the ship. As we stepped out into the quiet streets, the cold air hit me like a physical force. I leaned heavily on James, each step a challenge as the world seemed to sway around me. It reminded me, oddly enough, of stumbling home from college parties, drunk and disoriented. But this time, there would be no hangover cure, no return to normalcy. We made our way slowly, the only sounds our footsteps on the cobblestones and the distant cry of seagulls. As we neared the cove, the first hints of dawn began to color the sky, turning the clouds a soft pink. As James helped me down the path to the cove, my heart skipped a beat when I caught sight of familiar golden hair. It was the pirate I had saved from the gallows, his long hair whipping in the wind, beads and gold braided throughout his hair. His eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Sir, I called out. He turned, frowning at first, hand going to the pistol in his belt, then a grin split his face. He bowed to me and then to James with a flourish. This is my husband, James Hawthorne, I said, introducing them. In all the commotion, I don't think you ever told me your name. Captain John Mackenzie, at your service, he replied with another dramatic bow. He looked up at me, eyes narrowing as he studied my face. Why'd you do it, lass? He asked, perplexed. Why'd such a respectable lady save a pirate from the hangman's noose? I hesitated, unsure of how to answer. I couldn't let you die, I said finally, my voice barely above a whisper. Not when I had the power to save you. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the 3 gemstones, holding them out to him. These belong to you. Surprised, Captain Mackenzie was quiet for a long moment, his gaze searching mine. You're a strange one, lass, he said finally, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Is there anything I can do to repay ye? Anything at all. After all, ye did save my hide. Before I could answer, James snorted. "Would you be willing to have your heart broken for the rest of your life?" he asked, his tone half joking, half serious. The pirate stared at us for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he threw back his head and laughed, the sound echoing off the rocky cliffs. "A broken heart," he chuckled, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes. "Aye, what's a broken heart to a pirate? We're used to love leaving us high and dry." He grinned at me, his teeth flashing white in the morning light. "If that's all you need, then consider it done. I'll find some bonny lass to break my heart and we'll call it even." I tried to explain, to make him understand the gravity of what I was asking, the curse and how it worked, but he waved off my words. "No need for explanations, lass," he said, his voice suddenly somber. "I've got the French disease, picked it up from some whore in Tortuga. My time will come soon enough." My heart sank as I realized what he meant. Syphilis. A terrible way to die. Perhaps in a way, this was a mercy. But even as I thought it, I felt conflicted. The pirate didn't really seem to believe me, to understand what I was asking of him. With a laugh, he gave me back the gemstones. "I have plenty more where these came from. Ye have made me smile this fine day, and I thank ye both." Then he shook his head. "A curse indeed. Think what a fine tale it will make when I tell the lads." As I watched him saunter away, his black leather coat flapping in the wind, laughter carried on the breeze, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just set something in motion that I couldn't control. What if, instead of dying, the curse sent him to another time? It wasn't supposed to work that way, but I was betting the fates, or death, or whoever was in charge, had a wicked sense of humor. We went back to the house and smithy for one last look around before we headed to the inn to spend our final night in Charleston. There was so much we were leaving behind. As we were walking through the house, there was a knock at the door. Mary answered it, and I heard her excited voice. "Betty, have you come to help?" I stepped into the hallway to see the little Scottish maid with the overactive imagination, who worked for a merchant down the street. She was a tiny thing, all bones and wide eyes, red hair escaping from under her cap. "Mr. and Mrs. Hawthorne," she said, bobbing a quick curtsy, her head down. "I've come to help Mary with the rest of the packing, if that's all right." "Of course," I said, smiling at her, wondering how she could see with her hair in her face. "We appreciate the help." As Betty moved to follow Mary upstairs, she paused, her eyes darting nervously between James and me. I heard some news on my way here," she said. "The glassblower, Mr. Wagner, he died. Just now at his shop. An apoplexy, they said." I felt my heart skip a beat. Herr Wagner dead? Could it have something to do with the ornament, and the passing of the curse? I exchanged a quick glance with James, seeing my own concern reflected in his eyes. "Thank you for telling us, Betty," James said gently. "That's sad news indeed." The girl nodded, the news already forgotten, as she turned to follow Mary up the stairs. As she did, I caught sight of her face in profile and gasped. Her left eye was swollen and bruised, a sickening mix of purple and red. "Betty," I said, my voice sharp with concern. "What happened to your eye?" The girl froze, her thin shoulders hunching as if trying to make herself even smaller, or as if anticipating a coming blow. That man she worked for had a reputation for being ruthless in business, making me wonder how he treated those in his employ. She mumbled something I couldn't quite hear. James stepped forward, his expression a mix of concern and barely contained anger. "What was that, lass?" he asked, his voice gentle but firm. Betty turned to face us fully, her good eye brimming with tears. I was telling tales," she said, her voice trembling. "The master, he took the strap to me. Then his fists." A wave of nausea washed over me, both from the girl's words and from the ever-present dizziness that plagued me. James's jaw clenched, his hands balling into fists at his sides. "Betty," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady, "you don't have to go back there. We can find you another position, somewhere safe." The girl shook her head frantically. "No, miss, I can't. My family needs the money. I'll be more careful, I promise." I opened my mouth to argue, but James placed a gentle hand on my arm. "We can't force her, Ella," he murmured. "But we can make sure she knows she has options." Turning back to the girl who had to be around Mary's age, he said, "If you ever need help, you go and see Lord Blackwood. He'll take you on and treat you well." Betty nodded, a tiny smile flickering across her face. "Thank you, sir. You're very kind." As she hurried up the stairs to join Mary, I leaned heavily against James, suddenly exhausted. The curse was broken, and while I hadn't been dizzy or had a headache on the walk back, I was worn out. While James met with a man who was interested in taking over the smithy, I slipped out for a walk, my heart heavy with the news of Herr Wagner's passing. As I slowly walked, I said a silent farewell to the place where I thought I'd put down roots. This town, with its cobblestone streets and colorful Georgian houses, had become home in a way I never expected. I'd started to imagine a life here with James, growing old together, watching our children play in the garden. But now, thanks to a chance encounter with a pirate, it seemed I might have that future after all. The irony wasn't lost on me, that my act of mercy had unexpectedly given me a second chance at life. The market square was alive with activity, merchants hawking their wares and townspeople going about their last-minute Christmas preparations, even as they shivered in their wool coats and cloaks. The scent of fresh bread and spices filled the air, mingling with the ever-present tang from the harbor. I paused at a stall selling dried goods, purchasing some tea and hardtack for our journey. While I knew we'd have plenty to eat during the voyage, I thought it might be good to have a few things on hand. Moving on, I stopped to pick up 2 gowns for Mary. The girl had grown so much in the time she'd been with us that her dresses were hitting mid-calf. I hoped she'd thrive in England, away from the coming conflict. As I made my way back home one last time, my arms full of packages, I took in every sight and sound, committing them to memory. The tolling of St. Michael's church bells, the laughter of children playing in the street, the calls of the street vendors, all of it so familiar, yet now tinged with the bittersweet knowledge of departure. Passing by the burnt-out print shop, I noticed several men were hard at work. Soon there would be a new printer in town, making me wonder where his loyalties would lie. Reaching our street, I paused for a moment, looking at the house that had been our home. James was visible through the window, helping Mary gather the belongings we'd carry on board the ship. My heart swelled with love for him, for his unwavering support and strength through all of this. As I climbed the steps to our front door, I sent up a silent prayer of thanks. For James, for the time we'd had here, and for the unexpected gift of a future I thought I'd lost. James took my hand, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "I have something to show you," he said, leading me out to the smithy. It was cold. For the first time since I'd arrived, there wasn't a fire burning. He led me to a corner I hadn't paid much attention to before, and with a flourish, he pulled a cloth covering away, revealing what lay beneath. I gasped, my hand flying to my mouth. There, gleaming in the soft light, stood the most beautiful linen press I had ever seen. "James," I breathed, taking a step closer. It's perfect." The press was made of rich, warm wood, its surface polished to a soft sheen. Intricate carvings adorned the doors, delicate vines and leaves that seemed to dance in the flickering light. The brass handles shone like gold, their curved shapes elegant and inviting. "It would have been for Christmas," he said softly, running his hands down the sides. "It's too big to take with us, but I promise I'll make you another once when we're settled." I ran my fingers over the carvings, marveling at the detail. Each leaf was perfectly formed, each vine curved just so. I pictured it in our home, filled with neatly folded linens, a beautiful and practical piece of art. "It's wonderful," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "I can't believe you made this for me." James wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling me close. "You mentioned wanting one like you saw at the plantation. I wanted to surprise you." I leaned into him, torn between joy at his thoughtfulness and sadness at having to leave this beautiful creation behind. "I love it," I whispered. "And I love you for making it." We stood there for a moment, admiring the beautiful piece of furniture and holding each other. It was a bittersweet moment, a reminder of the life we were leaving behind and the uncertain future ahead of us. We'll have to find it a good home, I said finally, reluctantly stepping away from the press. Someone who will appreciate it as much as I do. James nodded. The man I spoke with while you went for a walk. He wants to take over the smithy, and will take all the furnishings we're leaving behind. He reached into his pocket, coming up with a leather pouch that jingled in his palm. He paid quite well, comes from money. Somewhere in New York. Wants to be a blacksmith. His wife and 2 sons will join him in the spring. The thought made me smile. That's perfect. A parting gift to someone who will enjoy it. As we stood before our house on King Street for the last time, I felt a lump form in my throat. The familiar brick facade, the window boxes where I'd grown flowers and herbs, the worn steps leading to our front door, all of it seemed to shimmer in the weak winter sunlight, as if already fading into memory. James squeezed my hand, his touch grounding me. Ready? He asked softly. I nodded, not trusting my voice. We turned and began our walk to the inn down by the docks. Mary and Lucky walked in front of us, her face full of excitement, the dog's tail wagging as if this were just another adventure. Which I guess it was. As we approached the Swallows Inn, gulls cried overhead, their raucous voices a farewell chorus. The innkeeper, a boisterous man with ruddy cheeks, greeted us warmly. Come in out of the cold, he exclaimed. I've got our best room ready for you. Not too busy with travelers, what with Christmas tomorrow and all. He led us up a narrow staircase, to a room at the end of the hall. As he pushed open the door, I couldn't help but gasp. The room was larger than I'd expected, with a large 4-poster bed dominating one wall and a small bed in the corner. Heavy curtains framed a window overlooking the harbor, where I could see ships gently bobbing in the water. A cheerful fire crackled in the hearth. The walls, paneled in warm wood, gave the room a cozy feel despite its size. It's lovely, I said, turning to the innkeeper with a smile. Thank you. He beamed at us. The missus had me do it up right, said we could charge the lords and ladies more for a nice room. I'll have a light supper sent up shortly. After he left, James and I settled in. Mary made herself comfortable on the small bed in the corner, while Lucky curled up at the foot of the bed. When our meal arrived, it was a simple but delicious affair of hearty soup, fresh bread, a meat pie, and ale. We sat in the chairs in front of the fire to eat. As we ate, we watched the sunset over the harbor, and I felt a sense of peace settle over me that we were doing the right thing. Let others fight. I would keep those I loved safe, no matter the cost. Chapter 39. A Farewell to Yesterday. Christmas. The sharp crack of gunfire startled me as we descended the narrow staircase of the Swallows Inn. What on earth? I pulled my gray knitted shawl around my shoulders. The worn wooden steps creaked beneath our feet, barely audible over the raucous laughter and boisterous singing drifting up from below. Sounds like the celebrations have already begun, James remarked, his hand warm on the small of my back. Every year we are told not to shoot our guns to celebrate, and every year a few do. Men and their toys, I muttered, inhaling deeply as we reached the bottom of the stairs. The air was thick with the smells of the savory aroma of roasting meat, which mingled with the sharp tang of a few pine boughs draped along the walls, all underscored by the pungent odor of unwashed bodies packed tightly into the inn's main room. Tallow candles flickered on the tables, casting dancing shadows across the whitewashed walls. The fireplace crackled merrily, providing most of the room's illumination. A welcome respite from the winter chill. Mary was up early. Where was she off to? I asked, scanning the crowded room for our young charge. The innkeeper might not have had a full house spending the night, but plenty of people had turned out to enjoy a hearty Christmas meal and fellowship. James guided me to a table near the fire, Lucky trotting obediently at our heels. She woke early to bid farewell to Betty, he explained. I expect she'll join us shortly. The innkeeper's wife, a stout woman with rosy cheeks, bustled over to our table. Merry Christmas to ye, she said cheerily. What'll it be? We've some fine whiskey to warm her bones, or perhaps some spiced wine for the lady? "Whiskey for me," James said, "and spiced wine for my wife, if you please." As she hurried off to fetch our drinks, I leaned in close. "Did you remember a Christmas box for Mary?" I whispered, remembering hearing people talking about them for the servants who worked for them, while I was out procuring the last of our essentials for the voyage. He smiled, patting his pocket. "I've a few coins for her here," he murmured. "The rest I've sent along with the letter to her family, informing them of our plans to take her with us to England." Our drinks arrived, along with the first platters of food. The table groaned under the weight of the feast. There was a golden brown roast goose, its skin crisp and glistening. Glazed ham studded with cloves, oysters nestled in their shells, collard greens cooked with bacon, a creamy corn pudding, and a sweet potato pudding that made my mouth water just looking at it. We clinked our glasses together, the spiced wine warming me from the inside out as I sipped. All around us the inn buzzed with merriment. Men drank and sang, their voices growing louder with each cup of whiskey. Soon a fiddle struck up a lively tune, and the crowd cleared a small space for dancing. The inn's door opened, letting in a gust of cold air and the sound of distant gunfire from revelers in the streets as people closest to the cold shouted, "Shut the door!" Mary stumbled in, face flushed and nose running, dragging behind her a disheveled and weeping Betty. My heart sank as I took in Betty's appearance. The girl's face and arms were mottled with bruises, and she wasn't wearing a coat or shoes despite the cold day. "What's happened? Where are your clothes, child?" James was on his feet in an instant. "Fetch 2 more plates and hot cider," he instructed the serving girl, who nodded and hurried off. I wrapped my shawl around Betty's trembling shoulders as the girl sat on the bench with us. "There now, you're safe," I murmured, gently rubbing her back. Betty's sobs subsided to hiccups as she leaned into my embrace. James leaned across the table, his brow furrowed with concern. "Now then," he said firmly, "tell us what's happened." Betty sniffled, avoiding his gaze. "The master, he was drunk last night. I dropped a plate and he punished me." Lucky wagged his tail and moved over to Betty to lean against her legs as she patted him. But this was something more than punishment. I could see old scars, faded bruises, and a look in her eyes that made me flinch. James stiffened beside me, clenching his jaw. She couldn't meet his eyes as she trembled uncontrollably, suggesting there was more to the story. "Out with it," James pressed, his voice low but firm. I placed a hand on his arm, shaking my head slightly. "James," I whispered, "this isn't the place. Too many ears." He wasn't pleased, but he let it drop for now as the serving girl returned with food and cider for Betty and Mary, along with some scraps and a bone for Lucky as we focused on getting them settled and warm. As the girls ate, I exchanged a meaningful look with James. Whatever had happened to Betty, it was clear she couldn't return to her former household. We'd need to make arrangements, and quickly. "Betty," I said gently, "you're coming with us. We'll sort everything out later, but for now, just eat and rest. You're safe here." "Master Green won't like that." But relief flooded the girl's face, and she managed a weak smile. "Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Hawthorne. I don't know how I'll ever repay your kindness." James shook his head. "Don't worry, child. Now let's all enjoy this fine Christmas feast, shall we?" "How are you feeling?" James asked, green eyes searching my face. "You did not toss and turn last night." I smiled, reaching across the table to take his hand. "I feel wonderful. Better than I have in a very long time. No more headaches or dizziness." Though I couldn't help but think of Captain Mackenzie, and wonder how he was faring. I hoped he was on board his ship, sailing the high seas, and that somehow the heartbreak wouldn't affect him as it had me. For whatever time he had left, I wished him smooth seas and plenty of glorious plunder. James brought my hand to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss to my knuckles. "I thank God," he murmured. "I was so worried." "I know. I still can't believe it. Now, we have our whole future ahead of us." As we ate and drank, sharing stories and laughter, I looked around at my little family. James, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he recounted a tale to Mary and Betty, trying to cheer them up. And Lucky, contentedly gnawing on a ham bone beneath the table. my heart so full it might burst. I closed my eyes for a moment, committing every detail to memory. This was more than just a Christmas feast. It was the beginning of our new life, full of promise and adventure. We'd heard the whole story from Betty after we'd eaten. Mr. Green, who was one of the more powerful and wealthy merchants in Charleston, had not only been beating his staff, he'd been forcing several of the servant girls. If we were staying in Charleston, I had no doubt James might have taken matters into his own hands, but we had a ship to board. So instead, I took the girls with me to the new general store where I was able to purchase a wool cloak and a chestnut brown wool, 2 ready-made gowns along with shoes and a few other things Betty would need. The gowns were long and needed to be hemmed, but she could do that during the journey. Thanks to all the knitting Mary and I had been doing, we had a shawl in an oatmeal color for her as well. While we finished the last-minute shopping, James went to pay for Betty's passage. She and Mary would have to share a small pallet, but I didn't think they'd mind, as they were happy to be going together. At the docks, there was a veritable forest of masts stretching towards the sky. There, I pointed to a sturdy merchant ship, the Seafarer, which would be our home for the coming months. James waved to us, Lucky by his side as we made our way through the chaos to meet him. As we made our way aboard, I couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. James, I whispered, what if the crossing takes months? I've heard stories in the tavern, and from sailors that frequented the bakery. A young boy led us to our cabins. He piped up, Captain says with fair winds we should make it to London in 6 weeks or so. The Seafarer is a good ship. Don't you worry none, ma'am. The boy stopped at our cabin, a snug space with a narrow bunk, a chamber pot, a small desk, 2 stools, a pitcher and basin for washing, a pallet in the corner and a tiny window that looked out over the water. It was far from luxurious. With our big tawny beast and the addition of Betty, we would be cramped for space, but it was clean and that would be enough. James gave him a coin, and with a grin the boy scampered off. Our belongings had already been delivered to our cabin. Mostly our clothes and some extra food and drink. James's tools, and the other meager belongings we decided to bring with us for our new life were safely stowed away in the hold. Even though people weren't much for exchanging gifts at Christmas, I had a few things tucked away, and had even managed to buy something for Betty as well while we were at the general store. The girls set about putting everything in its place when Mary turned to James. Thank you for sending the letter and wages to my family in Boston. I was worried they wouldn't know where I'd gone. Distracted, James turned from looking out the window. We'll be sure to write to them again once we're settled. He smiled at Betty, careful not to startle the girl knowing what she'd been through. There wasn't time today, but once we arrive in England, we can send a letter to your family. Relief filled her eyes. I'd be ever so grateful so my mom doesn't think I died. I reached into the small trunk, smiling. I think it's time for Christmas gifts, I said. Mary and Betty exchanged surprised glances as I began distributing the packages. For Mary, I said, handing over a bundle wrapped in paper and twine. A new gown, cloak, yarn, and a pair of boots. Mary's eyes widened as she unwrapped the gifts. The gown was a deep russet, the matching cloak made of wool, and a pair of sturdy boots made of soft, supple brown leather. Oh, Miss Ella, she breathed, running her hands over everything. No one has ever given me such fine things. Turning to Betty, I handed her a smaller package. I'm sorry it's not much, I said softly. But I hope these will help. Betty unwrapped 2 new chemises, yarn, knitting needles, and a wooden brush with soft bristles to go along with the clothes I had already purchased at the general store. Tears welled in her eyes as she clutched the gifts to her chest. Thank you, she whispered, her face shining. James cleared his throat, reaching into his pocket. I have something for you girls as well, he said, pressing a few coins into each of their hands. The girls thanked him profusely, their faces glowing with gratitude. I then turned to him, my heart fluttering with anticipation. And for you, my love, I said, handing him several packages. James unwrapped them eagerly, revealing a beautiful leather coat, supple and rich brown. Ella, he breathed, running his hands over it. This is exquisite. Next came a scarf in a deep navy blue. You made this? James asked, wrapping it around his neck. You have a hole in the one you've been wearing, I smiled at him. There's one more thing. It's packed with our things in the hold, but there's a new musket waiting for you. His face lit up as he swung me up into his arms, making me laugh and Lucky bark, as he kissed me soundly, while Mary and Betty giggled. When we parted, both slightly breathless, James grinned. I think you should open a bakery when we are settled in England. Clearing his throat, he reached into his coat pocket. And for you, my beautiful wife, he said, his voice husky with emotion. He pulled out a small pouch, tipping its contents into my palm. A beautiful pendant on a heavy gold chain slid out, an emerald glinting in the lantern light. I gasped, my fingers tracing the intricate metalwork around the gem. James, it's beautiful, I whispered. I used the ruby for our journey, supplies and other essentials, James explained, a hint of regret in his voice. But I think Captain Mackenzie would approve. We'll save the sapphire for things we'll need when we arrive in London. My eyes shimmered with unshed tears as James fastened the necklace around my throat. He'd steal it if he got the chance, I said, tucking it inside my bodice and adjusting my fichu and scarf where it wouldn't be seen. It's perfect. I threw my arms around him, full of love for this wonderful man. The ship's bells sounded as we made our way to the deck. We all stood at the railing, watching as the crew cast off the mooring lines, and the ship began to slowly pull away from the dock. Tears welled up in my eyes as Charleston began to recede. The steeple of St. Michael's Church, the bustling market square, the tree-lined streets, all slowly shrinking as the seafarer glided out into the harbor. James held me close, pressing a kiss to my temple as the girls further down the rail waved to people on the docks, smiling and laughing. Children were resilient, and I had to hope that in time Betty would heal from the horrors she had endured. I love you, James whispered, voice raw with emotion. I have loved you from the moment I first saw you, and I will love you until my last breath and beyond. If the time comes when one of us is gone, I swear in this life or the next I will find ye. Our love, it's stronger than time, stronger than fate. I leaned into my husband, the world around me shimmering as tears pooled in my eyes. My lips found his as I held him tight, wondering where our voyage would take us and what we would find in England. I was conflicted about leaving when revolution was coming, but as girlish laughter reached my ears, I knew we had made the right choice. I love you, James, I murmured, my voice filled with happiness. I will always love you. In this life, and in every other. As the ship passed the harbor mouth and entered the open sea, a strong gust of wind filled the sails, as if nature herself were urging us onward. Lucky barked excitedly, his ears flapping in the breeze. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the salty air. I looked at James, saw the mixture of determination and hope in his eyes, and felt a surge of love and admiration for my husband's courage. You're right, I said, a smile breaking through my tears. This isn't an end. It's a beginning. As Charleston faded into a smudge on the horizon, we stood together at the railing, our faces turned towards the sea. The vast expanse of the ocean stretched before us as we set sail on our voyage, and I knew that whatever storms we might face, we would weather them together, far away from war, safe in England.